Chapter 1. Shaya, the Scion. In an endless expanse of darkness devoid of any light, Shaya found himself lost in time, unable to discern whether he had been here for a year, 2 years, or perhaps even longer. Since arriving in this boundless void, he had been aimlessly drifting in a place that seemed to stretch infinitely. Fleeting orbs of light, both bright and dim, floated past him, and Shaya strained to draw nearer to those luminous entities. Yet, just as he seemed to approach them, they swiftly vanished into the surrounding darkness. He could not fathom why he was compelled to pursue these lights. It was merely an instinctive desire to escape this oppressive gloom. In his former life, Shaya was an ordinary office worker, adhering to a mundane 9-to-5 routine, bustling about the city like countless others. That fateful day, after finishing work as usual, he stopped by a market to buy something to reward himself that evening. Suddenly, a sheet of tempered glass plummeted from above, striking him directly and rendering him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself in this strange, dark realm. As an avid reader of novels, Shaya was no stranger to the myriad of predicaments faced by protagonists, so when he found himself suddenly thrust into this vast abyss, he quickly grasped the situation, feeling a sense of excitement. Could it be that fortune had smiled upon him, transporting him to the legendary era of chaos? Surely, according to the tales, he should meet Pangu, forge alliances, and confront gods and Buddhas alike. However, as time passed, Shaya learned the harsh truth. The stories he had read were nothing but fabrications. He encountered neither legendary deities nor treasures, nor had he glimpsed even a sliver of tangible light. Gradually, he came to understand his predicament. This was not the fabled era brimming with celestial treasures, but rather a dismal black prison, and he was tragically ensnared within it. Overwhelmed by despair, he pondered when he might ever escape. If I calculate the time correctly, a new orb of light should soon appear. This time, I must muster all my strength. I have to escape. Shaya encouraged himself, fixing his gaze intently upon the darkness ahead. Suddenly, a dazzling light emerged, gradually expanding into a colossal orb of radiance. Shaya was certain he had never encountered such a vast and brilliant light before. What a magnificent orb! This isn't my chance to leave this wretched place. With a fierce determination, he gritted his teeth and swam towards the enormous orb, feeling the stinging winds lash against him. A profound agony surged from the depths of his soul, tormenting him relentlessly. Yet he persevered through sheer willpower. Just a little further and almost there. Shaya's contorted face was fixed on the light ahead, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination as he advanced inch by inch despite the punishing winds. As he drew close, he realized the orb was astonishingly immense in its presence. He felt as insignificant as an ant. I've finally arrived. I can escape this loathsome place. Shaya's face lit up with excitement as he inched closer. At the moment of contact with the orb, a surge of intense electricity coursed through him, firmly binding him to its surface. Excruciating pain seared his soul, while the murky energies of darkness rushed toward him, and the two opposing pains overwhelmed him, twisting his features in agony until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to Shaya, as he fell into darkness, two powerful streams of gray energy began to intertwine, meticulously reshaping his soul, rapidly elevating it in a brief span of time. Then, with a swift motion, Shaya vanished, absorbed into the heart of the colossal orb. The dim, shadowy space fell silent once more, save for the occasional flicker of tiny lights that appeared and disappeared in an instant. Planet Vegeta, infant incubation chamber. This was a place of advanced technology, where all newly born Saiyan infants would spend a period of time before being assigned to various planets based on their potential. Due to the significance of this location, King Vegeta deployed a substantial security force, accompanied by the most sophisticated monitoring systems available on Planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a disturbance occurred at one of the incubators on the side of the chamber, and the computer detected an unusual energy, causing alarms to blare ominously. What is happening? Inquired a middle-aged Saiyan, rushing over to the nearby aliens in charge of monitoring. A group of aliens with crocodilian features quickly examined the computer, then hurried to the alarmed incubator, diligently comparing the data. It's nothing serious. It seems there was a minor glitch in the incubator's data detection, resulting in a false alarm. Simply replace it with a new unit. Startle me. Your Dadar aliens technology is rather unreliable. Hurry and replace this child's incubator. The middle-aged Scion scoffed, chastising the aliens to expedite their work before swaggering away. The Dadar aliens exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. The lead alien exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Quickly replace the incubator. We cannot afford to provoke the Scions." At this, the remaining Dadar aliens jolted into action, hastily bringing in a new incubator and transferring the Scion infant before cautiously exiting the chamber, continuing to monitor the infant's data without a moment's respite. Such was the plight of the weak these Dadar aliens were of a lesser civilization, spared from annihilation after their home planet was conquered by the Scions due to their advanced technology, which allowed them to care for the newborn Scions. Given the Scions' ruthless and tyrannical nature, the fate of the Dadar aliens was, in fact, fortunate compared to other planets that had been decimated, their inhabitants slaughtered without exception. Once the Scion and Dadar aliens had departed, the infant, now in a new incubator, opened his eyes, the innocence within them shimmering with disbelief. "I'm on Planet Vegeta. I've become a Scion infant?" Shaya exclaimed, astonished he had not anticipated that traversing through the colossal orb would lead him to the Dragon Ball universe, and more remarkably, that he had been reborn as a Scion. Even more perplexing was that he could comprehend the language of these aliens. I wonder what era it is now. How many years until the story begins? This was the question that occupied Shaya's mind. However, as long as Planet Vegeta had not been destroyed, it at least indicated that the narrative had yet to unfold. Yet, a sense of urgency welled within him. This was the Dragon Ball world, a realm where formidable beings could pluck stars from the sky and effortlessly obliterate planets. Quickly regaining his composure, Shaya began to contemplate his next steps. First, I need to ascertain the timeline of the Dragon Ball universe. I must find out how much time remains until Planet Vegeta's destruction. If there is ample time, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, I might be in grave danger. In the face of such overwhelming power, Shaya could not guarantee he would possess the same luck as Goku to escape unscathed. He could only silently wish for more time. Then, Shaya glanced at the transparent display screen on the incubator, which revealed some basic information about the Scion infant. ID 11,379. Name, Shaya. Parents, Brent, Beatrice. Qualification, intermediate. Battle power, 89. Evaluation, above intermediate recommended. Training on Planet Vegeta for 3 years, then assignment to a low-level planet. P.S. A new book has been uploaded. Please support with collections and recommendations. Chapter 2, Becoming Powerful. For the subsequent month, Shaya remained quietly ensconced within the infant incubator, gradually thriving under its care. Despite their inherent coldness, Scions excelled in the nurturing of newborns. The incubators were equipped with the latest Dadar technology, featuring silk-like mattresses and a warm, comfortable environment. The incubators also dispensed specially processed nutrient solutions at regular intervals, ensuring the infants grew stronger and healthier. After a month, Shaya gazed at the transparent monitor before him, noting that his battle power had reached 95, an increase of 6 points from a month prior. While this number may seem modest, it was quite commendable for a newborn Scion infant. Shaya recognized that he was among the elite of intermediate warriors. Although he could not rival those advanced warriors whose battle power exceeded 100 at birth, he stood out among his peers that on the planet Vegeta, approximately 10,000 Scion infants are born each year. Among these infants, the number of elite warriors constitutes a mere fraction, amounting to fewer than 100, while the overwhelming majority are classified as low-level warriors, accompanied by a small contingent of mid-level fighters. Upon the completion of their training period, these low-level warriors are dispatched to undertake missions on lesser planets, whereas the mid-level warriors remain on Vegeta for a rigorous 3-year training regimen before being sent on their assignments. As for the elite warriors, they hail from prestigious Scion families and are regarded as treasured beings. They receive the finest training and care that Vegeta has to offer until they evolve into the most exceptional fighters among the Saiyans. It is a harsh reality, yet this is the method by which the Saiyans manage their next generation. Once the training period concludes, the hierarchical structure of the Saiyans becomes starkly apparent. Elite warriors enjoy the best of everything, while low-level warriors are cast out to struggle for survival until they possess sufficient strength to return to Vegeta. The Saiyans adhere to a ruthless philosophy of survival of the fittest. They are a naturally combative race that requires no weaklings. Only the strong can carve out a place for themselves on Vegeta. During this month, Shaya encountered his parensa quintessential Saiyan couple, whose deeply ingrained belief in the survival of the fittest was palpable. After a brief reunion with Shaya, they swiftly departed to fulfill their missions. Shaya simply watched in silence, closing his eyes quietly after their departure. To his astonishment, he encountered Bardock. At this moment, Bardock appeared remarkably youthful, likely under 20 years of age, visiting alongside comrades to see a recently born child of a fellow warrior. Bardock's youthfulness signified that there was still a considerable span of time before Frieza would annihilate Planet Vegeta, at least 10 more years, granting Bardock ample opportunity to mature before departing the planet. This revelation filled Shaya with uncontainable joy. There are at least several more years before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, and that time is sufficient for me to grow into a formidable warrior. A delighted smile graced Shaya's youthful face, his eyes shimmering with newfound confidence. Next, I shall undergo 3 years of training on Planet Vegeta, after which I may be dispatched to some remote planets for missions. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to secretly venture to Earth. Shaya contemplated quietly, only to shake his head and dismiss the notion of an immediate trip to Earth. It was simply too premature for such a journey. He resolved to wait a few more years until he had matured physically. More importantly, every Saiyan spacecraft is equipped with a tracking system, and he feared that a hasty trip to Earth would attract Frieza's attention, thereby heightening the risk of exposing Earth. Since he had arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, and by fortunate chance, had become a Saiyan, Shaya had no intention of settling for mediocrity or leading a mundane existence that would culminate in death at Frieza's hands alongside the rest of the Saiyans. He aspired to become a powerful being, a master of his own fate. Frieza, the androids, and Majin Buu would serve as stepping stones, obstacles to be vanquished on his path to strength. He intended to transcend the original narrative, surpassing Goku and Vegeta in power. At this juncture, Shaya needed to meticulously strategize to ensure that his growth would proceed steadily and successfully. Among the Saiyans, those whose battle power is below 30 at birth are classified as low-level warriors. Those between 30 and 100 are mid-level warriors, and those exceeding 100 are deemed elite warriors. A Saiyan's birth significantly constrains the potential heights they can achieve. Low-level warriors typically attain battle powers below 2,000. Mid-level warriors range between 2,000 and 5,000, while only elite warriors can reach or exceed a battle power of 5,000. Thus, the esteemed status of elite warriors among the Saiyans is particularly revered. They represent the noble lineage of the entire Saiyan race and embody the pinnacle of Saiyan combat prowess. Currently, on the planet Vegeta, the number of warriors with a battle power exceeding 10,000 does not surpass 20, each of whom is indisputably a paragon among the Saiyans. Shaya does not deny the significance of inherent talent. Exceptional aptitude can indeed facilitate swift progress in training, allowing those with superior abilities to reap rewards several times greater than those of their less gifted counterparts, given equal effort, however, without proper guidance and by relying solely on raw instincts. One would encounter the greatest obstacles on the path to becoming a formidable warrior. Those endowed with better talent will inevitably surpass their less capable peers. Nevertheless, he also understands that talent is by no means the sole criterion for measuring an individual's future accomplishments, especially among the Saiyans. Numerous examples exist. Sun Wukong's father, Bardock, was a low-level warrior, yet at the time of the destruction of Planet Vegeta, his displayed combat power far exceeded that of other elite warriors. A testament to the achievements he attained through years of relentless combat that shattered his physical limits. Furthermore, Sun Wukong, a mere low-level warrior, repeatedly broke through his limits, ultimately becoming one of the strongest beings in the universe. Is this merely a limitation of talent? Certainly not. While talent may gauge the potential of the average person, it is not the decisive factor. The nurturing environment plays a crucial role. Wise son Wukong capable of repeatedly transcending his limits. The Saiyan bloodline undoubtedly contributes. Yet there are other beings in the universe who surpass the Saiyan lineage. Prior to Son Wukong, although the Saiyans were labeled as a warrior race, only a handful could truly be regarded as universe-class super warriors. Without Frieza's intervention, the captain of the Jinyu Force alone could likely annihilate the entire Saiyan race. Possessing Saiyan blood does not automatically confer dominion over the universe. One must rely on foundational strength. Shaya believes that the training methods of Earthlings are remarkably advanced. Unlike the crude energy attacks of most races in the universe, the training methods on Earth are more restrained and better suited for the cultivation of formidable warriors. Perhaps a combination of Saiyan blood and Earth-esque training methods would yield even greater results, allowing one to accumulate strength and break through limits continuously. Once his body has fully matured, he will seek an opportunity to learn the training methods from Earth that, as he pondered these thoughts, Shaya gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3. 3 years in the blink of an eye. 3 months had passed, and Shaya was finally able to leave the incubation chamber. He was lifted from the pod, yet he realized that the individuals cradling him were not his parents, but rather a pair of unfamiliar Saiyan couples. Little Shaya, your parents perished while on a mission. From today onward, Aunt Rebecca will take care of you, a fair-featured female Saiyan gently spoke as she held Shaya. Her husband, Edri, then picked up another Saiyan infant and placed both children on a mobile cot, leading them out of the incubation chamber. I could see that moment. Edri remarked, though Brent and his team have fallen. As comrades, we will care for their children well. This way, Shi Ling will have a companion, and they can be assigned together on missions in the future. Yes, I hope the 2 little ones can get along well, Rebecca said, smiling as she looked at the 2 infants on the cot. That's so. My biological parents fell in battle during a mission, and the ones caring for me are their former comrades, Xiaoyu observed silently. The loss of his parents did not evoke much sorrow within him, for there seemed to be little familial affection between them beyond mere blood ties. Conversely, he felt a greater sense of closeness to the Saiyan couple who adopted him. Turning to glance at the other infant beside him, he noticed her sucking on her little finger, her bright eyes wide and fixed upon him. When she saw him looking, she let out a few coos, released her finger from her mouth, and pressed it against Xiaoya's lips, making a fuss. Hey, what are you doing? Xiaoya exclaimed, playfully swatting away the Saiyan girl's finger, but she seemed to be enjoying herself. Reaching out again. Look, Rebecca, Shi Ling seems to be quite fond of little Xiaoya. I believe they will get along splendidly. Edri chuckled heartily. Indeed, Rebecca beamed at the sight of the 2 youngsters frolicking. How can you tell we will get along well? Shaya silently protested within his mind that Rebecca's home was situated in the prosperous area of Planet Vegeta, not far from the royal city, where families of intermediate warriors or above typically resided. Both Rebecca and her husband were elite warriors, and their residence was the most luxurious in the vicinity, for the sake of convenience in executing missions. Members of the same squad would not live too far apart. Xiaoya's original home was also in this area, merely a few streets away from Rebecca and her husband. During a recent mission, Edri's squad had been ambushed by hostile forces on a remote planet. After a fierce battle, 7 out of 13 squad members perished, and 4 were gravely injured, inflicting a devastating blow to the team. With Xiaoya's parents among the fallen, Edri's squad was rendered virtually non-existent. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta and delivering consolation payments to the families of the deceased comrades, Edri disbanded the squad and sought an instructor position at the training camp. It was then that they learned of Xiaoya's existence, and they decided to bring him home to care for him alongside their daughter. Shi Ling once settled in Rebecca and Edri's home. Xiaoya enjoyed a rather comfortable life, though it would have been even better without the constant presence of another little Saiyan. For reasons unknown, ever since their first meeting, Shi Ling seemed to have found a delightful plaything in Xiaoya, persistently trailing him even during meals and sleep, prompting Rebecca to often remark on their remarkable rapport. Before long, the time came for Xiaoya and Shi Ling to participate in training, and under Edri's arrangement. The two entered the training camp. Except for elite warriors who possessed independent training grounds, all intermediate warriors had to share a common training area. Both Shaya and Ling were classified as intermediate warriors. Thus, they were assigned to the same training camp. This camp housed a total of 100 Saiyan children, all of intermediate caliber, with battle powers generally ranging between 60 and 70, and only a few, like Shaya, approached 100. But these children would be trained under the guidance of adult Saiyans, and life in the training camp proved to be extremely arduous. After a period of training, Shaya immediately recognized the disparity between Saiyan training methods and those of Earthlings. What was being presented was not training. It was sheer punishment. Each day consisted solely of enduring beatings, as the adult Saiyans exhibited no understanding of mercy. Regardless of who you were, the moment you stepped onto the field, you were met with a fierce onslaught devoid of any targeted instruction. Was this truly the training method of a warrior race? Were it not for the Saiyans' robust physiques, such training would yield little to no results. Shaya shook his head in resignation on the training field. During this period, his battle power did not improve significantly, yet his resilience to blows had increased considerably as a race of warriors. The Saiyans possessed their own unique growth methodologies. While this training method may not have had any glaring faults, it starkly contrasted with Shaya's initial expectations that to him. This training was a complete waste of time. Reflecting on this, Shaya began to regret whether the training methods throughout the universe were all so straightforward and direct. In a wonder, he could not even utilize energy techniques. Regrettably, he would have to endure this for 3 more years. A prospect that felt like a squandering of his life to Shaya, who was wholly focused on becoming stronger. Several times, Shaya inquired with Edri about alternative training methods, but Edri merely looked at him in disbelief. Responding, "This is the best growth method for Saiyans. Many beings in the universe have developed through such training." This left Shaya momentarily speechless. Consequently, he began to discern the disparity in training methodologies between the Saiyans and the Earthlings. The training techniques of the Saiyans were rather clumsy, still entrenched in a primitive and savage state. Yet these methods were the most popular in the current universe. In stark contrast, the training approach employed by Earthlings could genuinely be referred to as cultivation. The strong hone their skills, while the weak rely on their intellect. The Earthlings' training methods, born from their existence on a lower-tier planet and shaped by years of struggle, are imbued with a profound wisdom that sets them apart from their extraterrestrial counterparts. It is hardly surprising that the vast majority of aliens are unable to harness their ki. Thus, with no other choice, Shaya resorted to experimenting based on his past experiences watching Dragon Ball animations. He strapped weights onto himself, as he was unaware of any more sophisticated techniques. Fortunately, under the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta, the results were immediate, and he soon surpassed other intermediate warriors of the same era. Meanwhile, his ever-adoring companion, Ling, noticed Shaya continuously binding weights onto himself, which she found amusing and thus decided to do the same, rendering her nearly immobile. With tears welling in her eyes, she glared at Shaya in dissatisfaction. In response, Shaya insisted that this was truly not his fault. At long last, after 3 arduous years of training, he had endured, and at nearly 4 years of age, he had reached a height close to 1 meter. With a battle power that had surged to 410 points, remarkably distinguished within a training camp where the average battle power barely exceeded 200. It is worth noting that a battle power of 410 far surpassed that of Goku during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, when he defeated the second-generation Demon King Piccolo. And yet Shaya had only just turned 4. This achievement was largely attributable to his intermediate warrior potential, coupled with Shaya's own diligence. Following closely behind Shaya was Ling, boasting a battle power of 370, also significantly exceeding her peers, and the accomplishments of both had already eclipsed those of many advanced warriors. As the 3-year training period drew to a close, Shaya and Ling received their mission, arranged by Edri, which allowed them to embark on their task together. Their objective was a remote planet named Selma, situated in the southern region of the North Galaxy. Chapter 4. The Planet Selma. The planet Selma, located in the southern star region of the North Galaxy, is a low-tier planet where only primitive races exist, devoid of any signs of civilization. The Saiyans' allegiance lies with Frieza. Thus, all missions issued from Planet Vegeta served the Frieza Empire. This mission was no exception. Shaya and Shilling were tasked with exterminating the primitive races on Selma and then handing over the planet to Frieza's forces for exploitation. Put plainly, the Saiyan race merely serves as enforcers for Frieza, disposable at a moment's notice. It is said that every 1,000 years, a golden-haired Super Saiyan will emerge among their kind. However, such rumors should not be taken at face value. And even the Saiyans themselves harbor doubts. Nevertheless, Frieza remains wary of this possibility, believing the best course of action is to keep the Saiyans under close surveillance while studying their traits. Yet, to date, no Saiyan has emerged to capture his attention. Otherwise, Frieza would likely be the first to seek their annihilation. As the impending mission approached, Shaya felt an exhilarating thrill, for he was soon to depart from Planet Vegeta, marking the first step on his path to strength. As for the task assigned to him by Planet Vegeta, he felt no urgency, believing he could afford to delay it. After leaving, nothing could constrain him, and he could choose when to report back. He mused about honing his skills on Selma for a while, and once a few years had passed and his physique had solidified, he could venture to other corners of the universe, whether to Earth or Namek. Both seemed splendid options. Shaya's heart bubbled with excitement as he plotted his forthcoming endeavors. Before long, the day of departure arrived for Shaya and Shilling. On this day, Rebecca and her husband personally escorted them to the spaceport located on the opposite side of the royal city of Planet Vegeta. This was a modern spaceport sprawling over several kilometers, serving as the primary conduit for interstellar travel. Towering structures resembling lighthouses surrounded the spaceport, and within the open spaces enclosed by these edifices were numerous rubber-constructed landing pads, each designated for spacecraft. Within moments of their entrance into the spaceport, dozens of spherical flying vessels began to land or take off from the landing pads. Shaya, once you reach the planet Selma, exercise caution. Do not let the low-tier status of the planet lull you into a false sense of security. If you encounter danger, flee if possible. Do not engage recklessly. Edry advised, his expression earnest, since the complete annihilation of Edry's squad. His perspective on missions and life had undergone a significant transformation. Noticing Shaya nodding in acknowledgement, he turned to his daughter, Shilling, and cautioned, "Your strength does not match that of Shaya, so be sure to listen to him and refrain from mischief." "Understood," Shilling replied, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Shaya, take good care of Shilling and return promptly after completing your mission," Rebecca implored, embracing both children with reluctance. "I will look after Shilling," Shaya affirmed earnestly, nodding before stepping into his designated spacecraft. It was a small, spherical vessel, and once Shaya reclined within, the hatch sealed automatically. Through the azure glass, he glimpsed Rebecca and her husband standing at a distance, waving farewell. A twinge of melancholy washed over Shaya, and his eyes grew misty. Waving back at the spacecraft's exterior, he pressed the ignition button, and an overwhelming force pressed down upon him as the vessel ascended straight into the sky. Moments later, they had breached the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, entering the vast, dark expanse of outer space. Due to the rapid speed of the spherical vessel, a long trail of white light lingered behind it. Through the vessel's glass, Shaya watched as the dark red Planet Vegeta receded swiftly into the distance, soon shrinking to a mere point of light before vanishing entirely. Not far behind him, another spherical vessel followed closely, Shilling's. At that moment, Shilling was pressed against the glass, her small face darting about, her gaze inevitably drawn towards him. It appeared the little girl was feeling a bit anxious. Shaya chuckled softly, sending a message to Shilling through the spacecraft's communicator before entering sleep mode. The distance between Selma and Planet Vegeta was considerable, necessitating a 7-month journey for the spacecraft. To provide context, the journey from Earth to Namek takes merely a month. Selma is classified as a low-tier planet, defined in the universe as those with a maximum battle power beneath 1,000, while planets with maximum battle powers ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 are considered intermediate, and those exceeding 10,000 are categorized as advanced. Thus, the creatures inhabiting Selma should possess battle powers below 1,000. Given Shaya and Shilling's current battle powers of 410 and 370, respectively, they would face minimal danger if they remained vigilant. It was estimated that in just a few years, Shaya's battle power would substantially surpass the highest recorded on Selma in the boundless universe. Countless stars twinkled against the inky blackness, unfurling like an immense tapestry. In the night, two bright streaks zipped past, quickly vanishing from sight, two milky white spherical vessels. Before long, 7 months had elapsed since Shaya and Shilling departed from Planet Vegeta, and their destination, Selma, was now within reach. With a beep, the spacecraft automatically disengaged from sleep mode, and Shaya gradually awakened from his slumber. What greeted his eyes was a magnificent azure-hued planet. Was that Selma? Shaya, filled with wonder, pondered to himself, in stark contrast to the dark crimson hue of Planet Vegeta. The colors of Selma were remarkably elegant and beautiful. Nestled within a binary star system, Selma boasts 2 suns, bathing the planet in daylight for the majority of its day. This unique celestial positioning contributes to the distinctive landscapes of Selma. The atmosphere of the planet is a serene azure, with oceans covering less than 40% of its surface, while the remainder is predominantly land. Aside from the icy regions at the poles, the rest of the land is lush with vegetation, rendering it a splendidly verdant world. On this particular day, an unexpected roar shattered the tranquility of Selma's skies. 2 spherical objects, radiating a red glow, plummeted from the heavens, resulting in a thunderous crash that sent clouds of sand and debris swirling into the air, quickly obscuring visibility. Vast expanses of forest were annihilated in the impact as a powerful shockwave radiated from the collision site, bending countless towering trees to the ground and uprooting them entirely. Gradually, the dust settled, revealing a stark swath of exposed earth measuring nearly 100 meters across. To the center of this barren expanse lay 2 30-meter-wide circular impact craters, each plunging 5 meters deep, where 2 spherical spacecraft were partially buried beneath the debris, wisps of smoke curling from their surfaces. With a crack, the hatch of one spacecraft opened, and a child clad in a combat suit, sporting a tail, emerged, brushing off the dust that clung to him. Shaya coughed lightly twice before making his way to the other vessel, where he knocked on the door, only to discover that Scylla's ship had landed upside down. The hatch trapped below, he promptly flipped the craft to expose the entrance. With a click, the hatch opened, and Scylla crawled out. "Brother Shaya, is this our destination?" Scylla asked, covering her mouth to disperse the surrounding dust, her brows furrowing in discontent. Chapter 5. Rising Challenges Indeed. This is Selma. Our mission is to eliminate the indigenous species here. Let me assess the strength of these natives, Shaya replied, offering Scylla a reassuring smile before soaring into the air. Reaching an altitude of over 300 meters, surveying the surroundings, he beheld a lush expanse of primordial forest, a dense jungle encircled by rugged mountains. After a brief glance, Shaya landed on a prominent rock outcrop. Tapping on his ear-mounted energy detector, he activated it, and a series of electronic beeps filled his ears as a stream of data indicating location and energy levels appeared on the lens. 456, 289, 358, 985, 650, the numbers floated before him, and as the data continued to flicker on the lens, Shaya's brow furrowed in concentration, particularly when the figure 985 flashed by, prompting an involuntary gasp of astonishment. Could it be that the combat power of Selma's natives is so formidable? Shaya's expression grew serious. He had anticipated that, as a low-level planet, the indigenous beings would possess combat powers around 600 or 700, but he was taken aback to discover entities nearing a combat power of 1,000, a standard close to that of a mid-level planet. Deactivating the detector, Shaya turned to Scylla with a grave expression and remarked, "It seems this mission will not be easily accomplished. According to the data I've just gathered, there are over 100 energy sources on this planet with combat power exceeding 400, nearly 20 of which exceed 800, and several are alarmingly close to 1000. In short, the difficulty of this mission is exceedingly high. A moment's carelessness could lead to peril. Damn it, this is clearly a task meant for advanced warriors. How could it possibly fall to us?" Shaya cursed inwardly, though he understood why Planet Vegeta assigned this mission to him. Their exceptional performance in the training camp had even surpassed that of typical advanced warriors. What should we do then? Does that mean we won't be able to complete the mission for a long time? Scylla's demeanor shifted dramatically, her spirits plummeting at the thought of being unable to return to Planet Vegeta, which implied a prolonged separation from her parents. For ordinary mid-level warriors, achieving a combat power of 1,000 typically requires 6 to 7 years. However, our training methods are far more effective than those of typical Saiyans. Perhaps 2 to 3 years will suffice, Shaya replied calmly. When he departed from Planet Vegeta, his combat power had reached 410, while Scylla's was 370 after over 7 months of long-distance travel. Albeit spent in stasis, their Saiyan physiology had still afforded them some enhancement. Shaya had just assessed their current combat powers as well. His had risen to 460, while Scylla's had reached 420, a remarkable feat considering they were only just over 4 years old, while other Saiyans at their age typically had combat powers just above 200. That's still quite a long time. Scylla's voice dipped, but she quickly rallied her spirits, declaring energetically, "Brother Shaya, I won't slack off anymore. I will train diligently." Shaya nodded, smiling at Scylla's newfound determination. It seemed that pressure indeed bred motivation, as she had finally taken the initiative to commit to training. However, her subsequent words made him realize he had perhaps celebrated too soon. So, "Brother Shaya, you need to work even harder. I want you to reach a combat power of 1,000 in a year, so we can go home sooner. Do you think combat power could be increased on command? Even a year is a stretch. It may take 2, Shaya retorted, playfully pressing his palm against Scylla's head, tousling her soft hair into disarray. "Stop messing up my hair," Scylla exclaimed, her expression turning fierce as she voiced her displeasure. Shaya surveyed the surroundings and said, "All right, let's set aside the mission for now. We may be here for quite a while. So let us move the spacecraft to a safer location and address our needs for food and shelter. To be honest, my stomach is already growling." Yes, I've been starving." Scylla's eyes sparkled at the mention of food, her worries swiftly forgotten. With a resigned shake of his head, Shaya and Scylla began scouring the nearby mountains, eventually discovering a tranquil canyon not too far from pond. The environment was quite favorable, making it an ideal temporary dwelling. Shaya surveyed the serene landscape. Satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Channeling energy within him, he conjured a sphere of deep azure energy in his palm and casually hurled it at a nearby cliff. With a resounding explosion, a plume of smoke erupted as the steep cliff face was blasted away, creating a broad cavity approximately 5 meters deep. Subsequently, Shaya and Scylla returned to the site of the fallen spacecraft, dragging the 2 spherical vessels into the cave created in the cliff for safekeeping. These 2 spacecraft were crucial to their escape from Selma and needed to be well guarded. After securing the vessels, Shaya flitted through the primordial forest, gathering some dry vegetation to establish a makeshift living space within the cave. Once this was accomplished, Shaya clapped his hands in satisfaction regarding their humble abode. Though rudimentary, it at least resembled a livable space. Little did he expect that arriving here would lead to a real-life wilderness survival scenario. Now, it was time to procure food. "Scylla, come with me to hunt. Today, you shall experience your brother's culinary skills." Yes. Scylla nodded eagerly at the prospect of food. With that, Shaya reopened the energy detector, and after a series of beeps, he and Scylla swiftly darted southeast, where a 5-kilometer distance revealed an energy source with a modest combat power of only 67. Clearly a potential food source. Not long into their flight, Shaya spotted the energy source, a 10-meter-tall, earthy-hued dinosaur, a soil dragon. "This will make for a hearty meal." Shaya grinned in delight. "Roar!" The soil dragon, having spotted the airborne Shaya and Scylla, let out a thunderous roar, perceiving them as prey, the dominant force in the vicinity. The colossal roar of the earth dragon instantly disturbed the surroundings, causing a multitude of birds to take flight in alarm. Chapter 6. Fury. The earth dragon was thoroughly enraged. Its towering body, standing several meters high, raised its menacing head, dwarfing the surrounding forest. It bellowed ferociously at Shaya, revealing its cavernous maw lined with dozens of sharp fangs. Seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Shaya's eyes as blue energy flickered in his hands, coalescing into a sphere of energy the size of a fist. Allow me, just as Shaya prepared to take action. Shilling eagerly leaped in front of the earth dragon, her diminutive form contrasting starkly with the dragon's immense stature. Observing Shiling's eagerness, Shaya nodded, dissipating the energy sphere in his hand, stepping aside with keen interest, and said, "Then it's up to you. Be swift." "Understood." Shiling joyfully tilted her head back, gazing at the earth dragon, which was countless times larger than herself, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her small face. "Hee, be a good meal for me." Her youthful voice carried a chilling undertone, and oh sooner had she spoken than, amidst her gleeful laughter, countless dazzling energy projectiles rained down from above, mercilessly bombarding the earth dragon. Boom! Upon contact, the energy projectiles erupted with deafening explosions, accompanied by the dragon's anguished howls and the violent tremors of the ground, as the billowing smoke obscured the view. When the smoke finally cleared, the landscape over 100 square meters was utterly transformed, marred by cracks and debris strewn about. The unfortunate earth dragon, having endured Shiling's direct assault, lay battered and smoking on the ground, its wounds charred and barely healing from the intense heat. "I only asked you to kill that earth dragon. Why such a commotion? Look at the meat. You've ruined it," Shaya scolded Shiling, gripping her head firmly, his tone laced with concern over the ruined flesh, showing no sympathy for the dragon's demise. This reflected the Saiyan nature of survival of the fittest. Even retaining memories of his past life, Shaya had been influenced to a certain degree by his Saiyan heritage. Shiling whimpered as she wriggled free, unconcerned, and said, all right, brother Shaya. You should hurry and handle the food." "You're just greedy." Shaya playfully tapped her head, provoking her indignant glare, before turning his attention to the dragon's carcass. Hiss! With swift, blade-like energy slashes, the earth dragon's body was cleaved into several pieces. Shaya selected the finest cuts of meat and carried them back to their temporary abode in the canyon. After rinsing the meat in the pond, he built a fire and secured the pieces on a makeshift grill. The blood-red flesh gradually transformed to a golden brown under the flames, with translucent drippings cascading down, filling the canyon with an enticing aroma of roasted meat. Shiling's eyes widened as she fixated on the barbecue, her throat swallowing in anticipation, her lovely eyes darting towards Shaya with a pleading expression reminiscent of a kitten. "All right, it's ready to eat." Shaya rolled his eyes and waved his hand in resignation. At his command, Shiling darted like a shadow to the side of the grill, seizing a piece of meat larger than her own body and devouring it voraciously. Delicious, delicious. It's been ages since I've tasted something so scrumptious," Shiling exclaimed, her face smeared with grease as she spoke with her mouth full. In no time, several pieces of roasted meat vanished into the bellies of the two, prompting admiration for the Saiyans' formidable digestive abilities. Food hardly lingered before being completely digested. After the meal, Shiling lay contentedly on the grass, her small belly protruding, utterly unwilling to move. Shaya chuckled and shook his head, approaching to lift her up and carry her to the pond, preparing to give her a bath. However, a mischievous child is still a mischievous child. Even a Saiyan is no exception, as Shaya attempted to clean her. Shiling remained playful and unruly, turning what should have been a simple bath into a protracted affair lasting an entire hour. Shaya couldn't help but ponder how they would navigate the coming days. As twilight descended, Shaya and Shiling nestled on the hay within the cave, and soon the gentle sounds of the little girl's breathing filled the air. Glancing down, he discovered Shiling clutching his arm, her petite nose rising and falling, already fast asleep. Observing her contented expression, Shaya couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This little glutton is quite easy to satisfy. She was so adorable as a child, and I can only imagine how she will be as she grows. Does this count as nurturing a lowly? A night of silence ensued. The following day, the dawn's light gradually unfurled its brilliance, heralding another vibrant morning. Due to Selma's positioning within a binary star system, its nights are fleeting, lasting merely 3 hours, which is insufficient for biological rest, particularly for children like Shiling who require ample sleep. Hence, after the sun rose and 5 hours had passed, Shaya finally roused the sleepy Shiling and led her to the pond to commence a new day's activities. After a simple breakfast, Shaya sealed the cave's entrance and activated his energy detector, instantly revealing a multitude of energy sources before his eyes that he scanned for a target and then turned to Shiling, saying, Let us begin our hunt with the weaker targets. Be cautious to avoid engaging those with higher power levels. Brother Shaya, their S and energy source with a battle power of 243 moving over 100 kilometers to the northwest. And there are no other energy sources nearby. Then that will be our target, Shaya confirmed, having also detected the target. During the fight, do not rush to kill. Try not to use the energy detector to observe them. Why not? Shilling asked, puzzled. Many life forms of the universe possess various peculiar abilities, some of which cannot be detected by energy detectors. If they conceal their battle power, the detector won't pick it up at all. Therefore, I want to take this opportunity to hone our combat skills and energy perception. This will be invaluable for our future ventures into the universe. Huh. Shilling tilted her head, still appearing bewildered. After all, at just over 4 years old, the complexities of Shaya's words were beyond her grasp. Just listen and follow my lead, Shaya replied seriously, his sharp gaze fixed on the distant horizon. For him, Selma was a rare training ground, abundant with formidable prey that did not far exceed his capabilities, making it the ideal environment for honing his skills. He consciously sought to develop both his and Shilling's combat techniques. Aware that the battles here were genuine life-and-death confrontations, unlike the overly protected training sessions on Vegeta. Simultaneously, he aimed to enhance his ability to perceive energy, while he might not achieve the acute sensitivity to ki like Earthlings. At the very least, he could lay a solid foundation to end this moment. Shaya hoped his energy growth could decelerate slightly, allowing him to grasp the essence of ki gradually. However, this seemed unlikely, as both Shaya and Shilling were mid-tier warriors, with their battle powers set to reach between 2,000 and 3,000 upon adulthood. This was a stark contrast to the situation on Earth, where martial artists like Master Roshi required decades of relentless training to cultivate ki, as their internal ki was scarce and generated slowly, resulting in a more profound understanding of it. Each fragment of ki was thoroughly examined by them. That it was a classic case of losing one thing while gaining another. Saiyans, along with the vast majority of beings in the universe, were born with immense power and a rapid growth rate, often overlooking substantial aspects of their abilities, treating ki merely as a form of energy to wield. Their offensive techniques and applications were exceedingly crude. What Shaya needed to do now was to establish a solid foundation, enabling him to learn the application of ki more effectively in the future. Chapter 7. Growth. After locking onto their target, Shaya and Shilling soared into the sky, transforming into two beams of light racing towards the northwest, swiftly arriving at an expansive plain forest. Unlike the previous mountainous terrain surrounding the primeval forest, this forest was much more orderly, with rows of verdant tree trunks arranged in a meticulously crafted manner. There, Shaya cast a glance around and spotted his target beneath a large tree. It was a saber-toothed tiger, colossal in size, tenfold larger than an ordinary specimen, with sharp fangs jutting menacingly from its jaws. Its sleek black fur concealed powerful muscles, and at that moment, it lay in slumber under the tree's shade. Surrounded by a veritable mountain of bleached bones, Shaya and his companions soared above it. The saber-toothed tiger jolted awake, its muscles tensing in an instant. Its ferocious eyes scanned the surroundings before fixing intently on Shaya and his group. An ominous aura of murderous intent enveloping the area. With a fearsome roar, the saber-toothed tiger unleashed a chilling glare, its powerful claws striking with explosive force. In a blink, it vanished, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. The sound of rustling echoed through the forest as the beast darted swiftly between the trees. Suddenly, the shadowy figure reappeared behind Shaya, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a swift motion. Shaya swung his arm backward without turning his head, delivering a punch that sent the tiger flying with a mournful cry. Upon landing, the creature sprang back to its feet, its pupils constricting as a more savage energy flickered in its golden eyes. With a sudden roar, the saber-toothed tiger lifted its head and expelled a crimson shockwave from its maw. While Shaya remained unresponsive, Shilling had already taken action, her tiny hand curving into a palm as she sliced through the incoming shockwave. With a resounding boom, the wave dissipated into a swirling mass of red energy. "Ouch, that hurts," Shilling exclaimed, belatedly noticing her reddened palm, her entire arm feeling somewhat numb. "Brother, I want to drink tiger soup. As you wish." Shaya shrugged. With that, a pair of eyes brimming with lethal intent fixated on the root cause of this chaos. Under Shiling's fierce gaze, the saber-toothed tiger felt the temperature around it plummet, its animal instincts igniting a sense of trepidation, causing it to shiver and retreat. "Kill!" Shiling's crisp voice rang out as she lunged at the tiger. The forest was soon filled with a cacophony of strikes, accompanied by the beast's low wails. Sturdy trees were cleaved in half, and deep craters appeared intermittently on the ground. Bright beams of crystalline energy zipped through the woods, igniting trees into smoldering infernos, thick smoke billowing into the air. Laughter echoed through the forest as Shiling unleashed her full power, reveling in the chaos. The saber-toothed tiger, despite its frantic leaps, could not escape Shiling's relentless assault. While Shiling frolicked amidst the fray, Shaya observed their movements intently, closing his eyes in an attempt to sense their actions without external aids. However, he found himself unable to replicate the Earthling's ability to fight with closed eyes. How did they perceive the existence of energy? Lacking a specific cultivation method, he could not grasp IT. IT seemed imperative to visit Earth in the future. After several attempts, Shaya reluctantly gave up. In the original narrative, Vegeta had merely observed Goku and others utilize energy a few times before effortlessly mastering it himself. It should not have been so difficult. Why was he unable to learn it? Was Vegeta's talent truly of such a caliber that he could grasp it after a single demonstration? No, there had to be some secret he had yet to uncover. Although Vegeta was a genius, Shaya believed his own comprehension was not inferior to this moment. The battle on Shiling's side concluded. The unfortunate saber-toothed tiger stood no chance against her brutal onslaught and was swiftly dispatched. With blood splattered across her face, Shiling wore an innocent smile, her heart elated from the unrestrained combat. Shaya furrowed his brow, noting that the Saiyans' brutality seemed ingrained in their very essence. Even a child of just over 4 years old could fight with such ferocity. "Go wash your face. You look as if you've crawled out from a pile of corpses," Shiling chuckled, allowing Shaya to lead her to the riverbank for a cleansing. For the ensuing days, Shaya took Shiling on daily hunts, their prey evolving from creatures with combat powers of a mere 100 or 2 to adversaries nearly equal to them in strength, of course, beyond hunting for the sake of fulfilling tasks. Shaya prioritized his own training. Regardless of Shiling's pleas, he steadfastly insisted that she join him in weight training for no less than half a day, in the evenings, he would sit in meditation for over an hour. Recalling the training methods imparted by Bobo when Goku ascended to the temple, that he sought to embrace the tranquility of the skies and the swiftness of lightning. This might be a means to sense energy. Though arduous, the daily growth in strength filled him with profound joy. The effects of his training soon became evident. Shaya made significant strides in battle prowess and began to sense energy flows within others. 2 months later, on a vast plain, the sounds of combat echoed continuously as Shaya and Shiling engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, both suspended in mid-air, gazing intently at one another. Shaya assumed an attacking stance, his palms trembling, energy within him surging like a tumultuous wave. A powerful gust of air formed between his palms, compressing the surrounding atmosphere until, suddenly, a blinding blue light erupted forth. Kamehameha! Shaya thrust his palms forward, releasing a torrent of scorching energy that surged forth like an unstoppable tidal wave, creating a vacuum in the air. Boom! The vacuum reverberated with deafening blasts. The energy wave spiraled through the air like a dragon, its menacing power radiating outward. Energy slash. Shiling's petite form materialized before the energy wave, her small face illuminated by a wild grin as she faced the oncoming onslaught. As the two waves collided, a blinding brilliance erupted, engulfing everything like a rising sun. The colossal energy sphere expanded in an instant, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth, its destructive force threatening to consume all. Once the smoke cleared and the dust settled, the scene revealed a scorched earth ravaged by the cataclysm, craters pockmarking the cracked plain. This moment, Shaya's combat power had soared to 550, an impressive increase of 90 points from 2 months prior. while shielding had also made rapid progress, reaching a combat power of 520. Chapter 8. The Great Ape Transformation, Seeking Collections, Seeking Recommendations. Under the deep, starry night sky, a subtle light filtered through, reminiscent of a calm sea without a ripple. Time swiftly passed, and before long, over a year had elapsed since Shaya and his companions arrived on planet Selma. Not long ago, the one-eyed giant, the planet's strongest fighter, had fallen to their combined might. The mission assigned by Planet Vegeta was nearly complete. However, Shaya had no intention of returning to Planet Vegeta just yet. He recognized that the impact of his return would be too significant. For years, Planet Vegeta had never seen a mid-level warrior like Shaya, whose extraordinary prowess at such a young age could easily attract the attention of King Vegeta and the Frieza forces. A situation Shaya wished to avoid. With his current strength, he was ill-equipped to contend with the likes of King Vegeta and his entourage. Fame often brings scrutiny, and to evade the watchful eyes of King Vegeta and Frieza, Shaya needed to remain discreet for a few more years, planning to leave when Planet Vegeta faced its impending doom. "Brother, I need to go to the bathroom," Shieling mumbled sleepily, rubbing her eyes. Shaya turned over and led her out of the cave. The night was hazy, the dense forest alive with the soft chirping of insects, and a full moon rose in the distance, shining like a beacon high in the sky. "What a beautiful moon!" Shilling exclaimed, gazing at the luminous orb, only to become suddenly still. Shilling, sensing an unusual tension in the air, Shaya softly called out the girl's name. Yet she remained unresponsive, her expression vacant as she gazed into the distance. What could be amiss? A flicker of confusion crossed Shaya's mind, swiftly followed by an ominous premonition. Could it be? Shaya's heart jolted violently. He turned his gaze to the sky, where a bright full moon hung suspended in the night, its crystalline light filtering through the leaves, mingling with the newly risen mist, casting an ethereal blur over the nightscape. "This is bad. How could there be a full moon here?" Shaya's mouth fell open, his expression shifting dramatically. On Selma, a planet nestled in a binary star system, the nights were fleeting, lasting merely 3 hours. Though a moon did exist, Shaya and the others had never encountered a full moon in over a year. Today, however, was a night of the full moon. Anxiety gripped Shaya. He was uncertain whether he could retain his sanity after transforming into a great ape. Yet based on the original manga he had read in his past life, only elite warriors and a select few mid-level warriors could maintain their wits while in such a monstrous form. Thump! Thump! His heart raced, blood surging through his veins as if boiling in an instant. Shaya's eyes were bloodshot, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Turning his gaze toward Shieling, he noticed brown fur sprouting from her body. "No, I cannot afford to lose my composure now." Shaya gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing himself. But the primal instincts of a Saiyan were overwhelming, and he found himself unable to contain them any longer. Hiss! In a moment of critical urgency, Shaya decisively grasped his tail behind him. A flash of blue energy flickered, and a segment of brown tail fell to the ground with a soft thud. He had chosen to sever his own tail. Thankfully, he acted swiftly. He had nearly succumbed to madness. Indeed, a Saiyan's tail was the greatest unpredictable factor. Breathing heavily, he felt a sharp pain in his rear, but at least he had not transformed into a great ape. He could hardly fathom the horrors that would ensue if both he and Shieling were to lose their reason and become mindless beasts. The transformation into a great ape could yield nearly tenfold strength, yet it harbored immense risks. Aside from a few mid-level warriors and royal Saiyans, most lower and mid-level warriors would lose their sanity upon transforming, becoming mere instruments of destruction, unbridled in their rage. Roar, boom, rumble. In the distance, a massive mushroom cloud rose, the orange hue distorting the light. The deafening explosion jolted him back to reality, and he beheld a gigantic ape over 20 meters tall, roaring furiously, wielding a large tree and swinging it about with reckless abandon. Energy erupted from its mouth, and with another roar, another mushroom cloud ascended. They had indeed lost their reason. Shaya sighed at the scene before him. A brilliant light erupted on the horizon, akin to a blazing sun crashing down upon the earth. The ground trembled violently, followed by the shockwave of the explosion, bending trees and shattering rocks into gravel. In an instant, a horrific scene unfolded, reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. The blurred vision made it impossible to discern sky from earth. A storm surged toward him, and Shaya shielded his forehead with his hands as his black hair whipped wildly in the wind. Upon sensing the situation, he discovered that Shielding's battle power had soared over tenfold. He quickly activated a scanner, and a shocking number appeared on the lens. 9,370 battle power. Shaya gasped in astonishment, muttering to himself. Shielding had attained such formidable power after transforming into a great ape. It was beyond anything he could contend with. Over the past year, under Shaya's guidance, both of their strengths have progressed exponentially, breaking through the 900 mark, yet now, confronted with Shielding S9370, he could only manage a bitter smile due to tenfold disparity. Facing such a fearsome opponent nearing 10,000 in battle power, he felt utterly helpless. The great ape spotted him, unleashing a wave of energy from its mouth. "This is bad. I've been targeted." Shaya's expression darkened, and he swiftly moved, the scorching heat singeing his face as he narrowly evaded the attack. Boom! The energy wave collided with a mountainside, producing a thunderous explosion that sent a mushroom cloud billowing into the sky. The small canyon erupted with noise, debris tumbling everywhere. Seeing Shaya evade the attack, the great ape was enraged, leaping in place and swinging the tree with wild abandon, then charging toward Shaya. "Wow, Shielding, I've spoiled you too much," Shaya cursed under his breath, knowing that a battle within the canyon would wreak unimaginable havoc, potentially damaging the spacecraft hidden in the cave. Thus, he began to maneuver, attempting to lure the creature towards the outer forest. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed behind him, with searing air scorching the atmosphere, and the entire forest ignited into flames. Shaya summoned all his strength, finally leading the great ape into a vast primordial forest. Thud! The great ape, filled with fury, stomped down hard, causing the ground to tremble violently. The sheer force shattered the rocks beneath, creating a massive crater, while fissures spread across the surrounding earth. Chaotic stones exploded, smaller fragments disintegrating into dust, forming a giant explosion pit. Shaya, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by a flying rock. PFF! Blood spurted from his mouth, a fiery pain radiating through his upper body, slowing his movements. Seeing its prey wounded, the great ape roared, sending shock waves through the air, dispersing clouds and creating ripples of force that spread outwards. With a resounding crack, the great ape swung its arm, its brutal claws lunging forward with unstoppable momentum, reaching Shaya in an instant and sending him flying. Cough! Shaya crashed into a bare rock, leaving a deep dent in its surface. Though severely wounded, his gaze remained fixed on the great ape, contemplating how to create an opportunity for counterattack. "Ha! Defeating me so easily is no simple task." Shaya laughed maniacally, coughing up blood. The only viable plan was to find a way to sever Shielding's tail. But getting close to her would prove challenging. Chapter 9. The Blue World? Wu Shaya and the great ape locked eyes from a distance, a gentle breeze stirring the dust, with brittle twigs and leaves swirling in the wind. Suddenly, the gentle breeze transformed into a tempest, the silent battlefield cloaked in a chilling dread reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Shaya focused intently, his bright eyes glinting with a chilling resolve, as his mind raced to find any opportunity to approach the great ape. He secretly summoned the energy within him, waiting for the right moment to unleash a powerful counterstrike. Zzz. A surge of energy rippled like a tidal wave, ruffling his dark hair. Crack! Leaves were shredded to pieces beneath the force. A faint sound echoing. Suddenly, Shaya sprang into action. His movements were as swift as the wind, launching a fierce assault on the great ape, creating illusory afterimages all around. In an instant, the sounds of fists and feet striking filled the air, as a blurred figure danced in a whirlwind of attacks. Roar! The great ape let out a howl of agony, mingled with fury, unleashing a wave of energy once more, faced with the almost frenzied onslaught of the great ape. Shaya's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. A whirlwind of energy spiraled up from his feet, propelling his small frame skyward. the wind howling in his ears. Huh. Shaya hovered in midair, his fingers splayed like claws, slowly positioning them before his chest. In the next moment, a dazzling blue light ignited between his palms, growing brighter and more vibrant, like a beacon of hope in the darkness, pulsating with life and vigor. The pressure between his hands intensified, the searing energy compressed further and further, the blue glow transforming into a blinding white. The radiant light swelled, illuminating the surroundings like a newborn sun, gathering heat and intensity. Kamehameha! With a fierce shout, Shaya thrust his palms forward, the brilliant white energy sphere shooting forth like an arrow, slicing through the air with a sharp crack. Da-da! As the palpable sense of danger loomed ever closer, the colossal ape emitted a guttural roar, unleashing a torrent of blood-red energy from its throat. Boom! The two forces collided mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the atmosphere. Shaya's ki blast, a culmination of nearly all his energy, met with the terrifying wave of energy expelled by the giant ape, creating a scene of devastation reminiscent of the primordial chaos of creation itself. The sky was rent asunder, fragments scattering like shards of a shattered mirror, forming vacuums amidst the tumult. Seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos, Shaya darted towards the ape's tail, conjuring a slender blade of energy in his hand, poised to sever the appendage. Yet at that very moment, a shadow materialized in his line of sight, sending a chill down his spine. It was the hand of the giant ape. Realizing the peril, Shaya attempted to evade. But the ape's combat prowess far surpassed his own, its speed overwhelming. Before he could alter his course, its massive claw grasped him with the ferocity of a vice. The colossal ape scrutinized Shaya, its mouth curling into a sinister grin, blood-red pupils glinting with a frenzied bloodlust, before it hurled him forcefully towards the ground. Boom! The earth fractured beneath the impact, Shaya plunging into the rocky strata below. Blood erupting from his mouth as excruciating pain assailed his mind, nearly rendering him unconscious. The force of the blow had undoubtedly shattered several bones. Grimacing, he crawled from the rubble, the agony contorting his features. With a combat power of over 900 pitted against the ape's 9,000, the disparity felt insurmountable, a chasm too vast to bridge through sheer will alone. Even though the beast, a mindless avatar of destruction, was merely a manifestation of Shiling's power, that tenfold difference was beyond Shaya's capabilities to contend with, especially in his current state of grievous injury. Just as Shaya struggled to regain his composure, the giant ape prepared to deliver another blow. Raising its claw menacingly, if it struck true, death was certain. Yet in that dire moment, Shaya found himself unable to evade. The ponderous foot descended, and it seemed as if his fate was sealed. However, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A cerulean luminescence emanated from Shaya's ebony eyes, enveloping him in a delicate glow, transforming his surroundings into a realm of azure. Strangely, everything around him appeared suspended in time. Leaves, dust, even the giant ape itself stood motionless within this blue-hued dimension. What was happening? There was no time for contemplation. As the dwindling energy within him began to evaporate rapidly, a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. He understood that he could not afford to linger any longer. He sensed that when his energy was entirely depleted, the blue world would collapse alongside him. With urgency, Shaya propelled himself towards the ape's tail, disregarding his pain. Yet, as he reached his destination, the blue realm began to shatter. Reality reasserting itself, but now the opportunity lay before him. Shiling, once you awaken, you shall receive your due reckoning. A thin blade of energy, embodying Shaya's final reserves, carved an elegant arc through the air with a resounding thud. The massive tail fell to the ground, sending a plume of dust into the air. The giant ape howled in a mournful cry, its form diminishing until it returned to Shiling, who lay sprawled on the ground, peacefully dozing. At long last, it was over. Exhausted, Shaya collapsed. Gasping for breath, he lamented the unforeseen calamity that had befallen him this night. How had such chaos erupted on what should have been a tranquil evening? The moon, full and luminous, had graced Selma's 3-hour night, a rare occurrence witnessed by both him and Shiling. Truly, it was a wretched turn of events, Without a recovery pod, his injuries would require months of recuperation. With a bittersweet smile, Shaya grimaced as waves of pain coursed through him. He was certain he had fractured at least 6 or 7 bones. The impact of Shilling's grip had inflicted internal injuries, and any slight movement tugged at his wounds. Had he not possessed a robust physique, any other individual would likely have succumbed to the grave by now. Recalling the perilous encounter, Shaya felt a tension in his nerves, realizing his back was damp with sweat. Yet, what had transpired within that blue realm? It felt as though time itself had been halted. Could it be related to temporal manipulation? Now, away from immediate danger, Shaya contemplated the strange occurrence. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if time had been suspended. Had it not been for the brief interlude caused by the blue world, he would not be standing here today. When that world appeared, his energy had begun to deplete, lasting perhaps no more than 2 seconds. This was a form of temporal manipulation, he concluded, akin to the abilities of Guldo from the Ginyu Force, who wielded the power to control time itself. But why had he acquired such an ability? The only distinction between himself and the Saiyans was his transdimensional travel. Before his journey, he had lingered within a murky, surreal space for an extended period. Could it be that this dark realm had bestowed him with such powers? Shaya pondered, still grappling with the enigma of that shadowy space and how he had come to be there. But pondering was futile. This newfound temporal ability could serve as a valuable trump card. He wondered if there might be other undiscovered powers hidden within him. Feeling a surge of optimism, Shaya's spirits lifted, akin to a person suffocating who suddenly finds fresh air. Nearby, Shilling, roused from her slumber by an inexplicable chill, rubbed her eyes and rose, upon witnessing the devastation surrounding her, an aftermath of turmoil and chaos. She stood aghast. Chapter 10. Healing Shilling's fatigue vanished as she beheld Shaya, battered and sprawled upon the fractured ground. "Brother, what happened to you? Who did this?" Her voice trembled with concern, hands hovering uncertainly, unsure whether to touch him. "Cough, do not worry. I am fine." "Shilling, please help me back to the cave," Shaya reassured her, warmth swelling his chest at her worry. He gently patted her arm. Shilling nodded obediently, carefully assisting him as they made their way back to their refuge. Upon returning to the valley they once called home, they found it utterly transformed. The forest and pond vanished, leaving behind gaping chasms where boulders had fallen and fissures sprawling like dark serpents. At the cave's entrance, they discovered it blocked by a cascade of rubble. With Shilling's help, Shaya cleared the obstruction. Stepping inside to assess the situation, he breathed a sigh of relief upon finding that, though the cave was strewn with debris, the area housing their spacecraft remained intact. After inspecting the 2 spherical vessels, he confirmed that all systems were operational. That a wave of relaxation washed over him. Thank goodness the spacecraft is unharmed. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. In that moment, he truly grasped the constraining nature of being without a spacecraft, envying Goku's ability to teleport. If only he could master such a technique, many of his limitations would vanish. The world of Dragon Ball was vast, with North Kai overseeing a galaxy already immense, not to mention the entirety of the Milky Way and beyond. If he relied solely on the spacecraft for travel, the time spent in transit would be a significant hindrance. Now, with the newfound temporal powers, he speculated whether he might also possess untapped spatial abilities. This warranted further exploration. It would be splendid if he could uncover more. Shaya gazed at the 2 spherical flying vessels, lost in thought. The previous battle had revealed to him that there were still many hidden secrets within him, secrets that he needed to explore in the future. However, the ability to teleport was an essential skill that he must possess in his plans. Even if he ultimately failed to master spatial abilities, he intended to journey to the planet Adderland for further study. "Shilling, please gather some hay and fruits, as I will need a period of rest," he instructed. Upon hearing this, Shilling obediently set off to prepare the necessary provisions. After completing her tasks and helping Shaya lean against the rock wall, she could no longer contain her curiosity. "Brother, what exactly happened? Why has our home changed so drastically? Who could have inflicted such injuries upon you?" Throughout their journey, Shilling had been filled with questions, but due to her concern for Shaya, she had refrained from asking until now. She could not comprehend how the once lush, primordial forest had been ravaged, as if it had endured a fierce bombardment, leaving only a desolate landscape in its wake. Who could have wounded her brother so severely? Was there a hidden master on this planet Selma that they were unaware of? In response to Shiling's inquiries, Shaya could only offer a wry smile and shake his head. It was not her fault, he thought to himself, though he certainly could not express that directly. After a moment of silence, Shaya resolved to reveal the truth to Shiling, so she could be prepared for the future and avoid a recurrence of today's calamity. To speak of the true culprit, it was all due to the full moon. Shaya bit into a piece of fruit and explained. Shiling tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. What does the full moon have to do with this? We Saiyans possess an innate transformation ability. When exposed to the light reflected from the full moon, it stimulates the cells within our bodies, causing mutations that transform us into giant apes that I in this state. A Saiyans combat power multiplies tenfold. Shiling's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, so doesn't that make Saiyans invincible? Shaya shook his head that it is not that simple. Not to mention the maximum combat power a Saiyan can achieve in giant ape form. There is a significant weakness that limits most Saiyans. What weakness? While Saiyans are a warrior race, the majority, apart from elite warriors and a select few mid-level fighters, do not possess particularly high potential. Therefore, upon transforming into a giant ape, they often succumb to primal instincts, losing their rationality. Unfortunately, today was the night of the full moon. Seeing her brother's serious expression, Shiling quickly grasped the implication and covered her mouth in disbelief. So, brother, were you injured by my transformation into a giant ape? Indeed, with a combat power of 9370, it truly exhausted me, Shaya replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, Shiling couldn't help but burst into tears. I'm so sorry, brother. It's all my fault. Shaya gently stroked the little one's glossy black hair, offering comfort. It's all right. You need not be upset. Look, I'm fine. Moreover, I've severed your tail, so even if you see the full moon, you won't transform. Really? You don't blame me? Shiling asked cautiously. Of course not. You are my beloved sister. Shaya reassured her softly. However, while a Saiyan's tail allows transformation into a giant ape for a tenfold increase in combat power, it is also a precarious factor for ordinary Saiyans. If the opportunity arises, it would be wise to remove it. Understood. Shiling nodded vigorously. Although she felt it was a pity, she trusted her brother's judgment. For the next few months, I will focus on my recovery, so the tasks ahead will fall to you. But be cautious. Although there are no creatures left on Selma that can threaten you, remain vigilant. There exist many life forms in this world, akin to Saiyans, that possess transformation abilities. These beings may appear weak in their normal state, but when they transform, they become formidable, Shaya warned gravely. The universe is home to many races with transformation capabilities. These races often suppress their combat power for various reasons until they face genuine threats, at which point they unleash devastating strikes. Frieza and his subordinate Shampa are examples of such extraterrestrial beings. Particularly Frieza, who possesses 3 transformation stages, making him a truly fearsome presence. Selma is inherently an inferior planet, and I worry that it may still harbor unknown dangers. Don't worry, I will be careful, Shiling asserted confidently. Puffing out her chest, Shaya nodded. Picking up a piece of fruit and eating it with ease, Shiling's combat power was already among the highest on this planet, and as long as she remained prudent, she would be safe. In the coming days, Shaya would take the time to heal while also reflecting on his combat experiences. Chapter 11. 2 types of superpowers as time flowed and swiftly passed. 4 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. The power of time can alter all. It transforms oceans into fields, mountains into swamps, and barren valleys into verdant landscapes. Although the regrowth was not as dense as the original forest, it nonetheless exuded vitality. During these 4 months, thanks to the Saiyans' indomitable life force and robust recovery abilities, Shaya's injuries had fully healed. His broken bones had mended, and his physique had grown stronger. After surviving a near-fatal battle 4 months prior, Shaya's strength surged dramatically. In this brief period, his combat power skyrocketed to an astonishing 1,700, an incredible feat for a Saiyan barely 6 years of age. However, The most significant gain for Shaya during these 4 months was not merely the increase in combat power, but rather the development of a new type of superpower. Through continuous research, he had confirmed that he possessed two super abilities. The first was the previously discovered time ability, Time Pause, which, when activated, could freeze time within a specified area for 3 seconds. The larger the area and the stronger the opponent, the more energy it consumed. In his peak condition, Shaya estimated that he could freeze targets with combat power below 10,000 for 3 seconds, after which he would exhaust all his energy. This would serve as Shaya's most crucial trump card, one he would not use lightly unless absolutely necessary. The second superpower, as he had anticipated, was indeed spatial ability. After considerable development during this time, he could now teleport within a 10-kilometer radius. However, as this was his initial foray into harnessing this power, there were still many aspects that required refinement. One day, while Shaya was practicing his teleportation abilities, he noticed Shilling soaring towards him from the horizon, her arms raised high, dragging a wild boar that was dozens of times larger than her petite frame. Accompanied by her jubilant cheers, with a thud, the wild boar crashed to the ground. "Shaya, look, I just caught this today. I'm having roasted pig," Shilling exclaimed, pulling Shaya's arm excitedly. All right, I hear you, but you must train diligently afterward. If you don't meet your goals, there will be no treats for you," Shaya replied. Upon hearing this, Shilling puffed out her cheeks, her expression one of discontent. "I understand," Shaya, with a smile, skillfully gutted the boar, removing its innards and skin, then cleaned it and secured it on a spit. With a swift motion, he unleashed a key blast from his fingertips, igniting the firewood beneath it. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat began to waft through the air. As it neared completion, he sprinkled it with unique spices from Selma and Voile. A delicious roasted pig was ready to Shilling's eyes sparkled with delight, and without hesitation, she tore off a large chunk of meat, devouring it hungrily. "Brother, when will we return to Planet Vegeta?" she inquired between bites, having missed their parents dearly. Shaya wiped his mouth and set down his meal. "According to our mission, we should return to Planet Vegeta once we eliminate all the primitive natives on Selma. However, I fear that if we return too soon, it may provoke some unfavorable circumstances." "What kind of unfavorable circumstances?" Shilling asked, her face a mask of confusion. Shaya sighed. "Consider how young we are and how much combat power we've already amassed. As Saiyans, we are a warrior race, but greater strength does not always equate to greater safety. There are many political issues at play that if we shine too brightly, even Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Adri would struggle to protect us." At this moment, Shaya's combat power has already reached an impressive 1,700 points, while Shilling boasts a formidable 1,080 points, and this is still during their childhood, even before entering the rapid growth phase of the Saiyans' power. They are already so formidable. One can only imagine that by the time they reach adulthood, their strength will undoubtedly exceed 10,000 combat points. They are just beginning to enter the golden age of the Saiyans, and the future development is truly incalculable. Can one envision that this is a scenario King Vegeta would welcome? King Vegeta himself possesses just over 10,000 points. It is evident that such a situation would pose a direct threat to his reign. The elite warriors on Planet Vegeta, whose combat power exceeds 10,000, have typically only achieved such feats after the age of 30, their potential having been largely exhausted. It is such individuals that King Vegeta finds most agreeable. If your power becomes a significant threat to him, he would undoubtedly reveal his fangs and eliminate you at the earliest opportunity. King Vegeta can decisively order the execution of Broly and his father upon perceiving Broly's immense potential as a threat to his dominion. It is not hard to imagine he would do the same to Shaya and the others for similar reasons. Even if he cannot act openly, orchestrating special missions to discreetly remove them is certainly within his capabilities. Shilling absolutely believes Shaya's words, and after hearing him, her delicate face furrows in concern. "However, my worry does not primarily lie with King Vegeta. My greatest concern is that fiend, Frieza." "Frieza?" Shilling ponders, finally recalling that this Frieza is the very entity to whom the Saiyans pledge their loyalty. "Brother, why worry about Frieza? Could he possibly threaten us?" As she speaks, a glint of ferocity flashes in Shilling's eyes. Shaya's expression grows grave as he nods and says, "Indeed, this Frieza is sinister and cold-blooded. He is most wary of us Saiyans, fearing the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among our ranks. Were it not for his obsession with studying the Super Saiyan phenomenon, he would not have allowed the Saiyan race to persist to this day. Therefore, upon our return, our foremost adversary will likely not be King Vegeta, but rather Frieza, who would certainly find this situation to his liking. What shall we do then? Frieza claims to be the emperor of the universe. His strength must be formidable. There is no need for excessive worry." Shaya reassures, gently ruffling the girl's hair with a smile. "Brother knows of a place where we can learn to control the energy within us. With a little disguise of our energy, no one will detect you. Is that truly so? Of course, we must also minimize our use of energy detectors, for they may very well be equipped with listening devices by Frieza." Seeing Shilling nod seriously, Shaya smiles, knowing she has absorbed his words. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for over 5 years, Shaya feels no sense of belonging to the Saiyans, only the couple. Rebecca and Shilling hold any concern for him. After their meal, Shilling diligently trains at Shaya's behest. Although their self-taught training methods are quite rudimentary, they yield significant results in refining their strength, perhaps feeling the pressure. Shilling trains harder than usual. Shaya, on the other hand, focuses primarily on developing his spatial superpowers, eager to perfect his ability to instantaneously transport himself, thus avoiding the need for spacecraft, and evading Frieza's scrutiny as they arrive at a blue planet located in the southern region of the North Galaxy, Earth. His instantaneous transport differs considerably from the technique practiced on planet Yarrat. One relies entirely on superpowers, while the other is a technique that has evolved from extensive studies in cosmology, chaos theory, and spatial structures. Thus, Shaya must continually hone his superpowers to gradually refine this technique, somewhat akin to the instantaneous transport employed by Jebet, a subordinate of the East Kaishin. However, compared to Jebet's technique, Shaya's instantaneous transport has a significant flaw. He must accurately know the coordinates between the point of departure and the destination. Otherwise, even a slight error could leave him lost in the vastness of space. If explained scientifically, his superpower essentially opens a wormhole tunnel between 2 points in the universe for instantaneous travel, in time. He hopes to merge Yardrat's instantaneous transport into his own. The advantage of Yardrat's method, which relies on ki to determine direction, is quite evident. Although limited by one's sensing ability, it consumes no energy to activate, a feat Shaya's spatial superpower cannot replicate. It can only be said that each method has its merits. Chapter 12. Arrival on Earth on a vast and desolate plateau on planet Selma. The ground is cracked and weathered, strewn with fine fissures, where not far off, a small girl, appearing no older than 6 or 7, is sweating profusely as she practices her punches and kicks to the peak of the plateau. A diminutive figure hovers 3 meters above the ground, surrounded by fragments of rock that rise and fall rhythmically. Suddenly, the air pressure at the summit convulses violently, the turbulent atmosphere creating a series of hissing sounds as the stones tremble, splitting open with fine cracks. With a thunderous explosion, the rocks shatter into a cloud of dust. And in the place where they once stood, a haunting crimson fissure appears, radiating a chilling aura that flickers with cold electric light, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour everything in its path. This fissure represents a tear in space, filled with the destructive essence of thunder. Disperse, a soft command reverberates, and the terrifying rift quivers before reluctantly vanishing. Shaya furrows his brow, gazing at the spot where the fissure once was, attempting to channel the energy within him. Suddenly, a faint golden light envelopes his body, and a tremendous force swirls around him, sweeping away the surrounding dust. The electronic beeping of a device fills the air, revealing a series of data. 2,530 combat power, over 2,500 combat points, comparable to an average adult intermediate warrior. The corners of Shaya's mouth curl into a slight smile as he exhales a long breath. For after years of relentless effort and countless hardships, his combat power has increased to more than 5 times that of when he first arrived on planet Selma. However, what is truly formidable about him now is not merely his combat power, but the 2 mysterious superpowers he possesses. After prolonged development, Shaya has become adept at wielding his spatial superpowers, having created a new technique, the spatial slash, built upon the foundation of instantaneous transport. This is a terrifying technique that is virtually impossible to defend against. Rivaling the practicality of time pause, he deactivates the energy detector, surveying the boundless expanse of the plateau, situated on the edge of the Gobi Desert in western Selma, where yellowish gravel covers the ground. And as the wind blows, it whips up clouds of yellow sand, evoking a sense of grandeur akin to the vastness of the heavens. Having spent over 3 years on planet Selma, it is now time to depart. Shaya concentrates, and in an instant, he vanishes from the mountaintop, on the plateau below. Shilling continues her vigorous training, her energy radiating and colliding, stirring the atmosphere with a hissing sound. Beads of sweat trickle down her hair, hitting the ground and releasing wisps of steam, her beautiful hair billowing in the wind, tied back with a ribbon, while a few strands cling to her flushed face with a rush of air. Waves of energy surge and roll, centered around Shilling, as the atmospheric pressure around her drops successively, causing clouds of dust to rise as if a desert storm were approaching. As her punches and kicks escalate in speed, a series of explosive sounds reverberate, and the area within hundreds of meters suddenly resembles boiling water. Boom! A figure materializes in the skies, descending gracefully, yet effortlessly extending a hand, and in an instant, the entire storm is abruptly dispersed. The fierce winds cease, and the swirling sands are drawn to the ground by gravity, settling peacefully. Shaya lands on one foot and approaches Shilling. "Brother!" Shilling calls out, her expression displeased, clearly unhappy that Shaya interrupted her training. Shaya chuckles, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and says, "Do not be upset. I have come to inform you that we are about to leave this planet." Upon hearing this, Shilling's expression brightens slightly, and she promptly asks, "Shaya, has your superpower been perfected? Do we not need to use a spaceship?" With her intellect matured, Shilling understands the necessity of holding sufficient cards in hand, recognizing she cannot fully trust King Vegeta and Frieza. Concealing their combat power requires them to journey to the distant Earth. Shaya nods seriously and replies, "Yes, if I exert my superpower to the fullest while carrying you, we should be able to reach Earth swiftly." "When shall we depart?" "As soon as we secure the spacecraft. We can leave at any time." That Shilling nodded lightly. Then, with a flick of her toes, she soared into the air, heading towards the valley where they resided. Shaya followed closely behind, observing the young girl's decisive demeanor, but he stood there, shaking his head in lamentation. Little Shilling has grown up, no longer clinging to others. How is it that she has lost some of her childhood charm? Logically, he usually indulged Shiling's desires, so she should be more attached to him. Yet she had become increasingly independent. Was it his upbringing that led her astray, or was it merely the distinctive individuality of the Saiyan race that had become more pronounced? Upon returning to the small valley they had inhabited for 3 years, Shaya confirmed that both flying devices were securely in place before he found a massive stone to block the entrance. After completing these tasks, Shaya took Shiling's small hand and said, "Hold on tight. I am about to initiate instant transmission." Shilling agreed with a nod, stepping forward to embrace Shaya, burying her head in his chest. Shaya wrapped his arms around her waist, while his other hand pressed his 2 fingers to his forehead, his expression unusually solemn. With a concentrated thought, an extraordinary wave enveloped them both. As a brief flash of light flickered, the pair vanished from the tranquil valley in the vastness of the universe. A gossamer-like Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, stars twinkling brilliantly, their crystalline light dotting the night sky like diamonds. Earth, a cerulean planet located in the southern part of the North Galaxy, Harmony, was considered a low-level planet, overlooked by all civilizations, as even armed with firearms, its inhabitants possessed only meager combat abilities. Yet on this seemingly inconspicuous planet, the most profound martial arts were hidden at this moment. In a hilly area of the northern hemisphere, a brilliant light flickered in the air like stars. Following this light, 2 figures suddenly materialized in midair, only to plummet straight down. "Wow!" Shaya exclaimed as he landed, collapsing onto the ground and greedily inhaling the vital energy in the air. "Alas, that was a miscalculation. I nearly lost my way in the vastness of space. I must not act so recklessly again, Shaya lamented internally. Although he had pinpointed Earth's coordinates from the spacecraft, he had underestimated the challenges of interstellar travel. Had it not been for their good fortune, they might have been lost in the cosmos. Having transited through several planets, they finally reached their destination. Such a large-scale instant transmission was immensely draining, despite the fact that he had made stopovers at various planets. The entire process had nearly exhausted all of his energy, almost resulting in his premature demise. Brother Shaya must think carefully before activating instant transmission again, Shi Ling softly remarked, then began to survey their surroundings. Her delicate brows furrowing, "Is this really the Earth that Brother Shaya spoke of? The gravity here is merely 1/10 that of Vegeta, even inferior to Selma. Is there truly a wondrous method of martial arts cultivation here?" After resting for a while and regaining his strength, Shaya stood and replied, "Do not underestimate Earth. Although it is merely a low-level planet, the martial philosophies found here are far from simple. If we can fully comprehend them, we need not fear facing King Vegeta, let alone Frieza." Shi Ling's starry eyes brightened. She had never witnessed her brother Shaya hold such a high regard for a planet before. It seemed this world indeed held some merits. Shaya scanned their surroundings and stated, "Let us first find a populated area to acquire suitable attire before seeking a place to train." Chapter 13. The sacred land of Karen. The sky was high and the clouds were light. A gentle breeze caressed their faces. The azure sky was as flawless as a mirror, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light across the forest. In the lush greenery, soft rustling sounds echoed as slender creatures, startled, scurried deeper into the woods that a dozen kilometers from where Shaya and Shi Ling had landed. Beyond several snow-capped mountains lay a small human settlement, despite being only a short distance from the forest. The town was isolated by towering mountains, and apart from the occasional hunter venturing into the mountains, few dared to cross the snowy peaks. The townsfolk led peaceful and serene lives. Warm sunlight bathed the land. The ice and snow began to melt gradually that moment. On the other side of the snow-capped mountains, two straight beams of light streaked across the sky as Shaya and Shi Ling entered the human settlement. Upon landing, they beheld the sight of tractors rumbling in the fields, farmers toiling with their hoes. As Shaya observed this familiar scene, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, stirring emotions he had not felt in a long time. Despite the changing world, humanity still rose with the sun and rested with the sunset. However, such a life felt increasingly distant from him. Shaya smiled faintly, shaking his head. "This life is not what I seek." Having experienced the mundanity of life and felt the helplessness of weakness, Shaya's resolve grew stronger. He was determined to seize his own fate and not succumb to worldly despair. The path of a strong warrior was fraught with challenges, yet he would persevere. Shaya gazed into the distance, his mind firm. It was the boundless expanse of the starry sky, filled with endless grandeur, that he truly sought. What a surprise that the humans on this planet resemble us so closely. If it weren't for the absence of tails, they would almost be identical to Saiyans, Shi Ling remarked, astonished. The vast universe held countless wonders. Who would have thought that in this distant southern sky, a race so similar to the Saiyans existed? She promptly retrieved her energy detector to scan the distant humans, only to find the readings were merely single digits. Shi Ling furrowed her brow. After another scan, the results remained in the single digits, with the highest combat power not exceeding 7 points. Turning off the detector, Shi Ling scoffed, "I can't believe their combat power is so low. It's all just for show. What a pathetic race. Brother Shaya, I now question whether this planet holds what we are looking for." Haha, do not be fooled by their low combat power. Humans are an exceptionally intelligent race. Some martial artists among them possess many extraordinary techniques, which are precisely what we need. "Come, let's first find some new clothes," Shaya remarked as he glanced at their somewhat tattered battle suits. Smiling lightly, although these suits were crafted from the advanced technology of Planet Vegeta, allowing for some flexibility as their bodies grew, they were evidently no longer suitable for where, as they spoke, the two entered the small town. Despite its remote location, a considerable distance from the larger cities, the shops lining the streets were filled with a dazzling array of goods. rich in variety. Ling had never seen such items before. Overwhelmed by the abundance, she wandered about like a beggar entering a marketplace for the first time, finding everything new and intriguing, wanting to seize everything in sight. Just as Ling became enthralled and prepared to resort to forceful acquisition, Shaya intervened. "What are you doing?" she asked, visibly displeased. Shaya grasped her arm and replied, "If you want something, you must buy it with money. Do not think of stealing." "But I don't have this money thing," she protested. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." "However, you must also learn how to navigate civilized society," Shaya said, casting her sidelong glance as a warrior race. Saiyans were naturally inclined towards brutality and ruthlessness, a trait that was hard to change. Yet Shaya did not wish for Ling to adopt the malicious ways of Frieza. Engaging in senseless slaughter and forced plunder were not his ideals nor the way to survive in the universe. Since Ling chose to follow him, he felt responsible for guiding her well. Subsequently, Shaya utilized instant transmission to venture into the primordial forest to hunt some rare beasts, exchanging their pelts for Earth's currency, which he then used to purchase the items they needed. Given that the Universal Capsule Corporation had yet to flourish in this era, they could not store large quantities of goods in the small capsules. So they bought only a modest amount, just enough to replace their entire outfits and tidy their hair. Indeed, after their transformation, the two resembled children just starting elementary school, if not for the absence of their brown tails. Shaya donned a white short-sleeve shirt with a black jacket, paired with casual pants, while Ling wore a unisex t-shirt and a gray jacket, complemented by a pair of small-size jeans. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail, adding a touch of feminine grace. "How troublesome. We could have easily taken it by force, yet we have to go through all this hassle." Ling pouted, visibly impatient. Tugging at her sleeve, she remarked, "Why must we dress like this? These clothes are not durable at all. They will tear easily in battle." Shaya revealed a bright smile. Despite Ling's seemingly dissatisfied expression, he knew that deep down she was actually quite pleased, stubbornly refusing to admit it. Shaya glanced at the sky, confirming a direction, and said, "Enough with the complaints. Our next destination is the sacred land of Earth's martial arts, the Kalin's sacred land, located in the northern hemisphere. There stands the Kalin Tower, and our objective lies atop it." With that, the two ascended into the air, transforming into two radiant beams of light as they sped toward the Kalin's sacred land. That on this journey to Kalin's sacred land, aside from learning the methods of energy manipulation from the cat immortal, Shaya sought to acquire the miraculous healing herb, the Senza bean. Initially, the Senza bean seemed of little value, merely suppressing hunger. However, in later stages, it became a life-saving treasure, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and instantly healing any injuries. Unfortunately, by the later stages of Dragon Ball, the production of Senza beans had dwindled, leaving scant supplies, leading Goku and his companions to wish they could split a single bean in half to share. Yet, as of now, the Senza beans had yet to be squandered by Yachirobe, so there should still be a considerable stock. The Kalin Sacred Land is situated on a vast plain on the opposite side of Earth, long safeguarded by the indigenous Indian tribes that, in ancient times, it was the birthplace of Earth's martial arts, with warriors incessantly challenging the Kalin Tower, although martial arts on Earth stagnated in recent centuries. And a cataclysm struck 300 years ago, the aspirations of Earth's martial artists have never waned, with visitors arriving every few years to challenge the tower. Today, the Kalin Tower welcomed two new guests. After a fleeting shimmer, the smooth skyline came into view. Shaya and Ling hovered above the Kalin's sacred land, gazing at the slender tower rising majestically into the clouds, disappearing into layers of mist. "Is the Kalin Tower truly this tall?" Ling exclaimed in shock. Shaya, equally astonished, recalled the legend that one could only reach the tower's summit by climbing it unaided. Initially skeptical, he couldn't help but admire the achievements of Earth's ancient ancestors as he beheld the tower's seemingly infinite ascent into the sky, an endeavor that could only be accomplished by the divine. Chapter 14. Upon the divine temple, Shaya and Ling lingered only briefly beneath the Kalin Tower before accelerating along its ivory structure toward the pinnacle the tower's summit, in a spherical building. The cat immortal stood beside a water tank, his expression grave as he observed the rapid ascent of the two, Their speed was astonishing. The whirlwind they created scattered the clouds surrounding the tower, and they were swiftly approaching the apex. Why goodness, what kind of monsters are they? They're about to reach the top so soon. Compared to them, the Demon King Piccolo from 300 years ago is nothing. Beads of sweat formed on the cat immortal's brow as he paced anxiously, filled with trepidation about the arrival of such formidable beings on Earth. Unbeknownst to Shaya and Shieling, their overwhelming energy had already drawn the attention of the cat immortal and the higher gods the moment they arrived on Earth. For beings exuding such potent energy, the cat immortal and the deity were not only shocked but also helpless, having never encountered such a terrifying presence that left one breathless. They could only hope that these newcomers did not pose a threat to Earth. Considering Shaya and Shieling's battle powers of 2,530 and 1980, respectively, it was utterly inconceivable for the cat immortal and the deity, whose power barely exceeded 260, leading to a cataclysmic impact on their senses. Suddenly, the cat immortal jolted, diverting his gaze from the water tank to see two youthful figures floating outside the tower summit. Astonished at how quickly they had passed the tower's trials, he trembled slightly and approached Shaya and Shieling with a forced composure. At that moment, Shaya assessed the plump white cat before him, silently acknowledging, "So this is the cat immortal, just as depicted in the original tale. I hear he is over 800 years old. What brings you two here?" The cat immortal inquired cautiously. Meanwhile, within the sacred temple atop the Kalen Tower, the deity wore a solemn expression as he gazed down, accompanied by Bobo, who kept a watchful eye. "Cat immortal, I have heard that the Kalen sacred land is the origin of Earth's martial arts. We have come today to seek your guidance on the methods of cultivation," Shaya declared, a smile gracing his face as he got straight to the point. The cat immortal relaxed slightly at this, responding, "Your strength surpasses mine by countless folds. I fear there is little I can teach you." "That cannot be said," Shaya countered. "Due to certain innate circumstances, our lineage possesses immense power, yet it is precisely this that makes it challenging for us to control our energy. Thus, we wish to learn the methods of energy manipulation." He elaborated on their situation, refusing to underestimate the cat immortal's capabilities despite his relatively low battle power. As an immortal who had lived for over 800 years, the cat immortal possessed vast experience. Upon hearing this, the cat immortal let out a sigh of relief and nodded. "Very well, let me witness your true strength." Although he could estimate their power from the energy they unconsciously radiated, only by experiencing it firsthand could he grasp the extent of their strength. "I shall go first," Shaya proclaimed, channeling the energy within him. Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming energy surged forth, transforming into a fierce gale that swept around, causing objects atop the Kalen Tower to topple. The cat immortal was left awestruck by the intensity of Shaya's aura. When Shaya truly unleashed his power, the prior energy was rendered insignificant in comparison. Never had he encountered such a formidable presence, leaving him momentarily immobilized. "That should suffice," Shaya remarked, retracting his energy and noticing that many items had been scattered by the force of the wind. "Now, it's my turn," Shieling gently chimed in, and although she harbored doubts about the cat immortal's abilities as Shaya had described, she unleashed her energy with full force that a powerful and ferocious aura enveloped the Kalen Tower. Though it was weaker than Shaya's, it was still enough to astonish the cat immortal. "Enough, enough. I cannot fathom where you both hail from. Your strength is simply terrifying." The cat immortal wiped the sweat from his brow and paced anxiously. "I do possess some methods of cultivation, but they require starting from scratch. However, given your already immense energy, repressing it will not be a simple task. The greater the energy, the more domineering it becomes, and mastering it entirely is increasingly difficult. Let me handle this problem." An aged voice interjected from the side. The cat immortal turned to see that two figures had appeared outside the Kalen Tower. The deity leaned on a staff while Bobo stood atop a flying carpet, hovering in mid-air. The cat immortal cleared his throat. Indeed, the emergence of such powerful individuals on Earth compelled the deity to reveal himself. "Greetings, esteemed friends from afar. I am the Earth's deity, and perhaps we from the heavenly realm can assist you with your difficulties." The deity's aged face broke into a warm smile. Shaya also wore a cheerful expression, responding, "In that case, we would greatly appreciate your assistance. dear deity. Not a bother at all. Please, allow me to escort you to the divine temple. The deity nodded, relieved to find that the newcomers were not malevolent beings. Welcoming them to forge a positive connection with Earth, he then addressed the cat immortal. Kalen, this matter is of great importance. You should accompany us as well. Of course. The cat immortal nodded, gripping his staff as he stepped onto the flying carpet. The divine temple was directly above the Kalen Tower. Shall we travel together, or do you prefer to fly up on your own? Shaya felt elated, confident that with the guidance of the cat immortal, the deity and Bobo, he would soon unravel the mysteries of energy manipulation. Shieling, let us ascend together. He grasped Shieling's hand and, with a swift motion, soared into the air, heading towards the direction of the temple. They traversed through the tumultuous clouds crackling with lightning, arriving at a hemispherical temple situated at an astonishing altitude in the sky, a structure predominantly adorned in hues of red. The atmosphere here was rarefied, the air pressure exceedingly low, and the temperature cooler than that below. Could such a place truly exist? Shieling began to appreciate the wonders of Earth, although the life force on this planet was remarkably feeble. Both Kailinta and the temple they now occupied were not edifices that mere mortals could construct. Perhaps there indeed lay extraordinary martial arts within these walls. Shortly thereafter, the god of heaven and the cat sage arrived. Please wait a moment, the god of heaven said courteously, then turned to Bobo and instructed, Bobo, fetch the weighted clothing. Bobo complied and entered the temple, soon returning with 2 sets of orange martial arts uniforms. The god of heaven elaborated, these garments were prepared long ago for martial artists challenging the temple, possessing an exceptional weight-enhancing effect, approximately 15 times the gravitational force that I once thought I would never have to use them. Shaya, astonished, accepted the martial arts uniform and donned it. Instantly, an immense gravitational force bore down upon him, making even walking a formidable challenge. What a tremendous weight! It feels as if my entire body is encased in lead. Shaya exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. After taking a few steps, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his breath became labored. It is noteworthy that Saiyans inherently thrived under the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta, demonstrating a natural adaptation to such conditions. However, 15 times the gravity proved to be quite daunting for them. In the original narrative, Son Goku only began to acclimate to 20 times the gravity when he set off for Namek, back then possessing a battle power exceeding 8,000, far surpassing Shaya's current power level of 2530. Thus, the 15-fold gravity was indeed a considerable strain for both Shaya and Shieling at present, but on the other hand, Shieling found her movements similarly hindered upon donning the weighted clothing. Chapter 15. Training once clad in the enchanted weighted clothing, Shaya felt as though he were enveloped by a mysterious gravitational field, necessitating greater exertion to counteract the weight pressing upon every cell of his body. Consequently, he could no longer wield his strength at will, and his previously surging battle power diminished significantly. It was akin to how Frieza suppressed his uncontrollable power through transformation. After discarding the majority of his energy, the amount Shaya could truly command had become minuscule. Controlling this energy was considerably simpler than before. Observing Shaya and Shieling, whose movements, though cumbersome, still radiated a formidable strength. The god of heaven felt a stirring within, a glimmer of surprise reflected in his profound gaze. He had never contemplated the idea of taking advantage of their momentary weakness to eliminate them, for he understood that such an act was utterly implausible. Although Shaya and Shieling's powers were currently expended in counterbalancing the weight of their garments, it did not imply that their strength had dissipated. Rather, it lay dormant deeper within their beings. Moreover, as a being of divine integrity, he could not bring himself to commit such a despicable act. Let this be a fortuitous connection for Earth. Perhaps one day it shall require their assistance. The god of heaven mused quietly, leaning upon his staff, his voice resonating softly. Dear guests, henceforth, Bobo and Kylan shall conduct your training, and I hope it proves beneficial. Just call me Shaya, and this little one beside me is Shieling. We shall be in your capable hands, Shaya replied politely, nodding at Bobo and the cat sage, his youthful visage adorned with a confident smile. Though the power within him had diminished significantly, This reduction meant that mastery over it would be more attainable. No trouble at all. The cat sage licked his paw, stroking his whiskers while contemplating, what manner of beings are these two? Under 15 times the gravity, they remain resilient. It has been centuries since I encountered such individuals. At that moment, Bobo, who had remained silent at the periphery, stepped forward, his eyes, devoid of emotion, scrutinized Shaya and Shieling as he spoke. You shall first train with Kylan for a period. Once you have sufficiently mastered your internal energy and comprehended the essence of Chi, I shall take over your training. Understood. Very well, Kylan. The next phase is entrusted to you. The god of heaven, supported by his staff, revealed a smile upon his aged, wrinkled visage. After exchanging greetings with Shaya and Shieling, he retreated back into the temple. Once the god of heaven departed, the cat sage regarded the two youthful yet formidable children standing before him, pondering how to proceed with their training. After a short while, the cat sage produced two bells from seemingly nowhere and secured them to Shaya and Shieling's forms. He then retrieved a water bottle and affixed it to his staff. Having completed these preparations, he earnestly instructed, "Your task is to seize the water bottle from my staff. You may do so while I am asleep or distracted. Any means are permissible, as long as you manage to retrieve it from me. You shall have succeeded. However, I have but one stipulation. You must keep these bells attached at all times and ensure they make not a single sound. Failure to do so will result in your training being deemed unsuccessful." Shaya nodded upon hearing this. The training method largely echoed that employed by the cat sage when training Son Goku in the original tale. However, compared to his approach with Goku, the cat sage's current methods were considerably more stringent. The mere presence of the bells amplified the difficulty of the training 100-fold. To achieve silence from the bells during movement necessitated a state of absolute calmness, akin to the tranquility of the sky, presenting an immense challenge. Through this training, they would subtly grasp the essence of Qi. In truth, Shaya had previously trained using a similar approach, yet he was uncertain about which aspect he had failed to master, as even the slightest movement would set the bells ringing, leaving him perpetually at a loss. It seemed evident that he required guidance from someone who truly understood Qi. Qi is fundamentally a form of energy, the latent power residing within a living being. However, the vast majority of individuals fail to recognize its essence, wielding it in a crude and unrefined manner. The cat sage's training method, while appearing simple, contained profound principles. This was a realm in which earthlings far surpassed their cosmic counterparts. It was precisely what Shaya sought to acquire during his visit to Earth. "Kylan, let us commence." Shaya nodded at the cat sage. Then, alongside Shieling, they began their endeavor to seize the water bottle. Although the cat sage's training appeared straightforward, the actual initiation revealed its true complexity. With every attempt, Shaya either missed entirely or elicited the chime of the bells. And to prevent the bells from ringing required meticulous control over their bodily movements. Coupled with the thin air at the temple's lofty altitude and the immense weight they bore, it wasn't long before both were left panting and breathless. After a brief respite to regain their strength, the two resumed their attempts to seize the water bottle hanging from the cat sage's staff. Yet each endeavor ended in failure. Several times, they were mere moments away from success, only to have the cat sage shift, causing them to falter. Days passed, and soon 6 or 7 days had slipped away. Life within the temple was exceedingly monotonous. Nevertheless, both Shaya and Shieling possessed remarkable fortitude in enduring solitude, and thus did not succumb to frustration. Over these days, they resembled sponges, absorbing the martial principles imparted by the cat sage during training, gradually reshaping their understanding and control of power, transitioning from instinctive and rough handling to a more nuanced approach. On the 9th day, while still engaged in their attempts to seize the water bottle, they had made substantial progress compared to their initial endeavors, managing to keep the bell silent. The cat sage observed this with astonishment. Witnessing the two exhibit such inhuman progress left even the seasoned martial artist at a loss. He was acutely aware that his training regimen surpassed previous challenges. Typically, those who ascended Kailinta underwent the water bottle exercise, with average challengers requiring 2 to 3 years to succeed. However, imposing the additional constraint of silence from the bells was unprecedented, as it was typically a trial set forth by the heavenly realm for challengers of the temple. "This won't do. You must learn to regulate your breathing," he admonished. "Should your breath falter, your rhythm will be disrupted, and your movements will reveal vulnerabilities." The feline sage swayed the water bottle in his hand, his two cat-like eyes narrowing into a mere line. For instance, the feline sage suddenly launched an assault on Shaya and his companions, his soft, plush claws striking against them, accompanied by a cacophony of impacts. Two figures were sent soaring several meters away, skidding along the ground for several more. To master the art of breath control, one must first cultivate a tranquil heart. The atmosphere of the celestial realm is exceedingly thin, and any superfluous movement amplifies the strain on the body, thereby impeding respiration. When you are able to achieve a state of serene composure, akin to the stillness of the sky, you will gain mastery over every action of your being. The feline sage ambled over, his corpulent form supported by a cane, and, astonishingly, the water bottle atop the cane remained perfectly still, not a single drop spilled. Shaya stood there, lost in thought for a moment, and then a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Ignoring the beads of sweat on his brow, he uttered a breathy command. Once more. Shaya was the first to initiate an attack. Moving like a swift gale, striking like lightning, his orange silhouette flashing through the air before he appeared before the feline sage, shifting positions to target the water bottle on the cane. The feline sage's gaze sharpened, narrowing his eyes in preparation to evade. Suddenly, his expression shifted, the white fur on his body bristling slightly. Just a step away from the feline sage, Shaya unexpectedly altered his stance, leaving a still phantom lingering in midair, while his true form bizarrely appeared behind the sage, a slender hand lunging towards the target. In a moment of crisis, the sage swiftly lowered his cane, causing Shaya's hand to grasp at nothing but air, followed by a resounding thud as the sage's hefty body rebounded slightly, a foot aimed at Shaya. Shaya was uncontrollably flung away. After repelling Shaya, the feline sage patted his chest and exhaled deeply. Glancing at the still, wobbling water bottle, beads of cold sweat seeping from his back that was quite unexpected. Had I not reacted swiftly, he might have seized the water bottle. The feline sage regarded Shaya with a veiled expression. What an impressive little rascal. He nearly succeeded. It took the celestial beings decades to wrest the bell from Bobo when they ascended to the temple. These two are no ordinary opponents. Meanwhile, Shilling observed Shaya's every move with keen interest. Just as Shaya was on the verge of success, he faltered at the last moment, leaving her with a tinge of regret while she pondered the sage's earlier words. The more she reflected, the deeper the meaning behind those words seemed, far more profound than the teachings imparted on Vegeta's star. Earth truly is an extraordinary place. At a spark of joy illuminated Shilling's bright eyes. Perhaps accompanying Shaya to Earth was indeed a wise decision. Chapter 16. The week Earth time slipped away like fine sand, quietly elapsing without notice. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Shaya and the others began their training under the feline sage. Under his guidance, both Shaya and Shilling were experiencing rapid growth, continuously addressing their foundational shortcomings, grasping the essence of energy, and learning how to harness the energy within themselves. After half a month, their auras had become more subdued, no longer as ostentatious as when they first arrived on Earth on the 16th day. Having mastered the art of utilizing their energy with finesse, Shaya was the first to snatch the water bottle from the feline sage. By the 19th day, Shilling too had claimed the water bottle. Thus, the training under the feline sage came to an end. Your rate of progress has truly surpassed my expectations. It is astonishing that you have achieved the objectives of this phase in merely a few days. By the way, you may now remove your weighted clothing. Unleash your full strength, so I may witness your power. After the training concluded, the feline sage waddled over, his rotund form swaying. No problem, Shaya replied eagerly. Swiftly removing his weighted clothing, the weighted garments fell away. The peculiar gravitational field enveloping him dissipated, and the suppressed power within him began to surge with vigor. Crackling sounds erupted from Shaya's body, reminiscent of beans popping in a pan. Suddenly, a torrent of power burst forth, as if it had found its release, flooding out like a raging river. In that moment, an overwhelming aura radiated from Shaya, sweeping through the entire temple, the tranquil sky appearing as if struck by a bomb, swiftly transforming into a tempest, while the temple began to tremble slightly, feeling the surging energy coursing through every cell. Shaya couldn't help but laugh heartily, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. However, he soon composed himself, and the powerful energy intensified once more. The force materialized in an instant, a howling wind bearing down like a mountain, exerting unparalleled pressure. The feline sage, standing not far from Shaya, found himself at the forefront of this onslaught. His expression froze, his body turned icy, as if the blood in his veins had solidified in that fleeting moment. Enough, enough, quickly, rein in your energy, the feline sage shouted, propping himself against his cane, shielding his forehead from the gale. In just 20 short days, Shaya's combat prowess had surged once again, surpassing his initial strength upon arriving on Earth. Roughly estimated to exceed a combat power of 3,000, starting anew, Shaya felt his foundation solidifying. Although his previous strength was formidable, from this current perspective, he experienced a peculiar realization. He perceived that his former strength was merely an illusory facade, akin to a massive sponge that appeared substantial but occupied little space upon compression. That power was superficial. While it sufficed against the weak, it rendered one a lofty figure, but when faced with true strength, it would deflate like a punctured balloon. Now, with a grounded understanding of power, Shaya felt a sense of stability. This sensation was gratifying, a steady progression, as he took a solid step further along the path of the strong. Shaya, tell me honestly, how many beings like you exist in the universe? With curiosity sparked by Shaya and Shiling's remarkable aptitude for cultivation, the feline sage inquired. Like me? Shaya paused, then answered truthfully, to be frank. My power hardly ranks in the universe. Shiling and I hail from a planet called Vegeta Star, home to a warrior race known as the Saiyans. We are but intermediate warriors among the Saiyans, and they're at least several 100,000 stronger than us. Though we Saiyans are called a warrior race, our influence in the universe is merely above average, not comparable to those cosmic overlords who can effortlessly wreak havoc. The sage, caught off guard by Shaya's words, gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. The realization that Shaya's strength barely ranked within his own race was staggering. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. They appeared as mere children, naturally inferior to the adults. However, this fact only heightened the sage's concern. A child from a cosmic race was already far mightier than the gods of Earth, and according to him, the Saiyan race's influence in the universe was merely above average. Just how many formidable civilizations existed in this universe? In that moment, the vastness and power of the cosmos left the feline sage speechless, casting a profound shadow over his heart. If beings in the universe were truly as Shaya described, then Earth was indeed perilously vulnerable. Yes, if sensing the sage's unease, Shaya reassured him, but you need not worry too much. Earth is simply a forgotten low-level planet, and generally, extraterrestrial beings do not venture here. The sage, upon hearing this, wore a helpless expression. Earth being labeled a low-level planet and thus overlooked was, ironically, a piece of good news. What a twist of fate. Chapter 17. The Room of Spirit and Time. All right. I am well aware of these matters. You may go seek Bobo now. He will guide you in your training from here on out. I must tell you, do not be deceived by Bobo's seemingly dull exterior. His abilities far surpass mine. The feline sage, somewhat disheartened, waved his hand weakly. After being taken aback by Shaya, he had lost the motivation to assess Shiling's progress, though it was likely that her advancement was not far behind Shaya's. Given their formidable talents, thank you, Kalen Sage. We shall now go find Mr. Bobo. With a smile, Shaya cast a glance at Saiyan, who, understanding his unspoken message, nodded in agreement and followed suit, both making their way toward the interior of the temple. Observing their retreating figures, the cat sage stood silently in place, murmuring softly to himself, I must convey this information to the celestial deity to prepare him. Alas, there are simply too many formidable beings in the universe. I hope none set their sights on Earth. Speaking of which, the martial arts on Earth have truly declined significantly over the past few centuries. The cat sage stretched lazily, yawning before ambling toward the residence of the celestial deity. Within the temple-esque corridor, Bobo sat quietly like an enlightened monk in deep meditation. Upon noticing Shaya and Xiang entering from outside, Bobo rose, his copper-like eyes devoid of emotion, gazing at them with an innocent expression. I have already witnessed your earlier performance. Conventional methods are beyond my instruction. Now, simply follow me, he said, turning to proceed deeper into the temple. Shaya and Xiang exchanged glances and hastened to follow, trailing behind Bobo as they navigated through several corridors and numerous branching paths. Delving further into the heart of the temple, when Shaya glanced back, he realized the route they had traversed had become a tangled web, akin to a labyrinth, making it easy to lose one's sense of direction. Where is Bobo leading us? We must be nearing our destination after such a lengthy journey, Shaya pondered internally. Noting that they had reached the temple's lower depths, as Shaya contemplated, Bobo halted before a grand golden door. Pushing it open, he announced, "Inside is a room of spirit, and time point 1 day outside equates to a year within, and the environment is exceedingly harsh. Bobo will spend a year with you inside." What an astonishing revelation! A room of spirit and time. Shaya exclaimed in surprise. He had envisioned various training methods, such as being transported to other worlds or valleys filled with lightning, but he had not anticipated that Bobo would directly lead them to this extraordinary space. It is essential to note that the air within the room of spirit and time is thin, with temperatures fluctuating between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, and gravity is 10 times that of Earth. While such conditions may seem severe to others, for beings of their caliber, it is merely a test of their mental fortitude. Enduring a year in a vast, desolate environment poses a significant challenge to one's psyche. Those with weak wills or scattered thoughts are prone to hallucinations. In the original narrative, the room of spirit and time was intended for gaining time before confrontations rather than for actual cultivation. However, Shaya felt a surge of eagerness, for what he lacked most was time. Having resided in the Dragon Ball world for over 7 years, Shaya feared that soon Frieza would lose patience and destroy Planet Vegeta. Although he was uncertain of the exact time remaining before that calamity, it was undoubtedly limited. He needed to possess sufficient strength by that time. Not necessarily to thwart Frieza, but at the very least to rescue Rebecca and Adri in advance. "Brother Shaya, what is the room of spirit and time?" Xiang inquired, her face a mask of confusion. The room of spirit and time is an interdimensional space constructed by the deities, where time flows significantly faster than in the outside world. 1 day outside equals a year inside. It is exceptionally suitable for urgent breakthroughs in cultivation. However, one may only enter the room twice in a lifetime, and only 2 individuals may enter at a time. Before Shaya could respond, Bobo, who had been standing by, interjected, "What a miraculous place!" At that moment, Bobo had already swung open the golden door, revealing the room of spirit and time, which appeared as an ominous, indistinct void from the outside, as if some energy obscured their view. Turning to Shaya and Xiang, Bobo stated, "Since only 2 can enter at a time, you must enter in 2 groups that I shall go first." Xiang leapt forward eagerly. Shaya shrugged, thinking that a day or 2 did not matter much. If Xiang was so enthusiastic, she could enter first. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "Bobo, didn't you say one can only enter the room twice in a lifetime? How many times have you entered?" "If I may ask, since I was present when the deities constructed the room, I am not bound by that limitation," Bobo replied calmly. Hearing this, Shaya's pupils involuntarily constricted. From Bobo's words, he gleaned much. If Bobo had been present during the room's construction, then he must be thousands of years old, possessing a perspective shaped by such a long life. However, this raised a new question. If Bobo could enter the room without restriction, why was his combat prowess still so limited? Could it be due to his status as a divine servant? Perplexed, Shaya shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. His gaze settled on Xiang as he urged, "Hurry and go in. After a day, it will be my turn." "Okay," Xiang replied, her curiosity piqued, and she followed Bobo into the room of spirit and time. As they entered, the golden door thunderously closed behind them, and Shaya understood that the flow of time within had now diverged from the outside. 1 day outside equated to a year inside. With time to spare, Shaya sat alone in the temple's corridor for a considerable while before wandering along the circular white jade staircase. The exact date of the temple's construction was untraceable. It could have been several millennia ago, or even longer. Yet, the passage of time had left little mark upon the temple, which was perhaps its true marvel. Along the walls of the spiraling corridor, half-meter-high golden patterns were embedded. These intricate carvings depicted scenes of ancient humanity's struggles with nature, reminiscent of Incan murals. As Shaya explored the labyrinthine corridors, he noted that every few meters, resplendent doors adorned the walls, each leading to various chambers, some containing mundane storage, while others were special spaces enhanced by magic, much like the room of spirit and time. After a considerable time of exploration, having navigated the complex paths, he finally returned to the temple's entrance. At that moment, the celestial deity approached, leaning on a staff. Shaya, there you are. Kalen has just informed me of your situation, and I had no idea there were so many skilled individuals in the universe. In comparison, Earth seems so diminutive, the celestial deity remarked, a hint of helplessness etched upon his aged face. After learning about the formidable beings inhabiting the cosmos from the cat sage, the celestial deity was consumed by a fear of the disparity between the strong and the weak, dreading an invasion of Earth by extraterrestrial forces that could lead to devastation. Seeing the celestial deity bring up the topic, Shaya addressed him directly. Indeed, the overall strength of Earth is quite low. It is likely among the least powerful planets in the universe. However, you need not underestimate yourselves. While the individual prowess of Earthlings may be lacking, you possess certain advantages that other planets cannot match. Your martial arts philosophy is far more advanced than that of the extraterrestrials. If you leverage your strengths effectively, I believe Earthlings will not be inferior to their cosmic counterparts. Shaya's words were not mere platitudes. In truth, the weakness of Earthlings was not a permanent state. When the Dragon Ball warriors truly rose to prominence, pure Earthlings like Krillin would surpass the vast majority of beings in the universe. Of course, this required opportunity. The celestial deity paused, taken aback by Shaya's optimistic view of Earth's martial arts. Nevertheless, he lamented, though that may be true, the number of strong individuals on Earth has dwindled dramatically. Over the past few centuries, true martial artists have been fading away, and those worth cultivating are exceedingly rare. The celestial deity could not help but sigh. The Turtle School and Crane School were renowned in the world of martial arts. Yet a gap had emerged among the younger generation, creating a disconnection that was detrimental to Earth, especially with the looming threat of alien invasions. Realizing the precarious situation of Earth, the celestial deity began contemplating ways to enhance the strength of its inhabitants. By the way, I've heard you possess many wondrous magical abilities, celestial deity, that I need your assistance with something. Shaya suddenly recalled, smiling as he spoke, that I do have some magical skills. What is it that you require? The celestial deity asked, intrigued. He did not perceive any unreasonable request in Shaya's plea. In a universe governed by the law of the jungle, the strong often enjoyed inherent privileges over the weak. For many, including the strong themselves, this seemed entirely natural and expected. As Shaya turned around, a brown, fluffy tail fell from his waist, swaying in mid-air. It had regrown over the past few months since he had severed it during the full moon on Selma Star. This is the tail of we Saiyans, and I hope to employ the powers of the deity to prevent it from growing back. The deity, having never encountered a human with a tail, couldn't help but observe it closely, pondering that this tail might indeed be a characteristic trait of the Saiyan race. However, at that moment, an image of an enraged, roaring giant ape suddenly appeared in his mental realm. A wave of violent and ferocious energy surged forth, relentlessly battering his psyche. The deity's eyes widened in horror, and he quickly averted his gaze. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he spoke with lingering trepidation. What a terrifying mental assault. What exactly is that giant ape? That ominous aura nearly shattered my consciousness. First, sever the tail, and then I shall cast a spell to ensure it does not regrow. Agreed. Shaya nodded, readily condensing a keyblade. And with a swift stroke, the tail fell to the ground, blood oozing from the wound. The deity, impressed by Shaya's decisiveness, nodded in approval. As it was now his turn to perform magic, he extended his arm from beneath his white robe. Fingers poised as he recited an incantation, a gleaming light flickered several times before darting toward Shaya's wound. With a soft pop, the magic enveloped Shaya's body, a warm sensation soothing his flesh. The glimmering green light pulsed rhythmically, gradually dimming until it vanished, and the wound at his rear had healed. After moving about a bit, Shaya immediately sensed a difference. To his astonishment, his control had slightly improved after losing his Saiyan tail. "Thank you, deity. If Earth encounters any troubles in the future, just let me know, and I shall come to its aid." Shaya felt elated, generously making his promise, though whether it would be fulfilled depended on his presence on Earth. However, he knew that at least until the onset of Dragon Ball Z, Earth would likely not face any significant crises, and by the time Dragon Ball Z rolled around, Goku and the others would surely have grown stronger. Yet, the deity was unaware of this. Upon receiving Shaya's pledge, a smile crept onto his face. "I shall require your assistance in the future as well." In a silent exchange, the two engaged in a delightful transaction, with Shaya eliminating the potential instability brought by his tail, while the deity secured a promise of assistance should Earth ever be threatened. A mutually beneficial arrangement. After some idle chatter, Shaya posed several questions regarding his training, to which the deity responded in kind. Though the deity's strength did not match that of Bobo, his martial knowledge far exceeded Shaya's, proving immensely beneficial to him. With the deity's guidance, Shaya felt an enlightening clarity. As many of his previous doubts dissipated by this time, a considerable portion of the day had passed, and recognizing that there was still ample time before Shilling and the others exited the hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya decided to leave the temple and flew directly towards the pinnacle of Karen Tower below. His intent for this visit to Karen Tower was to acquire the healing sacred beans known as Senza beans from the Cat Sage. Having been preoccupied with his training, he had not previously asked the Cat Sage for any beans, yet they were now an absolute necessity for his journey. The Saiyan physique combined with the healing properties of the Senza beans was an enticing prospect. Upon reaching the top of Karen Tower, shaped like a flattened sphere, the Cat Sage was leisurely reclining on a bench. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful energy approaching. Opening his eyes, he found Shaya standing before him. Having appeared without notice, the Cat Sage instinctively yawned, rising from the bench and rubbing his eyes, inquiring, "Shaya, why do you come down here instead of training up there?" After spending several days together, the Cat Sage felt he had a good grasp of Shaya's nature and spoke casually. Shaya cut to the chase. "Karen Sage, I have heard that you possess something called Senza beans. Would it be possible for you to spare me a few?" "Senza beans?" The Cat Sage squinted slightly, nodding nonchalantly. "Yes, indeed, I have those. 1 Senza bean can sustain you for 10 days without food. If you're interested, I can certainly spare you some. Wait a moment while I look for them. I believe they are nearby." With that, the Cat Sage began rummaging through his belongings. After unearthing a multitude of assorted items, he finally produced 5 sealed ceramic jars, each labeled with the words Senza beans in red. Upon opening them, they were indeed filled with vibrant green dried beans. Chapter 19. So many Senza beans. There are so many. Upon seeing the 5 large jars of Senza beans, Shaya's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a destitute person suddenly discovering a room filled with gold, his gaze brimming with fervent desire. Those 5 jars likely contained at least 70 to 80,000 beans. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, the Senza beans did not exhibit much value, being lavishly consumed merely as sustenance. However, in later arcs, they became invaluable treasures, capable of swiftly restoring energy and instantly healing various injuries. Reflecting on the later stages of Dragon Ball, Goku and his friends would eagerly divide a single bean, which was indeed a heart-wrenching thought. Thus, when Shaya beheld such an abundance of Senza beans, he yearned to gather them all, lest they be squandered by that gluttony of a character, Yajirobe. Next, the Cat Sage tossed a single Senza bean from the jar towards Shaya. Shaya caught it deftly, popped it into his mouth, and crunched down. It had a texture reminiscent of roasted beans, lacking any particular flavor. Yet as he chewed, a wondrous energy surged through his mouth, quickly followed by a warm sensation coursing through his entire body. The hunger in his belly vanished, as if by magic, and his mental fatigue dissipated completely, leaving him invigorated and brimming with vitality. He tested his strength and discovered that everything was in optimal condition. The effects of the Senzu bean were indeed remarkable. Having experienced the extraordinary nature of the Senzu beans firsthand, Shaya's longing for them intensified, gazing at the jars with fervor. I wonder if the cat sage might part with a few more of these beans? Oh, of course, that's no problem. The cat sage waved his hand dismissively, casually tossing several jars of Senzu beans toward Shaya. This left Shaya momentarily stunned. He had merely intended to request a handful of beans. Perhaps a few thousand. To his astonishment, the cat sage generously gifted him all 5 jars, likely amounting to 70 to 80,000 beans. It seems I am quite fortunate to have encountered such a bounty. Shaya felt a surge of joy as he promptly gathered the beans. With a flick of his fingers, he created a smooth, dark red rift in space, carefully placing the 5 jars of Senzu beans into his dimensional space. This was a new technique he had developed during his training in the temple. While it lacked defensive capability, it proved ideal for storage. The cat sage observed the floating rift in the air with surprise, then chuckled. Oh, you have quite the tricks up your sleeve. This method, if utilized properly, could be a formidable asset. Merely a trivial skill. I must also thank you. These Senzu beans will be of great assistance to me. Shaya laughed heartily, appearing immensely pleased. Receiving such an abundance of Senzu beans was an unexpected delight, significantly bolstering his resources for training, akin to a seasoned driver on a Kina mountain securing several high-value insurance policies. Many training methods he had previously hesitated to attempt were now within reach. The cat sage waved dismissively. These Senzu beans were originally meant for challengers who climbed Karen Tower to restore their energy and stave off hunger. However, as no one has ascended in many years, they would go to waste, so it is better to give them to you. Thus, you are indeed making use of what would otherwise be squandered. Shaya chuckled, curiously inquiring, I wonder what the yield of these Senzu beans is like. Having acquired so many beans was not enough. Shaya's mind began to wander towards the prospect of more. The cat sage, as if anticipating his thoughts, shook his head. The cultivation of Senzu beans requires divine water for irrigation. I have a small plot of land atop Karen Tower, and the annual yield is only around 100 or so beans. The output has been declining in recent years. Those you hold are the result of several centuries of accumulation. I see. Shaya nodded regretfully. Yet, when he considered that it already stored several thousand beans, his mood brightened considerably. After pondering for a moment, he kindly suggested, Karen Sage, these Senzu beans are indeed a remarkable resource. Their benefits extend beyond merely alleviating hunger and restoring energy. I believe their healing properties are of utmost importance. I recommend that you consider expanding your cultivation efforts. You never know when they may prove invaluable in the future. The cat sage nodded thoughtfully, his whiskers twitching slightly. To Shaya's words had indeed awakened him to a realization. Previously on Earth, the significance of the magical beans had not been emphasized due to the absence of formidable adversaries. However, the fact that they were not deemed necessary in the past does not imply they will remain so in the future. Especially when Earth is exposed to the cosmos, where countless powerful beings may covet its resources at any moment. As a miraculous healing remedy. The magical beans are undeniably indispensable. I understand now. I shall endeavor to expand the cultivation of these beans. However, the growth of the magical beans requires divine water for irrigation, and the condensation of such water is no simple feat. Thus, it remains uncertain how much the yield can truly be increased. He mused, but we can certainly give it a try. Shaya beamed with a radiant smile, his face glimmering with persuasion. As long as the cat sage is willing to enlarge the cultivation area, the yield will inevitably see some improvement. Moreover, I trust that once the cat sage recognizes the bean's importance, he shall no longer be as generous as in the original tale, carelessly handing them over to Yachirobe for indulgence. The reason Shaya was able to procure so many magical beans this time was largely due to the cat sage's unawareness of their true value. After all, who would casually part with something widely acknowledged as a treasure? After bidding farewell to the cat sage, Shaya departed from Karen Tower and returned to the temple. Upon his arrival, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that he had forgotten to inquire about the super divine water with the cat sage. That substance could unlock potential. What a pity it would be to miss out. He shook his head dismissively. Perhaps it was for the best, as the super divine water did not appear to be entirely safe. To an ordinary person, it might as well be poison. Its ability to unleash potential is exceedingly overwhelming. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong barely survived, relying solely on his Saiyan lineage to endure. Shaya even harbored doubts that it was precisely due to the consumption of super divine water, compounded by the repeated intense use of the Kaioken, that led to Sun Wukong's premature cardiac deterioration and subsequent viral heart disease. To speak frankly, how could a warrior race like the Saiyans allow such a vital organ as the heart to falter? Individuals with extraordinary combat prowess are hardly susceptible to ordinary pathogens. Their immune systems are exceptionally robust. The moment any pathogen enters their bodies, it is swiftly engulfed by immune cells within their bodily fluids. Yet, Sun Wukong's affliction with viral heart disease likely stemmed from some underlying vulnerability. Although this remains mere speculation, Shaya felt it prudent to exercise caution. It would be unwise to trade future safety for momentary convenience. There are numerous methods to unlock potential across the universe. Perhaps someday, he could visit Namek and request the Elder there to assist in developing his capabilities. That would certainly entail no side effects. Could it be that the super divine water is the very divine water the cat sage uses to nourish the magical beings? As Shaya lingered in the temple, he found himself lost in thought. Chapter 20. A year later in Shilling, before Shilling emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya was already meditating in midair, attempting to grasp the clarity of the sky and the swiftness of lightning in his mind. It is said that the location of the temple exceeds the height of Earth's atmosphere, situated within a unique subspace. This area, enhanced by divine energy, cannot be approached without genuine skill in the vast expanse of the void. A hemisphere structure adorned in vibrant red, reminiscent of Incan culture, floated solitary. Due to its high altitude, there were few clouds surrounding it, and the air was exceedingly thin. At the temple's center stood a row of resplendent, magnificent halls flanked by several rows of plants that appeared somewhat plain in comparison to the opulence of the structures, while a spacious plaza lay at the center. This moment, Shaya floated in the air. His eyes closed, his expression tranquil, devoid of any ripples of emotion. There was no breeze, yet the distant plants seemed to sway as if tugged by an unseen force. With a deep sigh, Shaya exhaled a breath of stale air. He opened his eyes and gently touched down, reflecting, I intended to emulate Bobo's essence to elevate my martial arts realm, but his level is profoundly intricate. The more I ponder, the more I sense its complexity. It seems that in the Dragon Ball universe, the divine attendants surpass the gods they serve. Aside from East Kaishin's attendant, Kibito, both Bobo and the Angel Whis are indeed stronger than the deities they serve. And in certain respects, they have even taken on the role of mentors. The god of destruction, Beerus, was taught entirely by Whis, and upon his arrival at the temple, the Supreme Kai received guidance from Bobo. What manner of beings are these attendants? Given their formidable strength, why do they remain mere attendants? Lost in thought, Shaya felt a headache coming on, but quickly dismissed it with a faint smile. Why am I wasting my thoughts on such matters? Regardless of their existence's purpose, it appears to have little bearing on my own affairs. Perhaps I should continue my training. Just then, the tranquil atmosphere suddenly stilled, followed by a sound akin to a silk ribbon being torn apart. Shaya paused, momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a surging, fearsome aura descended upon him, akin to a colossal mountain collapsing from the heavens, shaking the very ground beneath him. In the face of this overwhelming force, Shaya's once proud power felt diminutive, and his combative bloodline trembled. This power, Shaya was momentarily stunned, for he was all too familiar with this presence. Shilling has emerged, and her aura has grown tremendously, reminiscent of the time he faced her transformed into a giant ape. The disparity had widened significantly. Shaya's expression bore astonishment, yet excitement bubbled within him. The blood coursing through his veins ignited, invigorated by the effectiveness of the training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Or rather, the guidance from Bobo. Shaya. Shilling's voice echoed from the corridor as a petite figure emerged from the side of the temple. With hair flowing like clouds, delicate brows arched gracefully, and eyes sparkling like stars. She was adorned with a complexion as flawless as jade. Though still youthful, her form already hinted at the supple lines of a budding girl. Is this Shilling? Gazing at the diminutive girl, standing at 1 meter tall, Shaya was momentarily entranced, realizing that the girl who once trailed closely behind him had grown up without him noticing. However, considering their ages, it made sense. When they arrived on Earth, she was already over 7 years old, and with an additional year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Shilling was now over 8, coupled with the fact that Saiyan females develop more rapidly. It was hardly surprising. Shilling, your power has increased tremendously. Due to her unrestrained aura, Shaya felt an intense pressure standing beside Shilling. If calculated in terms of combat power, it likely approached 10,000 points, placing her among the pinnacle of strength even by Vegeta's standards. Shilling tilted her head proudly at his words, her delicate face brimming with pride. Of course, I am far stronger than you now. Enjoy it while it lasts. Once I emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber, I will surely surpass you. Shaya retorted nonchalantly, unfazed by Shilling's teasing. He possessed a vast supply of magical beans, allowing him to train recklessly. In the original tale, Sun Wukong managed to elevate his combat power to 180,000 in merely a month before heading to Namek, while Shaya did not consider himself on par with Wukong's exploits. He was confident he could multiply his power several times. We shall see. Not receiving the praise she sought, Shilling huffed dismissively, turning her face away. She was becoming less endearing. The once adorable little Shilling seemed a distant memory. Shaya playfully tugged at a strand of her hair and whispered in her ear. His actions provoked her ire, and she retorted loudly, "What do you mean by less endearing? Wait until you surpass me before you speak." Shilling's Saiyan temperament was becoming increasingly pronounced, yet she was still far more amiable than other Saiyans. Shaya chuckled inwardly, his eyes gleaming mischievously. He decided to cease his teasing. "Shilling, I just obtained some wonderful items from the cat sage. Here, I'll share some with you, but use them sparingly," he said, producing a small pouch tied with a string containing dozens of magical beans. "What is this?" Shilling inquired, opening it to reveal the shriveled beans within. "These are magical beans. No matter how severe the injury, as long as one is not dead, a single bean can restore one to full strength, and you can go without food for 10 days. Really, upon hearing the news, Shiling's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she eagerly snatched the small pouch containing the celestial beans and joyfully stuffed it into her pocket. Yet a moment of doubt washed over her as she inquired, "You've given me all these celestial beans. Do you have any left for yourself?" After acquiring the celestial beans, she hesitated, realizing that such precious items, which could be life-saving in critical moments, now lay solely in her possession. Would it not be wise to return a portion to Shaya? Observing Shiling's indecision and the pained expression on her face, Shaya chuckled softly. "Fear not. I have kept some for myself. Take care of those I have given you, for they are indeed quite valuable." How could they not be valuable? He himself possessed merely 70 or 80,000. With a firm nod, Shiling's face radiated gratitude. Shaya smiled, relishing the moment. He refrained from disclosing the true quantity of celestial beans he harbored. He knew that should Shiling discover the extent of his stash, the young girl would surely turn against him, demanding the return of her gratitude. "Very well. Save any further discussion for when I emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber. We shall see how you carry on with your bravado then." Shiling furrowed her brow adorably and playfully stuck out her tongue. Casting a glance at Xiaoya's departing figure, her small face betraying a hint of anticipation. Chapter 21. A major breakthrough. "Mr. Bobo, it is my turn to enter now, is it not?" Upon arriving at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya addressed the endearingly bumbling Bobo, simultaneously retrieving dozens of celestial beans from his spatial pocket for his own use. "Very well. Since you are prepared, please follow me inside. However, I must clarify that while I will provide guidance, the specifics of your training must be explored by you personally," Bobo remarked just as Shaya approached the door. "The master leads you to the door, but the training is up to the individual." "I understand." Shaya smiled nonchalantly as they conversed. They stepped through the grand entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. With a resounding thud, the door closed, sealing off the two realms entirely, possessing the dual powers of time and space. Shaya was particularly sensitive to the fluctuations of the temporal dimensions. The very moment the door to the hyperbolic time chamber closed, he keenly detected a trace of temporal energy. The reason it was referred to as the hyperbolic time chamber rather than merely a time chamber likely pertains to the connection with human consciousness. The original architects may have conceived of the disparity between the flow of time in the realm of spirit and that of reality, subsequently integrating temporal energy into the design of this unique chamber. Could it be that ancient deities once possessed extraordinary knowledge of time and space? Shaya pondered quietly that, of course, the structural integrity of the hyperbolic time chamber was not without its flaws. Although it stipulated that a person may enter only twice in a lifetime, this rule primarily applied to the average individual, for those capable of transcending the barriers of time and space. Such limitations held no weight. For titans such as Super Saiyan 3 or Majin Buu, the regulations of the hyperbolic time chamber appeared almost trivial, as their immense power allowed them to breach spatial confines. Was there a realm even Super Saiyan 3 could not penetrate? An idea struck Shaya. Confident in his temporal abilities, he believed that with continued research, he would one day develop an impeccable temporal cage, ideal for imprisoning or sealing away adversaries. However, contemplating such matters at this juncture seemed premature. Shaya shook his head, casting aside the thought. As Shaya and Bobo proceeded further, they traversed a narrow corridor that opened into a vast expanse of white, unoccupied space. This was a scorching, low-pressure environment with 10 times the normal gravity. They found themselves within a double-story edifice, a dwelling place for practitioners to eat and rest. Yet, even this grand structure appeared minuscule against the backdrop of the expansive emptiness surrounding it. In the hyperbolic time chamber, the usual sustenance consists of only purified water and dry flour, stored in the pantry, Bobo reminded him. Upon hearing Bobo mention food, Shaya suddenly recalled the most arduous aspect of training within the hyperbolic time chamber. It was not merely the stark contrast of day and night or the profound solitude that proved challenging, but rather the torment of inadequate provisions. With only water and flour available, how could a Saiyan thrive without fish or meat? It was no wonder that Sun Wukong had barely endured a few months in the chamber before succumbing to the hardship. Had it not been for the looming threat of the androids endangering Earth, he would not have returned. Food is indeed of paramount importance. Perhaps the deities who constructed the hyperbolic time chamber did so knowing they could not preserve perishable goods, thus providing only meager rations. Thus began Shaya's training under Bobo's guidance. In the expansive, white square, 2 figures stood at its center. I've gathered insights from Shi Ling regarding your previous training methods. Though rudimentary, they yielded some results. I believe Kalen has already instructed you on maintaining rhythm in battle and minimizing unnecessary movements, Bobo stated. Shaya nodded, affirming, Master Kalen believes we have grasped the essentials well. Then, I suggest you continue acclimating to this space. Before you do, I shall elaborate on the philosophy of martial arts, Bobo explained, his expression as stoic as ever, yet Shaya could sense his goodwill. Nodding slightly, he observed as Bobo articulated his understanding of chi and mental state, resembling a martial arts master sharing his wisdom. Bobo must be an astute philosopher. This was Shaya's impression after absorbing Bobo's teachings, which comprehensively addressed his shortcomings. Due to the extreme temperature fluctuations, thin air, and gravity tenfold that of the outside world, the weighted attire Shaya donned exerted a significant impact on him. Movements he once deemed flawless now revealed unavoidable flaws. Here, and here are all superfluous. Your strikes lack decisiveness. You should refine your use of chi. The mind must be calm, the body steady, while movement occurs, and chi must flow smoothly. Bobo observed Shaya's movements, offering periodic guidance. Shaya, grasping the essence of Bobo's advice, continually adjusted his actions, striving to attain the state of effortless weightlessness and tranquility. Despite already being a commendable martial artist, Shaya lacked direction for the future. With Bobo's guidance, he rapidly absorbed the knowledge to rectify his deficiencies. Time flew by. Each day, Shaya experienced growth, and soon, a year had elapsed within the hyperbolic time chamber, clad in his orange-red weighted attire. He floated with his legs straight, arms crossed over his chest, head lowered in deep contemplation, beads of sweat forming on his brow and trickling down. Surrounding him, waves of transparent energy radiated outward like a mirage, subtly distorting the entire space. Boom! A sudden explosion of white energy surged forth, icy winds whipping up the surrounding dust, and a torrent of force spiraled into a whirlwind. Deep crimson rifts in the fabric of space abruptly manifested, stretching outwards in all directions, each dark fissure resembling a bloodthirsty serpent, recklessly flicking its tongue, the sanguine hue sending chills down one's spine. Not far away, Bobo stood, expressionless, observing the spectacle. I could see the emergence of the spatial rifts. Even his calm eyes betrayed a flicker of astonishment. Taking a deep breath, Shaya opened his heart to embrace the newfound power, contentedly retracting his energy. As his aura diminished, the deep rifts scattered throughout the space began to vanish, gradually mending under the influence of the chamber's spatial properties, swiftly restoring to its original state. The vast, desolate space regained tranquility after Shaya reigned in his energy. The recent events unfolded like an illusion, appearing swiftly and disappearing just as rapidly, leaving no discernible trace within the time chamber. The origins of the hyperbolic time chamber are lost to time. Aside from the double-story structure meant for habitation, it remained utterly vacant, enveloped in a sea of white, with harsh living conditions. While it could not compare to the extremes of the universe, it served as an excellent training ground, especially during critical moments when time for cultivation was of the essence. In the vast, arid expanse at the center of the square, Shaya stood motionless, eyes closed, attuning himself to his own power. Each breath was simple, natural, much like a tender sprout poised to break through the soil, needing only a hint of sunlight and a drop of dew to flourish. P.S. I kindly request your support with a recommendation ticket. Another chapter will follow shortly. Chapter 22, 12,000 Battle Power. Observing that Shaya was in deep meditation, Bobo refrained from disturbing him and instead settled down at a respectful distance. The interior of the hyperbolic time chamber was vast, and although Shaya's earlier movements had caused localized ruptures within the space, the overall stability remained unaffected. To genuinely breach the spatial structure of the chamber, it would require Shaya to ascend to the level of Super Saiyan 3, the earlier display of spatial fissures, although seemingly grand, was merely a manifestation of spatial superpowers, resulting in a minute-dimensional layer rather than a true rupture of the void to establish new rules. After all, Shaya's current strength was still significantly distant from that of Majin Buu. In Shaya's perception, the Dragon Ball world was a realm teeming with formidable beings. While it may not be said that deities were abundant, the presence of powerful individuals was undeniable. The criteria for being deemed strong varied across different eras. Yet, one certainty remained. Those who stood as top-tier deities might unexpectedly emerge from the unfathomable corners of the universe, leaving one to ponder their enigmatic silence. Though such deities were few, a single one could spell doom. The Dragon Ball universe was perilous. A moment's lag could lead to elimination. Thus, Shaya despised the notion of being compelled to train under duress from adversaries. This was contrary to his nature. He preferred to seize the initiative, striving to surpass everyone before enemies emerged. Some might perceive this as a form of psychological inferiority or a manifestation of self-doubt. But in truth, it had little to do with confidence. Knowing the inherent dangers of the Dragon Ball world, it would be foolish to wait until the stakes were dire to exert oneself to thrive and flourish in this realm. Strength was an unwavering self-imposed mandate. The most formidable foes within Dragon Ball were Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, with the likes of Beerus and Zeno looming in the future. Acknowledging the might of his opponents, Shaya had no reason to remain passive. The first challenge he would confront was the battle for the destruction of Planet Vegeta, where he would face Frieza, the inaugural major antagonist to the Dragon Ball universe. Naturally, to avoid drawing Frieza's attention and to afford himself time to grow stronger, Shaya could opt to evade this battle, postponing it by several years. With enemies in the light and himself in the shadows, every maneuver could be orchestrated at his discretion, allowing for fluidity in his choices. At this moment, he no longer regarded King Vegeta as a significant figure. The sky above the temple remained as tranquil as ever. The azure expanse appeared immaculate, as if recently cleansed by rainfall, Wisps of white mist rolled in the distance, gracefully floating around the crimson temple. The square, paved with white stone slabs, was flanked by 2 rows of solitary coconut trees. Not far away, a petite girl tirelessly practiced her punches and kicks, her swift movements slicing through the air with a series of resounding cracks, rustling the leaves and stirring up whirlwinds that threatened to topple the nearby trunks. Suddenly, Shiling's expression shifted. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her silky black hair danced in the wind. That energy, Shaya, has emerged, she murmured, a flicker of joy crossing her features. Indeed, as she gazed toward the entrance of the temple, she spotted a vibrant orange figure approaching with a smile. However, as he drew nearer, Shiling frowned, realizing that his height had once again surpassed her own. "You're sweating profusely, and your hair is all matted," Shaya remarked with a grin, casually placing a hand on her shoulder and giving her a half-hug. Shiling, momentarily displeased, opened her mouth to protest, but sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from Shaya. Her expression became complex as she coldly stated, "Shaya, release all your energy. Let me see just how strong you have become." Shaya paused, taken aback by the girl's earnest and beautiful yet serious demeanor. It dawned on him that Shiling possessed a competitive streak, prompting him to shake his head in amusement. He took a few steps back to maintain a comfortable distance and began to unleash his power. With a sudden surge, an oppressive aura enveloped the temple, causing it in the Korin tower below to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. A white glow hovered just above his skin, a faint golden light enveloping his form. The stone slabs beneath began to tremble, seemingly unbound by gravity, as if they might float at any moment. "That's enough," Shiling called out, sensing that Shaya's aura had far exceeded her own. She donned an energy scanner, activating it to reveal a set of data before her eyes. 12862. Over 12,000 battle power, Shiling exclaimed inwardly, astonished that Shaya's year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber had propelled him so far beyond her own meager 9,600, which she had previously taken great pride in. Suddenly feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she recalled that King Vegeta's battle power was just above 10,000, suggesting that Shaya was now on par with the king. "My brother is now among the mightiest Saiyans." Shiling felt a wave of confusion, her heart fluttering with an inexplicable sense of pride. However, to mask her inner thoughts, she cleared her throat and feigned aloofness, saying, "Humph, your energy has certainly increased significantly, but I wonder how you will fare in actual combat. Don't just talk the talk. You might falter when it truly matters. How about we practice?" Shaya teased. "Not a chance. Who will want to train with you?" Shiling retorted, her voice faltering slightly, which only provoked Shaya's laughter. "Come now, you two, cease your bickering. Honestly, that aura you just exhibited sent chills down my spine. Your progress is truly remarkable," the god of earth remarked, leaning on his staff and observing Shaya and Shiling with a gentle smile. Despite their playful squabbles, their bond was evidently strong. Chapter 23. Culinary adventures. The god of earth couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration. Within merely a few days, their powers had become incomparable. Were the talents of extraterrestrials truly this extraordinary? The pace of their growth was astonishing, evoking a sense of trepidation. Thanks to Mr. Bobo and the others for their guidance over the past few days. "We wouldn't have progressed so swiftly otherwise," Shaya replied cheerfully, glancing at Shiling beside him. "By the way, Shiling's tail also requires the god's assistance." "Tail?" Upon hearing Shaya mention it, Shiling turned her gaze to his back, surprised to find that his tail had vanished without her noticing. Shaya explained, "The god's magic is remarkable. It can seal away the tail like a switch. Adhering to our current philosophy of simplicity above all, having a tail becomes a burden. So it is best to seal it away." Shiling blinked in understanding but asked, "But isn't cutting off the tail a bit painful?" Shaya merely chuckled, grasping her furry tail and swiftly severing it. Shiling frowned slightly during the process, casting an annoyed glance over her shoulder. Subsequently, the god of earth replicated the sealing process as he had done for Shaya, using his magic to conceal Shiling's Saiyan tail as well. The god of earth was more than willing to assist, as it was a simple task for him. Moreover, he understood that by helping them now, they would be more inclined to support Earth in its times of need in the future. After sealing the Saiyan tails, Shilling curiously moved around, discovering that it did not hinder her combat abilities. In fact, she felt lighter and more agile while executing her techniques, prompting her to smile contentedly. All right, we should be on our way now. Shaya reined in his aura, compressing his battle power to around 800 or 900 before bidding farewell to the god of earth and Bobod. He then took Shilling's hand and leaped from the temple. Descending through the dense mist, they greeted the cat sage upon reaching the Korin Tower before continuing down the slender structure. Soon, the expansive Korin sacred land spread out before them along the horizon. Where are we headed now? Aren't we returning to planet Surma? Gazing upon the boundless expanse of the lush forest, Shilling furrowed her brows and turned to inquire. Shaya, with his obsidian eyes, peered into the distance. A hint of an unusual brilliance shimmering in his distant gaze that he shook his head, stating, "No, life necessitates a balance between work and rest. Solely pursuing cultivation does not yield profound insights. Having independently practiced for so many years, we ought to experience the communal life of humanity. It might even aid in enhancing our energy. Moreover, I have heard that the food on Earth is exquisite. I plan to reside here for a while. What do you think?" Certainly, with Shaya's words, Shilling naturally had no objections. Considering that they had lived on Selma Star for many years without any interaction with civilization, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to fully immerse themselves in earthly life. Particularly the delightful cuisine. In truth, the latter was of utmost importance. However, before that, they needed to acquire some financial means for their sustenance. Conveniently, Shaya was aware of a location where a substantial treasure of gold and silver lay hidden, a pirate's treasury that he and General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army had once entered while dealing with the latter. Although many years had passed since that event, it was reasonable to assume that the treasure had accumulated significantly. Without delay, he grasped Shiling's hand and activated his instantaneous movement, causing them to vanish from the sacred land of Kalen. Following an increase in strength, Shaya's spatial abilities had also heightened, making the act of instantaneous travel increasingly effortless. However, his temporal abilities, which had awakened first, had yet to make any significant progress, possibly due to their inherently mysterious nature. In the northern hemisphere of Earth, amidst a vast expanse of azure ocean, the figures of Shaya and Shilling materialized in mid-air. "Is this where you spoke of the treasure?" Shilling inquired skeptically, gazing at the roaring waves of the grand ocean before them. "Indeed, I observed it clearly from the temple. It should be nearby," Shaya replied, fabricating a response as he began to search based on his recollections. After circling the entire sea area, he approximated the location. Then he dove downwards, plunging into the depths of the ocean, and quickly located the entrance to the treasure based on his memories, entering the pirates' subterranean treasury. They found the various traps set by the pirates rather rudimentary. After skillfully avoiding these mechanisms, they soon arrived at the cavern where gold and silver treasures were stored. There indeed lay several chests gleaming with gold, all acquired through the pirates' plundering endeavors. With a grin, Shaya waved his hand, and a rift opened in the void, swallowing the entirety of the treasures into it. Once they completed their task, he clapped his hands and declared, "Let us head into the city and exchange these treasures for currency. That I will treat you to delectable and sumptuous meals that I assure you, no beings in the universe appreciate culinary delights quite like earthlings. The food here is truly divine. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once." The allure of gourmet food immediately captivated the young girl's heart, prompting her to urge him onward. Thus began a rumor in the culinary circles of Earth about a pair of youthful adventurers who had voraciously devoured offerings from numerous dining establishments, only leaving once the chefs collapsed from exhaustion. Consequently, many restaurants refrained from offering buffet-style promotions for years. Meanwhile, the instigators of this frenzy were seated, contentedly devouring an enormous array of dishes, the clinking of chopsticks and the clattering of plates echoing around them. Their table already stacked high, with 2 towering piles of dishes. "Boss, another serving of roasted pig, please, and 1 more portion of mixed sauce noodles. I also want a roasted lamb leg," Shaya bellowed, extending his plate. However, upon hearing their shouts, the restaurant owner trembled, approaching them with a cold sweat and saying, "Dear guests, we truly have run out of ingredients. Perhaps you might consider visiting another restaurant. Already out so soon?" Shaya's expression darkened upon seeing the owner drenched in perspiration, and he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Oh, come now. You run a business. How can you not have prepared sufficient ingredients?" "Yes, yes." The restaurant owner nodded vigorously, wiping his sweat, silently lamenting that their consumption had been enough to sustain the establishment for a week. After settling the bill, Shaya and Shi Ling exited the establishment, and the owner, watching their departing figures, finally succumbed to the ground in exhaustion that a nearby server rushed over to assist, but the owner shrugged off the help, irately barking, "What are you standing around for? Hurry and clean up. Close the shop. I need at least a week. No, a month. Off did I implore these two little tyrants to leave." Shaya and Shi Ling lingered in the city for over 10 days, sampling every restaurant. Each time they entered, the staff would appear as though they had just lost a loved one. It wasn't that they were unwilling to earn money. It was simply exhausting to accommodate such customers. Moreover, whenever the duo arrived, other patrons were left unattended, threatening the viability of the businesses in the long run. Shi Ling, see, I told you Earth's food is the most exquisite. Indeed. The girl nodded vigorously, relishing the recent indulgence as the most satisfying experience of her life. Shaya, can't you store food in your dimensional space? Why not try to preserve some? Her reminder sparked an epiphany in Shaya. Indeed, his spatial abilities could be utilized to store food. Let us procure supplies quickly. After we leave Earth, we may not have access to such delicious cuisine. Thus, for the next period, they busied themselves with food procurement. And as it turned out, Shaya's spatial abilities could indeed preserve food, halting time within his storage, ensuring that nothing spoiled or deteriorated, no matter how long it was kept. This discovery only intensified their cravings, and their funds dwindled rapidly. Ultimately, after 2 months, all the wealth acquired from the pirate treasure was expended on food, filling Shaya's private space with enough provisions to sustain them for 3 to 4 years of indulgence. It is worth noting that the appetite of Saiyans is immense. The sheer quantity of food required to satisfy them for that duration is beyond imagination. On a certain day, on a picturesque island, majestic mountains rose in the center, surrounded by a multitude of smaller, layered hills. This island boasted a modern city, with the ocean breeze laden with the unique moisture of the sea nurturing the urban landscape. The crystalline waters seamlessly blended with the sky, creating a shimmering panorama of sea and sky, where one could behold the azure sea and listen to the rhythmic crashing of the waves. On a stone path adorned with blooming peach blossoms, the vibrant petals resembled the smile of a youthful maiden, exuding a fragrant and tranquil aura. Strolling along this serene and beautiful path, Shi Ling's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Look how stunning the scenery is here. Should we not establish a home here? After completing our missions, we could stay for a while." Her fondness for the place was likely ignited by both the earthly delicacies and the enchanting vistas before her. "Very well, let us make it our home." Shaya shrugged, conceding to her delight. Ever since Shi Ling had matured, she had become increasingly independent, even dropping the affectionate title of brother in favor of simply addressing him by name. How children grow up to become more self-sufficient, Shaya mused, standing atop the mountain, surveying the entire island. He suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the landscape, as if he had seen it before. However, as it was his first visit to Earth, any recognition must have stemmed from its depiction in the original narrative. Shaya sought out a bookstore and purchased a guide to the island city, finally uncovering its history. "Isn't this the island where son Wukong trained under Master Roshi?" Shaya exclaimed in astonishment. Although referred to as an island, it was in fact merely a peninsula, with part of it connected to the mainland. The original narrative featured few famous islands, the first being Kame House, where Master Roshi resided, followed by the island where son Wukong and Krillin cultivated their skills while tending to the fields and delivering milk. The third and fourth were Papaya Island, which hosted the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and Southeast Island, which was the venue for the 23rd tournament. There was also the Southern City Island that appeared later during the Android saga. If this were indeed the island where son Wukong trained, then Kame House must be nearby. What a remarkable coincidence! In an unguarded moment, a smile crept onto Shaya's lips as he found himself unexpectedly near the island inhabited by Master Roshi. However, he had no intention of disturbing the venerable master. Firstly, The aims of his journey to Earth had largely been fulfilled. He had procured a sufficient supply of senza beans and training methods, rendering a visit to Master Roshi unnecessary. Secondly, even if he were to meet Master Roshi, the old man's frail powers would not yield him any significant advantage, so he opted to disregard the encounter altogether. Subsequently, to satisfy Shiling's request, Shaya delineated a parcel of land on a hillside of the small island and constructed a rudimentary wooden hut using timber. As the sun began to rise, its radiant rays bathed the landscape in a warm and gentle light. The soft sunlight illuminated the azure stones and the verdant blades of grass, where mist swirled and danced, refracting into a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's embrace. The blush of peach blossoms resembled the smile of a youthful maiden, infusing the entire isle with enchanting brilliance. A low, green hill rose before him, with a path of azure stones winding gracefully down its slopes that a stream trickled forth from the rocks of the peaks, nourishing the verdant foliage along its banks before merging into a crystal-clear brook that gurgled merrily. After so many years away from Earth, Shaya marveled at the astonishing advancements in technology that had transpired in his absence. In a shaded nook on the hillside, beside a stone bench, an elderly man with silver hair and a white beard donned a white martial arts uniform. He gazed down with a smile. Observing the vibrant life below on the upper left of his uniform, a red character for martial was emblazoned. However, what piqued curiosity was the golden halo hovering above the elder's head, a sign of a soul from the afterlife. This halo indicated that the elder was, in fact, a spirit hailing from the realm of the deceased. The afterlife is an extraordinary domain, linking heaven and hell, and connected by a mystical path to the higher dimensional realm of King Kai. Souls that arrive in the afterlife, regardless of their former might or status, must endure judgment from Yama, the king of the underworld. Those deemed virtuous may ascend to heaven, while the wicked are cast into hell, and those of neutral disposition are immediately reincarnated. Only those who achieved great deeds or possessed noble character in life are adorned with a halo, signifying their eligibility for ascension to heaven. This silver-haired elder was no ordinary figure. He was the Grandmaster of Martial Arts, Wu Tai Do, who had triumphed over the Demon King Piccolo 3 centuries ago, thereby saving the world. He was also the master of both Master Roshi and Master Crane. After sealing the Demon King, Wu Tai Do had perished from exhaustion, and based on his merits, he could have ascended directly to heaven. Yet he chose to remain in the afterlife, and today marked the day of his return to the mortal realm before his reincarnation. Upon returning to the human world, Wu Tai Do did not seek out his 2 disciples, Master Roshi and Master Crane. Instead, he wandered quietly through various cities, unknowingly arriving at this coastal island city. Witnessing the flourishing and peaceful scenes of the world 300 years later filled his heart with joy, especially upon learning that both of his disciples had established their own schools and become renowned masters of martial arts. At that moment, 2 figures caught his attention on the opposite side of the mountain path, one male and one female, both youthful in appearance. From them, Wu Tai Do sensed an exhilarating aura that stirred his blood. "My young friends, I wonder from which sect you hail, for at such a tender age, you possess such formidable prowess?" Following the sound, Shaya turned in surprise to find the silver-haired elder smiling at them. Who is this elder, whose energy far surpasses that of even the gods? Sensing the profound power emanating from the elder, Shaya was momentarily taken aback. The aura was nearing a battle power of 6,000, astonishingly revealing the presence of such a formidable master on Earth. Noticing the prominent character for martial on the elder's uniform, along with the ethereal golden halo above his head, Shaya's expression shifted as he began to deduce the elder's identity. Could it be Master Roshi's mentor, Wu Tai Do? Indeed, only Wu Tai Do could possess such power. It seemed he had not forsaken his training even in the afterlife. Shaya felt a sense of certainty wash over him. Those who achieved great deeds in life had the opportunity to cultivate with their physical bodies after death. Though this was a rarity, given Wu Tai Do's circumstances, Shaya concluded he was indeed corporeal. Having trained for 300 years in heaven to reach a battle power of 6,000 was not beyond the realm of possibility. Is this venerable elder truly Wu Tai Do, The surprise now belonged to Wu Tai-do, who was taken aback that someone still recognized his name after all this time. "You young friend, know my name?" Chapter 25. The returned Shaya merely chuckled, pointing towards the heavens, leaving it to the elder to speculate whether he referred to the celestial realm or outer space. Wu Tai-do, grasping the implication, nodded in understanding, mistakenly believing that Shaya and his companion had descended from the celestial realm. If they hailed from the divine temple, it would be no wonder they knew his name, presumably having heard it from the gods. Observing the youthfulness of the pair before him, Wu Tai-do couldn't help but marvel. Who could have imagined that such talent still exists in this era, training within the celestial temple? It seems the martial arts of Earth have not waned. Wu Tai-do was aware that the legendary gods residing above the Kalen Tower were enigmatic beings. 3 centuries prior, when he ascended the Kalen Tower to learn the Mafuba technique from the Cat Master, in order to defeat the Demon King Piccolo, he had heard the Cat Master mention that even higher deities dwelled in the temple above the Kalen Tower. At that time, Wu Tai-do firmly believed that the gods were incredibly powerful, unaware that he had surpassed them by a considerable margin. Seeing that Wu Tai-do had misconstrued their origins, Shaya smiled without offering an explanation. After exchanging a few words with Wu Tai-do, they bid each other farewell. Both were exceptionally skilled martial artists, and they had already gauged each other's depths through their energy senses, due to Shaya's overwhelming strength compared to Wu Tai-do. He felt only a fleeting surprise at the elder's abilities, lacking any desire for confrontation. Conversely, Wu Tai-do had experienced countless battles, and with it being his final day of existence, he found contentment in merely knowing that such a formidable master still existed on Earth. As Wu Tai-do departed, Shilling rummaged through her backpack and pulled out some snacks, munching as she remarked, "That old man is truly peculiar. Not only does his energy surpass that of Earthlings, but he also has a strange halo above his head." Shaya shot her an incredulous glance and explained, "That's because he is not a living person. He is a figure from 300 years ago, and we just happened to encounter him upon his return to the mortal realm." "Wait, are you saying that old man came from the afterlife?" Shilling gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape, momentarily forgetting about her snacks. Could there be any doubt? That elder is Wu Tai-do, the great martial artist who saved Earth 3 centuries ago. Just think about it. After so many years of training in the afterlife, how could he possibly be weak? Shaya smiled at Shilling, then proceeded to explain the concept of souls entering the afterlife to face Yama's judgment after death, particularly the criteria that determined whether one ascended to heaven or descended to hell. Is it true that after death, there is no end? Souls must undergo judgment from Yama. What about a seance? Most likely, we would all end up in hell. Shaya shrugged. Saiyans served Frieza, committing countless heinous acts. According to the rules of the afterlife, such individuals are destined for hell. That Shiling's eyes widened in disbelief as she contemplated the Saiyans' actions. If souls were indeed judged, it seemed likely that they would all descend to hell. So, to avoid ending up in hell in the future, we must either maintain a balance of good and evil, ensuring our reincarnation, or guarantee that we never die, thereby exempting ourselves from Yama's judgment altogether. Shaya added humorously. Then I should refrain from committing too many wrongs, Shilling pondered, considering her future. She decided it would be wise to minimize any unnecessary killings. Though she felt a pang of restlessness at the thought, as for Shaya's jest about never dying, she dismissed it as mere banter. What puzzled her was how Shaya seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge about so many things. Despite being just a child like her, as for Shiling's confusion, Shaya would not provide excessive clarification. His origins from another world were not something he could reveal to others, at least not until he had amassed sufficient strength. Thus, he shifted the topic. By the way, we have been on Earth for over half a year now. We have accomplished all that we set out to do, and it is time for us to return to Vegeta. Are we going back? Shilling was filled with excitement. After being away from Vegeta for so many years, she could hardly contain her eagerness to return. Indeed, as soon as the topic was broached, her attention was swiftly diverted. Shaya secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he must refrain from appearing as though he possessed all the answers, as that would only arouse suspicion. Yes, after so many years, it was indeed time to go back. However, upon their return to Vegeta, It would be imperative to conceal their combat power to avoid drawing attention from others, Shaya remarked. Shilling nodded in agreement. She was no longer the naive girl she had once been. Having spent so much time by Shaya's side, she had naturally come to understand the principle that the tallest tree catches the wind. Nevertheless, leaving Earth was something she found difficult to do, primarily because of the myriad of delectable foods it offered. Other matters did not weigh heavily on her heart. Leaning slightly toward Shaya, she rested a hand on his shoulder. Shaya reciprocated by placing his hand on her slender waist. The sensation of her youthful form transmitting through his palm, accompanied by a subtle fragrance reminiscent of lilies that lingered in the air, he took a deep breath, focusing his mind as his spatial abilities activated. A flicker of indistinct light shimmered in place before the two of them vanished from Earth. Unlike the chaotic arrival on Earth 6 months prior, Shaya now exuded a sense of composure, demonstrating marked proficiency in utilizing his instant transmission. With a substantial reservoir of energy backing him, executing the technique had become significantly less challenging. He leaped back through the planets in reverse order. And 30 minutes later, Shaya and Shilling reappeared on the distant Selma planet. Returning to the familiar Selma, Shaya inhaled deeply. Though instant transmission was undeniably convenient, it paled in comparison to the efficiency of Atlantis' method, consuming far too much energy, and was certainly inferior to that of Jebit. Shaya mused to himself. His instant transmission ability necessitated prior knowledge of the target area's location and required considerable energy for spatial transfer. It lagged far behind the Atlantis method, which merely required locking onto the target's energy signature. However, he was confident that once his strength reached a certain level, it would surpass that of Atlantis. Perhaps in the future, he could integrate Atlantis' instant transmission technique into his own, combining both methods to potentially achieve the level of Jebit's instant transmission. Shilling, let's first retrieve the spacecraft, he suggested. Shilling nodded. Shaya then transported them back to the very spot where they had initially landed. The same familiar valley awaited them, but the vegetation had grown denser since their departure, and it seemed that it would not be long before the area returned to its former lush, forested glory. As they stood in the valley that they had not seen for over half a year, Shaya couldn't help but reflect. Although their absence had only spanned 6 months, accounting for the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, they had actually experienced a year and a half. In terms of power, his combat strength had skyrocketed from just over 2,000 points upon leaving Selma to nearly 13,000 now, representing a tremendous increase. P.S. If you have a recommendation ticket, please cast it. Chapter 26. Return to Vegeta. Opening the cave entrance, Shaya retrieved 2 large spherical spacecrafts from within. Pressing a button, the hatch opened with a soft hiss. The quality of the Saiyan spacecraft was indeed impressive. Even after so many years, the interior appeared as pristine as ever. After adjusting the navigation system to return to Vegeta, the ship's alarm began to beep, and the machinery commenced its self-check. Shilling, adjust your energy to 850 combat power. We'll increase it to over 900 upon reaching Vegeta, Shaya instructed. All right, Shilling replied earnestly, quickly regulating her energy to around 850 combat power, a task that was remarkably simple for her now. Shaya nodded at her actions before adjusting his own combat power. They were currently 8 years old, and by the time they reached Vegeta, they would be nearly 9. Achieving 900 combat power as a mid-level warrior at that age would be impressive enough not to draw undue attention. All right, let us head back now. Vegeta. The two of them boarded their respective spacecraft. Given that these were standard Saiyan models, even adult-sized occupants would not feel cramped. Upon pressing the button, the spacecraft's hatch slowly closed, and a gentle tremor coursed through the vessel. Suddenly, a tremendous force pressed downward, propelling the spacecraft swiftly beyond the atmosphere of Selma. Watching the cerulean planet recede into the distance, Shaya gradually closed his eyes, entering a state of slumber, knowing he would not awaken until they reached Vegeta. 7 months later, surrounded by vast darkness, countless stars emitted a captivating pale light, their clarity resembling tiny diamonds scattered across a black canvas, displaying an immaculate and serene beauty within a massive stellar system. A colossal crimson planet slowly orbited its sun. This dark red planet was Vegeta, originally named Zuffer, a world seized from the Zephyrians and now renowned as the Saiyan stronghold in the cosmos. The spaceport of Vegeta remained bustling, with spherical spacecrafts continuously taking off and landing. Suddenly, two spacecraft pierced through the crimson atmosphere and descended into the spaceport, under the guidance of the ground crew. They landed precisely at the designated spot. Upon the opening of the hatches, two familiar figures emerged. After many years, Shaya and Shilling had returned to Vegeta. The spaceport was a hive of activity, with Saiyans returning from missions, mingling with a host of peculiar extraterrestrials with long noses and large eyes. Many of these aliens were slaves captured from planets like Datter, while others were subordinates dispatched by Frieza from his home planet to assist the Saiyans in daily management. After all, the technological prowess of the Saiyans was relatively low. Aside from their combat skills, they lacked mastery over advanced technology. Much like savages confronting a sophisticated civilization, many high-tech devices required specialized aliens to operate. Naturally, it remained unclear how many of these extraterrestrials had been sent by Frieza to monitor the Saiyans. Shaya, I just contacted my parents via the communicator. They're waiting for us at home to the edge of the spaceport. Shilling pressed the button on her energy detector, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This device not only detected the energy intensity of living beings, but also served as a communicator. All right, let us head back immediately. Shaya glanced at her, chuckling, knowing how thrilled she was to see her parents again. In truth, he too was filled with excitement. They had been away from Vegeta for over 5 years. Though a year and a half was spent in interstellar travel, it had still been over 5 years since they last saw Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Adrian. Thus, the two of them traversed the platform and made their way outside the spaceport. Shilling's home was situated in the prosperous area of Vegeta, part of the upper-class residential district, and was not far from the royal city. However, it would take some time to reach her home from the spaceport. To conceal their combat power, Shaya and Shilling could not fly at full strength or utilize instant transmission for their journey. Traveling at a normal speed, they crossed a significant portion of the city before landing in a vibrant residential area. They meandered along the green pathways, entwined with ivy and adorned with swaying trees. The faint fragrance in the air evoked a rush of nostalgic memories. Before long, they arrived at a 2-story independent residence, which was Shilling's home. Compared to the surrounding houses, Shilling's abode was considerably larger. Knock, knock, knock. After a few raps on the door, a cheerful sound emanated from the electronic panel, and the door swung open. A figure dashed out, enveloping Shaya in a tight embrace before he could even react. Oh my! Shilling, Shaya, you've finally returned. Let me see you, Aunt Rebecca exclaimed, her arms articulating her feelings more eloquently than words ever could. As a warrior race, Saiyan women possess strength that rivaled men, and when they expressed their emotions, they did so with undeniable ferocity, especially someone like Rebecca, a seasoned warrior and a former member of Team Edry. Although she has not been on missions in recent years, her formidable strength should not be underestimated. When Rebecca embraced them, it felt as though they were ensnared by countless incredibly resilient ropes. Shaya and Shilling found themselves rendered immobile. Of course, given their current prowess, breaking free would be effortless, yet they had no intention of doing so. Ahem, Aunt Rebecca, you should let us go now, or we might suffocate. Shaya rolled his eyes, expressing his mild exasperation. Yes, Mom, please release us. Oh, right, look at me. Come, let us go inside and talk, Rebecca responded, feeling a bit embarrassed as she released her hold and ushered them indoors. Once inside, Rebecca began to inquire warmly about the children's lives over the past few years, while Shilling selectively recounted key events. Whenever she reached a crucial point, Shilling would animate her storytelling with gestures. Although Shaya found these movements somewhat clumsy and amusing, Rebecca still gasped in surprise from time to time. Despite her daughter's somewhat lackluster descriptive abilities, she listened attentively. Mom, you won't believe it. There's actually a moon on Selma Planet. One night, the full moon was enormous, drifting through the clouds. When I stepped outside, I saw it, and then transformed into a giant ape. Goodness, did you lose your mind? Hee, I did lose my mind. Shilling innocently spread her hands. Fortunately, Shaya reacted swiftly and severed his own tail before cutting mine, but in the end he still suffered serious injuries. According to Shaya, my battle power had increased tenfold at that moment. Shilling chuckled as she recounted the events. You know, if it weren't for Shaya's decisive action at that time, the consequences could have been dire. Rebecca held Shilling close, playfully pinching her cheek, prompting Shilling to squirm in protest. Little Shaya, it must have been quite tough for you to fight after Shilling transformed. Rebecca released Shilling and turned her concern toward Shaya. Shaya nodded, recalling the harrowing experience with lingering trepidation. Indeed, that battle was the most arduous I faced after arriving on Selma. If I hadn't seized a fleeting opportunity at the last moment, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Even so, I was injured and bedridden for several months. Rebecca nodded in agreement, understanding the dual-edged nature of a Saiyans transformation into a giant ape. While advantageous in combat, it could also lead to collateral damage among allies. Thus, during assaults on higher-tier planets, elite warriors typically led the charge, utilizing their transformations to engage enemies, while lower and mid-tier warriors were required to withdraw to avoid becoming casualties. By the way, where's Uncle Edry? I thought he was home too? Shaya inquired, perplexed by Edry's absence after their lengthy return at O. He had a few matters to attend to at the training camp, but he'll be back shortly, Rebecca replied. Shaya understood, recalling that since the disbandment of Team Edry, Edry had taken on the role of an instructor at the training camp, primarily training young elite warriors and occasionally taking them on simple missions. It was evident that the Saiyans held distinct views towards mid-tier and elite warriors, while Shaya and his companions had spent 3 years in the training camp before being dispatched on missions. They had not enjoyed such favorable treatment. After some more conversation, Rebecca began preparing dinner just as Edry returned from work. Upon seeing his long-lost daughter and nephew, Edry's tanned visage broke into a smile as he approached to assess the two. "Haha, it's been a while, little ones. You've both grown and become quite sturdy. Little Shaya, you're starting to look more and more like your father." "Daddy," Shilling exclaimed joyfully. "Uncle Edry, good. Hi, you're finally back. Safe and sound." Edry laughed heartily, his voice echoing with joy. He understood that missions on Selma were no small feat and often fraught with danger. He had initially thought the children would take much longer to complete their tasks. So their swift return was a delightful surprise. Their safe return indicated they had passed their trials, which made Edry exceedingly happy. The initial trials for Saiyan warriors were crucial, directly impacting their future development. After all, he himself had successfully completed those trials and gradually risen to become the captain of Team Edry. He clapped Shaya and Shilling on the shoulders and produced a simple energy scanner from his pocket. Placing it to his ear, "Let me see what your battle power has reached." With a smile, Edry pressed the button on the scanner, which beeped as data appeared 0.962, 987. Edry paused momentarily at the displayed figures, then burst into laughter. "Wow, this is impressive. Your battle power is quite high, surpassing even some elite warriors. Not bad at all. Perhaps our family will produce 2 remarkable figures in the future." Although Edry had surmised that Shaya and Shilling's battle power would be substantial upon their safe return to Vegeta, he was nonetheless pleasantly surprised by the actual readings. After all, his daughter and nephew were still under 9 years old, yet they already boasted battle powers nearing 1,000. Their futures were undoubtedly bright, and they were destined to become formidable warriors. With all this talking, I've worked up quite an appetite. It's imperative for Saiyans to eat well before battle. "Rebecca, hurry and serve the food," Edry commanded, taking on the role of the family's patriarch. The dinner table erupted into a fierce contest among the 4 Saiyans as they vied for food, launching into a spirited battle of appetites. The clattering of plates resonated as the food vanished at an astonishing pace, creating a scene that was nothing short of breathtaking. The speed of their competition was so swift that blurred images seemed to flicker in the air, and any martial artist from Earth witnessing this would surely remark that it resembled a form of training. The sheer volume of food consumed by a Saiyan family in a day was staggering. Without a dedicated food supply system, Vegeta would soon descend into chaos due to food shortages. Hence, dedicated cosmic beings were responsible for ensuring a steady supply of food for the planet. After dinner, in the living room, the family of 4 settled onto the sofa. Edry perused a data receiver reminiscent of a tablet, reviewing that day's information while planning the upcoming training schedule, all the while listening to Shilling eagerly recount her accomplishments. Meanwhile, Rebecca sat quietly, occasionally updating Shaya on the current state of Vegeta. Shaya listened intently, as it was crucial for him to grasp the current situation on Vegeta to formulate better plans through subtle inquiries. Edri and Rebecca began to share insights about the events that had transpired on Vegeta over the past few years. From Edri's descriptions, Shaya gleaned that the overall situation on Vegeta had not changed significantly. They continued to assist Frieza in conquering various planets, committing numerous misdeeds that caused chaos among their targets. However, significant events had indeed occurred during these years. For instance, the birth of the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, had taken place over a year ago. Although Shaya was not surprised by this news, his expression turned serious, for he understood that Vegeta's birth signified the impending doom for their planet at Frieza's hands. Edri spoke with an air of envy, revealing that when Vegeta was born, the scanner registered an astonishing battle power of 280, marking him as an exceptionally gifted elite warrior. King Vegeta was immensely pleased and decided to name his child after Planet Vegeta, celebrating the birth of Vegeta with several days of feasting in the royal palace. Remarkably, just over a year had passed, and Vegeta's combat power had astonishingly surged to 420. Such a prodigious talent was seldom seen in the annals of Saiyan history. Prince Vegeta was indeed a rare super genius, and it was likely that within a few years, he would reach a combat power of 1,000. Edri, filled with emotion, reflected on how he had never encountered Saiyan with such exceptional potential. Given that Vegeta was the esteemed prince of the Saiyans, it was evident that King Vegeta's lineage was secure. As he spoke, Edri glanced once more at his daughter and nephew. While these two children were indeed remarkable, they paled in comparison to Prince Vegeta. Shaya and Xiling would only reach a combat power of 1,000 around the age of 9, whereas Prince Vegeta might achieve that at the tender age of 5 or 6. A mere 3-year difference could result in a chasm of disparity in the future. Nonetheless, despite his musings, Edri maintained a smile, for compared to their contemporaries among the Saiyans, his children were exceptionally gifted. He could hardly compare his offspring with a royal prince. The levels were simply incomparable. If Shaya and Xiling could surpass him and reach a combat power of 10,000 in the future, he would be immensely grateful. At that moment, Edri was blissfully unaware that Shaya's potential far exceeded his expectations, and the ultimate goals he set for his children were destined to result in a grand misunderstanding. If he were to learn of this now, one could only imagine the expression that would cross his face. Chapter 28. The future of the Saiyans Vegeta. Upon hearing Edri's sentiments, Shaya's eyes narrowed slightly. The birth of Vegeta signified that the destruction of Planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza was drawing near, perhaps within the next 2 or 3 years. He recalled the original story, where Vegeta was around 5 or 6 years old when the planet was annihilated. Furthermore, Shaya needed to keep an eye on Bardock's family, as it was likely that Raditz, Goku's elder brother, had also been born by this time. Goku's birth coincided with Frieza's assault on Planet Vegeta, but what troubled Shaya was that Bardock's family resided far from his current location, making it difficult for him to ascertain their situation in the immediate future. This posed quite a dilemma. Moreover, Vegeta, without a doubt, was one of the most talented Saiyans, boasting such a high combat power at birth. In a few months, his battle power would likely surpass 500 at goodness, achieving 500 combat power at just over 2 years old. If this trajectory continued, he might well reach 1,000 before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, which explained why Frieza had taken him as a hostage for his experiments on the Super Saiyan. Shaya silently calculated, if the narrative continued on this path, Vegeta's power would undoubtedly exceed 10,000 upon reaching adulthood, which aligned closely with the original story. In other words, his influence as a butterfly had yet to stir the winds of change in the plot. This was certain, as his humble origins within the Saiyan populace were insignificant, especially since he had left Planet Vegeta at a young age, limiting his potential impact. Reflecting on his own training, Shaya felt a twinge of melancholy. Vegeta's starting point was vastly superior to his own, yet the timeline for both achieving 1,000 combat power was nearly identical. Shaya broke through 1,000 combat power at just over 5 years old. And in the original story, Vegeta too was able to defeat a training dummy at a similar age. The difference in their breakthroughs was negligible, but in reality, Shaya had an edge, for he had trained from a base of less than 100 combat power. Subsequently, their differences became pronounced, as Shaya's experiences on Earth and in the hyperbolic time chamber allowed his combat power to soar beyond 10,000, a feat Vegeta would not attain until adulthood. Had Shaya chosen to return to Planet Vegeta instead of going to Earth, he might well have drawn the attention of King Vegeta and his court by now. Inwardly pondering these thoughts, Shaya felt a sense of pride in his foresight. Life is not so filled with hypotheticals. Even if King Vegeta were to target him, intent on eliminating him to maintain control, it would depend on whether he possessed the capability. By the way, Uncle Adri, what do you think of Frieza's attitude towards the Saiyans? Shaya inquired deliberately. Adri was evidently caught off guard by Shaya's question, looking at him in surprise before furrowing his brow in contemplation. Frieza is the quintessential cosmic overlord. The Saiyans have always prospered under his command. Yet his demeanor towards us is quite cold, even bordering on disdain. Adri was a perceptive man. The reason the Saiyans could align themselves with Frieza was due to mutual necessity. The Saiyans, being warriors, required the extensive network woven by Frieza, while Frieza valued the Saiyans' combativeness. Treating them as mere tools, T.O. suggests there was any emotional bond between them would be utterly unrealistic. Adri had long discerned Frieza's true nature and understood that. In the eyes of the Cosmic Emperor, the Saiyans were little more than insignificant pests. However, he could not have anticipated that Frieza's feelings towards the Saiyans were not merely contemptuous. There existed a madness and malevolence that made him wish to obliterate them entirely. What concerns me is that King Vegeta has also been increasingly dissatisfied with Frieza's oppressive rule. It is likely that he will eventually lead the Saiyans in rebellion. Adri abruptly halted, realizing that this topic was no longer suitable for discussion. Shaya looked at Uncle Adri in astonishment, surprised that this seemingly rugged man could unravel the essence of the matter with such clarity. Such insight was rare among the Saiyans. What if King Vegeta truly rebels? Rebecca asked anxiously. Frieza is known as the Cosmic Overlord. Can the Saiyans truly secure ultimate victory? If they succeeded, that would be well and good, but what if they failed? Would there be any space left for the Saiyans to survive? If we cannot win, we can always flee, Shieling remarked nonchalantly. Such foolish talk. A Saiyan cannot run from battle. What sort of Saiyan would that make us? Adri scolded with a frown. Yet Shaya felt Shieling's perspective held merit. Preserving one's life was paramount. He should alert Adri and Rebecca to this reality to facilitate future actions. Thus, after a moment of thought, he remarked, however, I have heard that Frieza has never harbored good intentions towards the Saiyans. The only reason he keeps us around is due to his fear of the legendary Super Saiyan emerging among our ranks, which could threaten his reign. The legendary Super Saiyan. That is merely a myth. Adri chuckled dismissively, shaking his head in disbelief. Although such tales had circulated among the Saiyans for ages, no one had ever witnessed a Super Saiyan, and as time wore on, belief in the legend waned. Nevertheless, you are correct. The Saiyans and Frieza ultimately cannot coexist. King Vegeta must have been preparing for this for quite some time, Adri murmured. Unfortunately, they remained oblivious to Frieza's true strength. This impending rebellion was destined for failure. And the consequence of that failure would be the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. Shaya's mind raced with myriad thoughts. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After a comfortable sleep, Shaya rose early and began his exercises in the backyard. Though this low-intensity training offered little assistance, he diligently performed each movement as if it were second nature. Soon, Shieling joined him, and they sparred joyfully, lost in their play that a strong wind swept through the backyard, bending the surrounding vegetation gracefully. Moments later, as the sun climbed high in the sky, they paused, standing still, their breaths even and unhurried, as if they had not engaged in vigorous activity at all. The previous exercises hardly even qualified as a warm-up. Rebecca was still inside preparing breakfast, and the delicious aroma wafted through the air, causing Shieling's eyes to light up. She abandoned Shaya and dashed to the kitchen. What a greedy little cat, Shaya murmured softly. Sitting alone on a stone bench in the backyard, closing his eyes to meditate quietly, that a series of jingling bells suddenly rang out. Hey you, is Master Adri home? A haughty voice called out. Shaya opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within his dark pupils. Before him stood a small figure clad in a sleek battle suit. I'm asking you a question. Did you hear me? The figure impatiently insisted. Their voice growing shrill. Point one should be courteous when inquiring about others. That I will not respond to such an attitude. As Shaya spoke, he continued to keep his eyes closed, showing no inclination to acknowledge the other party. The person paused momentarily, then scoffed haughtily, declaring, "Humph, I see now. You are the intermediate warrior from Master Edry's household. Let me inform you that I am a high-level warrior, not someone you can offend if it weren't for you all. Master Edry would have already taken me out on a mission today. It turned out she was just a child from the Saiyan clan, led by Uncle Edry, a mere little brat." Chapter 29. Shaya took a moment to scrutinize the other individual, a very young girl, probably around 2 years old, with long hair messily tied back, cascading down her back. Her delicate face wore an expression of pride and disdain as she regarded him. Was this the child among the Saiyans possessing the potential of a high-level warrior? Indeed, a precocious one. He shook his head, disinterested in engaging in frivolities with such a child, and stated, "Uncle Edry is inside the house. You may find him yourself." "Humph," the little girl coldly huffed, her proud little face nearly pointing skyward. Then she strode past him, deliberately ignoring Shaya. With mouth agape, Shaya stared in astonishment at her departing figure. Letting out a chuckle, "Whose child is this? She certainly has a high opinion of herself." After sitting in the courtyard for a while, feeling the sun's rays growing increasingly intense, Shaya rose and made his way toward the house. In the kitchen, Rebecca had prepared a lavish breakfast spread. Shilling sat quietly at the dining table, already enjoying her meal with gusto, and when she noticed Shaya's entrance, she merely glanced at him before returning to devour the food before her. In no time, the mountain of food was completely consumed. "Where is Uncle Edry? Why hasn't he come out?" Shaya casually inquired as he took a seat and grabbed a piece of roasted meat. Rebecca approached with a platter of food, explaining his previously scheduled mission has been postponed for a few days, so his student came to find him, and he is currently busy assigning tasks to her. "Student?" Shaya recalled the haughty little girl from earlier. She must be the one Rebecca was referring to. Since he and Shilling had returned from their mission on Selma Planet to Vegeta, Edry had postponed the subsequent training plans. Intending to spend quality time with his children during this period, so that self-important little brat is actually daddy's student. There's nothing remarkable about her. What is there to be proud of? After finishing her breakfast, Shilling wiped her mouth with a napkin. Her eyes filled with disdain. It was evident that she had encountered the little girl before and held a strong dislike for her. She too was a proud individual, though she did not display it in front of those close to her. However, her inherent arrogance made it intolerable for her to accept such an attitude from someone, especially when that person's strength was far inferior to her own. To be honest, given Shilling's current prowess, she could only look down on others. There was no one who could regard her in such a manner. The little girl's gaze had clearly irritated her. Myers is quite the genius. Her battle power at birth surpassed that of her peers by a significant margin, and her aptitude rating is only slightly lower than that of Prince Vegeta, a true prodigy. Remarkably, she is also exceptionally diligent in her training. Edry is quite pleased with this student. Although her pride can be a bit much, she is genuinely a good person, Rebecca said with a smile. The strong possess privileges. Naturally, the strong are superior to the weak. Rebecca firmly believed in this principle, thus viewing Myers' attitude towards others as completely normal. Myers, Shaya murmured the name a few times. It was indeed quite pleasant to the ear. After hearing Rebecca's description, Shaya gradually gathered some understanding of the girl named Myers. Another genius, it seemed, as long as she did not fall midway. Her future achievements could be substantial. It was merely unfortunate that she was born at a time when Vegeta was destined for destruction. Should she perish, she would be nothing. Genius. Only those who ultimately become strong will be remembered and celebrated by others. After musing on this for a while, he resumed his breakfast, casting aside the name that might fade into obscurity with time. Before long, Myers emerged from Edry's room, glaring at Shaya with her dark eyes as she passed by, her expression filled with resentment as she left. What was going on? It seemed he had done nothing to provoke her, and Shaya rolled his eyes in disbelief. What is the matter? She has no manners at all. Shilling exhaled, her tone tinged with irritation. Do not hold it against her. She is simply upset with me for postponing her training schedule. Throwing a tantrum, Edry chuckled, taking a seat at the dining table, clearly in high spirits. With two exceptionally intelligent children and a prodigious student, coupled with his own formidable strength, Edry had little to feel despondent about. Regardless, that does not give her the right to vent her anger at me. Shilling snapped, slapping the table in frustration. This provoked laughter from the entire family, a warm scene rarely witnessed among the Saiyans. After breakfast, Shilling assisted Rebecca in the kitchen, tidying up the dishes, but to Shaya, it seemed more like she was causing trouble than helping in the living room. Edry reclined on the sofa with one leg crossed, holding a pot of hot beverage, and said, "Shaya, you haven't lived on Vegeta for many years. Coincidentally, my training tasks have also been postponed for a few days. Why not allow me to take you around the nearby town? Soon enough, when new tasks come in, you won't have as much time." Nodding in agreement, Shaya asked, "Uncle Edry, do you know what our next mission will be?" Edry pondered briefly before replying, as per tradition, following the completion of the first mission. The subsequent tasks will typically consist of various extermination missions. The higher-ups will assign a few more Saiyans to your group, allowing you to form a new task team. With your performance, you might even be appointed as the team leader. By the way, have you submitted your previous mission report? If not, you should stop by the management office to do so shortly. We haven't done that yet. Shaya shook his head. They had returned home directly after arriving on Vegeta. Without visiting the task management office to submit their report, the Saiyan task mechanism had been operational for many years, possessing a well-structured management system. Even the spacecraft left at the spaceport would have dedicated personnel to handle matters. So they need not worry. Edry nodded, stating, "The first mission for the Saiyans is the most challenging. Many low and intermediate warriors never return after their first mission, which is why it is referred to as a survival mission. It is a trial by blood. Only those who successfully complete the first survival mission can be deemed warriors. Even those with high-level warrior potential must undergo this trial by blood, albeit under the guidance of retired instructors like us." As he spoke, a chilling indifference permeated Edley's voice. Shaya listened intently, gaining a more visceral understanding of the brutality that exists among the Saiyans through Edley's description. The Saiyan philosophy of survival of the fittest was ingrained in their very bones. Before the demise of Edley's team, both he and Rebecca adhered strictly to this principle. However, following the collapse of Edley's squad, especially after Shilling and Shaya joined their ranks, their apathy began to thaw gradually. Chapter 30. The Tajian's Planet Vegeta, located in the southern region of the North Galaxy, was originally named Planet Plant, later renamed Planet Zuffer, and ultimately designated as Planet Vegeta after being conquered by the Saiyans. It is a vast, dark red rocky planet. Planet Vegeta is divided into several sectors, with the most prosperous area being where the royal city resides. The Saiyans are a minority race. The total number of native Saiyans and those on missions does not exceed 1 million. The district where Shaya and his companions reside is renowned for its bustling activity, populated by a considerable number of Saiyans. In the following days, under Edley's guidance, Shaya and Shilling explored various locales within the city, reminiscent of the carefree days of their childhood that had long since faded away. The azure sea and the cerulean sky created an idyllic backdrop with the sound of waves crashing against the shore. The brilliant sunlight pierced through the dark red atmosphere, bestowing upon Shaya an unexpected intensity akin to the sweltering heat of a blazing sun. As he walked upon the vibrant, shell-strewn sand, a soft crunch accompanied his every step, offering a delicate yet slightly abrasive sensation that provided a long-lost comfort to his weary body. This secluded beach, located in the southern part of the city, retained much of its natural beauty due to its remote location, resulting in a relatively low foot traffic. That on this day, Shaya decided to visit the nearby task management office to submit his mission report regarding the extermination task on planet Selma. The building was a 3-story, hemispherical structure supported by 12 stout white pillars resembling formidable giants. Between every 2 pillars stood a grand glass door, arranged in a circle, allowing glimpses of the bustling activity within through the pristine glass. Given the limited number of Saiyans and the existence of several task management offices, Shaya encountered merely a short queue upon his arrival, and it wasn't long before it was their turn. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of which striking would echoed. "No need to knock. I can't hear you." An irritable alien emerged from behind the desk, Its green eyes gleamed like two gemstones, radiating an intense and profound luminescence. This creature possessed a long, pterosaur-like snout, devoid of any white in its green eyes, and bore 6 slender arms that exhibited remarkable flexibility, appearing almost boneless. Without turning its head, it deftly manipulated the advanced technology behind it. Its movements fluid and mesmerizing, yet devoid of chaos. The aliens in the task management office were Tagians, dispatched from Frieza's headquarters, adept in operating various high-tech devices, representing an advanced technological civilization. However, their unpleasant demeanor and abrasive speech rendered them unpopular among the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. "Hey, I want to submit a mission. Name and mission number." The Tajian with the elongated snout droned in a mechanical tone, its harsh voice reminiscent of a strangled rooster. The Tajian's attitude was far from amiable, its tone rigid as if looking down upon them. Shaya frowned but stated the facts. Executor, Shaya, Shieling, mission number XL85661, extermination task on planet Selma. Upon hearing Shaya's response, the 6 arms of the Tajian flew across the instrument, swiftly retrieving their mission details from the database. Upon viewing the displayed information, the Tajian let out a cacophonous cackle. "Aha! An ultra-restricted extermination task. I didn't expect you to be somewhat capable. TSK, you actually managed to return alive from the mission. Well then, Saiyan brats, your task has been successfully registered, and someone will verify it shortly. And remember to collect your new task record in 5 days. Otherwise, it would be your own misfortune." The Tajian waved its appendages arrogantly, its demeanor perpetually unsettling. "How dare you speak like that?" Shieling's anger flared at the Tajian's impudent attitude, her face darkening as she coldly confronted it, her eyes radiating a frigid glare that spread a palpable aura of menace around her. The temperature in the entire hall plummeted several degrees. "Shieling, do not act recklessly." A warm hand rested gently atop her head, tempering her murderous intent. "Why?" Shieling looked up at Shaya in surprise, only to see him shake his head, leading her to reluctantly suppress her fury. "Damn Saiyan monkeys," the Tajian muttered under its breath, cursing inwardly, yet refraining from vocalizing its disdain. Compared to other aliens captured by the Saiyans, these Tajians possessed a certain sense of security. They were aware that they were under the auspices of the formidable Frieza, assigned to oversee daily operations on Planet Vegeta. In the eyes of the Tajians, they were the true elite subordinates of Frieza, while the Saiyans were merely primitive, uncivilized monkeys, fit only for being thugs. The Tajians believed that in Frieza's eyes, the Saiyans held no significant standing. Yet, when faced with the wrath of the Saiyans, the Tajians could only yield. After all, in the face of an enraged Saiyan, their power was inconsequential. Even if they were killed, it would likely be in vain, as Frieza would not punish the Saiyans for one Tajian's mistakes. "Let us go. We'll return in 5 days," Shaya declared as he exited the task management office. "Humph." Shieling snorted coldly, turning back to glare at the Tajian before following suit. Once the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, the Tajian exhaled in relief, its back damp with sweat as it muttered, "Damn Saiyan monkeys. One day Frieza will make you pay for this. Just you wait. I'll make sure to reclaim double the debt." The thought of Frieza's terrifying and unrivaled power ignited a flicker of satisfaction within the Tajian's heart, as it envisioned the barbaric Saiyans meeting their grim fate under Frieza's overwhelming might. After leaving the office, Shaya no longer needed to concern himself with the proceedings. Although the Tajians looked down upon the Saiyans, they dared not blatantly defy Frieza's directives. The personnel at the office would verify the completion of the tasks. The clear ocean waves lapped at the shore, and the warm sunlight enveloped Shaya, creating a delightful sensation. However, his good spirits were soon disrupted. "Shaya, why did you stop me earlier?" "Those aliens were revolting. They deserve to be exterminated," Shieling exclaimed, her fists clenched in confusion. Had it not been for Shaya's intervention, she would have undoubtedly taken action. "There's no need. They are ultimately just weaklings," Shaya replied, shifting his mood. The Tajians may scorn the Saiyan savagery, but he held an equal disdain for the Tajians' frailty. When Planet Vegeta meets its end, they would not escape unscathed. P.S. The setting regarding the Saiyan population and galactic patrols Jack has not been adopted in this book. Just a note to clarify. Chapter 31. Edley's vigilance, how do you feel? Were you disgusted by the Tajian's attitude? Shaya felt a gentle pat on his shoulder and turned to find Uncle Edley approaching. With a smile, Edley remarked, "You need not concern yourselves with the words of those Tajians. Their mouths are perpetually foul. Were it not for their connection to Frieza's headquarters, they would have met their demise countless times on Planet Vegeta due to their unreasonable attitude toward the Saiyans. It is best to minimize contact with them to avoid bad luck." In the words of Adri, there was an unmistakable disdain for the Tadrants. However, given that their backing was Frieza, and they possessed control over the communication channels between Planet Vegeta and Frieza's planet, many commands had to be relayed through them. Thus, the Saiyans could only temporarily tolerate the Tadrants' arrogant demeanor. Nevertheless, the accumulating grievances would eventually necessitate reckoning. Unbeknownst to the Tadrants, they were digging their own graves while continuing to adopt a condescending attitude towards the Saiyans. "Ah, so you are aware of the Tadrants' conduct," Shaya remarked with a roll of his eyes after listening to Uncle Adri. "No wonder when we were tasked with submitting reports, he chose to go swimming instead. He clearly wished to avoid them. By the way, tomorrow I will take Melis out on a mission, and I fear it may be quite some time before we return. Should you encounter any issues regarding tasks, feel free to consult Rebecca. She has previously executed numerous high-difficulty missions within Adri's team and can provide you with valuable insights." Adri instructed meticulously. "Understood. Rest assured, if we have any questions, we will ask Mom." Shaya and Shieling responded in unison. Fully aware that during their childhood, Adri often led teams on training missions that lasted several months, a routine they had grown accustomed to. What planet will Uncle Adri be visiting this time? "And how long will it take for you to return?" Shaya inquired. After a brief assessment, Adri replied, "The mission site is relatively close to Planet Vegeta, situated on the neighboring Red Rock planet. The round trip should take around a month." "A month? That's rather swift," Shaya mused quietly. The proximity of Red Rock planet to Vegeta meant that the spacecraft would only require a few days of travel to reach it, being the closest life-bearing planet to Vegeta. It was naturally under Saiyan control, serving as one of the few training bases for young Saiyans that, of course, these training facilities were designated for elite warriors. Ordinary low-level and mid-level warriors would not enjoy such privileges. "Uncle Adri, I have something for you." After a moment of contemplation, Shaya produced a small brown pouch from his pocket and, under Adri's puzzled gaze, placed dozens of dried sins of beans inside. Shieling, watching quietly from the side, immediately grasped Shaya's intent as a charming smile radiated from her delicate face. "What are these?" Adri questioned, examining the small pouch with a hint of confusion. They could see that moment. Shieling jumped in, urging Adri to accept the sins of beans promptly. "Dad, you must keep these safe. They can save your life in critical situations." Adri, now even more bewildered, looked at the seemingly shriveled little items. Could these inconspicuous beans truly be something valuable that prompted his daughter to insist he accept them? Shieling explained, "These are called sins of beans. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as there is still breath, consuming one will immediately restore them to peak condition. They are quite extraordinary." She elaborated on the specific benefits of the sins of beans. "Amazing. Such a miraculous item exists in this world." Adri exclaimed in astonishment, regarding the beans in his hand. He did not doubt Shilling's words, but rather recognized the profound significance these unassuming beans held. As a seasoned Saiyan warrior, having faced numerous life-and-death situations, he was acutely aware of the immense value of a remedy that could swiftly heal injuries. It could mean the difference between life and death, potentially altering the course of an entire battle. Without hesitation, he carefully accepted the small pouch of sins of beans and stored it away. Then, with a serious demeanor, Adri cautioned, "We must keep the existence of these sins of beans to ourselves. It is imperative that this knowledge does not leak out, lest we invite endless trouble. Wealth can corrupt the heart, especially when it comes to something that can save lives in dire straits. The fewer who know this secret, the better, as it is indeed not something to be revealed lightly. In truth, Shaya was already aware of this principle without Adri's admonition. His intention in presenting the sins of beans was solely for the benefit of those close to him, with no plans for widespread disclosure. Despite the apparent abundance of beans in his possession, their consumption was not without consequence. Each one diminished his stock, necessitating careful consideration he would not hesitate to share with his loved ones. But for others, there would be no such opportunity. Yes, the matter of the sins of being shall remain between the three of us, and I have no intention of divulging it. However, I believe the current predicament of the Saiyans is perilous. The actions of King Vegeta will only serve to exacerbate Frieza's dwindling patience towards us, and it is likely that the Saiyans may face true danger then. This was not the first time Shaya had expressed the possibility of Frieza harboring malicious intent towards the Saiyans. Upon hearing his words, Adri's expression grew grave, for it was better to err on the side of caution. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "If Frieza indeed intends to strike against the Saiyans, our strength alone will be inadequate to contend with him. That it appears we must prepare a retreat strategy. Moreover, those energy detectors have been rigged with listening devices, clearly indicating ill intentions towards the Saiyans." Shieling interjected after having listened attentively. Addressing the issue of the detectors, it would suffice to consult a cosmic being with even a modicum of technological knowledge to uncover the truth. What did you say? They installed listening devices on the detectors? Upon realizing that Frieza had indeed placed listening devices on the energy detectors used by the Saiyans, Adri's countenance darkened as he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. What is Frieza planning? Does he truly harbor no trust in the Saiyans? His expression turned somber, and an overwhelming energy surged from him, akin to a tempest, stirring the air around him into tumultuous waves, transforming the previously tranquil sea into a roiling expanse. The crashing waves struck his face, and his long black hair danced wildly in the wind. Shaya gazed in astonishment at the scene, recognizing that the formidable aura emanating from Adri indicated a battle power exceeding 8,000, an extraordinarily rare level of strength. After a lengthy pause, Adri sighed deeply, dispersing his aura, and everything returned to calm, as though the previous turmoil had been but a fleeting dream. Chapter 32. New mission: if Frieza truly has installed listening devices on our detectors, then his animosity toward the Saiyans has likely been long-standing. Our every move is likely under his surveillance. Adri's expression was grim. After deliberating, he gestured to Shaya and Shieling, saying, "I understand the gravity of this matter. You two children should refrain from getting involved. I will verify this with Rebecca." Following that, silence enveloped them as Adri's thoughts were consumed by the future of the Saiyans, and he did not inquire about the origin of Shaya's senzu beans. Upon returning home, Adri and Rebecca entered a room and did not emerge until nightfall, both bearing expressions of concern. The next day, as dawn broke, Adri departed from Planet Vegeta aboard a spacecraft with his student Melis, heading for Red Rock Planet to undertake training missions that, of course, his ulterior motive was to connect with some of the more rational Saiyans to discuss their future. His thoughts immediately turned to his former comrades. They needed to ascertain the true extent of Frieza's power. If they misjudged their opponent's strength and recklessly followed King Vegeta into rebellion, the outcome would surely be disastrous. A war concerning survival must be waged with a thorough understanding of both allies and adversaries. In this regard, Shaya could indeed assist them, but he could not disclose this information directly. Saiyan pride often rendered them obstinate. If he were to candidly reveal that Frieza's power was such that with a mere flick of his hand he could annihilate the entire Saiyan race, they would be unlikely to believe or accept this. The Saiyans were warriors who would rather die on the battlefield than retreat in the face of danger. The notion of preserving one's life for future endeavors might only resonate with them once they personally sought the truth and witnessed Frieza's overwhelming strength. Only then, with Shaya offering subtle guidance, would they truly come to a resolute decision. In the distance, the mountains undulate in a continuous line, stretching endlessly. The rising sun gently peaks over the horizon, its rays piercing through the thick mist of the forest, illuminating the earth and refracting into a dazzling array of colors. Following a light rain the previous night, droplets still cling to the leaves, and as the wind blows, they cascade down, creating a fine spray of water vapor. The emerald-green foliage unfurls gracefully amidst the dense forest, shimmering like jewels in the misty atmosphere, brimming with the essence of life. Within the abode of Shieling lies a hemispherical training arena. This is a place where the Saiyans typically engage in their rigorous training, measuring over 10 meters in both length and width. The half-arch walls are constructed from the most advanced alloy materials, coated with a special energy-absorbing paint designed to capture any excess energy emitted during training sessions. The entire arena gleams with a silver luster, exuding a modern aesthetic without being overly harsh on the eyes. This training room is quite ordinary, devoid of any additional mechanisms for regulating air, temperature, or gravity, as is common in the training facilities for cosmic beings. They have yet to recognize the significance of these seemingly trivial factors in enhancing their training outcomes. At this moment, on either side of the arch training room, the protective biorobots have been fully activated, their crimson single eyes flickering with a chilling scarlet glow, while energy emitters nestled in their chests are charged with power. Radiating a soft blue light, in the center of the arena, two diminutive figures dart swiftly across the floor, engaging in a fierce exchange of combat, while simultaneously evading sudden assaults from the biorobots. Their speed is so rapid that afterimages flicker around them, and in the blink of an eye, they have exchanged dozens of blows. The biorobots operate in a systematic pattern, firing azure energy beams from their chest-mounted emitters, weaving a vast network in the air, akin to a fisherman casting a net to ensnare the two combatants in the center. With a slight pause in midair, their bodies gracefully alter their trajectories like flowing water, evading the energy with astonishing precision. Shaya watches the young girl before him with a sense of contentment, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Conversely, Shiling's delicate visage reflects a serious demeanor, although this is merely a casual sparring session following a lowered energy output. Shaya's formidable stance reveals a different caliber of martial artist, effortless and grand, radiating an imposing aura. With a swift motion, Shaya's figure vanishes from before Shiling, whose eyes dart around, meticulously tracking his movements. Suddenly, a fist materializes at Shiling's waist. Her eyes glimmer with focus as she leans slightly to evade the punch aimed at her midsection. The force of the wind from the strike reverberates against the ground, producing a series of sharp sounds. With a lithe motion, she dodges a barrage of blows that follow, each strike coming in waves, fierce as a wolf, roaring and howling with intensity. Shiling retreats several meters, regaining her stance before diving toward Shaya. His gaze sharpens, eyes locked on her movements. With a resounding impact, Shiling's fist comes forth, but Shaya adeptly counters with his elbows, observing Shiling's unpretentious and decisive attack. Shaya nods in approval, swiftly launching his own offensive. The rapid series of chimes resonate throughout the training ground as dozens of bio-robots seemingly receive a simultaneous command, converging toward the walls of the arena. The silver arc suddenly reveals an opening, allowing several bio-robots to disappear into the shining wall. Rebecca, standing by, watches quietly, and as Shaya and Shiling conclude their training and emerge from the arena, she hands them two towels with a smile, saying, "Here, wipe off your sweat. I didn't expect you both to manage simultaneous combat against 32 biorobots while also engaging each other. Each of these robots possesses over 800 units of energy. Achieving this indicates that your combat prowess is nearing 1,000, only 1,000 combat power. It still falls short." Shaya wipes the sweat from his brow, remarking, "If not for suppressing my energy, such trivial movements wouldn't even elicit a drop of sweat." "By the way, Mom, have our new mission assignments come through?" Shiling inquires with a clear voice, taking a sip from a bottle of water. Rebecca smiles, producing a form to pass to them. "Look, this is your new mission, to eliminate a primitive tribe on Dodoria Star. The task level is intermediate, so you'll need to assemble a Saiyan team, and here are the members of your squad." Shaya receives the form and scrutinizes it, his brow slightly furrowing before it quickly smooths out. Dodoria is a planet nearing intermediate status, with a threat level comparable to that of Selma Star, where they undertook their previous mission. However, this time, the mission control has mandated the formation of a Saiyan team for the task on Dodoria. These missions are directly issued by Frieza's headquarters, and while the Tajian overseers of the mission control are notoriously unpleasant, they dare not contravene the directives from Frieza's main office, ensuring no embellishments are made on the mission forms. Chapter 33. Who is the captain? An intermediate mission means the primitive beings that are nearing 1,000 combat power. Shiling's voice carries a hint of languor, as these lower-tier battles no longer pique her interest. Rebecca furrows her brow. Her daughter's attitude is concerning. It could lead to peril at any moment. She admonishes, Shieling, do not become complacent simply because you completed the Selma mission. The tasks issued by Mission Control are carefully considered. And since a Saiyan team is required for this mission, Dodoria may indeed pose a significant challenge. Underestimating it could lead to dire consequences. Feeling uneasy, she turns to Shaya, urging, Shaya, you must keep a close eye on her. Yes, I will look after her, he replies. Shieling tucks away her nonchalant demeanor. While Dodoria may not ignite her interest, she understands the importance of not appearing overly careless. Subsequently, Shaya and the others prepare their gear and bid farewell to Rebecca before heading toward the designated assembly area for their squad. In the outskirts of the city, far removed from the towering technological edifices, lies a vast plain. This area is approximately 100 kilometers from the urban center and even farther from the spaceport. Although it is not the heart of the continent, the environment here is far from ideal. A dull yellow hue dominates the landscape, and the riverbeds have cracked open from desiccation as the wind blows. Scattered tumbleweeds roll chaotically across the barren expanse. Among the desolate plains, a few straight, unbranched trunks stand tall, their limbs branching out into spherical canopies only after reaching several meters in height, resembling gigantic lollipops dotting the arid terrain, a common sight amidst the desert. Beneath the shade of a sprawling tree, a large patch of coolness shields against the sun's scorching rays that in a shaded corner, several Saiyans gather, 2 males and 2 females, all clad in dark brown battle attire, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age. Hey, Balit, who do you think our captain is this time? One somewhat gaunt Saiyan exclaims loudly. Balit, the Saiyan addressed, shoots him an annoyed glance, retorting, how would I know who the captain is? Right, just don't drag me down during the mission, all right? I don't want to get held back before we even finish. Oh, how can you say that? My combat power has reached 750, if anyone's dragging behind. It's you, useless Balit, the lean Saiyan Raida mocks. You Balit, infuriated, rises to his feet and lunges at Raida, their robust bodies engaging in a playful tussle, tugging at each other's tails. Enough, you two need to calm down. Or I want to hold back. A cold voice interrupts as a tall girl steps forward, her clear eyes glimmering with a chilling aura, exuding a formidable presence. Oh no, is Atasia angry? We cannot provoke her. Balit and Raida instantly shudder, releasing their grips and freezing in place like mice before a cat. Atasia boasts the highest combat power among the 4, a formidable 840, rendering the others wary of her. With a frosty glare, Atasia turns to another girl beside her, asking Jelen, do you know any information about the captain? The girl named Jelen shakes her head, stating, I'm not aware of who the other members are for this mission. But I've heard that Shakta is also participating. Shakta, that guy is also taking part in this mission. The choice of captain is undoubtedly him. That fellow's combat power exceeds 900. Everyone was taken aback, including the Saiyan named Atasia, who gasped in astonishment. Compared to the prodigious Shakta, Atasia's combat prowess seemed rather insufficient. They were all Saiyans who had emerged from the same training camp, and even back then, Shakta's reputation as a genius was already resounding to the tender age of 12, surpassing a combat power of 900, while not exceptionally remarkable, placed him among the elite of his peers. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief. The higher the captain's strength, the greater the likelihood of successfully completing their mission. Otherwise, with their current combat power, it would be exceedingly challenging to undertake a mid-level task. It must be him. Otherwise, how could they possibly accomplish this mid-level assignment? Raida clapped his hands, firmly convinced he had deduced the answer. It was not that they were underestimating themselves. The task of exterminating the Dodoria star was indeed far too daunting for their quartet. Just then, they spotted a figure soaring from the distant horizon, also clad in a brown combat suit. A tall Saiyan with a resolute gaze and a mane of hair that stood high and proud. It was none other than Shakta, the very individual they had been discussing. Upon landing and seeing the 4 Saiyans before him, a flicker of displeasure crossed Shakta's calm eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Why is it that you 4 are the ones assembled for this mission? Where is the captain? Hearing Shakta's inquiry, everyone appeared momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was Shakta not their captain? Raida, astonished, asked, Shakta, are you not the captain? Of course not. I, too, am curious as to who the captain is. Shakta replied with an icy tone, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He wished to know who would lead them. How could that be? If you're not the captain, then who is? Belit exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face. I in their age group. The renowned prodigies were few and far between. Aside from Shakta, there were hardly any other candidates. Were it perhaps Igila? Kier or Pabin lies? Atasia shook her head, interjecting, It cannot be any of them. I know they are currently engaged in other missions. Could it be someone from an older cohort? Jelen suggested. Everyone's eyes brightened, casting appreciative glances towards Jelen. Indeed, aside from members of their own training camp, it was plausible that a member from a higher cohort could be appointed as captain. The extermination task on Dodoria Star was of extreme difficulty, potentially involving formidable foes with combat powers exceeding 1000. It would be entirely reasonable to assign a Saiyan from an older cohort as captain. They had not considered candidates younger than themselves. Firstly, deep down, they did not believe that any mid-level warriors younger than them could possess such strength. Secondly, Shakta was already a standout among their cohort of mid-level warriors, and everyone's abilities were closely matched. Such a significant age gap was difficult to bridge. However, the reality might very well defy their expectations. Chapter 34. I am your captain yet. With the captain still absent, their speculation remained unconfirmed, and they could only wait. Shakta found a shady spot to sit, though he maintained a distance from Belit and the others, who, knowing his temperament, chose to ignore him and discuss the current mission. As their conversation meandered, they eventually ventured into discussing each other's training progress, which inevitably led to a bout of competitive banter and jesting. From afar, Shakta observed the lively exchange among the group, his brow furrowing slightly as he thought, These fools, do they not comprehend the gravity of this mission? I wonder who will assume the role of captain. I hope their strength is not lacking. The phenomenon of Saiyans forming small teams for mission execution was commonplace, aimed at enhancing task completion efficiency. As they aged, mid-level warriors would typically form specific teams before reaching adulthood. Once such a team was established, barring unforeseen circumstances, it would not easily disband and would last for an extended period. This meant that Shakta would be a member of this small team moving forward, and he certainly hoped that his team's strength would not be inadequate. Shaking his head slightly to cast aside these thoughts for the moment, Shakta exhaled softly, then reclined against a cracked stone, his gaze drifting lazily towards the sky. The heavens were awash in crimson, the smooth atmosphere devoid of any wrinkles, with a few clouds tinged in rosy hues drifting lazily, their shapes shifting gently in the light breeze. As the wind picked up, the clouds began to roll, casting irregular shadows upon the ground as sunlight filtered through. Suddenly, Shakta noticed two dark figures appearing on the distant horizon. With a powerful push of his arms, he sprang up gracefully to his feet, drawing the attention of Atasia, Belit, and the others. Someone is approaching. Atasia's melodious voice rang out. Could it be the captain? Jelen murmured, her expression tinged with anticipation. Shakta disregarded the chatter around him, squinting into the distance to discern the features of the newcomers. As they drew nearer, he realized they were two diminutive Saiyans, one male and one female, clearly younger than themselves. Why are there two children here? Are they part of our team? Raida exclaimed incredulously, his face betraying disbelief. That seems improbable. The mission management office wouldn't be so reckless, Belit replied uncertainly. But look, they are indeed heading in our direction. Indeed they are. Finally, amidst the incredulous gazes of the group, Shaya and Shieling landed steadily, not far in front of them, all signs indicating that these two were indeed members of their team. Is a management office jesting? Sending two children over? At this moment, a faint smile played on Shaya's lips as he observed the expressions of the gathered Saiyans intently. He stepped forward and announced in a deep voice, Shakta, age 12, combat power 925. Atasia, age 12, combat power 840. Raida, age 12, combat power 750. Jelen, age 12, combat power 788. Belit, age 12, combat power 738. Shaya recited the names and combat powers of each individual. Knowing the names and combat abilities of team members was a privilege reserved for the captain, which meant he must be the captain. The Saiyans were left in a state of disbelief, especially Shakta, whose expression darkened significantly, his cold eyes gleaming with fury. How infuriating! These two, clearly younger than he, were their captains? Shakta clenched his fists, his fingers turning pale from the intensity of his grip, his body trembling slightly from anger. His voice was cold and harsh. You are our captain? Let me make it clear. I will not accept a weakling as our leader. Atasia shot a glance at Shakta, her gaze flickering subtly. Though she did not vocalize it, it was evident she shared the sentiment. While she was not the most outstanding among her peers, she was certainly exceptional and would not stoop to be subordinate to someone significantly younger. Seeing Shakta and Atasia adopt such a stance, the others nodded in agreement that to be their captain, one must possess strength. Shaya's smile waned slightly. Familiar with the Saiyan temperament, he did not find their reaction surprising. Rather, it would have been unexpected if they accepted his captaincy without any demonstration of strength. However, being underestimated was certainly irksome. Indeed, to earn the recognition of these Saiyans as their captain, some tangible action was required. With that thought, a broad smile returned to Shaya's face. Meanwhile, Shilin quietly observed, and upon seeing Shaya's expression, she too revealed a smile, albeit one that sent shivers down the spine. Indeed, I am your captain, he declared, his calm voice resonating as he approached Shakta with hands clasped behind his back. When he stood before Shakta, he lifted his chin. Adopting an air of exaggerated maturity, Shakta opened his mouth, instinctively sensing an ominous turn of events. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, an overwhelming force struck his abdomen. In disbelief, he looked down to see a fist embedded in his midsection, followed immediately by an excruciating pain emanating from deep within his lungs. His body shot backward like a cannonball, soaring several hundred meters away. Thud, thud, thud. Shakta's body flew backward, crashing through several bushes before slamming into a rocky outcrop, leaving a sizable dent as he became embedded within the stone. This scene unfolded so suddenly that everyone was left in shock. Shakta had been ambushed. With a thunderous roar, Shakta broke free from the rocks. A surge of energy erupting in an instant, shattering the entire rocky outcrop into fragments. I could see that moment. He finally snapped out of his stupor, his fury ignited, a rage beyond imagination. His hair tousled wildly. His eyes bloodshot and fierce, he fixed his gaze and dove toward Shaya, observing Shakta's irrational behavior. Shilling shook her head slightly. Mocking, ignorance breeds courage. With such meager power, daring to strike at Shaya is truly courting death. A fitting lesson is all that's required. The image of Shakta loomed larger in Shaya's mind, as he reminded himself that Shakta was also a member of their team, and he ought not to go too far. With a clang, he summoned his inner energy, a brilliant sphere of energy materializing in his palm, its crystalline glow shimmering with a charming aquamarine hue. Yet the hissing sound that disrupted the air and the slightly distorted light surrounding it indicated that this aquamarine orb was anything but ordinary. With a cold smirk, Shaya hurled the energy sphere toward Shakta from a distance, if alerted by instinct. Just before the beautiful energy sphere descended, Shakta regained his composure and quickly maneuvered to evade it. Boom! The energy sphere detonated beside Shakta, unleashing a scene so explosive that it would be etched into his memory for a lifetime. The aquamarine sphere burst open, releasing an orange flame that blazed like a newborn sun, scorching the earth as it emerged. The shockwave from the explosion sent Shakta flying, narrowly avoiding the most perilous zone. The ground fractured violently, dust swirling chaotically as the brilliant light and thunderous roar subsided. The landscape resembled a battlefield ravaged by hundreds of small nuclear bombs, utterly transformed. The earth cracked open, terrifying energy rippling beneath the surface, creating concentric circles of fissures on the ground. Just when it seemed everything had concluded, boom! The entire terrain suddenly collapsed without warning. Thin wisps of blue smoke accompanied by bubbling gases rose from the molten lava below. Incredible. So terrifying. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unfolding spectacle. Their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Shaya in '01 could have anticipated that this seemingly small figure could unleash such a formidable and piercing attack in an instant. It was simply astonishing. Was he a monster? Such thoughts involuntarily surfaced in everyone's minds, particularly Shakta, who, having narrowly escaped, stood dazed, still processing the breathtaking scene, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he faced the searing heat waves. Replaying the heart-stopping moment in his mind, as the new week began, Shaya cheerfully remarked, "How about it? Now, I am qualified to be your captain, am I not?" His smile radiated the aura of a successful leader, dazzling all the Saiyans present. Shakta shook his head to regain his senses, glancing at the ravaged ground, especially the deep crater, and bitterly shook his head. "I always thought I was among the best of my peers, believing I was not much inferior to the older Saiyans. Little did I know, I was merely gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well, reflecting on the lightning-fast events." Shakta conceded. "If even you're unworthy of being captain, then who is?" Giving Shakta a pat on the shoulder, Shaya laughed heartily. "Ha, I am Shaya, and from now on, our team shall be called the Shaya Squad. You are all members of this team, but let me make one thing clear. Once you join, you must obey orders or do not blame me for being impolite. Rest assured, Captain, we will definitely follow orders." Shakta and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. For Saiyans, obeying the strong was a matter of course. As long as the orders did not lead them to certain death, they would follow them strictly. Simultaneously, a fiery excitement surged within them. With such a powerful captain, how could they fear missing out on the thrill of battle? With this thought, manic smiles spread across the faces of several Saiyans. The remnants of Shakta's earlier discontent vanished entirely. Saiyans were dubbed a warrior race, not only for their deeply ingrained combative nature, but also for their remarkable execution abilities. Saiyans were born mercenaries. Given a task, they could accomplish it with great efficiency. They did not pursue monetary rewards, for money held no value for them. They fought for the exhilarating pleasure of battle. Shaya pondered this conclusion. Sometimes he wondered if Saiyans were not employed by the Frieza Force, but rather took on missions from legitimate organizations like the Galactic Patrol, would they still carry such a notorious reputation? Shaking his head to dismiss these impractical thoughts, he turned serious, saying, "Next, I need to explain our mission. That I assume you are all aware that our destination is Planet Fidaia." His gaze swept over each team member, and upon mentioning Fidaia, Shakta and the others' expressions hardened, their demeanor turning grave. This planet was close to being classified as a mid-level planet, implying that unexpected dangers could arise at any moment. If that were the case, apart from myself, Shilling, and Shakta, the others would face considerable risks, especially Raida and Balit, as your combat power is the lowest. Be extra cautious. Understood, Captain, we are aware. Seeing everyone attentively listening, Shaya felt a sense of satisfaction. He then pointed to Shilling, introducing her. "By the way, this is my sister Shilling, also a member of the squad, and her combat power is hardly inferior to mine. Of course, that's after suppressing her combat power." He added. Shakta and the others turned their gaze toward Shilling, their eyes filled with admiration, particularly Atasia and Jelen, who, as female Saiyans, felt envious of Shilling's impressive combat prowess. What are the ages of the captain and Shilling now? "And what is their combat power?" asked the tall Atasia, who at 12 was already entering puberty, her wavy hair flowing in the wind, her feminine features becoming prominent, making her the most mature among the Saiyans. With a charming smile, Shilling's clear voice chimed in, "Shaya and I will soon be 9 years OLAS for our combat power. Shaya has 1,000, and I have 970 during their days back on Vegeta." They had managed to increase their combat power by a few dozen points. Although Shilling's voice was soft, those two impressive figures struck like thunder, leaving Atasia and the others in shock. 1,000 combat power. 970 combat power, and at only 9 years old? The Saiyans stared at them in disbelief, but the memory of the terrifying power lingered in their minds, compelling them to accept the reality To possess such combat power at merely 9 years old. Are you truly just mid-level warriors? Surely you must be advanced warriors, Balit exclaimed dramatically, feeling embarrassed as he was the weakest among them. Only reaching 738 combat power at 12, the comparison was simply humiliating. "Indeed, I doubt even advanced warriors could be that extraordinary. Rida lamented in solidarity. In truth, their current power was not insignificant, and upon entering puberty, they would experience a significant boost. As adults, they would surely exceed 2,000 combat power, placing them in the mid-level ranks. However, compared to some prodigies, it was indeed disheartening. Shakta chuckled wryly. I initially thought reaching over 900 combat power at 12 was impressive, but comparing myself to you all, well, it's incomparable. Indeed, Atasia and Jelen nodded in agreement, thoroughly resonating with Shakta's sentiments. Unbeknownst to them, the bonds among the Saiyans had deepened considerably, with Shaya and Shiling's formidable presence acting as a sturdy wall. The minor gaps among them appeared trivial, uniting them against a common cause. In their hearts, they had unconsciously begun to regard Shaya as a genius akin to Prince Vegeta. All right, it is time for us to set off. I believe our spacecraft is ready at the spaceport, Shaya declared, his tone already taking on the authority of a captain. Yes, we should head out, they echoed, excitement bubbling within them. Let us go, I can hardly wait. A group of Saiyans chuckled lightly before soaring into the sky towards the spaceport. Half an hour later, the seven had entered the vicinity of the spaceport, gracefully descending and locating their designated landing spots under the guidance of the attendants. On a cleared platform, 7 spherical vessels, each 2 meters in diameter, were neatly arranged on the recessed landing area. Upon opening their respective crafts, several individuals climbed inside. Once the hatches sealed, the voice of Shaya resonated from the communicator. Then let us embark. Wishing the Shaya team a successful completion of our first mission. Off we go! Off we go! The communicator echoed with the shouts of the crew, and soon, the 7 white spheres emitted a luminous glow before rapidly accelerating away from Vegeta. Embarking on a month-long interstellar journey. Chapter 36. Planet Dodoria. The lengthy passage of time felt as fleeting as a galloping horse, and before long, a month had passed. Surrounding them was an expanse of vast darkness, with stars emanating a captivating pale light. They sparkled like tiny diamonds adorning a black canvas, displaying an immaculate serenity. A flicker of light caught the eye. In the profound stillness of space, this glimmer was strikingly conspicuous. As they drew closer, 7 spherical vessels began to materialize within that radiant glow. In the grand scale of the universe, the distances between planets were immense, spanning countless light years, even at their closest proximity. However, thanks to the advanced technology of cosmic civilization, interstellar travel in the Dragon Ball world was significantly more convenient, allowing them to traverse multiple star domains in mere days or even months. Several star domains away from Vegeta, a terracotta-colored planet orbited a yellow dwarf star at the heart of its solar system on the planet Dodoria. Amidst a parched riverbed, a cacophony of thunderous roars erupted as several glowing red spheres pierced through the clouds, crashing down with a resounding thud. Immediately, a cloud of dust rose to obscure the sky. Due to the lack of moisture, the dust lingered, forming heavy, oppressive mists. Shortly thereafter, 7 figures emerged from the enigmatic depths of a circular impact crater. Rita floated first in midair, covering her mouth to disperse the swirling dust in the air. The scorching sun beat down through the thin atmosphere, searing against her skin with an intense heat. Attempting to catch her breath, she was caught off guard by a wave of hot air, prompting a fit of coughing. Shaya, Saiyan, and the others ascended into the air as well, surveying the sparse shrubbery around them, noting its striking resemblance to the desolate landscapes of Vegeta. Planet Dodoria was a solid, terracotta-hued rocky sphere, and due to its prolonged lack of moisture, much of its surface exhibited a desert-like state, rendering it an uncomfortable environment. The soft voice of Atasia broke the silence. Having done her homework prior to their arrival, she expressed her dissatisfaction with the surroundings. The oppressive heat, high pressure, and scarcity of water were particularly harsh on a girl's skin. Indeed, Saiyan and Jelen echoed immediately. After a brief survey of their surroundings, failing to find any signs of life, Shakta remarked gravely, "The environment here is so hostile, it's hard to imagine this as a planet close to intermediate status. Nature abides by the law of survival of the fittest, and often, the harsher the conditions, the more resilient the life forms that emerge." Shaya narrowed his eyes, an almost imperceptible smile gracing his face. Before pressing the button on the energy detector, the electronic device beeped, revealing the data on Dodoria, TO the southeast, 170 kilometers, battle power 920, due south, 56 kilometers, battle power 568, due south again, 167 kilometers, battle power 869. The group activated their energy detectors, but they were soon overwhelmed by a barrage of dazzling data. The small display was flooded with green numbers. "Damn, this is outrageous," Shakta exclaimed inwardly, astonished. This was an unprecedented situation, and they had no choice but to manually set a lower limit for energy detection, which filtered out most of the data, allowing them to discern some semblance of clarity. Nevertheless, even with these adjustments, aside from Shaya and Saiyan, the others remained bewildered. They found that even after filtering, numerous readings persisted, often clustering in 3s or 5s. That a small group of bright spots indicated at least dozens of energy sources. They were social creatures. Jelen, usually composed, trembled slightly as she spoke. Even the battle-hardened Saiyans felt a twinge of fear when confronted with such overwhelming odds. Shakta's expression mirrored her concern. While the actual threat level posed by the small cluster of data was not substantial, their sheer numbers were daunting. It was easy to imagine the discomfort of battling equally matched opponents while simultaneously fending off dozens of slightly weaker adversaries. A truly chilling prospect. Since they were divided into tribes, it stood to reason that they were also adversarial towards one another, which at least presented an opportunity. Analyzing the current situation, Atasia furrowed her brow. The information at hand was too scant to draw any firm conclusions. "Well, anything said now is redundant. Let us split up. We will first eliminate those solitary primitive natives." Shaya pondered for a moment before assigning teams that Saiyan, and Shakta possess the greatest strength and can move independently. Balit and Rita, being the weakest, will team up with Atasia and Jelen. Everyone must exercise caution to avoid provoking the powerful social natives. Once we've dealt with the solitary ones, we'll regroup here. "Understood, Captain," came the enthusiastic responses from the team members. The weakest, Balit and Atasia, formed one group. The second weakest, Rita and Jelen, another, while Shaya, Saiyan, and Shakta each operated solo. The 5 groups swiftly determined their distinct directions as targets. With a flurry, they surged forth. After everyone had departed, Shaya closed his eyes in quiet concentration, sensing the energies on Planet Vegeta before propelling himself towards the most concentrated source. Under the blazing sun, the searing heat scorched the earth. On a desolate, lifeless plateau, life was scarce, with only a few withered shrubs swaying in the dry soil. Shaya flew rapidly, radiating a soft yellow glow. A beam of light flashed past, leaving a delicate, translucent shimmer akin to jade in its wake. He was drawing closer to his target. The sensed energies became increasingly distinct, when suddenly, a formidable presence. No, not just one. Sensing the powerful energies ahead, Shaya made slight adjustments and flew directly toward them. As he neared his objective, he realized he had exited the desert's edge, where a few visible plants emerged, and further ahead, signs of water appeared. Shaya detected dozens of strong energies ahead, each approaching 1,000 in battle power. 978, 945, 984. A subtle smile crept onto Shaya's lips. While this level of power was merely a mere appetizer to him, it nonetheless represented the pinnacle of strength on Planet Vegeta. "Then let us start with you." In a flurry of light and shadow, Shaya's form materialized above the energy sources. Before him lay a small primitive tribe. The natives appeared to be half-evolved simians, their sharp fangs glinting ominously, their bodies cloaked in a layer of green fur, with crude animal skins covering their lower halves, indicating they had a degree of civilized awareness. Upon noticing the figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky, the natives emitted low, guttural growls, a sound that resembled language yet echoed like the roar of a beast. P.S. As it is the initial phase of the new book, those with recommendation votes, please cast your support. Chapter 37. Slaughter. This small tribe consisted of merely a few dozen natives, yet was the most powerful tribe in the vicinity, occupying the best geographical position on the desolate plateau, and was also the closest to the water source. For a prolonged period, they have experienced unbroken success. Any who dared to encroach upon their territory would suffer merciless slaughter. Over time, few tribes have had the audacity to challenge them. At that moment, when Shaya appeared, these natives were employing rudimentary methods to cook the remains of a native from a nearby tribe, with one of the legs already roasted to an enticing aroma, being eagerly divided among them. The gaping wound at the head of the corpse suggested it had suffered a brutal blow in life. Shaya's arrival instinctively instilled a sense of crisis among these primitives. He was clad in a dark brown soft armor that glimmered subtly, exuding an air of opulence never before witnessed on the planet of Dahlia. The primitives, lacking any knowledge of battle attire, were merely awestruck by his splendid garment. The act of cooking their own kin for sustenance was indeed barbaric, lower than even beasts. Wild dog, for instance, do not partake of their own kind, yet these natives fell beneath such standards. A chill coursed through Shaya's eyes as he realized that, in his past life, wild dogs were truly humanity's faithful companions, far nobler than these savage primitives. The natives could not comprehend Shaya's words, yet they seemed to sense his derision, responding with guttural roars aimed at intimidating him. However, who was Shaya to be daunted by the incomprehensible growls of these primitives, when their deep, resonant growls failed to deter him? The natives, clearly enraged, cast aside their tasks, and soon dozens of colossal figures leaped into the air, encircling Shaya. Each native towered above 3 meters, imposing and formidable, creating an illusion of a giant bullying a smaller opponent. Their throaty roars echoed with a cacophony of brutality, and as they shouted, a chaotic rush of air surged forth, turning the already sweltering atmosphere turbulent. It was akin to a small vessel navigating the sea. Just moments ago, it floated upon tranquil waters, but now the ocean roared with tumultuous waves, threatening to engulf the boat and drag it to the depths. A perilous spectacle indeed. Yet amidst such terror, Shaya stood unwavering at the vortex's eye. The energy was dissipated. Power was not being efficiently harnessed, though it appeared he possessed nearly 1,000 units of combat strength. In true combat, he might struggle to unleash even 900, but his gaze swept around. Indifferent to the rapidly shifting energy surrounding him, his expression remaining largely unchanged. With his current perception, he easily discerned the flaws in these primitive natives. He raised his hand gently, stirring the AI. An overwhelming aura immediately emanated from Shaya, dispersing with a thunderous force, causing the ground to quake and winds to whirl. Even utilizing merely 1,000 units of combat power, his adept manipulation was sufficient to invoke various meteorological phenomena. Faced with the sudden eruption of Shaya's formidable presence, the primitives instinctively recoiled, their pupils constricting as they took 2 steps back. However, recovering from their shock, they thumped their chests and let out piercing shrieks, their tusks grinding against each other, producing a cacophony of discordant sounds. Fearful glances exchanged among them. They suddenly huddled together, assuming an odd formation, before unleashing their furious roars. That moment, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The sound waves emanating from their collective formed visible ripples, vibrating through the air. Simultaneously, with the force of unseen might, dry branches and stones began to lift from the ground, producing a rustling sound. Following this, a cracking noise echoed as shrubs were uprooted, swirling in the air alongside the debris. Waves of energy surged forth, a fierce storm of power capable of consuming anything in its path. Spreading outward relentlessly, Shaya watched in astonishment at the primitive's actions, only to shake his head in disappointment. Regretfully, their approach was purely brute force, devoid of any technical sophistication. These primitives had not learned how to harness their innate energy. During combat, they resorted to the most savage methods to assault their foes, which proved to be the most ineffective and exhausting. Compared to the beasts on Selma, they fell woefully short. Animals rely on instinct, their fierce power rendering them all the more terrifying, while these primitives were significantly lacking. And no matter how great their strength, if they could not strike their adversary, it was all for naught. It seemed that this mission would not prove as formidable as anticipated. Shaya mused internally, his expression growing notably relaxed. Initially believing that accomplishing the extermination task on Dahlia without revealing his true combat prowess would require considerable time, he had prepared for a prolonged engagement. Yet, In the heat of battle, he discovered the primitives' utter foolishness. They possessed formidable strength, but lacked the knowledge to utilize it effectively. With such a naturally gifted physique, given a few millennia to develop their martial arts, they might conceivably ascend to a higher planetary status. Alas, their fate was sealed. With a gaze sharp as an eagle's, Shaya fixated on the primitives, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within his dark eyes, which remained placid, reminiscent of an unseen black hole quietly consuming all. That a low growl escaped his lips as his power surged, ultimately stabilizing at 1,000 units of combat strength, ample to deal with these primitives. His icy gaze fixed upon them, his body suddenly moved with remarkable swiftness, unleashing a tempestuous assault. The natives instinctively sensed an approaching threat, the chilling breath of death sending shockwaves through their nerves. They cried out and scattered like frightened animals. None shall escape. Shaya's eyes narrowed, his youthful, handsome visage twisting into a cruel smile. In that instant, the Saiyans' bloodthirsty nature emerged. Shadows multiplied in midair as he swiftly tracked the fleeing natives' trajectories. And with a flash of lightning, he struck out, delivering blows that rendered each primitive incapable of further action. The stark disparity in strength inflicted psychological torment upon the primitives, who endured wave after wave of violent impact. Akin to high-velocity projectiles, pushed to the brink of detonation by overwhelming force. It is time to conclude this, Shaya murmured softly. This battle held little value for him. It was merely a one-sided massacre. He raised one hand above his head, fingers splayed, and with a slight exertion, a radiant energy sphere coalesced. A crimson halo enveloped the surface of the energy ball, resembling a beautiful little sun, radiating a scorching brilliance. That was the signal of death. With a rush, the energy descended. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder. The sky was suddenly shrouded in a veil of potent energy, casting a somber gloom, while a powerful pressure darkened the heavens, warping the air as if obscured by a lens, confronting the scorching sun. Wisps of blue smoke curled, and debris littered the ground. As the smoke began to clear, the last vestiges of greenery on the plateau vanished, leaving behind a colossal crater, 1,000 meters in diameter, with an unfathomable depth. Gazing at the lies he had destroyed with his own hands, Shaya felt no stirrings of emotion, as if he had merely extinguished a handful of inconsequential ants. He was not a man given to pity. He was merely executing a task, for the strong stand above the weak. Akin to deities, ensure no higher divine being exists above him. One must strive to become a god themselves. With that, he had eliminated one target. Departing the nearly desertified plateau, Shaya advanced toward the next objective. The formidable life on Dahlia was indeed plentiful, and soon another native came into view. This one was a towering giant with a single eye, standing over 70 meters high, resembling an impassable wall, muscles coiling across its frame with immense explosive power. This giant reminded Shaya of the Cyclops he had once slain alongside Shieling on Selma. Equally robust and towering, yet this one appeared even more imposing, with a combat strength of 1,020. It was likely the most powerful life form on this planet, suspended several hundred meters in the air. Shaya confidently speculated. Times had changed. A mere 1,000 combat strength was no longer a concern for him. Even standing still, it was doubtful that this creature could breach his defenses. Chapter 38. Nearing completion as the sun and moon reversed their roles, time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this span, Shaya traversed every continent on this planet, leaving a trail of destruction in the wake of every formidable life form he encountered. Should he venture into the underworld, he would undoubtedly find himself in hell, a stark contradiction to his initial intentions. Once again, he found himself at the desiccated riverbed, the 7 colossal craters formed by the impact of their spacecraft still evident. Sitting cross-legged atop the white shell of the vessel, Shaya waited for what felt like an eternity, yet none of his team members had gathered. Under the blazing sun, the air temperature soared to 50 degrees. After sending a signal to each team member via the communicator, he retreated into the cool confines of the spacecraft to rest, where the temperature remained consistently stable. Approximately 10 minutes later, all 6 team members returned to the riverbed. Upon their arrival, A few greeted Shaya before engaging in a lively chatter, clearly excited by their discoveries regarding the indigenous people's crude manipulation of energy. Particularly, Balit and Rida were animated, their faces aglow, gesticulating wildly, reflecting their exuberant spirits. Initially, when they received their intermediate mission, it was these two who displayed the most anxiety. Yet after several days of combat, their confidence had evidently returned. Rida, I must tell you, I single-handedly dispatched many indigenous warriors with combat powers reaching 800, at least 20 or 30 of them. Balit truly is not to be underestimated. The burly Balit boasted, his fists clenched in triumph. Rida, slender in stature, scoffed dismissively. Humph, are you really satisfied with such meager accomplishments? Clearly, you are of no worth. Had it not been for the protection of Atasia, you would have been quaking in your boots. Who said that? I personally vanquished an indigenous warrior with a combat power of 850. 850, mind you, just ask Atasia. You agree, right? Balit retorted, his face reddening as he sought validation from Atasia. Atasia, however, averted her gaze, ignoring him entirely. You see? Caught out. Rida laughed heartily, reveling in what he perceived to be a triumph over Balit. Balit, undeterred, spat in disdain. Don't talk about me. You're the one relying on Jeline. What is so impressive about that? In a few years, I could take you down in a heartbeat. That's different. Jeline and I are evenly matched, and our collaboration is a true partnership. You, on the other hand, are nothing but a hindrance. Rida declared with pride that this moment. Shakta, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, interjected coldly. Do you think this is commendable? Have you no aspirations? To have Saiyans like you is a disgrace. Shakta in his authoritative tone. Both Balit and Rida fell silent. His commanding presence, forged in the training camp, rendered them speechless. Atasia's eyes sparkled as she turned to Shaya. Captain, what shall we do next? Shall we eradicate the primitive tribes here in one fell swoop? After pondering for a moment, Shaya replied, It is evident that the primitive inhabitants of Dahlia Star have yet to master the use of energy, which is a significant advantage for us. Under such circumstances, even Balit could single-handedly defeat opponents stronger than himself, that we must capitalize on this. But why has the mission management designated this as an intermediate task? It hardly seems to meet that standard. Jeline, a relatively quiet female Saiyan with a sharp mind, pointed out, This is easily understood. The extraterrestrial beings assessing the planet's level do not actually descend to its surface. They rely on energy detectors from outer space, thereby remaining oblivious to the specific conditions of the planet. This leads to an inflated mission rating that we simply encountered a stroke of luck, Atasia remarked with a sly smile, her youthful charm shining through. Yet anyone who mistook her for a mere delicate girl would soon remember the ferocity of Saiyan. Shaya, what do we do next? Shilling inquired, her gaze fixed on him, with his chin resting on his hand. Shaya mused, at present, we hold a distinct advantage. Over the past few days, we have annihilated the majority of solitary indigenous warriors and small primitive tribes. Next, we will confront some larger tribes, which will present significantly greater challenges. Let us proceed like this. I will team up with Shilling, while Shakta, you will take the other 5 as a group. That I expect you to obliterate all primitive tribes on Dahlia Star within 5 days. Shaya issued the chilling command. Understood. All the Saiyans responded solemnly. Accepting the orders, they then set off toward the locations where the energy detector indicated a significant gathering of primitive tribes, after Shakta and his group departed. Shaya and Shilling flew together for a while before parting ways. Their initial partnership had been a ruse to conceal their true strength, but given their capabilities, there was no longer any need for them to remain joined. Shilling, head north. There are over 300 energy signatures clustered there. Also, if you need to use energy exceeding 1,000 combat power, it's best to switch off the detector, Shaya advised with concern before they parted. Got it, Shilling replied softly, then sped northward without looking back. Watching her vanish into the distance, Shaya smiled before altering his own course toward his goal. While the task of exterminating the primitive tribes of Dahlia Star seemed daunting at first, both Shaya and Shakta discovered an unexpected ease in execution. This mission was not nearly as challenging as anticipated. Shaya's mind was tranquil, a faint smile gracing his lips. He realized he could now conserve much time, no longer wasting his precious moments on this desolate planet. IN Scion squads. The initial mission is coordinated by the mission management, selecting suitable individuals and appointing a captain. However, for subsequent missions, the captain gains a degree of autonomy in choosing tasks. This meant that after completing the mission on Dahlia Star, Shaya, as the captain, could select tasks that aligned with his needs. For ordinary Scion squads, this autonomy bore little significance, merely adjusting the intensity and duration of the tasks. After all, every mission involved combat, and Scions relished the thrill of battle. Yet, Shaya was different. He harbored aspirations of becoming a formidable warrior. Fortunately, he possessed several methods for achieving strength within his mind. Chapter 39. Members of the Edry Squad upon emerging from the Spirit Time Room on Earth. Shaya's combat power surged beyond 12,000 after more than a year of steady refinement. His foundation had become extraordinarily robust. It was time to unleash this potential and make another breakthrough. Currently, he was in urgent need of a gravity device, preferably one capable of simultaneously altering temperature, air pressure, and gravity. This required the assistance of a high-tech civilization. While there were many technologically adept extraterrestrials on Vegeta, Shaya was hesitant to employ them, as their loyalties lay either with Frieza or King Vegeta. He feared that the moment the gravity chamber was constructed, he would be betrayed. It was imperative to expedite the construction of the gravity chamber. For the next mission, he would select one related to a high-tech planet. Zaya pressed his palms against his temples, gently kneading them for a moment. He possessed an abundance of senza beans, and it would be an utter waste to neglect their potential by not utilizing the gravity chamber for training. With the combination of the senza beans and the gravity device, along with his Saiyan physiology, Zaya could already envision a rapid enhancement of his strength. A fervent excitement surged within him, yearning to conclude the mission and return to Vegeta as swiftly as possible. 5 days later, they found themselves once again at the familiar site of the spaceship's descent. The group of Scions had successfully completed the extermination mission on the planet Fidaia, where no life forms with combat power exceeding 100 remained. Although merely a fortnight had passed, they had endured countless skirmishes. Nonetheless, Fidaia was a planet close to mid-tier status, and the adversaries faced by Shakta and his companions were not significantly weaker than themselves. As a result, despite the battles being fraught with tension yet ultimately safe, their combat prowess had genuinely increased. Among them, the Scion with the lowest fighting power, Belit, had reached a level of 810, a rise of 70 points. While the strongest, Shakta, had directly surpassed 1030, a feat primarily attributed to the strength of his chosen opponents. Such substantial gains in a mere few days had buoyed the spirits of the Scions. Even the typically contentious Rita and Belit bantered with one another like close friends. Zaya observed the group with satisfaction as they beamed with vitality, exchanging laughter and camaraderie, and a faint smile crept across his face. Well done, everyone. Our mission has been successfully accomplished, and each of you has experienced a corresponding enhancement in your combat abilities. It is time for us to return to Vegeta. Indeed, it is time to go back. Belit exclaimed with a pleading expression. Captain, next time, please choose a more suitable mission. You know, I was quite anxious about failing to complete it. Ha! I have no particular demands regarding the missions, and I am genuinely looking forward to our next endeavor together. Captain, Atasia chimed in, her head tilted back in laughter, her wavy hair dancing in the wind, presenting a tall and graceful figure, exuding a mature charm. Jelena stood quietly to the side, saying nothing, though the sweltering air had left a sheen of perspiration on her cheeks. Her sparkling eyes, however, indicated her anticipation for the next mission. Rest assured, our next task will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Zaya reassured them with a smile, before leaping onto the spherical spacecraft situated at the center of the crater. The vessels were half buried in the mud, their surfaces rough and charred in places. Let us depart for Vegeta, Saiyan cheered, following suit as she jumped down. The remaining members exchanged glances before entering their respective spacecraft. Before long, 7 white orbs soared into the sky, accelerating in a straight line to an extraordinary speed, swiftly breaking free from the gravitational grip of Fidaia and heading into the serene depths of the cosmos. 1 month later, on Vegeta, the stars sparkled brilliantly, a myriad of celestial bodies hanging high above that moment. One side of Vegeta was enveloped in the cloak of night as Zaya's team of 7 emerged from the spaceport, heading directly to the nearest mission management office. The familiar half-spherical 3-story structure greeted them, and the notoriously irritable Taji aliens accepted the submission of their Maudalia mission report. Following this, the team members prepared to part ways. "Captain, I reside in the northern part of the city. If you need to reach me, just use the communicator," Shakta said earnestly before departing. After this mission, he had developed a profound respect for Zaya, who was 3 years his junior. Not every Saiyan possessed leadership qualities. Those who truly exhibited commanding abilities needed not only strength, but also composure and calmness as fundamental traits. Throughout this mission, Zaya had demonstrated remarkable precision in his decisions, a fact that had not gone unnoticed. A captain who understood strategy was a crucial factor for the longevity of the team. Jelena and I live nearby, quite close to the captain's home, Atasia remarked, adjusting her combat attire and playfully linking her arm with Jelena's. Jelena replied softly. Only Rita wore a glum expression, lamenting, "I live the farthest away, and it will take me quite a while to fly home." "Haha, well then, everyone, farewell. We shall reconnect for our next mission." Zaya laughed heartily, taking Xieying's hand as they bid farewell to the others before soaring homeward. As it was night, the residential area was exceptionally tranquil, illuminated only by the flickering lights in the darkness and the delicate rustling of insects. Upon returning home, Zaya was astonished to find the lights in the hall still aglow, in the living room. Besides the Adriel couple, there were 2 men and 2 women, all Saiyans. Zaya recognized them as former members of Adriel's team. By familial ties, he should refer to them as uncles and aunts. Rebecca looked surprised as she beheld Zaya and Xieying's return, asking, "Weren't you 2 assigned to a mid-level mission? Why are you back so soon?" "Of course, we have already completed the mission," Xieying replied with pride, then called out to the 4 Saiyans in the room. "Uncle Belric, Aunt Lisa, Uncle Pilati, Aunt Alice, greetings." Zaya greeted each of the 4 in turn. They were trustworthy individuals, having previously been members of Adriel's team. Adriel's team originally comprised 13 members, but years ago, they suffered heavy losses during a mission due to an ambush by hostile forces, resulting in the deaths of 6 members and 4 severely injured. Among the fallen Saiyans were Zaya's parents, leading to the disbandment of Adriel's team after sustaining such significant losses that, oh dear. Little Zaya and Xieying have grown so much. "I heard you completed your survival mission, but haven't had the chance to visit you until now," Alice said, stepping forward to embrace the 2. Alice was a petite female Saiyan, slender in build, with a long strand of hair resembling a ribbon. Despite being in her 30s, she retained the youthful vitality of a girl, courtesy of the Saiyan race's prolonged adolescence. She seemed eager to express her affection, yet her gestures came across as direct and robust, resembling the demeanor of a tomboy from Earth. "Ugh, Aunt Alice," Xieying protested, feeling slightly breathless as Alice's ample bosom pressed against her. "Hee, my apologies," Alice chuckled before releasing her, still keeping a firm grip on her shoulder. The others greeted them warmly as well. Belric nodded coolly, resembling an iceberg, offering a simple acknowledgement of their presence. Chapter 40. Revelation as former members of Adriel's team. Belric and his companions shared a close bond with the Adriel family, frequently visiting in the past. However, the unusual gathering this evening hinted at something amiss. "Say, were you gentlemen discussing so late at night?" Xieying inquired, darting over to the female Saiyan named Lisa, her small face inching closer to Lisa's. Adriel exchanged glances with the others, their expressions darkening. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Xieying's face scrunched up, her eyes glinting with contemplation. "Xieying, you should return to your room." "Zaya, please stay," Adriel instructed. "Okay." Realizing she was not part of the conversation, Xieying pouted at Zaya before obediently retreating to her room. With a loud click, the door closed, plunging the living room into an eerie silence. The group sat around a coffee table, none daring to speak. "What's the matter?" Zaya asked with a smile. Adriel sighed. "Did you not mention that Frieza had installed listening devices on our energy detectors? We took the opportunity during the mission to investigate. And the outcome?" Zaya remained composed, though a flicker of realization ignited within him. He had already surmised the answer, suspecting that the gathering of Audriel's team was to discuss countermeasures. Sure enough, Audriel nodded gravely. We indeed detected a listening device on the energy detector. At that moment, a male Saiyan named Pilati slammed his fist onto the table, creating a dent in the alloy surface with a resounding crash. Pilati, his tone irritable, declared, "If it weren't for Audriel leading us to verify this, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that scoundrel Frieza has been monitoring every move of the Saiyans." This clearly indicated that he had never harbored good intentions toward the Saiyans. Alice shot Pilati a disdainful glance, her expression reflecting contempt for Frieza, the tyrant they served. Audriel nodded. "That's not my primary concern. While Frieza may harbor suspicions about us, he would not act immediately. However, the pressing issue is that if he is indeed keeping tabs on our every action, then King Vegeta's rebellious thoughts are likely known to him as well." "Sigh, this is quite troublesome." Lisa helplessly shrugged her shoulders. With meticulous calculation, King Vegeta was destined to lose this time. Even more difficult to accept was the fact that, aside from the faction of King Vegeta, which was preparing for rebellion, the overwhelming majority of Saiyans held immense trust in Frieza, even venerating his power. Now, even if we were to spread the news, the number of believers would be scant, and such actions could potentially exacerbate the conflict between the Saiyans and Frieza, leaving us in a precarious predicament. Baluk's expression was indifferent, yet he articulated the thorny reality. Revealing the news outright was certainly unfeasible, as it might incite Frieza to act against the Saiyans. However, given Frieza's clear understanding of the Saiyan situation, including King Vegeta's intentions to rebel, why had he not taken any action? Did he not fear the united strength of the Saiyans? Labika inquired in confusion. Indeed, knowing full well that the Saiyans were poised to rebel, why did Frieza remain unmoving, taking no action? Was he waiting for the rebellion to unfold before he intervened? Perhaps he sought a pretext for his actions. Not wanting to dishearten his subordinates? No. With Frieza's ruthless and brutal nature, he could hardly care for the feelings of mere insects. Edri and the others shook their heads, having once caught a distant glimpse of Frieza during a mission. They were haunted by the chilling, bloodthirsty indifference reflected in his eyes, a gaze that felt like a blade piercing their souls. Frieza was undeniably a madman, a cruel individual. Perhaps he possessed such overwhelming power that he felt invincible. Alice, leaning against the wall, wore a serious expression. Was it because of the Jinyu Force? Everyone recalled Frieza's most formidable aids, the Jinyu Force, whose strength was beyond question, eclipsing even that of the Saiyans, renowned throughout the cosmos. "Do you know just how formidable Frieza's combat power truly is?" Suddenly, Shaya said lightly. Everyone paused, well aware of Frieza's might. After all, only someone exceptionally capable could be deemed the emperor of the universe. Yet, none could specify just how strong he was, as no one had witnessed Frieza in battle, or rather, those who were long dead. How powerful is Frieza? Really? This question loomed like a vast shadow over them. Without understanding the strength of their adversary, the prospect of rebellion seemed futile. "Shaya, do you know something?" Edri glanced over, his intuition suggesting Shaya might possess some insight, especially considering he was the one who initially brought up the eavesdropping devices. Filling him with a sense of certainty. "Yes, I have a bit of knowledge regarding Frieza's strength. It far exceeds your imagination. Before we proceed, Uncle Edri, may I ask how much you know about Frieza's ace team?" "The Jinyu Force?" Edri shook his head. "I have not witnessed the Jinyu Force's full power, but I have heard that each member possesses at least a combat power of 10,000. The Jinyu Force is a special unit chosen from the galaxy's elite warriors, each possessing remarkable skills and formidable strength. In the realm of cosmic civilization, a combat power of 10,000 is indeed extraordinary. Thus far, only a few members of the entire Saiyan race exceed a combat power of 10,000. Each of them is a battle-hardened super warrior, serving as a crucial foundation for the Saiyans' illustrious reputation across the cosmos. Outside of engaging in high-level planetary assaults, they seldom leave Planet Vegeta, surveying the vast expanse of the starry sky. It becomes evident that the primary forces within the universe are still relatively low. The number of high-level planets is not as abundant as one might imagine, and entities with combat powers exceeding 5,000 000 are exceedingly rare, typically ruling singular planets. Indeed, many planets lack even a single powerful being with combat power above 1,000, relegating them to the lowest echelons of the universe in the original story. When Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his combat power was merely around 18,000. Yet at that time, he could traverse the cosmos with little opposition. Although in certain depths of the universe, formidable beings might lurk. Capable of cataclysmic destruction, it remains indisputable that the prevailing forces within cosmic civilization are still relatively weak. The Ginyu Force follows an elite path, comprising only 5 members, each a powerhouse not to be underestimated. The Saiyans rank above average within the Milky Way, instilling fear throughout the North Galaxy. Yet in comparison to the Ginyu Force, they still fall short. As Frieza's elite, the Ginyu Force's power is enough to command respect. Without delving into the strengths of the other Ginyu members, simply their leader, Ginyu, boasts an astonishing combat power of 120,000. Shaya's voice, though not loud, instantly silenced Edri and the others. Good heavens, 120,000 combat power. Little Ya, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? How could he possess such immense strength? Bear in mind that King Vegeta's power is only slightly above 10,000, and even with his great ape transformation, it barely reaches 100,000. Lisa stared wide-eyed, incredulous at his words. 120,000 combat power. What unfathomable strength that must be. For beings like them, with merely a few thousand in combat power, such might was beyond comprehension. How could such a monster exist in the universe? If Captain Ginyu truly possesses such combat power, it would far surpass all the Saiyans at that level. The number of individuals becomes inconsequential, with a mere wave. He could annihilate all life on a planet, rendering the Saiyans utterly powerless against him. Chapter 41. The terrifying power of Frieza. There can be no mistake. Captain Ginyu's combat power is indeed 120,000. Shaya affirmed that in the Namek saga, Ginyu explicitly stated that his leader's maximum combat power is 120,000. Although that event occurs over 20 years later, it is unlikely that his power has diminished significantly. Shaya's unwavering conviction left the others in silence, that Edri's complexion darkened. If the captain of the Ginyu Force possesses such terrifying strength, what then could be said of Frieza, their ruler? The weak submit to the strong, and the strong dominate the weak. This is the immutable law of the universe. Thus, Frieza's power must undoubtedly eclipse that of Captain Ginyu. None present were foolish. They quickly grasped this realization, causing a shiver to run down their spines. Cold sweat pouring forth like tea that moment. They could not spare a thought to inquire about the source of Shaya's information, and the living room fell into an eerie silence. After a prolonged period of quiet, Edri sighed. Shaya, tell us everything you know. Shaya nodded, casting his gaze over all present, his calm voice resonating. Frieza hails from a very rare species in the universe, known as the Frost Demons. These Frost Demons are exceedingly scarce. Upon birth, they are encased in ice, remaining sealed until they reach maturity. As far as I know, there are only 3 Frost Demons in the North Galaxy, namely the Frieza family. Each one a formidable entity capable of dominating the universe. Due to the overwhelming power within Frost Demons being difficult to control, they typically suppress their combat power through transformations akin to the Saiyan Great Ape transformation. However, while Saiyans enhance their strength through their transformation, Frost Demons utilize their transformations to diminish their power. Shaya shook his head, expressing some regret. What a lavish transformation. Edri and the others wore looks of astonishment. Other beings in the universe strive tirelessly to amplify their combat power, with transformation abilities being an evolutionary trait developed in specific environments. Yet the Frost Demons suppress their power due to its overwhelming nature, a fact that elicits envy. Scanning the faces of those present, Shaya continued, aware that what he was about to reveal would weigh heavily on them. However, if he did not disclose the truth, the pride of the Saiyans might prevent Edri and the others from agreeing to his upcoming plan. Frieza possesses the ability to transform 3 times. Each transformation multiplies his power by several times over in his base form. Frieza's combat power stands an astonishing 530,000. Wait, did you just say Frieza's base combat power is what? Lisa asked in shock. I said. Frieza's base combat power is 530,000. Hiss. A gasp reverberated through the hall, as both Edry and Baluk were taken aback by Shaya's revelation. If Captain Jinyu's power had already left them feeling hopeless, Frieza's power now plunged them into utter despair. A base combat power of 530,000, multiplied several times with each transformation, and possessing 3 transformations to boot. How could such an extraordinary being exist? Is the entire universe not already under the dominion of Frieza and his ilk? Lisa exclaimed with a sigh. How absurd! Does this not imply that the Saiyans are utterly devoid of hope? The hot-tempered Parati, unable to vent his frustration, glared wide-eyed, his veins bulging, his bones cracking ominously. Baruch remained silent, his expression frozen, suggesting that his thoughts were in utter disarray. Yet, this is not the worst of it. Frieza is not even the most terrifying among the frost demons. His father and brother, King Cold and Cooler, who rule the eastern and northern sectors of the North Galaxy, are the true sources of dread. In comparison, Frieza seems like a mere child, possessing potential yet to be fully realized. He has a father and a brother? Alice gasped. Indeed, it is said that Frieza's father is named King Cold, and he indeed has a brother named Cooler. Edry, well versed in such matters, recalled these rumors from his time as captain. Shaya nodded and stated, "Let us not dwell on Frieza's father, King Cold, but rather focus on Frieza's brother, Cooler. He possesses the ability to transform 4 times. Thus, I believe that King Vegeta's rebellion is doomed to failure. The future of Planet Vegeta appears bleak. The only reason Frieza has not yet acted is likely because he deems the timing not yet ripe. Once the moment arrives, the Saiyans will undoubtedly face annihilation. Alas, what could be done? Who could have foreseen that the Saiyans, once brimming with promise, now teeter on the brink of extinction? This revelation was difficult for Edry's team to accept. Hence, I propose that we must be prepared to evacuate a portion of the Saiyans. After laying the groundwork, Shaya put forth his plan. The Saiyan race is incredibly remarkable. Their bloodline grants them the ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity, continually surpassing their physical limits. Although not every Saiyan possesses such a gift, it is nonetheless a rare and invaluable trait. It would be a tragic loss if such a lineage were to be extinguished along with Planet Vegeta. While Shaya does not claim to harbor grand ambitions, he understands that to thrive in the universe, he must establish his own power, and the Saiyans are the foundation of his future. But the question remains, if Frieza is so powerful, why does he harbor such wariness towards the Saiyans from the outset? Alice questioned, perplexed. The Frieza clan has always feared the emergence of a golden Super Saiyan among the Saiyans, as it signifies their capacity to confront the Ice Demon head-on. Out of fear, they seek to annihilate. We must preserve the Saiyan bloodline and ensure that they do not vanish from the cosmos. Shaya has been forthright. Upon understanding the situation on Planet Vegeta, he has formulated his own strategy. He divulged all he knew about Frieza, believing that under the pressure of a formidable enemy, Edry and the others would heed his words. Although the Saiyans are proud, even to the point of arrogance, they would not recklessly charge to their deaths when the odds are clearly against them, though there may indeed be exceptions. However, such individuals would not be of use to him, and Shaya does not expect those stubborn souls to join his ranks. Chapter 42. On the desolate planet, Edry could not help but furrow his brow, his already dark complexion deepening. He grasped Shaya's meaning. Preserving the Saiyan bloodline entails sacrificing the vast majority of their kin. Like a lizard shedding its tail to survive, Shaya's suggestion implies relinquishing the essence of their civilization, opting for the lesser good in order to save a few, for Edry and his companions. This choice was exceedingly difficult, as it contradicts the Saiyan education they had received since childhood and clashes with their spiritual beliefs. Yet, they could not deny the validity of Shaya's reasoning. Frieza stands as an insurmountable adversary before the Saiyans, one who has harbored mistrust from the very beginning, wielding an overwhelming power. Are we to choose only to flee? That would be the act of a coward. Baruch's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, reflecting his inner turmoil. No, Retreating from danger is by no means a cowardly act. Rather, acting without strategy is the hallmark of a true fool. Why sacrifice oneself futilely, knowing failure is inevitable, merely to uphold some so-called Saiyan spirit? Shaya scoffed. How foolish. That would be wagering the entire future of the Saiyans, sacrificing their prospects for the sake of an illusory righteousness. Does such a noble cause hold any significance? None at all. It is not only devoid of meaning, but also an act of extreme selfishness. Now is not the time for valiant defiance against the enemy. The moment to confront an adversary is when the balance of power is not overwhelmingly skewed. Yet the chasm between the Saiyans and Frieza is vast, far too great for the Saiyans to consider resistance. Thus, in Shaya's view, knowing the futility, yet proceeding is sheer folly. Instead of engaging in such acts, it would be wiser to save as many Saiyans as possible, ensuring their survival. The members of Edri's team suddenly changed expressions, gazing at Shaya in disbelief, realizing that despite his youthful visage, he met their gaze with an unwavering resolve, causing a tremor in their hearts, and after a lengthy silence, they collectively sighed heavily. Very well, perhaps you speak the truth, Edri conceded, shaking his head, for the continuation of the Saiyans. He must relinquish his own glory. Share your plan. Baruch crossed his arms over his chest, inquiring earnestly. The scene had become rather comical, with several adult Saiyans consulting a mere child, but since Shaya had made his earlier declaration, none regarded him as just a child anymore. Evacuate. Take along a few promising and trustworthy Saiyans, and flee Planet Vegeta together. We must find a secure location to establish our base of operations and gradually regroup. One day, we shall return to make Frieza pay dearly. However, if Frieza can install listening devices on energy detectors, it is likely he has also equipped our spacecraft with tracking devices. Where can we possibly escape? Alice voiced her concerns, and oh doubt, the spacecraft is similarly compromised. Baruch replied coolly, deeming the question unworthy of excessive contemplation. Alas, with so many extraterrestrial beings on Planet Vegeta, escape seems all but impossible. Alice lamented, her well-formed chest rising and falling with indignation. The Saiyans currently face a dire predicament, beset by both internal and external threats. Externally, Frieza could strike at any moment. Internally, King Vegeta is eager to instigate rebellion, while the overwhelming majority of Saiyans idolize Frieza. It is exceedingly difficult for just a few of them to save the Saiyan race. By the way, Shaya, how do you know so much? Rebecca questioned, her curiosity piqued. Everyone turned their attention back to Shaya. Indeed, thus far, everything has been conveyed solely by Shaya, and its accuracy is not guaranteed, because I possess superpowers. Shaya lifted his head, smiling at them, presenting the excuse he had long prepared. Superpowers. There is no more convincing explanation than this. In the world of Dragon Ball, superpowers exist, and many races possess the ability to foresee the future, albeit with varying degrees of strength and reliability. You can predict the future. The members of Edri's team regarded him skeptically. No, I cannot predict the future. Shaya shook his head, but I possess the ability of instant transmission, and there exist races in the universe capable of foreseeing the future. I consulted them, to be precise. They revealed a portion of the future to me, allowing me to glimpse limited possibilities. Very well. That is a compelling reason. The only issue is whether anyone can ascertain the truth of his claims, as it is inherently unverifiable. Moreover, instant transmission sounds like a rather lofty ability. Shaya must be telling the truth. At that moment, Shilling, who had been eavesdropping in the room, rushed out, defiantly raising her head, standing firmly by Shaya's side. Shaya indeed possesses superpowers. She has experienced it firsthand. As for Shaya's claim of consulting extraterrestrials for predictions, if he says so, then it must be true. This could also explain why he seems to know everything. Edri, uncle, do you have any detectors that haven't been tampered with? Shaya suddenly inquired. Edri did not expect such a question from Shaya, so he nodded and glanced towards Rebecca. Without hesitation, Rebecca got up and went to the adjacent room, returning with a framed energy detector. This detector was recently modified, and the listening device has been removed. What do you need it for, Shaya? As Ling just mentioned during my mission on Selma Star. I unexpectedly awakened certain superpowers. After development, I can now wield a skill known as instant teleportation. Everyone, please hold hands and do not let go, Shaya shouted loudly towards the crowd, who were still in a daze. Although the members of the Adderley team did not fully comprehend the situation, they complied with his request and joined hands. Adderley grasped Rebecca's hand, followed by Baluk, Parati, Alice, and Lisa, who also linked hands in succession. Shaya then took Shi Ling's hand, forming a circle of 8 individuals. I am about to initiate instant teleportation. Everyone must hold on tightly, Shaya declared, closing his eyes as he began to summon his spatial superpower from the depths of his being. Suddenly, a whirlwind materialized from thin air, and the smooth space appeared adorned with countless shimmering neon lights, flashing brilliantly. With a swift thought, Shaya activated the instant teleportation, and several people vanished from the hall in an instant. The very next second, on a desolate planet, far removed from Vegeta's star, a cold gale swept across the barren ground, swirling yellow sand and fine particles through the air, having just endured a ferocious storm. The entire planet was engulfed in chaos and disorder. This desolate, lifeless planet was perpetually threatened by sudden, powerful storms. Strangely, despite the absence of life, it was enveloped by a thick atmosphere upon a towering hill. The frigid winds howled against the earth, with the temperature persistently below freezing, rendering the surface soil as hard as steel. The rocks, eroded by the harsh elements, gradually cracked and loosened. A slight tremor could send large boulders tumbling down the slope. A subtle, silent light suddenly manifested atop the hill, and shortly thereafter, 8 figures appeared where the light had vanished. Alice felt a brief wave of dizziness, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a desolate and dim landscape. Where on earth are we? How did we suddenly arrive here? This was not a scene she recognized. It was certainly not Vegeta's star. Had they truly departed for Vegeta's star? This was a barren planet. At least 10 days' journey from Vegeta's star. Bullock scanned the surroundings, relying on past experiences to ascertain their location. The desolate planet was a lifeless world, merely a 10-day journey from Vegeta's star. Though there was some air, the harsh conditions frequently subjected it to planetary-level storms, rendering it of little value to the Saiyans. Unfit even as a transit station, it had remained abandoned and unclaimed. Could this be the ability of instant teleportation, transporting us here in an instant? Rebecca exclaimed in disbelief. Just a moment ago, they had been chatting on Vegeta's star, and now they found themselves on a distant barren planet. It was worth noting that even traveling by spaceship would require at least 10 days. Instant teleportation was indeed an extraordinary ability. Chapter 43. Unleashing energy suddenly, a flush crept across Adderley's face as he struck his palm with a fist, as if recalling something significant. Shaya, how many people can you teleport at once? If we find a suitable planet for life, can you bring many Saiyans over? Adderley's words sparked a realization among them. Yes, if they could locate a discrete planet, they could quietly transport numerous Saiyans away. However, it all hinged on whether Shaya possessed the capacity to carry a large number of individuals. The hearts of Adderley and the others ignited with excitement, and they turned their expectant gazes toward Shaya. Clearing his throat gently, Shaya did not disappoint them. He beamed a radiant smile and affirmed, I can currently teleport up to 10 people at a time, although we need a transfer planet to rest in between. While the number of individuals isn't vast, the distance covered in each teleportation is still considerable, far beyond the reach of any spacecraft. Moreover, as my strength increases, my superpower will also grow stronger. At this, everyone erupted into laughter. The distance Shaya could teleport in one go would take a spacecraft over 10 days to traverse. Though the number of individuals was slightly limited, it was still far better than being unable to transport anyone at all. Furthermore, with Shaya's growing strength, his instant teleportation ability would likewise enhance. With this thought, Adderley's worries began to ease slightly. For some inexplicable reason, an odd notion suddenly took root in the hearts of each member of Adderley's team. Do Saiyans believe in deities? Perhaps they do, or perhaps they do not, but they have greater faith in their own strength. If a deity is stronger than them, then belief is acceptable. However, if a deity is weaker, what use is belief? Yet at this moment, with the mature Shaya's presence, They felt a flicker of reverence for the unseen fate that guided them. Indeed, as the Saiyans faced the impending crisis of extinction, the sudden emergence of a Saiyan like Shaya, possessing extraordinary superpowers, felt almost like divine intervention that, if so, it was truly a blessing from the gods. It seems they could no longer regard him as an ordinary child. Adali mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to Shaya, he was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Adali's mind at that moment. He recalled the instant teleportation ability from Star. It seemed that on Star, there was no limit to the number of individuals who could teleport together as long as they held hands. And there was no significant distance limitation either. It was a remarkably perfect secret technique. There exists an essential difference between secret techniques and superpowers. Shaya lamented that I must make a trip to Star when I have the opportunity to learn their instant teleportation ability. But before that, I need to ascertain the spatial coordinates of Star on the desolate planet. The chilling winds howled, and the icy currents moved at an astonishing speed, the fierce gusts striking their faces. The black hair of each Saiyan swirled wildly, yet every Saiyan present possessed a battle-hardened physique, rendering them impervious to the harsh conditions. By the way, Shaya, why did you bring the energy detector? Rebecca recalled the energy detector that Shaya had mentioned earlier and held up the frame-like device. Aunt Rebecca, Uncle Adali, there is something I have yet to inform you. Shaya's handsome face broke into a gentle smile. In truth, Shi Ling and I completed our mission on Selma Star many years ago. The reason we did not return to Vegeta Star immediately was partly to avoid drawing attention to ourselves, and partly because after discovering the superpower of instant teleportation, Shi Ling and I traveled to other planets to train. Wait a moment, you mean to say you completed your mission several years ago? Does that imply your battle power surpassed 1,000 long ago? Parati exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, my battle power exceeded 1,000 when I was just over 5 years old. At this point, Shaya readily confessed. His words immediately drew shocked gazes from the elders. Even the typically stoic Baluk cast a sidelong glance at him. Achieving a battle power of 1,000 at merely 5 years old? This was no ordinary feat. The rate of growth was astounding and hard to believe. Even when compared to Prince Vegeta, it was no less impressive, fearing that returning to Vegeta Star too early might attract the attention of King Vegeta. Shi Ling and I chose to train on other planets instead. Adali nodded in agreement, silently approving Shaya's approach. Saiyans were known for their flamboyant nature. Even the slightest achievement would be trumpeted far and wide. Yet, Saiyans like Shaya, who understood the importance of concealing their strength, were exceedingly rare. Given the current situation on Vegeta Star, Shaya's decision to hide his battle power was undoubtedly a stroke of genius. It neither drew the attention of King Vegeta nor the prying eyes of Frieza. Adali, curious, inquired, so, does this mean your true battle power is not as it appears? What is your current battle power then? Let me answer that. Witnessing her father's astonishment, Shi Ling proudly puffed out her chest and exclaimed, after Shaya and I left Selma Star, we ventured to a remarkably beautiful lower-level planet. Although the individual battle powers of the inhabitants there were insignificant, they possessed a marvelous method of cultivation. Through learning their martial arts, Shaya and I saw our battle power soar dramatically. How did you manage to evade detection by the energy detector? Lisa asked in a hoarse voice. This was a point that puzzled everyone. Energy detectors were designed to detect individual energy signatures. Was there any method to circumvent that? The energy detector, in essence, serves to sense the energy leaking from the surface of living beings. Both I and Shilling have mastered a form of energy known as chi from that planet. Typically, we condense this chi within ourselves. As long as it does not leak, the detector cannot detect the energy emanating from us. Shaya spoke earnestly, subsequently elaborating on the concept of chi. However, much like the generational gaps that exist between different ages, no matter how many times Shaya explained it, Adri and the others remained unable to grasp the essence of chi. Their long-established habits had forged a unique energy operation model, making it exceedingly difficult to alter. Perhaps only individuals of exceptional talent, like Vegeta among the Saiyans, could master the application of chi in the future. Although they could not comprehend what chi truly was, it did not hinder their recognition of it. After all, It represented a set of entirely new and profound theories, with a gentle push of his foot against the ground. Shaya soared into the air, the howling winds tousling his hair as he took a deep breath and shouted down to Adri and the others. "Everyone, pay attention. I'm about to unleash all my energy." With that, he clenched his fists and crossed his arms over his chest, uttering a low yet powerful exclamation. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from Shaya, his body akin to a colossal magnet, drawing nearby rocks off the ground, which began to float and whirl chaotically around him. The already tumultuous atmosphere of the desolate planet grew even more chaotic as the disordered currents of chi intertwined with an unfathomable and terrifying might, scattering outward and stirring the ions in the air into brilliant, serpentine flashes of electric light. Boom! A series of thunderous roars erupted from the sky as crimson-purple lightning pierced through the dense, heavy clouds, leaving a dazzling, winding trail in its wake. Beep, beep, beep. The energy detector registered this immense power and immediately emitted a rapid series of electronic beeps, with the readings on the screen climbing steadily. 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. The data continued to rise. The expressions on Adri and the others transitioned from astonishment to seriousness, eventually turning grave as the astonishing figures left them shaken. Yet the readings on the energy detector showed no signs of abating. They continued to climb. Could this not be the true extent of Shaya's power? Just how high could his fighting prowess be? Would it surpass 10,000 as Adri gazed at Shaya, enveloped in a dense aura? He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Soon enough, 9,000, 10,000. Shaya's combat power swiftly exceeded 10,000 and showed no signs of stopping, causing both Adri and Baluk to adopt an unusually solemn demeanor, their blood surging with excitement. "Shaya is incredibly strong." Alice's voice trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. High above, Shaya shone like a newly risen sun, his terrifying might sweeping across the entire continent. The earth trembled faintly as the released energy attracted the ions in the air, producing crackling sounds. Chapter 44. The future of the race. Boom. A massive fireball ascended into the sky. Shaya had finally unleashed all the power within him. This unrestrained release of his entire strength was an exquisite pleasure, and a faint smile graced Shaya's face. 14,000 combat power. Adri's voice quivered as he stared at the figures displayed on the detector, entering a state of shock. My goodness, Shaya possesses such formidable combat power. This is probably the highest known among the Saiyans, he exclaimed. No Prince Vegeta, nor anyone else can compare. Alice covered her mouth, her lovely eyes shining ever brighter. Previously, when Shaya emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, his combat power had already reached 12862. After a year and a half, his power had now escalated to 14,000. This was exceedingly close to the limits detectable by the old energy detectors. Given that most civilizations in the universe had combat powers below 10,000, the old detectors capable of measuring up to 20,000 were more than sufficient. 14,000. Parati, upon seeing the data, appeared even more excited than Alice, letting out a roar that seemed to release all the pent-up frustration within him. Tito think he possesses 14,000 combat power. This means Shaya is the most talented Saiyan. Baluk muttered to himself, akin to a ship lost at sea suddenly spotting a lighthouse, his heart ablaze with emotion. In that moment, he could no longer underestimate this young Saiyan, who was decades younger than him. Perhaps he was the true king of the Saiyans. Baluk gazed at him, his eyes a mix of fervor, excitement, and exhilaration. Having revealed his strength, Shaya decided to retract his aura. He descended gracefully to the ground and approached the group, asking, "So, what do you think of my power?" "Very impressive," Adri replied, his face alight with excitement. He then recalled Shaya's earlier mention of the Super Saiyan. Previously, he had dismissed the ancient tales of Super Saiyans as mere myths. Yet, witnessing Shaya's godlike presence now, coupled with the fact that he had only just turned 9 years old, an intriguing thought crossed his mind. Could Shaya be the legendary Super Saiyan? If Shaya were to learn of Adri's thoughts, he would surely shake his head in disbelief. He was no Super Saiyan. The true legendary Super Saiyan had yet to be born. He was merely slightly ahead of other Saiyans, still far from achieving Super Saiyan status. Nonetheless, Shaya was confident that he would eventually become a true Super Saiyan, since Shaya possesses such high combat power. What about you, Shieling? Lisa noted the eager young girl nearby that I, too, possess formidable strength, under the expectant gazes of several elders. Shieling displayed a touch of defiance, a hint of blush appearing on her delicate face, before gradually ascending amidst their anticipation. Whoosh! Another powerful whirlwind materialized, causing the air to churn chaotically, transforming it into a bubbling cauldron. Beep! 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 The detector began to oscillate wildly, the displayed values climbing higher until they finally stabilized at 11200.11200. Shilling had also surpassed 10,000 combat power. After the initial shock, Adri couldn't help but feel immense joy. Though Shilling's position was not as elevated as Shaya's, and it seemed she was deliberately showcasing her strength, aiming it almost directly at the members of Adri's team. Under such immense pressure, Adri broke out in a cold sweat, shouting out as a humming aura enveloped him to withstand Shilling's might. Thus, the detector displayed a new energy source, albeit much weaker than Shaya's and Shilling's, registering only 8,560 combat power. To counter the tremendous pressure. The others also unleashed their full strength, and the combined might was enough to obliterate the planet. Baluk, combat power 8369. Parati, combat power 8095. Rebecca, combat power 7966. Lisa, combat power 7750. Alice, combat power 7457. Each of them possessed the qualifications of elite warriors. And thus their strength was not far behind Adri's. In an instant, tiny suns began to illuminate the towering hills, as fierce winds swept through, waves of energy crashing against one another, shattering all obstacles in their path. Boom! A violent collapse ensued. The towering hills could no longer withstand the tremendous energy and began to crumble. All right, everyone, let's retract our powers, Shaya called out, observing the chaos around them, and as soon as his words fell, the group began to withdraw their auras, though the residual power of the storm continued to wreak havoc across the desolate planet. At that moment, Shieling joyfully approached Adri, saying, "Father, how do you find the strength of me and Shaya? You, as elite warriors, are outmatched by us. It's quite pathetic." As she spoke, a look of disdain crossed her face. Adri chuckled in amusement. It seemed her latter statement was what she truly wished to convey. This girl was truly reveling in her triumph, to an absurd degree. However, upon reflection, it is indeed curious that both Adri and Rebecca, being elite warriors among the Saiyans, have given birth to a daughter who is only a mid-tier warrior. One can only imagine the profound sense of inferiority that must reside within Shilling's heart. Now, possessing the qualifications of a mid-tier warrior, she has suddenly surpassed her father, an elite warrior, which undoubtedly fills her with immense pride. This is a remarkable turnaround, so how could she not take the opportunity to flaunt it? Adri, understanding the sentiment, gazed at his daughter, whose eyes sparkled with delight, and cleared his throat, offering her a few well-deserved compliments. He then approached Shaya and earnestly stated, "Little Ya, the hope of the Saiyans likely rests upon your shoulders. Should you have any thoughts or plans in the future, please do not hesitate to share them with us. Indeed, whatever decisions you make, we shall undoubtedly support you." Baruch nodded gently, affirming his stance. The other members of Adri's team also expressed their agreement, particularly Alice, the youngest in the group, who held a special fondness for both Shaya and Shieling. She felt tremendous joy at the prospect of Shaya growing stronger. Shortly thereafter, Shaya and a few others activated their instant transmission once more, and in a brief moment, they returned to their home on Planet Vegeta. The next order of business was to deliberate on how to preserve the Saiyan race's remaining strength under the very nose of Frieza. The first consideration was the selection of a new planet to evacuate to, one that would be distant from Frieza's grasp, ideally far removed from the influence of the ice demons. Adri, deep in thought as he sat on the sofa, remarked, "Once we evacuate, the Saiyans cannot simply remain on one planet without seeking to develop further. So we must choose a location that is beyond the reach of the Ice Demon Clan's power. The vast cosmos is adorned with countless planets, scattered like tiny grains of sand across the dark tapestry of the night sky, creating a stunning and resplendent panorama. Among these celestial bodies, numerous planets are suitable for sustaining life, and within the North Galaxy alone, many such planets exist. Regrettably, apart from a few sectors, most areas of the North Galaxy have already been encroached upon by the Ice Demon clan. If Edry and his companions wish to find a suitable planet, they may need to venture beyond the confines of the North Galaxy. Leave the matter of the planets to us. Shaya and Shiling's primary task is to enhance their combat strength. Baruch stated coldly, his demeanor akin to that of an unyielding block of ice. Edry and the others nodded in agreement, fully aware that in the universe, it is the law of the jungle. The strong prey upon the weak. What the Saiyans desperately need at this moment are formidable warriors. Possessing super-strong defenders to safeguard their race's power can deter many nefarious individuals. If the Saiyans were endowed with sufficient strength now, they would not be forced to flee from Frieza's oppressive rule. Shaya and Shiling, having an enviable new beginning, must prioritize the enhancement of their combat prowess. Regarding the personnel for evacuation, you must exercise due diligence in your selection. The number of individuals we can take is limited, and it is best that we do not attract the attention of King Vegeta or Frieza during this process, lest all our efforts be rendered futile. Shaya cautioned. Since they aimed to quietly extract a portion of the Saiyans, it was imperative to avoid making their intentions public. Otherwise, the pressures from King Vegeta and Frieza would leave them beleaguered. Not to mention the pursuit they would face upon discovery. We will carefully screen the personnel. The group responded, their expressions serious and resolute. P.S. Due to the inconvenience of being away, there will only be one chapter today. But normal updates will resume tomorrow. Today's chapter is quite lengthy. Chapter 45. Training on the Desolate Planet. Selecting personnel is a meticulous and grave matter. First and foremost, they must remain rational and perceive the current situation clearly, avoiding any premature leakage of information before the evacuation is complete. Secondly, these individuals should ideally not be within the sight of King Vegeta and his associates. This criterion immediately disqualifies a majority of elite warriors and exceptionally gifted Saiyans. As less than 1% of the 1 million Saiyans are elite warriors, each a valuable resource. Most of these highly promising Saiyans are already on King Vegeta and Frieza's radar, receiving particular scrutiny. To minimize the impact, these individuals cannot be evacuated out of course. Edry and the others could not leave without taking anyone, as doing so would significantly deplete the Saiyan potential. However, the screening process for elite and mid-tier warriors must be more stringent than that for lower-tier warriors. If necessary, they might even resort to staging a false death to ensure a few could be brought along. Additionally, there is the matter of the gender ratio among the Saiyans, which is crucial for the continuation of their race. While Shaya himself may not be overly concerned, Edry and his companions place significant importance on this aspect and must consider it. Ultimately, being able to evacuate 2,000 to 3,000 individuals would be a commendable achievement. With the total Saiyan population being less than 1 million, the disappearance of several thousand kin is bound to attract King Vegeta's attention, necessitating heightened caution during their operations. Very well, let us proceed with this plan for now. Everyone should subtly engage with those Saiyans eligible for evacuation, being careful not to disclose any information that we are uncertain when King Vegeta will initiate a rebellion. And our time is limited. Edry sighed, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Having hope is certainly better than having none. Baruch replied with a stern expression, as if the world owed him a great debt. This moment, his inner turmoil was akin to a powder keg, ready to erupt at any moment. The notion that the proud Saiyans must resort to fleeing was, to him, an utter affront. All of this turmoil stemmed from Frieza's actions. Frieza, we shall ensure that you pay the price for this. 10 days later, on the desolate planet, the icy, biting winds whipped up clouds of dust, shrouding the sky in a heavy blanket of gloom, casting a yellowish hue over the landscape. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed forth. The ground trembled as a colossal orange-red mushroom cloud erupted on the distant horizon, its immense and searing mass rising like a brilliant sun, instantly illuminating the area for miles around. The shockwave surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the towering peaks as the once sturdy earth, as unyielding as steel, crumbled under the force of the penetrating wave, colossal boulders cascading down, each weighing several tons, In the murky, obscured vision, two indistinct figures soared through the air, one large and one small, their forms shifting and exchanging blows with remarkable speed, vanishing and reappearing, darting from the sky to the ground and back again. Each clash unleashed cataclysmic waves of energy. A brilliant blue-hued energy sliced through the air, tracing beautiful, luminous arcs in its wake. Haha, what a thrill! It has been ages since I engaged in such exhilarating combat. The elder figure, clad in a tattered battlesuit, bore numerous crimson wounds upon his skin. Despite his battered state, his countenance radiated no pain. Rather, he was invigorated by the joy of battle. The younger figure, while appearing significantly less wounded, still bore signs of distress. Uncle Edry, you truly are as sharp as ever. Hee. Indeed, combat is the finest form of training, Shaya exclaimed, his complexion flushed, as if the blood coursing through his veins was boiling with fervor. Of course, Edry am still quite youthful. However, if it weren't for you suppressing your combat power, I might have been defeated in just a few exchanges. Edry laughed heartily, his movements causing his wounds to throb, though he paid them no mind. Here, Shaya tossed a senza bean towards him. Catching the bean with ease, Edry promptly consumed it, chewing and swallowing, as a surge of vitality coursed through him, mending his wounds and restoring his vigor to its peak. These little beans are truly miraculous. I hesitate to use them, Edry lamented, feeling a pang of regret for expending a precious senza bean on such minor injuries. Shaya chuckled. Using senza beans during training is precisely what they are meant for. By the way, Uncle Edry, how much has your combat power increased? Clenching his fist and reveling in the surge of energy within him, Edry beamed with satisfaction that it's nearly at 8,800. To think I could increase my power by over 200 in just 10 days. This is something I would never have dared to imagine before. Shaya smiled knowingly, recognizing that the previous training methods employed by the Saiyans were rather rudimentary, yielding unsatisfactory results. Now, with the integration of the training technique Shaya had imparted, Edry's previously accumulated foundation had finally erupted, resulting in such remarkable progress within a mere 10 days. However, Shaya understood that this rapid growth was temporary. Once Edry depleted this reservoir of potential, his rate of advancement would inevitably slow. Unfortunately, the theories you mentioned regarding Char are far too complex for me to grasp. Edry lamented, scratching his head in frustration, as his ingrained thought patterns proved difficult to alter. Understanding she requires early indoctrination. Otherwise, it becomes exceedingly challenging to, gently brushing off the fine grains of sand scattered across his battle attire. Shaya retrieved a large bag of senza beans from the dimensional space, significantly more than the last batch he had given to Edry. Please keep these senza beans safe and distribute them to Uncle Baruch and the others when you have the chance. Edry took the bag, glancing inside to find over 100 beans, and exclaimed in astonishment, "So many senza beans? I can't help but wonder just how many you have hidden away." Not too many, Shaya replied with a chuckle, "but please don't let Shilling know. Otherwise, she will surely pester me for them again." The thought of Shilling's greedy obsession with senza beans made Shaya feel that if she found out, he would lose a considerable amount of the beans he held. That's not my concern. You'll have to explain it to her yourself. With a smile, Edry tucked the senza beans away, showing no inclination to intervene in the playful banter between the two young ones, and even seemed to take delight in their camaraderie. Uncle Edry, which civilizations in the universe excel in high technology, particularly those capable of creating large training chambers? Well, the requirement for a large training chamber is indeed quite significant. Edry pondered before responding to, in the Northern Galaxy. The organization with the highest level of technology is undoubtedly the Galactic Police, though they have never been fond of us Saiyans, and we seldom maintain contact with them. Other technological planets either fall under Frieza's influence or belong to rival factions, making them difficult to locate. Shaya furrowed his brow upon hearing this. While the Galactic Police were technologically advanced, they prided themselves on maintaining peace in the galaxy and had a poor relationship with the Saiyans, who disrupted the order of the Northern Galaxy. Other factions were keenly aware of the importance of technological civilization and had long sent envoys to conquer such planets, resulting in most of these technological worlds being under Frieza's control or that of opposing forces, indeed making them challenging to find. There's one planet that is quite famous, though it has recently suffered a natural disaster, and I wonder if there is still any life remaining there. Adri suddenly recalled a particular planet, though he was uncertain. What planet? I believe it is called Fidaia, home to a humanoid technological race, and it is quite distant from Vegeta, Adri explained. Initially, the management intended to send Saiyans to conquer it. But upon hearing of severe tectonic activity on Fidaia, the mission was subsequently cancelled. Fidaia, Shaya murmured, inquiring, how advanced is their technology? I'm not entirely sure, but it should be quite high. When the mission was formulated, it was classified as a high-level task, so I assume the management wouldn't make a mountain out of a molehill. That makes sense. Shaya nodded in agreement. Finding a technologically adept planet within a galaxy was no easy feat. And regardless of the situation there, he felt compelled to investigate. Perhaps life still existed there. Subsequently, Shaya and Adri exchanged several inquiries regarding training, sharing their combat experiences, as Adri's wealth of battle experience was precisely what Shaya lacked. On the opposite side of the desolate planet, another apocalyptic scene unfolded, filled with thunder and lightning amidst swirling yellow sands in the heart of the storm. Several violet lightning bolts connected heaven and earth. Resembling soaring dragons, and like the roar of tigers and the cries of monkeys, they descended from the highest altitudes with unstoppable force. The trailing ends of the violet lightning emitted a ghostly blue glow, momentarily bridging the distance between the sky and the ground amidst the chaotic air currents. Within the tempest, Shieling and Rebecca panted slightly, briefly pausing before erupting into a fierce clash once more. Two indistinct figures engaged in brief encounters within the dense environment that was so dark that even light could not penetrate. Each subtle movement ignited an extraordinarily intense battle. When Shaya and Adri arrived, a fierce storm was raging ahead. Tiny stones zipped past like bullets, punctuating the air with a staccato sound. Suddenly, the ground beneath them sprouted numerous tiny holes. The depths of these holes were profound and dense, and around them, stones had transformed into flowing molten lava due to intense friction. However, neither Shaya nor Adri were fazed by the scene before them. Once the battle began to calm, they waved their hands to disperse the thick smoke lingering in the air. Ha ha, your combat abilities have indeed improved, Adri remarked. But Shieling, you still lack the awareness necessary for battle. You must make combat your instinctive response. Adri's piercing gaze instantly discerned his daughter's shortcomings, though Shieling's combat prowess was considerable. Her greatest weakness lay in her lack of experience, particularly in life-and-death battles. This was exceedingly perilous. In her current state, she could easily overpower those weaker than herself, but when facing opponents of equal strength, her victories would be few and far between. And when up against stronger foes, merely surviving would be a notable achievement. Rebecca pulled out a sense of being and consumed it, the rich vitality instantly revitalizing her. She smiled and remarked, Shieling's starting point is set too high. Her usual opponents rarely match her, which ultimately hampers her ability to realize the full potential of her combat skills. Shaya and Shieling listened intently, recognizing this as their most significant shortcoming. Their training on Earth had unearthed the hidden potential within them, allowing their combat strength to soar. Yet, it had also deprived them of the grueling trials that come from struggling on the brink of life and death. With gains come losses, and Shaya and the others needed to address these deficiencies swiftly. Traditional Saiyan power enhancement is extremely brutal, especially post-adolescence, where nearly every ounce of strength is acquired through battle. This means they constantly face danger, a harsh training method that relentlessly squeezes potential between the lines of life and death. Most races in the universe adopt this method of cultivation. The Saiyans, renowned as a warrior race, excel in this regard, endowing them with ample combat experience and the courage to confront mortality. In contrast, Earth's training appears far more refined and subdued, aligning more closely with nature. Qi, as described in Taoist philosophy, is a part of nature, representing the foundation of all things, a highly abstract concept encompassing both spiritual and physical dimensions, nourishing the body and unlocking potential. These are two entirely distinct paths of cultivation. Shaya harbored a suspicion that, in the original tale, Sun Wukong's ability to surpass his limits time and again stemmed not only from facing life and death trials, but also from the crucial role of chi cultivation. After all, why were the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, many of whom possessed greater potential than Sun Wukong, so few able to break through the 100,000 battle power threshold? It would be unreasonable to claim they had fewer battles than Sun Wukong. Shilling listened attentively to the teachings, occasionally nodding in agreement. In recent days, lowering her combat power to spar with her mother had proven immensely beneficial. Afterward, Shaya led everyone in an instantaneous movement to return home to Planet Vegeta. By this time, evening was approaching. After indulging in a soothing hot bath in the bathroom, all traces of fatigue instantly vanished. Shaya dried his damp hair and walked into the living room. He found Shilling sprawled on the couch in a petite casual outfit, her legs raised and a snack in her mouth, reclining languidly. The young girl, oblivious to her surroundings, lay about in a manner that revealed a large expanse of her fair, delicate skin. With a playful slap on the girl's rear, Shilling immediately jumped up, clutching her backside and shooting a fierce glare at Shaya. "What was that for?" "Hey, dinner will be ready soon, and I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Shilling retorted, irritated by the unexpected swat, feeling as though she were being treated like a child. Shaya glanced over, casually shifting her body aside a bit before sitting down beside her. "In a few days, we will embark on a new mission, so I plan to seek a task close to Fidaia. Along the way, I will divert to investigate the planet, and I will need your assistance with matters related to the mission." "Fidaia?" Shilling's delicate brows arched slightly. "Are you planning to establish a training facility there?" "Indeed, but it's not just about the training facility. If the Fidaians possess sufficient value, I intend to conquer them." Shaya openly shared his thoughts. As he held the utmost trust in Shilling and had nothing to conceal, if Shaya were to build a faction in the universe in the future, researchers would be indispensable. The Saiyans are a simple-minded race of warriors, and it is evidently unsuitable for them to engage in scientific research. Thus, specialized extraterrestrial beings are required for such endeavors. He immediately set his sights on the Fidaia people, who had yet to be subjugated by any other forces. Knowing the gravity of the situation, Shilling confidently patted her chest and assured, "Rest assured, the task will be entrusted to me." Chapter 47. Choosing a new mission. The night had deepened. During dinner, Shaya retrieved food procured from Earth from the dimensional space. The family feasted voraciously before a mountain of food, the towering heaps rapidly diminishing until only a few empty plates and scattered remnants of bones remained. All the food had vanished into the bellies of the four Saiyans. "Ah, how delightful! Shaya, this food is simply exquisite," exclaimed Rebecca, reclining ungracefully in her chair. After tasting the delicacies brought by Shaya, her interest in the cuisine of Vegeta had waned entirely. "Aunt Rebecca, I certainly did not bring that much food." "You must ration it," Shaya replied with a wry smile. The meager provisions he had brought from Earth were originally intended to last 3 to 4 years, yet he had already consumed 1/10 of it in just a few days. The appetite of adult Saiyans was astonishingly vast, leaving him somewhat regretful for having brought so much. "At this rate, my supplies will soon be depleted. Will I have to return to Earth for more provisions?" Shaya pondered silently, questioning whether it was overly trivial to make such a journey for this matter. After dinner, Adderley approached with a stack of documents detailing the tasks related to the Fidaia people and their planet. "Shaya, here are the coordinates of the Fidaia planet. The nearest mission point is merely a 7-day journey away. Additionally, these are several other tasks within close proximity," Adderley explained, handing over a task list published by the Mission Management Office. Shaya skimmed through the list of missions, and after a brief comparison, he stated thoughtfully, "Well, let us choose the mission to Rongju Star. The intensity of that task is just right for our team." Adderley nodded and passed over the materials on Rongju Star. "This is good. Once the Saiyans form a team, if they do not undertake missions for an extended period, it may raise suspicions. You can also use this opportunity to test your team members. They may become your future foundation." Adderley was aware that once a portion of the Saiyans departed, Shaya would undoubtedly lead the remaining ones. Firstly, he possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, having saved the lives of all Saiyans. Secondly, Shaya's combat prowess was unrivaled among the Saiyans, who only obeyed the strong. Thus, it was fitting for Shaya to assume the role of the new leader. Eventually, he would not be able to manage everything personally and would need to assemble his own team. The current members of the same squad were all intermediate warriors, making them ideal candidates if they performed well. In truth, Adeli's earnest assistance to Shaya stemmed not only from their familial ties as nephew and adoptive son, but also from his consideration for his daughter, Shilling. Both of the most outstanding warriors among the Saiyans, fortuitously a male and a female. In Adeli's mind, if Shaya could end up with Shilling in the future, it would indeed be a perfect match. Of course, the final outcome would ultimately depend on their own wishes. Shaya nodded slightly, preparing to proceed with the plan. Shakta and his companions were the first Saiyans he had encountered, and he found their personalities rather agreeable. Despite some slight arrogance inherent to Saiyans, which he deemed insignificant, as long as they met his standards, he was ready to invest fully in their training. The following day, dawn broke softly. The thin mist enveloped the residential area like a delicate veil, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Early in the morning, Shaya sent the new mission details to all team members via communicator, instructing them to assemble at the designated location promptly. Soon after, Atasia was the first to arrive at the meeting point. Upon seeing Shaya and Shilling, she greeted them and began to engage in pleasant conversation with Exiling. Their conversation revolved around typical girl talk. Shaya lost interest and found a rock to sit upon, patiently awaiting the arrival of the other team members. The second to arrive was Shakta, who flew over in a new style of sleeveless combat uniform and greeted Shaya courteously. "Captain, I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Not at all. We just arrived," Shaya responded with a smile. Shakta was a rather proud Saiyan, his demeanor reminiscent of Baruch from Adeli's squad, both equally unruly. Such Saiyans, once they pledged allegiance, would serve diligently without complaint. "Ha ha ha! We are heading out on a mission again. I have been waiting for this moment for quite some time. This time, I will demonstrate my prowess and show you all the might of Belit," boasted the robust lad, Belit, whose strength was not remarkable, but whose bravado was immense, often bantering with Ra. Just don't come crying about fatigue later," Atasia remarked sarcastically as she concluded her conversation with Shilling. Overhearing Belit's boastful words Atasia, why do you say that? I am a man, and I will surely become very strong in the future." Belit's face fell, unable to retort against Atasia's words. Shortly thereafter, after waiting at the designated spot for a moment, Jilin and Ra arrived in succession. After a brief exchange, the group, led by Shaya, set off toward the spaceport. They then boarded their vessel, heading toward their target planet, Rongju Star. Rongju Star was situated in the southeastern part of the North Galaxy, perilously close to the eastern domain of the North Galaxy, requiring over 2 months of travel to reach. It was precisely due to its location at the junction of two domains that the Fidaia planet had not been clearly consumed by other forces. The long journey passed swiftly, and the dark brown target planet loomed near as Shaya and his companions awakened from their slumber. 7 scorching fireballs pierced the atmosphere and struck the ground, creating a tremendous shockwave that sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. As the dust gradually settled, 7 small figures emerged near the impact site. Upon arriving at Rongju Star, Shaya turned to Shilling and instructed, "Shilling, the upcoming task is entrusted to you." After receiving Shilling's acknowledgement, he ventured alone into the dense rainforest, soon disappearing from sight. Observing Shaya's vanishing figure, Shilling regained her composure and addressed Shakta and the others. "The difficulty of this task is not high. It mainly serves as a test for you, so neither Shaya nor I will intervene. You may showcase your abilities to the fullest." Shilling, unflinchingly fabricating a lie for Shaya, presented this mission as a trial for Shakta and his companions, a significant reason why Shaya had chosen Rongju Star from the myriad of potential tasks. The overall power structure of Rongju Star was not particularly formidable, making it ideal for Shakta and his team to hone their skills. I wondered why the captain vanished. "It turns out it was a test for us. We shall not hold back," Belit exclaimed, realizing the situation and clapping his hands in excitement, speculating that Shaya was likely observing them from a hidden location. Then I must perform exceptionally. I will fight with all my might." Radal laughed heartily, raising an eyebrow at Belit, who, naturally, became furious, leading to another confrontation between the two. You two. When will you ever take things seriously? Atasia remarked helplessly, yet since their captain had chosen Rongju Star as the site for their trial, they could not disappoint him. Indeed, we have a considerable gap compared to the captain. We must strive harder, Shakta thought inwardly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Jillian also resolved in her heart. Shakta and the others remained oblivious to the truth. As Shaya and Shilling's combat abilities far surpassed theirs, being members of the same squad, it was entirely plausible that they were undergoing specialized training, and if their combat prowess did not improve, it would complicate future missions. Shilling, observing their spirited demeanor, smiled slightly and sought a comfortable spot to construct a hammock, lying down to rest. Chapter 48. The Fidaia people, meanwhile, after parting from the group, Shaya traversed the dense primordial rainforest, effortlessly dispatching several local beasts attempting to attack him with a few energy waves that he meticulously observed his surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of any onlookers, began to concentrate his mind to initiate a teleportation. 7 days' journey from the pulsar, a diminutive silver-gray, celestial body orbited the sun in a periodic motion. The outer rings of this celestial body were adorned with 2 intertwining silver halos, their resplendent hues rendering the planet Fidaia akin to a colossal pearl, elegantly set against the backdrop of the starry sky, exuding an air of exquisite beauty. These 2 interwoven silver halos were, in fact, dual space corridors that encircled the planet at right angles, constructed by the Fidaians using their advanced technology. However, at this moment, these majestic silver serpents appeared slightly askew, with several junctions of their alloy components having collapsed and caved in, occasionally punctuated by violent explosions, as crimson flames and wisps of smoke billowed forth from the space corridors. On the surface of Fidaia, enormous tectonic plates floated chaotically above the mantle. Searing lava billowed forth, emitting plumes of scalding steam. Towering lava flows, reaching heights of a kilometer, jetted upwards, only to cascade back down as molten rain, inundating the land and relentlessly flowing back into the mantle through the low-lying areas of the plates. The geological calamities on Fidaia were alarmingly severe. Shaya was taken aback by the scene before him. This was no mere geological disaster, but rather the aftermath of a colossal impact on the planet. Yet if such an impact had originated from outer space, the Fidaians, with their advanced technology, should have detected it long ago. The current devastation suggested that the Fidaians had not even had time to respond. The surface had already been ravaged. Shaya's mind was beset with doubts as he quickly dismissed the possibility of an extraterrestrial impact, recognizing that a sudden upheaval of the planet's core would not occur so swiftly either. Someone had launched an attack on Fidaia. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the devastation he witnessed must have been caused by a tremendous energy shock. What kind of energy shock could inflict such catastrophic damage on a planet? It was crucial to note that Fidaia was a formidable hardshell planet, with every vulnerable point having been fortified by high technology. Yet despite these precautions, it had still suffered such destruction. Shaya's expression grew grave. To achieve this level of devastation, the assailant's power must be considerable, likely exceeding 10,000 combat strength in the universe. 10,000 combat strength served as a watershed. Below this threshold, even a large-scale attack would merely lead to the extinction of species on the planet. But annihilating the entire planet was no easy feat, only an attack from an individual with a combat strength above 10,000 could wreak such havoc on Fidaia, and even more so, beings like Frieza could obliterate an entire planet with a single strike. Shaya couldn't help but smile wryly. He had merely sought to recruit a cadre of high-tech talents as his subordinates. Yet he found himself entangled in such dire circumstances. However, there was a silver lining. Facing imminent disaster could indeed ease the difficulty of his recruitment efforts. Shaya then began to attentively sense the energy fluctuations on Fidaia. Soon he detected the faint essences of thousands of weak beings, presumably the indigenous Fidaians he sought. The energy of the Fidaians was exceedingly feeble, akin to small candles flickering against the backdrop of the overwhelming ferocity enveloping the planet, at any moment poised to extinguish in the impending storm. Aside from these indigenous energy reactions, he also sensed several hundred formidable presences, each boasting combat strength exceeding 1,000 000, with some even reaching 3,000. It was evident that Fidaia had indeed come under assault from external forces. After a moment, Shaya opened his eyes, revealing a look of understanding. Suddenly, from an even greater distance, an extraordinarily powerful aura entered his sensory range. The presence sent a chill down Shaya's spine, reminiscent of detecting a massive iceberg. The sensation, even from thousands of kilometers away, was acutely palpable. What an evil aura! Its intensity surpassed his own, at least 20,000 combat strength. Shaya was taken aback. This was perhaps the most formidable energy he had encountered since entering the Dragon Ball universe. Surrounding this aura were dozens of energies exceeding 1,000 in combat strength. It seemed this planet had already caught the attention of others, but why had they not yet eradicated the indigenous Fidaians after such a long time? Were they in search of something? Countless questions flashed through his mind as Shaya swiftly retracted his own aura. He needed to exercise extreme caution. He could not afford to be discovered. Navigating through the shattered city, which was continuously spewing molten lava, Shaya materialized in an open square at the capital city. The once grand statue at the square's center now lay toppled, broken into several pieces. This vast and magnificent open square, now shrouded in ruins, had lost the vibrant atmosphere of joy and laughter that once filled it. Standing amidst the desolation, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped Shaya. He sensed no signs of life in this place. The inhabitants had clearly fled. Yet, there was a sudden shift in his perception. Approximately 300 kilometers to the northeast, he detected a significant congregation of energy alongside a powerful presence exceeding 1,000 combat strength, wreaking havoc as weaker lives diminished in number. Within a massive metallic shelter, a cluster of diminutive Fidaians huddled for protection. Outside, a scaled extraterrestrial donned traditional battle attire, with a tubular energy weapon strapped to its arm. Dark red energy waves erupted from the emitter. Boom! A colossal breach was blasted into the metal shelter, exposing thousands of Fidaians to the alien's gaze. So you were hiding here. How fortunate for me to find you. Speak up about the location of the ancient warriors, and perhaps I might spare you. The extraterrestrial boasted arrogantly, its scaled skin emitting a hissing sound. The Fidaians recoiled, terror etched on their faces as they gazed up at the alien. We truly know nothing of these ancient warriors. Please spare us, if not for ourselves, then at least for the children. A figure who appeared to be their leader implored. The extraterrestrial snorted disdainfully, flicking its tongue like a lizard. You lowly diminutive creatures dare to deceive the clever Lord Zetas? I assure you, Lord Shampa has already informed us that you Fidaians are aware of the whereabouts of the ancient warriors. Zetas erupted in fury, revealing itself to be quite the clever being, as it had been told by Shampa. Chapter 49. Time to send you on your way. Boom. A wave of energy grazed the alien's cheek as it surged forth, instantly claiming the lives of over 100 Fidaians struck by Zetas' weapon. That we truly do not know the location of the ancient warriors. The leader cried out, his eyes filled with sorrow as he witnessed his kin perish without a trace. Yet, the extraterrestrial remained unconvinced. Zetas, wielding the energy weapon, revealed golden, lizard-like slit pupils that glimmered with rage. You foolish little creatures dare to deceive Lord Zetas. If you claim ignorance of the ancient warriors, then as you wish, perish. With that, Zetas aimed the energy weapon at the surviving Fidaians. Dark red light flickering ominously at the barrel's end. No. The leader shouted frantically, desperate to explain, but it was too late. The dark red flash surged forth from the barrel, a torrent of destructive energy racing towards them. It was over. The Fidaians despaired and closed their eyes, the adult Fidaians shielding their young in their embrace. Covering their eyes with their hands, with a thunderous explosion, the earth trembled for several seconds, yet the anticipated pain did not descend upon them. The Fidaians opened their eyes in astonishment, only to behold a striking young man with black hair standing resolutely before them like a steadfast mountain. The immense wave of energy was deflected by the young man's punch, yet the manner of his sudden appearance remained a mystery to all. Who are you? The unexpected figure startled Zetas, especially as the opponent had managed to redirect the energy wave with a single punch. Zetas hastily raised the energy weapon, aiming it at the newcomer, though it involuntarily took a few steps back. At such a critical moment, could one rely solely on external weaponry? A subtle smirk graced the corners of Shaya's lips, his eyes briefly flickering with disdain before he turned to survey the terrified Fidarians. These diminutive humanoids, standing less than a meter tall, possessed azure skin and had ears that were merely rounded fleshy tissues. A pair of pointed black horns protruded from either side of their heads, rising only 2 or 3 centimeters. As Shaya's gaze fell upon them, expressions of panic washed over the faces of the quaking Fidarians, their timidity evident as they dared not meet his eyes. Such unexpected cowardice, Shaya chuckled nonchalantly. After enduring a catastrophic disaster, these Fidarians had become as skittish as startled birds. Get lost, hissed the lizardman's ataxi in a fit of anger. Feeling disregarded, yet not lacking in intelligence, he refrained from displaying his true emotions upon sensing danger. Instead, he cleverly employed an energy detector to assess the power emanating from Shaya. To his surprise, the readings revealed a mere 540. Zataxi's eyes widened, a surge of superiority flooding over him, boosting his confidence immensely. I thought I was facing a formidable opponent, but it appears I am merely dealing with a child. Today, you are unfortunate to have crossed paths with Lord Zataxi. He boasted, strutting forward as he neared Shaya. Zataxi looked down from his elevated stature, casually aiming his energy weapon at Shaya's head, sneering, with a single shot, I can end your life. Then by all means, do try. Shaya's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, a faint smile dancing on his lips. In an instant, he vanished from sight. A cold, emotionless voice suddenly resonated from behind Zataxi, chilling him to the bone, reminiscent of a death sentence delivered by the king of the underworld. What is happening? Zataxi gasped, hastily turning around, only to discover that the figure which had been so close moments ago had inexplicably disappeared, now reappearing behind him. But a chill coursed through Zataxi's body as he felt his scales prickling with alarm. The barrel of his energy weapon swung towards Shaya's last known location. Bang! A dark red energy orb erupted from the cannon, exploding with a muffled thud upon impact with Shaya, as if colliding with a sturdy wall, dispersing into a cloud of crimson smoke. Seeing his opponent struck, Zataxi's arrogance resurfaced. Foolishly defiant. This is the consequence of opposing Lord Zataxi. However, his expression quickly froze as the smoke cleared, revealing a small figure emerging in scathe. Not a single mark upon him. Ahem, Shaya coughed delicately, waving away the lingering smoke, gesturing to his battle suit. It seems your energy cannon lacks potency. Look, it hasn't even damaged my suit, staring at the slightly charred spot on the battle suit. Zataxi exclaimed incredulously, how is this possible? My energy cannon possesses 2,000 points of battle power. How could you emerge unscathed? Quite simply, because my power far surpasses yours. With that declaration, Shaya's figure darted like a gust of wind, appearing before Zataxi in an instant, lightly tapping his chest with both hands. Boom! A tremendous force surged forth, and before Zataxi could comprehend the situation, his body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a wall dozens of meters away, creating a substantial hole as debris scattered about, burying him beneath it. A wretched scream escaped Zataxi as he emerged from the rubble, his body marred with wounds. Terrified, he lifted his gaze only to meet Shaya's dark eyes, which regarded him with the same disdain one might reserve for an ant. A wave of cold dread surged from his feet to his brain. He suddenly felt his throat dry, opening his mouth yet unable to utter a word. I will be killed, Zataxi's mind screamed, his body rendered completely unresponsive by fear. You cannot kill me. I am a subordinate of Lord Shangwa. If you take my life, Lord Shangwa will not spare you. Zataxi shouted in desperation, invoking his powerful ally in hopes of mercy. Shangwa, at the mention of this name, Shaya paused slightly, pondering if the dark malevolence he sensed was indeed linked to Shangwa. Recalling the descriptions of Shangwa from the original text, coupled with the ominous presence he had sensed, it became evident that the one orchestrating the energy assault on Fidaia was none other than Shangwa. But what could Shangwa possibly want on this remote planet? Far from Frieza's side, was he acting on Frieza's orders? Shaya's mind began to speculate. Yes, indeed, my lord, I was sent by Lord Shamba to capture these Fidarians. Zataxi, cautiously observing Shaya's expression, noted his recognition of Shamba's name, seizing the opportunity to divulge everything in a desperate bid for survival. After listening attentively, Shaya inquired, what is Shamba's purpose in attacking Fidaia? Is he acting on Frieza's orders? Upon hearing Shaya directly invoke Frieza's name, the alien's cold sweat poured forth as he stammered. Why yes, Lord Frieza commanded us to search for the fabled ancient warriors on Fidaia. Fabled ancient warriors? Shaya mused, nodding slightly as he fell into contemplation. He pondered the nature of these ancient warriors, wondering if they were akin to the legendary Super Saiyans. He understood that the Dragon Ball universe merely scratched the surface of the vast cosmos, which undoubtedly concealed many secrets yet to be revealed. That my lord, Zataxi ventured cautiously, fearful of inciting Shaya's ire. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Shaya snapped back to reality, a bright smile illuminating his face. It is time for you to embark on your journey. Chapter 50. Shamba, wait. What did you just say? Zataxi questioned. Incredulous. Shaya reiterated. I said it is time for you to embark on your journey. May you enjoy your stay in the underworld. With those words, Shaya's aura erupted forth, powerful waves of energy cascading around him. In this boundless sea of energy, the unfortunate lizard alien resembled a lonely boat in a tempest, utterly powerless against the overwhelming force that engulfed him. No. A deafening explosion resonated as Zataxi disintegrated into mere particles in the AI. As the smoke dissipated, Shaya cast his gaze upon the now stunned Fidarians. They stood in utter disbelief, having been awestruck by Shaya's overwhelming power, unable to fathom how the once belligerent alien had been reduced to dust in an instant. This was a force beyond their comprehension, one they could not hope to resist, leaving them with no choice but to acquiesce to Shaya's demands. I hope this lord will not impose excessive demands. The Fidaia leader sighed in despair, pondering the calamities that had befallen their planet, questioning why such formidable aliens had descended upon them in succession. Are you the natives of Fidaia? Shaya's voice was not devoid of warmth, yet the aura of strength he exuded compelled the weaker Fidarians to avert their gaze. The Fidaia leader stepped forward cautiously, responding, yes, Fidaia is our home planet. Are you its leader? After a moment's hesitation, the Fidaia leader nodded. One could say that, in truth, he was not the true leader of the Fidarians, for their actual leader had perished long ago. Thus, he reluctantly assumed the role of their figurehead, wielding a semblance of authority. I have heard that your technology is remarkable. Can you construct a gravity-altering training chamber? Shaya's tone softened, losing some of its earlier severity. The Fidaia leader paused, quickly replying, yes, indeed. We Fidarians are born scientists, masters of technology. At this juncture, the Fidaia leader sensed Shaya's intentions and endeavored to showcase the value of his people, hoping to secure their survival. Certainly, he dared not conceal or exaggerate anything from Shaya, for the fate of the entire Fidaian race hinged upon it. Shaya was exceedingly pleased with the response from the Fidaians and remarked, behold, the Fidaia star has caught the eye of the cosmic overlord Frieza. Remaining here will only lead to certain demise. I now offer you a choice. Obey my command, and I shall ensure the survival of your kind in the cosmos. This was a daunting decision, whether to succumb to the fate of their home planet and be annihilated by the alien forces, or to heed the words of the youthful figure before them and submit to his authority. The Fidaian leader's expression was one of distress. Such a choice bore the weight of their entire nation's existence, and he found himself unable to decide at that moment. Shaya, however, did not disturb him. Instead, finding a place to sit quietly, confident that the leader would arrive at a definitive conclusion. Refusal could lead to obliteration, while acquiescence would render their entire race subservient. The Fidaian leader began to sweat as he surveyed the youthful and elderly faces among his people. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, my lord, we are willing to submit to you, pleading only for the preservation of our Fidaian bloodline. An astute choice, Shaya exclaimed, a radiant smile gracing his face. Rest assured, I will facilitate your departure from Fidaia. He then inquired, by the way, aside from those present, do you have other kin? The Fidaians numbered merely over 10,000, a far cry from the population expected of a civilized race. Indeed, my lord, this is but 1% of our population. Due to the sudden geological disaster, the vast majority of our kin have perished, and those who survived have sought refuge in subterranean shelters to evade the pursuit of the aliens that, if necessary, I can summon them. Hiding will avail you nothing. They possess energy detectors, and your congregation will only facilitate their search. Shaya shook his head. So they have energy detectors, and no wonder they were able to locate us. What shall we do? The Fidaian leader was suddenly filled with panic. You must have a spaceship. Yes? I shall provide cover while you swiftly depart Fidaia in your vessel. Shaya understood that, given sufficient time, the Fidaians could indeed escape in their spaceship. The geological upheaval had come so abruptly that they had been caught unprepared. Here, Shaya could not help but commend the aliens. They were indeed professionals, delivering a devastating blow from space before invading the planet, thereby crippling the Fidaians' capacity for resistance. Very well, I understand. I shall trouble you with everything. The Fidaian leader's face lit up with surprise, and at that moment, he felt that this lord before him was truly benevolent. Perhaps the Fidaian submission would not be so ill-fated after all. In another part of Fidaia, thick smoke rose slowly from various parts of the continent. The sky shrouded by a blanket of dark clouds, entirely composed of the haze of smoke, in a cityscape marred by chaos. The tectonic plates had split, revealing a gaping chasm that seemed to stretch into the abyss. Rivers and glaciers severed as if by a mighty blade. On a slightly more even patch of land, a disc-shaped spaceship of a brownish hue lay docked. Dozens of thick, black steel claws protruded from space, brutally embedding themselves into the hard rock below. Its form indicated that it was a vessel designated for the higher echelons of Frieza's forces. Nearby, a strikingly handsome man sat elegantly at a small table. Sipping tea, he had long emerald-green hair tied into a braid, exuding an air of refinement. Yet his cold, indifferent gaze betrayed a ruthless disposition. He was Shambo. Shambo had aided Frieza in many nefarious deeds. Alongside Dodoria, he was one of Frieza's trusted subordinates, second only to the Ginyu Force in combat prowess among Frieza's minions. This time, he had been dispatched to investigate the legends of ancient warriors on Fidaia. At that moment, an alien standing beside Shambo noticed a slight fluctuation on the energy detector and pressed a few buttons before turning to Shambo. Lord Shambo, I just detected that one of our troop members has had their energy suddenly vanish. Before their energy disappeared, the detector displayed a series of intense fluctuations, though none were particularly high, and they quickly faded. Oh! Shambo set his teacup down gently. Displaying keen interest, he interlaced his fingers beneath his chin and inquired, what was the combat power of the missing member? Zetas, a low-ranking soldier, possessed a combat power of around 1,200, which could reach 2,000 when equipped with energy weaponry, the officer reported. That is intriguing. It seems the indigenous fighters of Fidaia do not exceed a power level of 15. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Shambo's lips. Indeed. It appears a little mouse may have infiltrated. Lord Shambo, could this be the legendary ancient warrior we seek? One of the aliens ventured. No. Shambo shook his finger, stating, if the ancient warrior Frieza seeks possesses only such meager combat power, Frieza would not be so invested in this matter. Relay my command. All members are to proceed immediately to the location where the energy signal appeared. I have not played a game of cat and mouse in quite some time. A glimmer of malevolence flickered in Shambo's dark golden eyes as he ordered everyone to head towards the location where Shaya had been. In the ruins of a city in the western region of Fidaia, remnants of collapsed buildings were scattered everywhere, with trees used for landscaping severed in half, their broken branches strewn across the ground. As the wind blew, leaves and debris danced in the air, permeated with a pungent scent that on a cracked and broken roadway, a large group of people trudged forward. The once smooth mechanized road lay in disarray. Fissures reminiscent of a spider's web crisscrossing its surface, sparks flying from the cracks, occasionally accompanied by a thunderous boom as fireballs erupted into the sky, witnessing the transformation of their once thriving city into a desolate wasteland. The Fidaians were filled with sorrow, their feelings of helplessness as the oppressed weighed heavily on their hearts. Dakla, is your spaceship nearby? Shaya asked the Fidaian leader in a calm tone. Yes, my lord, we shall arrive shortly. That vessel was intended as an emergency backup and is docked in the underground bay ahead. Dakla, the Fidaian leader, hurriedly responded upon hearing Shaya's inquiry, due to the sudden onslaught of alien attacks. The Fidaians had been caught off guard, and disaster had swiftly befallen them. Consequently, the ships stationed at the spaceport and major fortifications were destroyed, leaving only the emergency backup vessel capable of launching from Fidaia. Speed up then, the aliens possess energy detectors. If we linger, we will be discovered, Shaya urged, a slight frown creasing his brow. Yes, yes. Dakla's expression turned alarmed as he nodded vigorously, then shouted for everyone to hasten their pace. Having experienced the harrowing edge of survival, the Fidaians were now gripped by terror at the thought of being pursued by Frieza's forces. To the mention of potential alien pursuit, they exerted every ounce of strength to quicken their steps. Before long, Dakla led the group to a location far removed from the city. Unlike the desolate remnants of the urban landscape, this area was lush with greenery. The forest was densely packed, with rows of towering trees standing tall, undisturbed by the tectonic shifts. Lord Shaya, beneath this forest lies a metallic underground base where the backup spaceship is docked. Dakla pointed towards the orderly expanse of trees. Shaya nodded lightly, narrowing his eyes in realization. It became clear that this entire forest was built upon a massive alloy structure, explaining its immunity to the upheaval. Make haste and enter the base. Delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yes, my lord. The Fidarians sprang into action all at once, swiftly moving towards the entrance of the base under the guidance of several vigorous young Fidarians. In no time, over 10,000 Fidarians had entered the facility. Within the base, these Fidarians were tasked with the comprehensive debugging and maintenance of the alternative spacecraft, a considerable undertaking. Fortunately, nearly every Fidar was a scientist, making equipment repair as effortless for them as quenching thirst. Shaya meandered through the base for a while, and soon beheld the spacecraft revered by the Fidarians as their last hope. That IT was an immense vessel, exceeding 10 kilometers in length, its entire surface exuding a silvery gray sheen. Below and around it extended more than a dozen mechanical arms crafted from alloy, making it appear from a distance like a colossal white creature. Upon his first encounter, he was astounded by the advanced level of Fidar technology. The Fidarians seemed particularly fond of the silvery gray hue, which adorned their planet and the space corridors. Even the spacecraft bore this color. Despite their remarkably advanced technological prowess, their physical constitution was surprisingly frail. Yet they had not been subjugated by other forces. Indeed, it was a miracle, Shaya mused inwardly. Fidar Star is situated at the junction of the eastern and southern regions of the northern galaxy. It is precisely due to its location at this crossroads that it has not been unequivocally consumed by other powers. However, in the end, Fidar Star could not escape the fate of conquest. It was truly peculiar. Given the wisdom of the Fidarians, it seemed implausible that they lacked any sense of vigilance. Shaya shook his head in confusion, reasoning that after years of development in this universe, the Fidarians could not possibly be oblivious to the darkness that lurked within it. Why, then, had they made no preparations to counter it? Dakla, what exactly is this ancient warrior that the alien mentioned earlier? Shaya inquired directly. Dakla displayed a look of bewilderment and shook his head. I am not entirely sure. IT seems to be a super warrior developed by our Fidar ancestors in ancient times. But specific details have long been lost to the sands of time. It was ironic that the super warriors created by their ancestors to protect their people had ultimately become the source that nearly brought about the destruction of the Fidarians. With a faint sigh, Shaya fell silent, pondering that these ancient warriors must be akin to bioengineered beings. Like the Saiyans, the Fidarians had perhaps forgotten the legends passed down from ancient times due to their people's migrations. Perhaps this was for the best. It allowed Shaya to more easily subdue them when they faced life or death situations. Suddenly, Shaya's expression shifted. He sensed dozens of formidable auras racing towards them, one of which was exceptionally cold and powerful. Towering over the others like a mountain.it was the aura of Shampa. Shaya's demeanor turned grave as he furrowed his brow, and I never expected Shampa to lead the charge personally. Dakla, Immediately instruct everyone to take cover inside the spacecraft and activate all the base's defensive mechanisms. Without hesitation, Shaya issued his command decisively. My lord. What is happening? Dakla, perceiving the gravity of the situation from Shaya's expression, recalled Shaya's earlier mention of the enemy possessing energy detection devices. Could it be that the aliens were attacking? Dakla's face paled instantly. Shaya nodded. Shampa is leading his alien subordinates towards us. They will arrive in approximately 3 minutes. Do not ask questions. Execute my orders immediately. The coldness of his voice resonated in Dakla's ears. And upon hearing that the enemy would arrive in 3 minutes, Dakla felt his body weaken. Understood, my lord, I will arrange it at once, he replied, his voice trembling. After seeing Dakla hastily depart, Shaya leisurely gazed upward, using instant transmission to arrive over 300 kilometers away from the underground base, a crucial path leading to the facility. Here, Shaya intended to intercept Shampa. Shampa, let me see just how much power you possess as Frieza's right-hand man. Without a hint of trepidation towards the formidable adversary, Shaya felt his blood surging with excitement, his entire being enveloped in exhilaration. In the blink of an eye. 3 minutes had elapsed, in the distance. Dozens of figures soared through the sky. Leading the pack was the strikingly handsome Shampa with his emerald green hair. Upon seeing the black-haired youth blocking their path, Shampa gestured for his subordinates to halt, then observed the youth with keen interest. What is this boy's background? Shampa's lips curled into a cold, emotionless smile as he floated gracefully with his arms crossed. Since numerous humanoid races existed in the universe with only slight differences among them. And given that Shaya wore the most popular battle attire in the northern galaxy, Shampa found it challenging to ascertain Shaya's race at a glance. I hope this boy can provide me with a modicum of amusement. Shampa mused, a faint smile gracing his handsome features. Lord Shampa, this is the energy response detected by the probe when Zetas disappeared. However, the energy intensity only registers a mere 540 battle power. An alien beside him pressed the energy detector and reported the findings. You young man, are surely not a Fedar, are you? Might you enlighten me on how you managed to kill that Zetas? Shampa's movements were graceful, his voice calm and dignified, reminiscent of a well-educated nobleman. Had one not known his true nature, it would be easy to be deceived by his facade. That lizard man. If you wish to know, why not give it a try yourself? Shaya wore a subtle smile, yet inside, he remained on high alert, fully aware of the considerable gap between himself and Shampa. His decision to confront Shampa directly, despite knowing he was at a disadvantage, served 2 purposes. First, to gauge the disparity in strength between himself and the mainstream experts of the universe. Second, to disrupt Shampa's plans, granting the Fidarians more time. After all, the Fidarians were the first group he had subdued. It would be regrettable if they were to be annihilated here. Of course, the more critical reason was that Shaya possessed the ability of instant transmission, which was a life-saving asset in perilous moments. Given the opportunity, Shaya would gladly engage in a fierce battle with Shampa. For a Saiyan, true growth could only stem from experiencing genuine combat. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Young man, you should know that not everyone is as easy to converse with as I am. Shampa chuckled lightly, his tone remarkably calm, seemingly unperturbed. Yet, the malevolent glimmer lurking beneath his golden pupils was already stirring restlessly. Hee. Shaya let out a cold laugh, bracing himself as his energy surged within him. Whoosh! A sharp, slicing sound pierced the air. Shaya chose to strike first. His figure suddenly vanished from sight, and a cacophony of clashes ensued. The aliens surrounding Shampa cried out in agony, one after another plummeting from the sky. The energy detector emitted a series of urgent beeps, its readings flashing rapidly before stabilizing once more, due to Shaya's incredible speed. The average observer would struggle to comprehend his actions, rendering the scene somewhat surreal. However, Shampa had witnessed it all clearly. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed through the air. Shampa chuckled, lightly clapping his hands while praising Shaya, fully aware that only he had perceived the entirety of Shaya's actions. Thus, he realized that his subordinates could never prevail against him. It seemed he would have to intervene personally. Splendid technique. Young man, You are far superior to my soldiers. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Frieza force. I can personally recommend you to Lord Frieza. Shamba spoke with an air of calmness. Hee, I have no interest in becoming Frieza's lackey. What a pity. Shamba's expression remained neutral, feigning regret as he shook his head. Casually approaching Shaya. Since you are unwilling to serve Lord Frieza, then you must meet your demise. Shaya's gaze sharpened, sensing an immense pressure emanating from Shamba's stance. Boom! No longer concealing his strength, Shaya unleashed a torrent of power, creating a dense, blurred aura around him. The air emitted a low hum, and the surrounding atmosphere began to warp slightly. The energy detector on Shamba's ear beeped incessantly, the readings climbing steadily until they finally settled at 14. 500! Ah, an astonishing 14. 500, Shamba exclaimed, feigning astonishment. What race are you truly? Could you be a Saiyan? No, that cannot be. Saiyans cannot possess such battle power. Shamba speculated about the race of Shaya, although Shaya bore an uncanny resemblance to a Saiyan. It was impossible for a Saiyan to possess such combat prowess at such a tender age. Furthermore, Shaya lacked the signature tail characteristic of Saiyans. In an instant, Shamba vanished from sight. Shaya, on high alert, sensed his surroundings, his gaze tracking Shamba's movements. Quickly pinpointing his location, he thrust out a punch, but as his fist connected, Shaya realized something was amiss. The strike had missed entirely. A mere afterimage. Shaya's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned to defend himself, his movements fluid and cohesive as he cautiously assessed the situation. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly to his side and deftly evaded. Bang! Shamba's fist whizzed past him, the fierce gust of wind crashing into the ground, causing the earth to convulse violently, transforming a vast area into a colossal crater, riddled with deep fissures and utterly unrecognizable. The extraterrestrial beings that Shamba had brought along had long been flung away by the ferocious shockwaves unleashed by the battle. That was a close call. Shaya soared high into the air, gazing down at the meteor-like crater below, his heart still racing with apprehension. To think he evaded my attack. Such remarkable skill at such a young age. It seems I cannot afford to let him live. Unbeknownst to Shaya, Shamba had already positioned himself above him. When did that happen? Shaya was taken aback, instantly tensing every pore of his body into a defensive stance. Shamba smiled elegantly. But then, without warning, he clenched his fists and unleashed a fierce blow aimed at Shaya's head. A sudden dizziness engulfed Shaya, and he plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Just before impact, he struck the earth with his energy. Using the rebound to stabilize himself that moment, Shamba pursued him relentlessly, launching a series of brutal attacks. Shaya found himself in a position of passive defense, soon adorned with numerous scars. Boom, boom, boom. Shaya and Shamba exchanged blows, each strike resonating as they moved at high speed, their figures appearing as mere blurs. The battleground expanded dramatically, with mountains, lakes, forests, and vast plains falling to ruin. Shaya halted, gasping for breath. After a brief skirmish, his stamina had been significantly depleted. While Shamba's battle attire bore only minor damage, his body seemingly unscathed, his breathing still calm. One was in disarray, the other composed. The disparity between them was glaring. The gap was indeed substantial. With a powerful strike, Shaya's form plummeted. Rumble. The already cracked earth erupted into a massive mushroom cloud, thick dust obscuring the sunlight and plunging the landscape into darkness. A deep pit emerged, and Shaya half-knelt at the center, propping himself up with one hand. Impressive resilience. Shamba twisted his neck, the bones cracking audibly. In a flash, he vanished once more, launching a kick towards Shaya's abdomen. Shaya's expression turned grave as he caught the kick with both hands. Yet in an instant, he was sent flying far away. Had it not been for his formidable body strength, that kick would have shattered his hands. The gap was too vast. Feeling a tingling numbness in his arm, Shaya couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Whoosh! Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he teleported away from the battlefield. Observing Shamba from a great distance, the initial clash had made it painfully clear to him the enormous gulf between himself and Shamba. Without utilizing his superpowers, he was utterly no match for him. Shamba's current combat power approached 20,000, a staggering 5,000 points higher than his own, an insurmountable difference. Furthermore, until now, Shangbo had merely been toying with him, not exerting himself seriously. If only my tail were still intact. I could transform into a great ape for battle, but such thoughts were merely idle fantasies. While transforming into a great ape would enhance his combat abilities, the uncertainties it brought were far too great. And more importantly, it would expose his identity as a Saiyan, that he was well aware of the severe drawback of the great ape transformation. Its massive size drastically hindered mobility, much like the muscular transformation of a Super Saiyan. While energy levels soared and the power of individual strikes increased significantly, speed suffered tremendously in lower-tier battles. This may not be problematic, but in high-speed combat, it could be fatal, as long as the opponent's speed was sufficient. There were countless ways to eliminate a great ape, with severing the tail being the simplest and most direct method in the realm of martial arts. No technique is invulnerable. Only speed is unbreakable. Rather than viewing the great ape transformation as an offensive strategy, it was more akin to a defense based on raw strength. However, when confronted with a true master, this defense was riddled with vulnerabilities. Shaking his head to cast aside these futile thoughts, Shaya focused his mind once more, preparing for battle. Shangbo's figure swiftly reappeared before him, a hint of puzzlement crossing his face. How curious. What method did you employ to arrive here? I can't seem to catch your movements at all. Guess. Shaya replied with a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Shangbo smirked, disdainfully licking his lips, his handsome face now tinged with impatience. He had tired of the cat-and-mouse game. It was time to unleash his full power and see just how much punishment the boy could endure. Chapter 53. An Envy Beyond Reach. Observing the change in Shangbo's expression, Xiaoya's demeanor shifted as well. He realized that Shangbo was no longer inclined to play around, that he needed to seize the initiative and establish the rhythm of the battle before Shangbo could react. Or he would have to face a serious Shangbo, one he could not contend with. As the thought flashed through his mind, a ghostly blue light ignited in Xiaoya's dark eyes. He was ready to unleash his spatial superpowered T that moment. Shangbo keenly sensed a hint of danger, his heart skipping a beat, yet he quickly raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, finding his inexplicable anxiety amusing. As a prominent figure under King Frieza, Shangbo had witnessed countless scenarios. Before him stood merely an inexperienced youth. He could eliminate him in 3 minutes. No, 1 minute. With that in mind, he donned a mocking expression, preparing to send the boy on his way. However, just as he was about to strike, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Shangbo suddenly realized that the air around him had become incredibly viscous. Even the act of breathing felt as though an external force was constricting him. It was a powerful binding force emanating from the very fabric of space. What is happening? Shangbo's brow furrowed, his expression growing grave as his body became firmly immobilized mid-air, every attempt to move turning excruciatingly difficult. It felt as though countless invisible chains were binding him, rendering him utterly motionless. What in the world is going on? Why can't I move? Shangbo's expression shifted dramatically, and he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Stripping away his usual composure, he glared at Shaya with malice. Boy, did you orchestrate this? The answer is correct. Now prepare to truly experience the taste of being trampled upon. Shaya floated before Shangbo, his face adorned with a radiant smile, devoid of any expression. As soon as the words left his lips, his demeanor transformed into the icy waters of a winter lake, and he launched an assault against Shangbo. His palms thrust forward repeatedly, and in the air, countless afterimages of his hands appeared. Nearly 100 blazing white energy waves erupted from his palms, dancing like silver serpents, exuding a terrifying aura. Each energy wave possessed the power to obliterate a medium-sized city. Boom, boom, boom! Countless energy waves tore through the air, reaching Shangbo in an instant, striking him squarely. In that moment, the sky erupted with dazzling flashes, the dark clouds illuminated as if it were daylight. Energy blast. Shaya declared decisively, raising one hand as a blindingly bright energy sphere formed in his palm, then shot forth like an arrow, its speed so great that it produced a sharp crack as it sliced through the air. Shangbo, suspended in midair, could only watch in horror as the energy sphere grew larger and closer. Soon, the energy sphere struck its target, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal mushroom cloud surged forth. The explosion generating a tremendous shockwave, creating shimmering ripples in the sky that expanded outward, clearing away the thick dust that had previously obscured the sun. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the as the smoke gradually dissipated. The injured figure of Shangbo finally came into view at that moment. He appeared utterly disheveled, his dark green hair cascading messily over his shoulders, his armor in tatters, and not a single part of his body remaining unscathed. His arms hung limply at his sides, clearly broken from their distorted position. Damn it, I will not let you escape. His wretched howl was laced with boundless hatred, as the right-hand man of King Frieza. Shangbo had never endured such humiliation. Even when facing the Jinyu force, he had engaged in equal discourse. Regret washed over him. Had he known his opponent possessed superhuman abilities, he would have simply killed him before the confrontation escalated, thus sparing himself this disgrace. Very well, you have successfully incited my wrath. The more Shangbo pondered, the angrier he became, until he could no longer contain himself and let out a furious roar, his aura intensifying. Shangbo also had the ability to transform, but he was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. A flicker of insight crossed Shaya's eyes as he noticed a tremor in the spatial restraints binding Shangbo. A heavy weight settled in his heart. He could sense Shangbo's energy surging, and his own spatial abilities were beginning to falter against this rising force. The strength of his superpowers was insufficient. Shaya understood the root of the problem. Although his spatial abilities were gradually enhancing alongside his own power, they still required significant improvement in combat capability when faced with a truly formidable adversary. Superpowers proved to be of limited use. Soon, cracks appeared in the sky, writhing like tadpoles in a desperate struggle. This was an unsettling omen. Following this, a series of sharp sounds echoed as the sky, smooth as a mirror, suddenly shattered, countless translucent shards transforming into dazzling specks of light that vanished into the void. Shaya trembled, a wave of nausea washing over him. His spatial powers had been breached. In the void where the space fractured, a grotesque, toad-like alien stood, torrents of blood streaming from its limbs and head, its body riddled with horrific wounds. It was only after transforming that Shangbo had finally shattered Shaya's superpowers. Yet now he appeared utterly wretched, devoid of any semblance of dignity. You bastard, today I will ensure you cannot live nor die. The ugly visage twisted in rage. A curse from the abyss escaped Shangbo's lips. Although his body was battered and his arms broken, the suffocating aura radiating from him bore down on every cell in Shaya's body like an immense mountain that a combat power of 25,000. This was nearly double Shaya's own strength. Indeed, Shangbo, in his transformed state, was formidable enough to shatter his spatial restraints. Struggling against the pressure from above, Shaya erupted into manic laughter, his blood boiling with a surge of power. Shangbo's muscles tensed, deep rumbling sounds emanating from his form as his golden eyes fixated on Shaya, the oppressive force bearing down. What a powerful aura! Shaya was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the intensity of Shangbo's presence. As violent winds assailed him, forcing him to shield his face with his arms, his body swaying like a leaf in the tempest. "Break for me!" Shaya roared, violently slashing through the raging winds, then unleashing a primal scream as his strength ignited. Suddenly, both combatants vanished, only to reappear in the next instant. Shangbo, filled with fury, leaped before Shaya, a shockwave erupting from the sheer force of his jump, the air crackling around him, with a resounding crash. Shangbo struck out with a kick. In a flash, Shaya crossed his arms to absorb the blow from Shangbo's leg. The ground buckled beneath them, a tremendous force reverberating through his arms. The recoil sending him stumbling back several meters. Ugh. Pain coursed through Shaya's body, blood erupting from his throat. He realized he was significantly outmatched, as Shangbo's seemingly simple attack had left him gravely injured. "Ha ha ha, die!" Shangbo cackled maniacally, closing in with relentless ferocity, delivering another kick that sent Shaya hurtling like a cannonball. Boom! The earth split upon impact, clouds of dust swirling around them. Shaya sprang up the moment he hit the ground, charging through the thick haze towards his adversary. The two engaged in a relentless dance of battle, their ferocious winds sweeping across the landscape, shaking the very core of the Fidaia planet. In the distance, the onlooking aliens stared in shock at the fierce clash between Shaya and Shangbo, their energy detectors having long since burned out from the strain. Good heavens, they are overwhelmingly powerful. The aliens exchanged pale, trembling glances, ready to flee the battlefield at any moment. Haha, is this all you've got? If so, I am thoroughly disappointed, Shangbo taunted as he continued his assault. Throughout the battle, Shaya remained at a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, he was the one being thoroughly beaten, rarely managing to land a successful hit on Shangbo. Though Shangbo had lost both arms, the nearly insurmountable energy gap rendered his injuries inconsequential. In no time, he was covered in wounds. This is untenable. The disparity in combat power is too great. With a deafening crash, Shaya was slammed in the ground, crashing into a massive pit. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain throughout his body. He had come to understand the full extent of his own explosive power and had witnessed the capabilities of high-tier cosmic warriors. Thus, it was time to consume a senza bean. Under the watchful eyes of all, Shaya revealed a peculiar smile, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight, Shangbo's latest thunderous strike missing its mark. In a remote location away from the battle, Shaya calmly retrieved a green, shriveled bean from his pocket and popped it into his mouth, chewing on it. The miraculous senza bean instantly restored him to peak condition, healing all his injuries in an instant. Indeed, senza beans are an essential commodity. Shaya flexed his limbs. Compared to before, his combat power had seen a remarkable increase, and he felt invigorated. Shangbo, blood streaming from his head, had lost all semblance of his earlier composure and elegance. His eyes bulged slightly, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld Shaya restored to full strength. "Why have your injuries healed so completely?" Shangbo exclaimed in sorrow and rage. Shangbo was deeply wounded. Filled with indignation, why did this insignificant human possess such extraordinary abilities? It was one thing to have immense combat power. It was another to possess an inexplicable superpower that had left him gravely injured. After breaking free from the restraints, he had thought he could eliminate Shaya, only to find this insignificant being remarkably resilient. Now he had inexplicably returned to peak condition. Shaya cast an innocent gaze at Shangbo, a smile gracing his lips. "This is something you cannot envy." With that, a brilliant blue light ignited in Shaya's eyes, more pure and beautiful than the deep azure glow when he first activated his spatial abilities. Reminiscent of a glistening blue crystal. Chapter 54. The death of Shangbo. Shaya's lips parted slightly as he coldly uttered a few words. Time. Pause. Indeed, Shaya could no longer afford to wait. The gap between him and Shangbo was vast, seemingly unbridgeable. But who dictated that battles must adhere to the hierarchy of combat power? This was not a spar, but a struggle for survival. Allowing for all manner of means, suddenly, the entire planet transformed into a realm of blue. Everything on Fidaia was brought to a standstill. This was the second time Shaya employed his time manipulation abilities against an enemy. The first had been against the giant ape that Shilling transformed into, and this was his second. Unlike spatial abilities, time manipulation had not seen significant enhancement over the years, with Shaya's current combat power. He could only pause time for a mere 3 seconds, and the duration would diminish based on the strength of the target, as expected, upon encompassing Shangbo, whose combat power reached 25,000 within the temporal stasis. Shaya felt his energy rapidly depleting. It seemed he could only sustain the pause for a maximum of 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds. Shaya instinctively deduced the time limit for the pause, but that was more than sufficient. With a rough estimate in mind, Shaya transformed into a streak of light, instantaneously appearing before Shangbo in this icy blue world. Everything except Shaya was frozen in time, in midair. Shangbo stood frozen in a state of bewilderment, his grotesque, toad-like visage staring blankly ahead. Due to Shangbo's overwhelming energy, Shaya, fully aware of his own limitations, dared not act recklessly. Instead, he extended his hand, placing his palm against Shangbo's heart. A flash of cold, piercing light flickered in his eyes as Shaya's fingers curled slightly, drawing the energy from within him rapidly towards his palm, which immediately radiated a dazzling, blinding brilliance that a low, humming vibration resonated as a sphere of energy was continually compressed within his hand. With a hiss, the vast energy ultimately coalesced into a bright white orb, no larger than a peanut, surrounded by swirling arcs of eerie blue electricity. The arcs crackled and flickered incessantly. This minuscule white flash encapsulated more than half of Xiaoya's total energy, and after extreme compression, its power had increased manifold. He was confident that should this petite spark of energy erupt, it would be sufficient to obliterate everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Shangbo, you may as well perish, a chilling voice echoed, as Xiaya gazed at him with an impassive expression. With a sudden crash, the ice-blue world shattered. In that instant, Shangbo regained his senses. For him, time had not truly paused. It was merely that, in his perspective, the enemy who should have stood before him had inexplicably vanished. A sense of foreboding surged from the depths of his being, and instinctively, he snapped back to reality, feeling an inexplicable shiver run through him. A slender beam of light pierced through his chest. Emerging from his back, a violent, agonizing twist gripped his heart as he slowly lowered his head, only to meet Xiaoya's cold, obsidian eyes. How did he get in front of me? Shangbo gasped incredulously. Looking down, he found his heart charred and blackened, hot blood spilling forth, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of cooked flesh. Why heart has been pierced? Shangbo struggled to comprehend. For the vast majority of beings in the universe, a pierced heart signifies an inevitable demise. Shangbo's constitution was not robust enough to endure after such a grievous injury. How could this happen? His eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom how this diminutive figure had accomplished such a feat. Gulping, blood erupted from his throat, and due to the lack of oxygen, he found himself succumbing to a wave of dizziness. His lips quivered as he expressed his unwillingness to accept his fate. I never thought Shangbo, would meet my end at the hands of some nameless underling. That it is simply your arrogance that led you here, Xiaya retorted coldly. The myriad coincidences that allowed him to overcome Shangbo were myriad. Had Shangbo not initially underestimated him and approached the encounter as a game of cat and mouse, but instead unleashed his full strength from the outset, Xiaya may not have had the opportunity to activate his powers. Yes indeed, it was my hubris, but I cannot accept this. Shangbo coughed, blood spilling forth as his consciousness began to fade. It was unfathomable that as a crucial confidant of King Frieza, he would perish on such an obscure planet. Boom! Shangbo's body began to swell, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced him to ash. Xiaya sighed, recognizing that even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Underestimating opponents on the battlefield is fraught with peril. Shangbo's fate served as a stark warning. No matter the caliber of the adversary, one must maintain a fundamental level of vigilance. As Shangbo lamented, his death was indeed tragic. Had he not been so careless, had he not faced Xiaya, possessor of peculiar powers, had Xiaya not fortuitously consumed a senzu bean, the outcome might have been altogether different. Alas, Shangbo had no such what-ifs. Dozens of kilometers away, those who had followed Shangbo were rendered speechless upon witnessing their once mighty leader succumb to a mere youth. They stared blankly ahead, the atmosphere heavy with silence. After a long moment, one fur-covered alien finally regained his wits, exclaiming in shock, "Lord Shangbo is dead. Lord Shangbo is dead." With each cry, panic spread like wildfire. The aliens shrieked in terror, their gazes filled with dread as they turned to flee in all directions. Yet Xiaya would not allow their escape. Dealing with such weaklings, with combat power around 1 or 2,000, required little effort. In a flash, Xiaya positioned himself before the fleeing aliens. "You have all committed heinous deeds. You shall join Shangbo in the abyss." As he spoke, he gently stirred the air with his hand, and the sky responded in kind, vast waves of energy rippling outward. The bodies of the aliens froze in place, ensnared in an eerie stasis in midair. With a whoosh, dark red rifts appeared in the sky, opening like the gaping maw of a primordial beast, swiftly swallowing dozens of aliens into its depths. Each rift was a fragment of space, and the sensation within was anything but pleasant. It was not long before these aliens were ground to dust by the forces of space. Done and dusted, Shaya clapped his hands, and the dark rifts vanished without a trace. Touching down on the ravaged earth, the scorched ground resembled the aftermath of countless high-yield nuclear explosions, with enormous craters dotting the landscape, some spanning thousands of meters in diameter, still spewing molten lava. After the cosmic assault from Shampa and the fierce confrontation with Shaya, the tectonic plates of Fidaia had become utterly destabilized, and it was only a matter of time before they slipped into the mantle. This planet would remain a hellish landscape for the foreseeable future, utterly uninhabitable. After resting atop a boulder taller than a man, Shaya fully restored his vitality. Next, he sensed the presence of other aliens lingering on the planet. Aside from those who had accompanied Shampa, approximately several dozen others were scattered across various locations. With a few boasting combat powers reaching up to 3,000 one must eradicate the roots, Shaya mused, instantly teleporting to the vicinity of those aliens. Upon seeing Shaya's sudden appearance, the aliens regarded him as prey, entirely dismissing him as a threat, eagerly vying to engage him. Their fate was, of course, sealed. All were swiftly cast into the spatial rifts, in a matter of minutes. Every alien on Fidaia had been exterminated. With the loss of over 100 soldiers from Frieza's army, including the senior officer Shampa, Shaya couldn't help but wonder how Frieza would react upon receiving this news. The thought amused him. However, given Frieza's temperament, it was unlikely there would be any sorrow. Rage, on the other hand, was a certainty. Imagining Frieza's fury as he shattered a wine glass brought Shaya genuine delight. Chapter 55. Frieza's reaction returning to the subterranean base of the Fidaians. Shaya found them still engaged in maintenance of the spacecraft. The atmosphere bustling with activity, he sought a quiet corner to rest. Lord Shaya, you have returned. Those aliens did not trouble you, did they? Dakla approached, his face a mask of concern. In truth, Dakla had been deeply worried during Shaya's confrontation with Shampa and the others, haunted by the terrifying images of the earth shaking and the sky tearing apart. As if the very fabric of existence had been unraveled, the apocalyptic scenes were indelibly etched in his memory, and he had never witnessed such terror, prompting him to sweat profusely for Shaya, fearing he might not be a match for those aliens that moment. Shaya was the Fidaian sole reliance. If even he fell to those aliens, their race would face extinction. The aliens were far too formidable. And the thought of Shaya's defeat left Dakla trembling. Now, seeing Shaya return safely, Dakla finally felt relief wash over him. He exhaled, the anxiety on his face transforming into joy as he hurried over. Those insignificant pests were my adversaries. Shaya shot Dakla a sidelong glance, his tone icy as he questioned that it was not arrogance. Rather, he understood that to win the loyalty of the Fidaians, he must exhibit his strength and convince them that following him was their wisest choice. In this regard, those aliens had become stepping stones to solidify his position. Dakla was momentarily taken aback by Shaya's words, the chilling aura immediately causing him to shiver. Yet rather than fear, he found himself enveloped in a wave of elation. Does Lord Shaya imply that those aliens have already been eliminated? Indeed, it must be so. Dodoria found himself momentarily stunned, only to have a spark of realization illuminate his eyes. He attempted to speak several times, yet the words lodged in his throat. What is the matter? Shaya inquired with a faint smile on his face. Lord Shaya, there were sudden and violent explosions across various locations on the planet Fidaia, causing the entire world to tremble. That I cannot help but wonder if it was a consequence of your battle with the enemy. Dodoria cautiously probed, keeping a watchful eye on Shaya's expression. Indeed, those explosions were the result of the energy collisions with the crust during my confrontation with the extraterrestrials. Shaya affirmed without hesitation. It is true. Dokura's pupils constricted sharply, his face expressing sheer astonishment that he had never fathomed that humans could unleash such terrifying power with their mere physicality, surpassing the limits of technology. His breath quickened as he asked, Lord Shaya, what was the final outcome? As I mentioned before, I triumphed. There are no extraterrestrials left on this planet, Shaya replied, casting an irritable glare, casually gesturing as he added with lingering satisfaction. I simply did not expect the enemy to be so weak. They fell to the ground before they could even warm up. Hiss, such a response was difficult for Dodoria to accept. The adversary Shaya referred to as weak were. After all, the very culprits responsible for the destruction of Fidaia. An uncontrollable wave of emotion surged within him. Tears brimmed in his eyes, and he collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably while shouting, "This is wonderful. The invaders are all dead. Lord Shaya has avenged us, and our fallen kin can now rest in peace." "Enough. Your kin shall find peace," Shaya remarked, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. Once Dodoria's emotions calmed, he furrowed his brow and continued. "Although the extraterrestrials that invaded Fidaia have been eradicated, it is regrettable that due to the crust's collapse, Fidaia is no longer suitable for habitation to know. Lord Shaya, your ability to eliminate those invaders is already remarkable." Thank you for avenging us." Dodoria suddenly straightened, bowing solemnly to Shaya with a grave expression. Shaya accepted Dodoria's gesture with composure, understanding that he was not merely receiving gratitude, but also the loyalty of the Fidaian people. However, these extraterrestrials were merely the vanguard of Frieza's forces, and once they received word from this side, they would undoubtedly dispatch even more formidable foes. Thus, Dodoria, you must hasten to gather the remaining Fidaian people and swiftly inspect the condition of the spacecraft. We must leave Fidaia before the second wave of extraterrestrials arrives. Yes, my lord. Dodoria nodded vigorously, his small frame seemingly infused with boundless energy as he passionately began directing his fellow tribesmen in their urgent tasks. The evacuation was inherently a tedious and complex endeavor. Whether it was accounting for the remaining personnel or testing the backup spacecraft, it was an immense undertaking, especially given the uncertainty surrounding the arrival of the second wave of invaders. Time was of the essence. They had to seize every moment to escape Fidaia as soon as possible. In light of the intricate evacuation process ahead, Dodoria meticulously assigned tasks, and Shaya observed with satisfaction as he nodded in approval. The Fidaian people were also working diligently. After Shaya vanquished the extraterrestrials led by Shampa and avenged the ethnic grievances of the Fidaian, their admiration for Shaya had reached unprecedented heights, deepening their loyalty and recognition of him. The Fidaian, accustomed to interacting with other cosmic civilizations, possessed some understanding of the nature of the strong. Compared to other powerful beings of the universe, Lord Shaya's benevolence undoubtedly captivated them. In the northern galaxy. At Frieza's headquarters, a colossal planet had been technologically transformed. Against the backdrop of the vast and vibrant cosmos, stars twinkled like brilliant pearls, moving in perfect harmony along their designated orbits. The Frieza headquarters was the heart of the entire empire. A central hub, its defenses were impeccable. Advanced cosmic technology enveloped the entire planet, creating an impenetrable fortress, as if it were a wall of copper and iron. No fly could dare to enter, surrounding the frozen planet. Interstellar fortresses revolved like bastions, with massive, dark, thick turrets, some reaching several dozen meters in diameter, emitting a chilling gleam in the dark void of space, reminiscent of ancient beasts roaring in fury within the opulent palace. Beside a translucent porthole, Frieza stood with an air of self-satisfaction, one hand clasped behind his back while the other held a wine glass, leisurely sipping as his crimson eyes gazed out at the scenery. Cold glimmers of cruelty flickering within. Mr. Dodoria, I have heard that the Saiyan Prince Vegeta is currently plotting a rebellion. How do you think I should deal with those Saiyans? Frieza's voice was icy and raspy as he turned his attention to Dodoria. Those Saiyans are utterly ungrateful, prideful to the core. Were it not for their somewhat useful combat prowess, I would have already dispatched my subordinates to obliterate their planet. Vegeta, Dodoria scoffed, unable to tolerate the arrogance of the Saiyans. Frieza chuckled darkly, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do not rush. Mr. Dodoria, in due time, we shall eliminate those Saiyans, and you will witness the most magnificent fireworks in the universe. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria's face lit up with delight. Each time he beheld the resplendent scenes produced by Frieza's planetary annihilations, he felt a thrill course through him. By the way, I heard that Prince Vegeta had a son a few years ago, and his talent seems quite remarkable. What was his name again? Vegeta, Frieza inquired. Yes. How utterly shameless to name his son after his planet. Prince Vegeta harbors quite the ambition. Dodoria, in due time, bring that Vegeta to Frieza's headquarters. As you command, my lord, Dodoria replied with a sinister grin spreading across his chubby face. I could see that moment. The palace doors swung open, and a purple-skinned extraterrestrial stumbled in, crawling as it reported, Lord Frieza, there is breaking news from Fidaia? Oh, what news? Has Mr. Shampa already received word of the ancient warriors? Frieza said nonchalantly. No, that is not it. The extraterrestrial wiped the sweat from its brow, its voice trembling. Explain yourself. What is happening? Dodoria barked. The purple extraterrestrial shuddered, nervously stating, the latest report from the command center indicates that Mr. Shampa has encountered a formidable enemy on Fidaia and has suffered total annihilation. Mr. Shampa's energy signal has vanished with a loud crash. Frieza's tail struck a nearby attendant, causing the wine glass to shatter on the floor, its crimson contents spilling everywhere. Frieza's expression shifted slightly, his crimson eyes flickering with a demonic light, his voice turning frosty. What on earth happened? Clarify the situation. Mr. Shampa led over 100 warriors from Frieza's army to Fidaia in search of clues about the ancient warriors. But just an hour ago, the command center detected a sudden surge of energy on Fidaia. Then Mr. Shampa's signal disappeared. It is presumed that Mr. Shampa has perished. How could this be? Mr. Shampa's full combat power is 25,000. Could it be he did not have time to transform? Dodoria asked, his face filled with astonishment. As a high-ranking member who often accompanied Frieza, Dodoria knew that Shampa's true strength far exceeded his own. How could he possibly fail on such a minor planet as Fidaia? The detector lost contact just after monitoring that Mr. Shampa had already exerted all his strength. The purple extraterrestrial exclaimed, equally incredulous. After a brief moment of shock, Frieza quickly regained his composure, a wicked grin spreading across his face. How intriguing. It is indeed fascinating that someone could kill Mr. Shampa. This individual's power must rival that of the Ginyu Force. The purple extraterrestrial stood cautiously, not daring to make a sound, its heart racing as it sensed Frieza's growing displeasure. Indeed, Frieza was far from pleased. He felt no sorrow for Shampa's demise. Instead, he was consumed by an overwhelming rage at the affront to his pride. For him, Shampa's death was a provocation, aside from his father, King Cold, and his brother. Cooler, Frieza had never suffered a loss. His subordinates were not playthings for others to slay at will. Mr. Dodoria, Fidaia must be a low-level planet, correct? Frieza's calm voice belied a deadly intent. Dodoria immediately responded. Indeed, the Fidaian people are mere ants with combat powers not exceeding 15. Yet, it was precisely such a so-called ant of a lowly planet that had claimed the life of Mr. Shampa. Frieza murmured, could it truly be the work of the ancient warriors spoken of in the legends of the Fidaians? Dodoria immediately relayed orders to the Ginyu Force, instructing them to hasten to Fidaia Star at the utmost speed. I am eager to witness the true extent of power possessed by these so-called ancient warriors. The greatest concern for Frieza lay in the ancient tales of the Super Saiyans, which have been passed down through the ages by the Frost Demons, as well as the recent rumors surrounding the ancient warriors of the Fidaians. He dispatched the Ginyu Force to investigate, using them as bait to probe the strength of the ancient warrior. Chapter 56. Departure as Frieza issued his command on a distant planet in the far reaches of the North Galaxy. Within a damp and chilly rainforest, Captain Ginyu had just received orders from King Frieza to set off immediately for the southeastern Fidaia planet. A white-haired alien tapped his communicator and reported to Captain Ginyu. Chewing on a piece of meat, Ginyu spat out a shard of bone and questioned, Fidaia planet. It seems merely a low-level world, hardly worth our personal involvement. GIs, contact Frieza's headquarters and inquire why such orders were issued. Ginyu commanded. Understood, Captain, replied GIs, the white-haired alien, promptly establishing communication with Frieza's command. Soon, he discovered the reason. Captain, I have ascertained the cause. It appears that Shambo, who was highly trusted by King Frieza, was killed on Fidaia planet. Shambo, the very individual who enjoyed the king's confidence, has met his demise. The tall alien, Berta, known for his speed, expressed surprise with a hint of schadenfreude. The Ginyu Force, elite among Frieza's ranks and comparable to the mechanical forces of Kawaira, looked down upon Shambo, who, despite his proximity to King Frieza, possessed little combat prowess. Indeed, in the eyes of the Ginyu Force members, Shambo was merely a minor figure lacking in fighting strength. It was particularly memorable that during the original Namek saga, when Vegeta successfully defeated Shambo in his transformed state, he later suffered a significant setback at the hands of the lower-ranked Ginyu member, Rikum, almost losing his life. This illustrates that every member of the Ginyu Force, deserving of their elite status, should not be underestimated. Humph. How intriguing that Shambo perished on a lowly planet. Perhaps we might encounter something entertaining there. Ginyu mused, stroking his chin and rising to his feet. His robust lavender form resembling a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The two black horns atop his head glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Guldo, with his 4 eyes, continued munching on food, but paused at Captain Ginyu's apparent interest in Fidaia, inquiring, "Shall we set off now? It will take at least 2 months to reach Fidaia. I'm afraid we may not arrive in time." "Who cares if we are on time? It is a mission assigned by King Frieza. We merely need to arrive," Berta replied nonchalantly. After all, these aliens enjoyed long lifespans, rendering months of travel inconsequential, as most of their strength was accumulated over time. As for avenging Shambo, they were indifferent. Then let us proceed. We must not keep King Frieza waiting. All members of the Ginyu Force erupted in laughter, thriving under Frieza's command, relishing the freedom to indulge in their malevolent activities without concern for anything else. Southeast of the North Galaxy, on Fidaia Star, due to its proximity to the planet Longju, where the Shaya team was currently engaged in a mission, Shaya had ordered the Fidaians to complete all evacuation efforts within 7 days and immediately board the spacecraft to leave Fidaia. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The spaceship was ready for departure. That moment, the underground base had gathered a mere 157,000 Fidaians from across the planet, an exceedingly small number, representing only a fraction of the original population. Yet it constituted the entirety of the surviving Fidaians. Gazing at the drastically diminished population, Dokura's heart ached, and his resentment towards Frieza's army deepened. He glanced at Lord Shaya nearby, steeling himself and respectfully stating, "Lord Shaya, all surviving Fidaians have gathered here. We can leave Fidaia now." Dokura was immensely grateful to Lord Shaya for granting them 7 days to rescue their kin. He understood how precious time was for a strong being. Lord Shaya had selflessly spent 7 days for the sake of the Fidaians, an immense kindness. Without those 7 days, the number of survivors reaching the underground base would have been even fewer. "Very well, let us depart." Shaya gently waved his hand, his demeanor calm as he regarded the colossal silver spaceship before him. And no matter how many times one gazed at its immense form, it remained awe-inspiring. Indeed, Dokura responded with a solemn expression. With Shaya's command, the underground base erupted into a flurry of urgent beeping sounds, red alarm lights spinning and illuminating the area. Upon hearing the alarms, all Fidaians quickened their movements, entering the spaceship in an orderly manner under the guidance of the commanders. Buzzing, the green forest above the base trembled, likely the last remaining patch of greenery on Fidaia Star, with the landmass subjected to repeated high-energy bombardments. The previously stable geological structure had been irrevocably altered, resulting in relentless earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions, each more formidable than the last, transforming the entire planet into a hellish landscape. Crack! The forest began to undulate. From high above, the once flat expanse of trees rose in the center, splitting open, creating a gap through which 2 rows of earth tilted upward, resembling a grand doorway, slowly opening. Approximately 10 minutes later, a massive gate over 20,000 meters long and over 10,000 meters wide swung open. The ground quaked as the green forest could no longer withstand the gravitational pull, sliding away to reveal the silver alloy structure of the door. Immediately, a resounding explosion echoed. The roar of engines ignited, and brilliant flames burst forth from the underground base as a colossal silver-gray spaceship ascended into the sky, accelerating rapidly and, in the blink of an eye, breaking free from the atmosphere into the vastness of space. Clattering on the silver spacecraft, two perpendicular space corridors began to twist and warp, the violent explosions at the junctions causing the pinnacle of Fidaian technological achievement to shatter into several segments. Some fragments plummeted into the atmosphere, while others drifted into the starry void, with a few remaining adrift in orbit, as if witnessing the splendid civilization of the Fidaians slowly fading away. Well done. Dokra. Next, seek out an uninhabited planet for supplies, and then dedicate yourselves to researching the gravity chamber that I hope to see your results soon, Shaya instructed. Yes, Lord Shaya, we shall exert ourselves to the fullest, Dokra replied, his body taut with determination. The history of Fidaia Star had become a thing of the past, and now they would follow Lord Shaya towards a new future, believing that under his leadership, the Fidaian civilization would surely rise again. Chapter 57. Returned to Longju in the blink of an eye. The Fidaian spacecraft had been traversing the cosmos for a month in the serene depths of space. A silver-gray behemoth soared like a dragon through the vast starry expanse. Within the control room of the ship, the Fidaians diligently operated their intelligence systems, searching for a suitable planet to dock. Soon, a pale yellow planet appeared on their screens, which was then projected onto the large display along with its data, a solid planet composed of pale yellow rock, aged 2.2 billion years. With a diameter of 8,300 kilometers, experiencing severe stormy weather, making it unsuitable for long-term habitation. This was a relatively small solid planet, with an atmospheric environment that was both peculiar and volatile. It seems this can only serve as a temporary stop. Dokra assessed the data on the screen, calculating the ship's energy requirements. Yes, we are now far from Fidaia Star. The Frieza army will not locate us here anytime soon, though we shall land on that planet for resupply. The Fidaians represent an exceptionally advanced technological civilization, capable of transforming their environment to meet even the most minimal life-sustaining conditions through their sophisticated technology. Regrettably, such capabilities cannot be exercised on their home planet, as Fidaia has come under the watchful eye of Frieza. After establishing this location as a base, you are to proceed with the design of the gravity training chamber and expedite its completion. As the hatch opened, Shaya entered, clad in a brand-new battle suit. This latest design by the Fidaians was both splendid and regal, the pure white material hugging his form, capable of adjusting its dimensions in accordance with his movements, thus minimizing any hindrance during combat. Lord Shaya, Dokura greeted respectfully, a hint of joy illuminating his azure-skinned visage. The preliminary design for the gravity chamber has been completed. Once the spacecraft lands, we can mobilize the scientists for its construction. Besides being adjustable up to an astounding 500 times standard gravity, we have also incorporated features for regulating temperature, pressure, and humidity. Shaya was exceedingly pleased with Dokura's arrangements and replied joyfully, "Excellent. Then I shall entrust the gravity chamber to you. Upon the spacecraft's landing, I will temporarily depart. Be sure to conceal your whereabouts, and contact me via the communicator should anything arise." Shaya estimated that Shakta and his team had been on Longju Star for over a month, and they should be nearing the completion of their mission. His confidence in leaving was not merely due to his trust in the loyalty of the Fidaians, but also because he had discreetly installed spatial coordinates on the spacecraft, ensuring that he would have no cause for concern regarding a potential rebellion during his absence. That, of course, Shaya still held faith in Dokura and the others, as long as the Fidaians worked diligently for him. He was certain to provide them with a glorious future. Understood, Lord Shaya, Dokura responded with fervor, his eyes gleaming with determination. Shaya nodded and exited the main control room. Shortly thereafter, a colossal shadow loomed, and a gigantic spaceship measuring over 10 kilometers descended upon the ground, causing a significant tremor that persisted for a considerable duration, compressing the soft earth and causing the terrain to sink by over 10 meters. Countless engineering robots swarmed out of the spaceship like a horde of locusts, commencing the groundwork for infrastructure on the nearby continent. Observing the bustling activity of the Fidaians and the engineering robots from the observation deck, Shaya nodded in appreciation, after issuing further instructions to Dakura regarding upcoming tasks. Shaya vanished before Dakura's astonished gaze on Longju Star. Amidst a primeval jungle, Shaya returned to the mission planet and carefully sensed the presence of his team members, discovering that each had experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their combat abilities over the past month. In an instant, Shaya materialized beside Shilling. After more than a month apart, Shilling seemed to have matured significantly. She was lying on a hammock, sound asleep, with a fair thigh, unashamedly exposed, dangling from the side, perhaps sensing a powerful aura approaching. Shilling instantly sprang awake from her slumber, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of light. "Shaya, you're back." Upon recognizing Shaya, Shilling exclaimed with delight, ready to leap into his embrace. However, she quickly sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from him. Squinting her eyes in curiosity, "How is it that your combat power has increased so significantly in just a month?" She recalled that Shaya's power was merely over 14,500 points a month ago, and now it had surged to such heights. Her perceptive abilities surpassed any energy detectors. Although Shaya had made every effort to suppress his power, a trace of energy inevitably leaked through, an energy that he could not conceal. Much like a super expert with a combat power of 1 million, whose suppressed energy would still manifest at over 10,000 points. The higher the energy level, the more potent the leakage. Naturally, it was not to say that experts could not entirely mask their aura. Those capable of doing so, like the god of destruction Beerus, undoubtedly existed, but such mastery was beyond Shaya's current reach. "That's a long story," Shaya replied with a smile as he approached Shilling. Although his battle against Shambwa appeared to showcase his dominance, culminating in Shambwa's demise, the perils he faced during the encounter were not to be taken lightly. Had it not been for his spatial abilities, allowing him to escape the brink of death multiple times, and the timely consumption of a senza bean, the outcome could have been drastically different. Shaya was acutely aware that he had brushed with death on several occasions. Nonetheless, the battle with Shambwa had proven immensely fruitful. Not only had he garnered the allegiance of the Fidaian race, but his combat prowess had also soared, conservatively estimated to now stand at 18,000. After listening to Shaya's account, Shilling expressed astonishment, realizing how remarkable events had unfolded in such a brief span, with Shaya's power surpassing hers by a considerable margin. Pouting in slight discontent, Shilling remarked, "So, does this mean the Fidaians will soon complete the gravity chamber?" "Indeed, if all goes well, it should not take long," Shaya affirmed. "Once we obtain the gravity chamber, I will not be outdone by you," Shilling declared, her demeanor seemingly dismissive. Among the Saiyans, only Shaya ignited her competitive spirit. She regarded the others with indifference. "You had better put in the effort," Shaya responded, shifting the topic to Shakta and the others' training. Shilling grew serious. "They have also made varying improvements over the past month that I instructed them to slow their mission progress and secretly imparted some of the mysteries of Ki to them. The strongest among them, Shakta, has already reached a combat power of 1,300. Shaya nodded inwardly. At just over 12 years old, possessing a combat power of 1,300 meant that by adulthood, he could easily exceed 3,000, placing him among the elite of intermediate warriors. Chapter 58. Settling down, Shaya continued discussing training matters with Shilling, his combat prowess now significantly eclipsing hers, and his broader perspective led to enlightening insights. The training methods on Earth emphasized the concurrent development of body and mind, reflecting certain Taoist philosophies of life, all of which required experiential understanding. As the saying goes, a single leaf can obscure one's vision of Mount Tai. 2 ears blocked can render one deaf to thunder. Each stage of life presents its own limitations, particularly for the weak, who find it even more challenging to grasp the essence of the strong. In such times, the appearance of a strong mentor can help navigate the path with fewer detours. As nightfall approached, Shaya summoned Shakta and the others. These young Saiyans, having honed their skills over time, along with Shilling's subtle guidance, had solidified their abilities, particularly Shakta, whose strength was nearing that of an adult Raditz. Upon seeing their captain, who had been absent for a month, The expressions of Shakta, Atasia, and others turned curious, though they refrained from inquiring about Shaya's whereabouts, believing he must have been evaluating their performance. That I am very pleased with everyone's progress over the past month. Even Balit and Rida have reached a combat power of 1,000. Shaya jested, looking at the group. Balit's face fell, discontented. Really, Captain, even you're mocking us? Exactly, Rida chimed in, nodding. Shaya smiled gently and replied earnestly, I am not mocking you. Your current combat power is something even many low-level warriors struggle to achieve in adulthood. You are still so young, and your future potential is boundless. So, you're saying we could very well hope to rival advanced warriors in the future. Rida and Balit pondered, stroking their chins, their expressions reflecting a sense of validation. Although they ranked among the lower tier in Shaya's team, they still held their own against other intermediate warriors. After encouraging his teammates further, Shaya turned to Shakta. The mission on Longju Star is nearly complete. For the time being, I do not plan to undertake any missions. When you return to Vegeta Star, take some time to consolidate your gains. Relentlessly seeking battles can sometimes have counterproductive effects. Why is that? Saiyans grow stronger through combat. Fighting is where the joy lies, Balit replied, his face falling in confusion. Even Atasia and Jillian wore similarly disheartened expressions. Without battles, life can become exceedingly dull. Shaya observed the scene before him, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, the Saiyans were a warrior race, and even their female counterparts exhibited the same combative spirit. He then remarked, Shilling must have taught you how to harness your energy, correct? I expect you all to master the energy within your bodies within a year. That I do not demand precision and control, but at the very least, you should be able to wield it with ease. However, Adakia questioned, but are these techniques truly effective? Is it not overly focused on minutiae? What significance do breathing patterns and rhythm hold in combat? Shouldn't fighting be a matter of unrestrained expression? To have to manage one's breath while battling is utterly tormenting. Shaya shook his head. A solid foundation is essential for future breakthroughs. Yet, Adakia, eager to voice more, halted abruptly when she caught Shaya's piercing gaze, instinctively silencing herself. Despite being several years younger, she harbored a certain trepidation toward Shaya, the reasons for which eluded her. Perhaps it was due to the captain's overwhelming combat prowess. In truth, Adakia was not alone in her apprehension. Even Balit, Rida, and Jelen regarded Shaya with a subtle fear. Only Shakta nodded earnestly, perceiving that the strength of Shaya and Shilling transcended mere physical prowess. Otherwise, their apparent talent would have already qualified them as elite warriors. Yet they were not. The mastery of energy was a profound and intricate discipline, necessitating systematic study. Shilling had imparted only a fragment of energy control techniques, and the more profound aspects remained beyond their grasp. Shakta felt immense gratitude for the advanced training methods being shared with them, believing that with these newfound techniques, a bright future awaited, one where surpassing the elite warriors would not be a mere fantasy. We shall ensure we meet the captain's expectations, Adakia declared, standing at attention with a solemn expression. Indeed, who says that intermediate warriors cannot rival elite ones? We shall astonish those elite warriors. Balit and Rida chimed in, and even the usually reticent Jelen expressed her determination. Each harbored lofty ambitions, as if a fervent fire burned within them, eager to achieve greatness. Shaya and Shilling exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. That be why the time their accomplishments drew the attention of other Saiyans, the destruction of Planet Vegeta would likely be imminent, at which point Shaya would no longer need to tread cautiously. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke the next day, a thin mist enveloped the damp rainforest, while the wind gently caressed their faces, quickly dampening their hair tips. After conducting a final sweep of the Kyuju star, Shaya and his companions departed aboard their spacecraft. For an extended period thereafter, Shaya's team undertook no missions, allowing the members to focus on their personal training and solidifying their existing powers. 2 months later, the spacecraft entered the vicinity of Planet Vegeta. Upon disembarking from the spaceport and bidding farewell to his teammates, Shaya and Shilling returned to their residence in the bustling district. It was lunchtime, and under the intense gaze of Adili, Shaya skillfully retrieved a substantial amount of food from the dimensional space, a significant portion of which originated from Earth. Observing that the supplies were dwindling, he contemplated whether it was time to procure more from Earth. After indulging in a hearty feast, Shaya settled onto the sofa in the hall, engaging in conversation with Adeli and Rebecca, recounting the experiences of the past few months. Shilling found a comfortable spot beside Shaya, engrossed in a magazine. Upon learning that Shaya's combat power had reached 18,000, both Adeli and Rebecca's eyes lit up with astonishment, their gazes toward Shaya growing increasingly approving. Subsequently, Shaya inquired about the status of the evacuation from the planet, as the choice of a suitable refuge was crucial for the survival of the Saiyan race. Regarding this matter, Adeli shook his head. We have utilized every connection to identify a suitable planet for the Saiyans, but the results have been less than satisfactory. Most planets are ill-suited for our kind, he continued, while there are numerous habitable planets in the northern galaxy. The sheer vastness of the region offers countless options. The number is staggering. However, those suitable for Saiyan existence are considerably fewer, as we are a warrior race, for whom combat is indispensable, sometimes even more vital than life itself, necessitating nearby planets conducive to large-scale battles. Furthermore, it is imperative that we do not attract the attention of Frieza's forces or the Frost Demons, making the search exceedingly challenging. With our current connections, we are unable to find such a planet in a timely manner. Perhaps only by leaving the northern galaxy could they discover a suitable sanctuary for the Saiyans. Shaya mused. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I have a contingent of technologically adept Fidaians under my command. Their expertise might assist us in locating a habitable planet for the Saiyans. I will have them investigate. That would be splendid, Adeli replied, visibly relieved that Shaya's command of a technologically advanced civilization would undoubtedly simplify their search. In the past 6 months, we have covertly reached out to a group of Saiyans, and over 1,000 have already joined us. Just over 1,000? Shaya furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with the number. With over 1 million Saiyans in total, only a mere 1,000 had placed their trust in them. Rebecca explained, to avoid drawing attention from King Vegeta, we limited our outreach. These individuals were carefully selected from our familiar circles. Understanding dawned on Shaya. Indeed, with the evacuation of the planet still unresolved, it was imprudent to widely disseminate Frieza's malevolent intentions, as this could easily result in their annihilation. The 1,000 or so selected Saiyans were primarily comrades with whom Adeli had previously fought alongside. Another detail emerged. The frequency of personnel movements from King Vegeta's side had increased, which likely signaled an urgency. They needed to expedite their search for a suitable planet. Adeli, unaware of the specific timing of King Vegeta's rebellion, knitted his brows, feeling time slipping away. In contrast, Shaya's concerns were fewer, as he understood that Frieza would launch his assault on Planet Vegeta around the time Vegeta turned 5, suggesting that King Vegeta would not rebel in the near term. They had approximately 2.5 years remaining in the days that followed. Shaya and Shilling remained at home, solidifying their foundational skills through basic exercises. During this period, a Adeli student, a young individual named Mels, visited them 2 or 3 times, each time regarding Shaya and Shilling with an air of disdain, her petite face radiating arrogance. Yet, Shaya was struck by Mel's remarkable aptitude. At just over 2.5 years of age, her combat power had already reached 440, significantly higher than Shaya's own upon his emergence from the training camp. And oh wonder this little imp looked down upon him. And so, the days passed, until one day, a message arrived from the distant pale yellow planet, announcing that the gravity training facility had finally been completed. Upon receiving the news from the Fidaians, Shaya promptly activated his instant transmission to hasten his journey to the remote pale yellow planet. After a few jumps, he arrived at the temporary base of the Fidaians. Dakla, lead me to see how the gravity training facility has turned out. As the control room door opened, Shaya, weary from travel, approached Dakla. Lord Shaya. Dakla was taken aback by Shaya's prompt arrival following the message, filled with awe at Shaya's seemingly supernatural ability to appear at will. Speaking of the gravity chamber, Dakla's face brimmed with pride, as it represented the culmination of months of research by their Fidaian scientists. Please follow me, Lord Shaya. Dakla respectfully bent slightly and led the way to the location of the gravity chambers. They traversed a long, transparent corridor imbued with scientific significance, soon arriving at a massive assembly workshop towering over 100 meters. Within this colossal space, 7 large hemispherical gravity training chambers were meticulously arranged. These gravity chambers were grand in scale, emanating a dark golden metallic sheen, their height nearly brushing the ceiling of the workshop. The 7 chambers stood in unison, resembling 7 majestic mountains, exuding an imposing aura. Dakla gestured toward the 7 gravity chambers, his voice brimming with pride. These 7 gravity training chambers have a diameter of 100 meters and a height of 90 meters that are in accordance with your specifications. The maximum adjustable gravity inside these chambers can reach 500 times standard gravity, along with the capability to regulate to 1,000 standard atmospheres, with temperature control maintained within a range of plus or minus 80 degrees. Moreover, to facilitate training, the interior of the gravity chamber has been judiciously designed to include separate spaces for washing, dining, and living, all occupying a minimal area. Additionally, there are 100 specialized miniature robots dedicated to assisting in training, capable of adjusting their speed and attack intensity according to the user's needs. Well done, Dakla. I am exceedingly pleased with these gravity chambers. As he listened to Dakla's detailed introduction, Shaya cast an appreciative glance at him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to experience it for himself. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Shaya. Dakla responded with a look of astonishment, his azure skin flushing with excitement. You may take your leave now. I wish to test the effects of the gravity chamber. Yes, my lord, Dakla replied with utmost respect before exiting. Shaya nodded slightly, and after Dakla's departure, he approached the gravity training room. Looking up, he was struck by the enormity of the chambers, which loomed impressively, making his stature seem diminutive in comparison, akin to that of an ant. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped in front of a gravity chamber marked with a large numeral 1. 8 colossal steel pillars, each over 2 meters in diameter, extended from the 4 corners of the chamber, anchoring the massive structure to the ground. Upon pressing the button at the entrance, a low hum resonated as a vertical disc-like platform descended from the machine, allowing Shaya to step onto it and enter the gravity training room. The interior of the chamber was remarkably spacious, divided into 2 levels. The lower level, while not extensive, was designated for washing, dining, and living, while the upper level housed the true training area, a vast expanse with a diameter of 100 meters and a height exceeding 80 meters, resembling a grand arena. The floor bore shallow marks akin to stone slabs, and both the ground and walls were composed of specially forged superalloy, capable of withstanding immense energy impacts. Approaching a control panel, Shaya began to adjust the parameters of the training room based on the numerical symbols displayed. He first entered 15 in the gravity section. The moment the number was confirmed, the chamber erupted with a resonant hum as a formidable downward force was exerted upon him. Indeed, this is a gravity level of 15 times. After a brief assessment of the effects, Shaya nodded affirmatively. The gravity within the training room had surged to 15 times the standard, akin to his experience training in weighted clothing at the Earth-S Temple. Next, Shaya meticulously adjusted parameters such as temperature and air pressure. After a thorough trial, he was exceedingly satisfied with the gravity chamber's performance. In many respects, the gravity training rooms crafted by the Fidaian people had surpassed his initial expectations. Although the construction had taken several months, every moment spent was undeniably worthwhile. Exiting the gravity chamber, Shaya summoned Dakla once more, "My lord." "Yes, Dakla, I'm thoroughly impressed with the gravity chambers crafted by your people. I called you here because I have another matter to discuss without reservation." Shaya began with a serious demeanor. "Please, go ahead, Lord Shaya." Dakla straightened, leaning in attentively. Currently, the North Galaxy is dominated by Frieza's overwhelming power, supplemented by the support of King Cold and Kvera, rendering our situation rather precarious. Therefore, I require you to employ every means at your disposal to locate a habitable planet. Naturally, it must be situated as far away from Frieza's sphere of influence as possible. Shaya's expression grew increasingly grave as he spoke. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation with Frieza. His strength far exceeds ours, and we must bide our time. "My lord, the The Fidaian people possess a comprehensive star map of the galaxy, acquired through trade with the Zufwins, that we may be able to identify a suitable planet from it. Dakla interjected unexpectedly. The Zufwins? Weren't they annihilated long ago? Shaya inquired, taken aback. The Zufwins once cohabited with the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, but they were eradicated by the Saiyans many moons ago. Chapter 60. A battle power of 120,000. This star map is several centuries old, since the Fidaian people have had no intention of leaving their home planet. It has been preserved in the Central Intelligence Database, Dakla explained, his mood darkening at the mention of their home world. However, the trajectories of celestial bodies seldom change dramatically, so the star map should still hold some value. Upon hearing this news, Shaya felt a flicker of hope, akin to a traveler who, after wandering in a desert for days without water or sustenance, suddenly stumbles upon an oasis. Dakla, swiftly organize a team for selection. Notify me immediately upon discovering results, as I intend to conduct an on-site investigation. Understood. After issuing a few more instructions to Dakla, Shaya departed from the temporary base of the Fidaians, accompanied by the 7 massive gravity training rooms. To transport these 7 devices, Shaya exerted every ounce of strength he could muster. Ultimately, he had no choice but to move them one by one, taking over an hour to transfer the gravity chambers from the Fidaian base to a desolate planet near Planet Vegeta. On Planet Vegeta, night gradually enveloped the landscape. Shaya instructed Adeli to summon all members of the Adeli team. Shaya, why have you called us here? Upon entering, the boisterous Parati exclaimed. Following closely were Baruch, Alice, and Lisa. Recognizing Shaya's mature demeanor, Baruch, no longer viewing him as a mere child, inquired calmly, Shaya, did you summon us for something important? With a gentle smile, Shaya greeted each of them before nodding and stating, Indeed, this matter is quite significant, that I previously commissioned the Fidaians to construct something, and it has now been completed, that I believe you will be exceedingly pleased after seeing it. Could it be the gravity chamber you mentioned earlier? Lisa asked, momentarily perplexed but quickly deducing the answer. Will that gravity chamber truly enhance our battle power? Baruch furrowed his brows. The group of elite warriors had not experienced an increase in power for many years, and they had envied Adeli and Rebecca's recent surges in strength. That it certainly will, Shaya beamed, revealing his bright white teeth. However, you must be prepared, as a sudden increase in battle power may attract unwarranted attention. That is inconsequential. We only need to ascertain whether it genuinely enhances our battle power, and we can use it once we leave Planet Vegeta. Shaya nodded in agreement and gestured for everyone to join hands in preparation for instantaneous movement. The members of the Adeli team, having undergone several previous teleportations, formed a circle with ease in the next moment. The teleportation was initiated on the desolate planet. A swirling sea of yellow sand greeted them. The climate erratic and harsh. The conditions on this barren world closely mirrored those of the Fidaian temporary base, yet were even more extreme, with lower temperatures, shielding their eyes against the sun. Adeli and the others were taken aback by the sight before them. 7 towering structures, reminiscent of mountains, loomed ahead, their dark golden hues shimmering with a radiant glow. 8 robust steel claws, resembling powerful arms, were deeply embedded in the earth, securing the magnificent machines to the ground. Amidst the swirling sands, this spectacle appeared overwhelmingly imposing. Shaya, is this the gravity chamber you brought back? Westling exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth as she rushed towards the chamber, her small hands tracing the sturdy support pillars, each with a diameter of 2 meters. Observing their amazed expressions, Shaya proceeded to share some technical specifications of the gravity chambers. Shaya, discussing these details is futile. Let us experience it firsthand. Very well. Shaya opened the door of the chamber marked with the numeral 2, leading Adeli and the others inside. The interior was quite spacious, accommodating several individuals training simultaneously without issue. Uncle Adeli, I will initiate the gravity at 15 times. No sooner had he spoken than Shaya adjusted the chamber's parameters. Suddenly, an immense force bore down upon them. Adeli and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. However, they quickly acclimated. 15 times the gravity posed no significant challenge, and Baruch spoke firmly. increased the gravity further. Shaya remained taciturn, continuing to increase the gravity. As the pressure escalated incrementally, the faces of Adeli and the others grew increasingly pallid, their bodies beginning to tremble slightly. The gravity had now reached a staggering 25 times. Shaya understood that this was the threshold of endurance for Adeli and his companions, so he refrained from raising it further. After all, even Adeli, the most powerful fighter present, had yet to surpass a battle power of 10,000, just like everyone else except for himself and Shieling. Once Shaya released the gravity, Baluk exhaled deeply, his body still quivering. That it was a revelation. He felt that once they adapted to the 25 times gravity, their battle power would undoubtedly exceed 10,000. Adeli looked astonished. It appeared that this gravity chamber was indeed a wondrous tool for training. Uncle Adeli, you all can train under 25 times gravity for now. We'll tackle higher levels once we leave Vegeta. That is indeed the case on the planet Vegeta. Saiyans with a battle power of 10,000 were exceedingly rare, yet not entirely absent high-ranking warriors like Adeli. Even if they were to break through to 10,000, would only cause a minor stir and would not evoke any concern from King Vegeta. Turning his gaze to the eager Shieling, Shaya noticed the little girl looking at him with an innocent expression. He smiled gently and said, "Shieling, feel free to experiment, but remember to progress gradually. Do not set the gravity too high all at once, lest it affect your development." "Got it." Shieling rolled her eyes playfully and then joyfully dashed off to begin her exercises. Next, each of them commenced their training. The lower level of the training chamber was stocked with supplies sufficient for a while. Subsequently, everyone found their respective gravity chambers, while Shaya entered chamber number 1. Ready to embark on his formal training. In the original narrative, Goku had adapted to an environment of 100 times gravity in a mere 6 days while en route to Namek, dramatically increasing his battle power to 90,000. This was an extreme exploitation of potential, and he had nearly lost his life multiple times during the process. However, Shaya was not as reckless as Goku. He had ample time and thus devised a gradual training regimen. He began with a gravity setting of 35 times, adjusting the atmosphere pressure to 10 times normal. As he contemplated, when the formidable gravity truly took effect, Shaya realized he had underestimated the challenge. His bones creaked, and his entire body felt as though it had been filled with lead, severely limiting his mobility. Yet he could still endure. With determination in his eyes, Shaya gritted his teeth and pressed on. He commenced his training with simple push-ups and running, gradually acclimatizing himself to the environment of 35 times gravity. Time flew by swiftly. After several months had elapsed since Shaya entered the gravity chamber, Adeli and the others gradually adapted to the 25 times gravity. They then activated the auxiliary training robots to engage in sparring exercises. 2 months later, after enduring injuries and subsequent battles, their Saiyan potential was finally unlocked. With their battle powers surpassing 10,000, for those who have been on the cusp of 10,000 for so long, this breakthrough, though modest, was immensely valuable, as if a grand door had swung open once more. After this, they ceased their training and began to solidify their current battle powers. Continuing to train could potentially arouse suspicion from King Vegeta, which was something Adeli and the others wished to avoid. As time passed, after acclimating to the 35 times gravity, Shaya made slight adjustments and, following a few days of rest, launched himself towards 40 times gravity. Simultaneously, a multitude of auxiliary training robots joined the regimen, increasing in number from 1 to 5, then to 10, and soon the arena was bustling with 100 training robots. A year later, in the desolate plains of the wasteland, 7 towering structures of civilization stood aligned. The dark golden exteriors had accumulated a thick layer of yellow sand from exposure to the elements. Inside one of the gravity chambers, the gravity was set to an astonishing 120 times. With the atmosphere pressure adjusted to 30 times, due to the harsh environment, the entire room was enveloped in a stifling dark red HU. In this exceptionally grueling environment, a black-haired youth was exerting himself vigorously, diving, dashing, and persistently engaging in foundational training while beads of glistening sweat streamed from him like a fine rain. With a sigh, the gravity engine shut down, and the room immediately returned to normal conditions. As Shaya exited, holding a damp towel, he indulged in a long, hot bath, washing away the fatigue of his efforts. The effects of the gravity chamber were unmistakable, after more than a year of adapting to 120 times gravity. While not at the extraordinary pace of Goku, he had nonetheless undergone a profound transformation, a battle power of 120,000. Feeling the abundant power coursing through his body, Shaya's lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 61. 4 planets, a battle power of 120,000. This signified that Shaya had ascended to the pinnacle of the cosmic power hierarchy, belonging to the minuscule number of individuals capable of ruling over a domain. Yet, Shaya quickly reined in his smile. Now was not the time for complacency. The circumstances before him remained exceedingly dire. Frieza was expected to launch an assault on the Saiyans in approximately a year's time. Leaving little room for delay, it seemed imperative to expedite the search for a planet for evacuation. Thoughts flitted through his mind, and Shaya promptly redirected his focus to the galaxy map that the Fidarians had mentioned. He wondered how their selection process was progressing and resolved to inquire shortly. After shutting down all power to the gravity training chamber, Shaya stepped outside. The sky was shrouded in a yellow haze, and a cold, desolate wind whipped up the sand, striking the metallic exterior of the gravity chamber with a soft clatter, leaving faint traces of weathering on the dark golden shell, due to prolonged exposure to the harsh environment. The lower parts of the gravity chambers had become buried beneath the yellow sand. After inspecting the conditions of the 7 gravity chambers, Shaya discovered that only Shiling's chamber continued to hum with a low engine sound. This girl was truly diligent, Shaya chuckled softly, realizing that Shiling had no intention of emerging until she surpassed him. This could not continue. Shiling was still quite young, at a critical stage of growth and development, and he was concerned that excessive strain might hinder her future development. Shaya had no desire for the adorable little girl to suffer from growth issues. Moreover, training was a gradual process. Excessive bursts of power required time to settle, ensuring sustained and stable progress. For Saiyans, their battle power did not necessarily increase significantly after each confrontation, but the foundation they built was genuinely accumulated. Thus, in life-threatening situations, this accumulated foundation would erupt, propelling them forward after near-death experiences. Conversely, without sufficient accumulation, even repeated brushes with death would not guarantee substantial improvement upon recovery. The principle was that while the mechanism for potential eruption was activated in moments of near death, the situation might be devoid of anything to truly unleash. The continual cultivation of chi on Earth follows a similar rationale. Although the methods differ, they ultimately lead to the same destination. Having trained in the gravity chamber for so long, Shiling had nearly exhausted her foundation and needed time to consolidate. Thus, Shaya opened the door to Shiling's gravity chamber and stepped inside. The upper training room was shrouded in a dark red hue, the air thick and oppressive. In the center, a slender, youthful girl was drenched in sweat, laboriously performing various exercises, throwing punches, leaping, and diving. The special training attire, crafted from advanced materials, had disintegrated into tattered strips, barely clinging to Shiling's frame. As Shaya approached her, a tremendous force of gravity bore down upon him. 100 times gravity. Shaya furrowed his brow, silently noting that Shiling truly did not know her limits. This had evidently exceeded her physical capacity and could easily lead to injury. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he moved to the control panel and gradually reduced the gravity engine settings until it was completely shut off. With a sigh, the room reverted to its original state. Shiling glanced at him, her hair soaked with sweat, and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Shaya produced a Senza bean and offered it to her, his expression one of discontent as he reproached, "Did I not tell you to act according to your limits? Look at you. You nearly lost your life, but I only have 90,000 battle power now. If I don't push myself, I'll never catch up to you." Shiling gazed intently at him with her bright, resolute eyes, exuding a stubborn demeanor. Shaya was momentarily rendered speechless. Recognizing her tenacious character, he reached out a hand, firmly ruffling her hair until she, dissatisfied, pushed his hand away, prompting him to speak in a gentler tone. From now on, you will share a gravity chamber with me, that if I don't keep an eye on you, you'll surely cause trouble. Shiling's eyes flickered momentarily, as if lost in thought, and her delicate face flushed a shade of pink. She acquiesced, lowering her head in submission. Following this, Shaya instructed Shiling to take a bath. After a moment of hesitation, she timidly glanced around before making her way to the bathroom. It was surprising that this girl, who had previously been so unrestrained, now exhibited signs of shyness. Shaya shook his head in disbelief, but soon recalled Shiling's developing physique and realized that she had grown up, no longer the little girl who could cling to him without a care. Before long, Shiling emerged clad in a bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her back. Fresh from her bath, the mist wafting from the bathroom added a touch of ethereal beauty to her youthful form. After she changed, Shiling naturally approached him, and Shaya instinctively placed a hand on her shoulder while wrapping his other arm around her waist, feeling the delicate softness against him. He then activated his teleportation ability, transporting them back to their home on Vegeta. After sharing lunch with the Delphs and discussing the recent developments on Vegeta, Shaya set off alone, utilizing his spatial abilities to reach the base of the Fidaians. After more than a year, the results from Dodoria selection had finally been compiled. In the control room of the Fidaian spacecraft, Dodoria addressed Shaya. After over a year of analysis by Fidaian scientists, we have identified 4 planets that meet the evacuation criteria. He pointed to the large screen displaying a star map of the Milky Way. On the expansive screen, the grand star map was projected, with 4 striking red dots glowing prominently on the spiraling arms, representing the fruits of over a year of research by the Fidaian scientists. These 4 planets were Qingran Star in the Western Galaxy, Dodoria Star in the Southern Galaxy, Hongshan Star in the Eastern Galaxy, and Fidaia Star, also located in the Eastern Galaxy. Please provide an overview of these planets, Shaya requested earnestly. Certainly, Dodoria bowed respectfully before continuing. First, we have Qingran Star, a medium-sized planet situated at the outskirts of the Western Galaxy. It has a land area that accounts for 34, inhabited by a primitive civilization known as the Shilu people, whose level of advancement is quite low. The star map on the screen shifted to reveal a pale blue planet, Qingran Star. Next is Dodoria Star, a colossal planet located in the northern part of the Southern Galaxy, approximately 80 times the size of Vegeta, with no discernible signs of civilization, still in a primitive state. Following that is Hongshan Star, located in the northwest of the Eastern Galaxy, near the center of the Milky Way. It possesses a rare binary planetary structure, orbiting alongside a planet known as Maishan Star around a young central star. Lastly, we have Fidaia Star, situated in the southern part of the Eastern Galaxy. Shaya listened intently, contemplating the vastness of celestial bodies in the universe, akin to a sea of stars. The 4 planets had been meticulously selected from the endless expanse of stars, taking into account various factors, making them the cream of the crop. Shaya was exceedingly satisfied with these 4 planets, as they were perfectly suitable for the science relocation, with minimal interference from other forces in the surrounding star regions, making them ideal for Saiyan recuperation. Considering the distance, Shaya favored Dodoria Star and Hongshan Star, as they were the closest to the central region of the Milky Way. Dodoria, please provide a detailed account of Hongshan Star. Shaya pondered for a moment before speaking. As you wish. The large screen shifted once more to display a sky blue planet at its center, resembling the enchanting Selma Star that Shaya had visited before. Orbiting not far from Hongshan Star was another icy blue planet, Maishan Star. Dodoria elaborated. Hongshan Star is a small planet with a diameter of 6,768 kilometers. Its oceanic area accounts for approximately 67, with the remaining 33 partly covered by polar ice caps, leaving only 21 suitable for habitation. A pristine, uninhabited ecological planet. Interestingly, despite its small size, Hongshan Star possesses an extraordinary gravitational force, approximately 12 times that of standard gravity, allowing it to exert influence over the much larger Maishan Star as they orbit together. By the way, Dodoria paused momentarily. While there are no signs of civilization on Hongshan Star, Maishan Star is home to a human species known as the Maishan people, who average around 1.7 meters in height and have a lifespan of approximately 100 years. They are classified as a low-level civilization. This is remarkably similar to Earth, Shaya mused, casting a surprised glance as he contemplated further. All 4 planets seemed exceptionally suitable for relocation, devoid of significant powers in their vicinity. However, after hearing Dokura's descriptions, Shaya found himself particularly inclined toward Hongshan Star, not only for its geographical advantages but also for its structural composition. Utilizing Hongshan Star as a refuge for the Saiyans would not only provide an unspoiled habitat, but also position them near a planet with human civilization, which could potentially aid in the growth of the Saiyans. Chapter 62. Hongshan Star. Although Shaya held a strong preference for Hongshan Star, the final decision regarding which planet to choose would require thorough exploration. Departing from the Fidaian base, Shaya teleported directly to Hongshan Star. Located in the northwest of the Eastern Galaxy, its proximity to the Milky Way's center necessitated numerous jumps along the way. Fortunately, Shaya's powers had seen remarkable improvement, and his spatial abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. What previously required 10 teleportations could now be accomplished in just 2 or 3 after several jumps. Shaya's figure vanished from the northern galaxy, reappearing in the distant eastern galaxy, now within the jurisdiction of the Eastern Realm King. In the dark, boundless expanse of the cosmos, a young star blazed brightly, and within the habitable zone, a sky-blue planet continued its eternal orbit along a slender trajectory, shining like a brilliant jewel. That was Hongshan Star. Nearby, a much larger, icy blue planet revolved around it. This was Maishan Star, part of the binary star system of Hongshan. Despite its size, its mass was insufficient to match that of Hongshan Star, resulting in a peculiar spectacle of a larger planet and a smaller planet orbiting together, with the center of mass skewed towards the smaller body. An odd sight indeed. Enveloped in spatial energy, Shaya briefly lingered in the cosmos before directing his course toward Hongshan Star. Piercing through the azure atmosphere, an endless expanse of sky-blue ocean came into view. The gentle breeze swept across the surface, creating delicate ripples, while schools of fish appeared like brown silk ribbons. That a colossal sea creature breached the surface, its massive jaws agape, splashing back into the depths and sending waves soaring dozens of meters high, shattering the ocean's tranquility. 12 times the gravity, slightly greater than Vegeta, Shaya noted to himself. Suspended steadily in the air, he inhaled the fresh, moist air of Hongshan Star. Suddenly accelerating, a brilliant flash of light streaked past, leaving a faint afterimage that quickly vanished on the horizon. Ahead lay the land. Shaya's eyes gleamed with joy as he spotted the emerging silhouette. Traversing the expansive coastline, he ventured deeper into the continent, where rolling mountains gradually rose, the terrain shifting from hills to basins and then to plateaus, revealing breathtaking scenery that transformed splendidly. In the dense forest, towering pines flourished, and the majestic mountains rose in layers. Amidst the rocky paths and streams, various wild animals darted through the woods. Hovering above a remarkable peak, Shaya beheld an untouched ecological landscape and contemplated. Hongshan Star, with its climate and scenery, bears a striking resemblance to Vegeta. With a few modifications, it could easily serve as a habitat for the Saiyans. According to the system's simulations of the Fidaians, the climatic conditions of Red Mountain Star remain remarkably stable throughout the year, a result of the constant interplay between the planet's rotation, the binary star's revolution, and its orbit around the Sun. After a leisurely flight along the equatorial line of the planet, Shaya found himself increasingly enamored with this celestial body. Looking up at the sky, he beheld a resplendent azure, celestial body suspended above. In an instant, he transported himself to the nearby companion star, Maishan. On Maishan, Shaya was greeted by a distinctly different landscape, where an icy blue hue dominated the scenery. Invisible microorganisms painted the mountains and oceans in a hue reminiscent of pristine glaciers, and the leaves within the sprawling forests leaned towards an icy tone. The azure leaves shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a magical luminescence akin to a fairy tale world, presenting an indescribable beauty. This enchanting vista left Shaya utterly captivated. Shortly thereafter, he ventured into the realm of human civilization on Maishan, where he encountered the planet's inhabitants. These humans bore an uncanny resemblance to Earthlings, yet their eyes and hair were a vibrant green, with a gem-sized crystal nestle between their brows. From this gem, Shaya sensed a profound vitality, a remarkable concentration of life force within the crystal. Slightly astonished, he had not anticipated that the humans of Myshon had developed such a unique civilization and mode of existence. It is worth noting that an overly concentrated characteristic of civilization can easily expose its vulnerabilities, much like the Saiyans' tails, which serve as both an advantage and a disadvantage. After a moment of reflection, Shaya set these thoughts aside and proceeded to the urban settlement of the Myshon people. The town was modest in size, its walls constructed from compacted earth and stone, encircling a quaint and beautiful abode. The architecture of the Myshon humans was remarkably traditional, featuring bamboo houses, wooden dwellings, and charming little buildings that exuded an ancient charm. Yet the tools employed were imbued with modern significance. The civilization was still in the electrical age. Reminiscent of Earth in a previous era, Shaya surveyed the familiar scene before him. He felt a wave of nostalgia, finding everything imbued with a refreshing novelty. After spending some time on Red Mountain Star and gaining a general understanding of its conditions, Shaya set off for the other 3 planets. His first destination was Tudoria's star, also located within the Eastern Galaxy. This planet was relatively primitive and wild, having existed for a considerable time without giving rise to any significant civilization. The reason for Tudoria's star being considered a candidate was due to the vast expanse surrounding it, devoid of any major powers aside from some lower and intermediate planets. However, after witnessing the splendor of Red Mountain Star, Shaya found his interest in Tudoria's star somewhat lacking. In the subsequent days, he also visited Chingran's star and Dokala's star, neither of which particularly impressed him. Ultimately, after careful contemplation, Shaya decided to select Red Mountain Star as the relocation destination for the Saiyans. That night, Shaya summoned Adeli and the others, personally leading them to Red Mountain Star. Adeli and his companions were quickly captivated by the scenery of the twin stars and expressed their satisfaction with Shaya's choice. If it weren't for the slightly stronger gravity compared to Vegeta Star and the slightly more beautiful scenery, I would have thought I was still on Vegeta Star, exclaimed Rebecca, gazing in awe at the pristine natural beauty of Red Mountain Star. Adeli chuckled. Moreover, the distribution of power here is quite favorable. Aside from some intermediate and lower planets, there are hardly any advanced planets nearby. Remarkably, there are no external forces intervening, making it an ideal location for the Saiyans to thrive. Shaya explained with a smile. I believe this is primarily due to its proximity to the galactic center. The headquarters of the Galactic Patrol is nearby, coupled with some mysterious, unknown rules that typically deter ordinary, ambitious individuals. The Galactic Center holds a unique position in the Milky Way, contrasting sharply with the hundreds of star sectors governed by the 4 major galactic kings. The small domain of the Galactic Center is directly under the control of the Grand Kai, whose numerous powerful subordinates ensure that ordinary forces lack the audacity to intrude. That be, by the way, Uncle Adeli, how many Saiyans have we managed to contact so far? As the conversation turned serious, Adeli's expression grew solemn, his dark complexion reflecting a sense of relief. Currently, over 3,000 Saiyans intend to join us. Although most are lower-level warriors, their inclusion ensures that the Saiyan bloodline will not perish. With the existence of Red Mountain Star, the Saiyans essentially have a sanctuary. Adeli felt considerably more at ease. Shaya nodded. More than 3,000 Saiyans is quite a significant number as for their potential. We need not concern ourselves too much. We possess more advanced training methods and equipment, rendering potential a less critical barrier. To this point, Adeli and the others chuckled. Chapter 63. A young woman blossoms. The concept of potential is quite intriguing. Among the Saiyan race, it evidently manifests as differences in bloodlines, with advanced warriors naturally possessing superior potential. Under identical training methods, they have a greater likelihood of breakthroughs. While this principle holds true before the advent of gravity training chambers or exposure to Shaya's disseminated training methods, who among Adeli and the others would have imagined they could one day surpass a battle power of 10,000? Even if they possessed the capability, they would not have anticipated achieving it so soon. From this perspective, even if the current evacuees are primarily lower-level warriors, The strength they can exhibit will not be inferior to that of the original Saiyan race. The only drawback may lie in future breakthroughs. After all, advanced warriors are few, and the process of gradually selecting superior bloodlines from the multitude of lower-level warriors will be a lengthy endeavor. Indeed, we may not fully grasp Shaya's theory on Chi, but its effects are evident. If we can disseminate this training method in a tiered manner, the Saiyans are bound to usher in a remarkably glorious era. Baruch, typically reserved, nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of excitement within. Since learning of Shaya and Shiling's battle powers surpassing 120,000 and 90,000 respectively, Baruch had grown increasingly appreciative of Chi training, subtly regarding it as the treasure that would facilitate the Saiyans' resurgence. Of course, such a miraculous training method cannot be universally applied in an instant. It must undergo a selection process, ensuring that only suitable individuals receive instruction. Observing Adley and the others engaged in fervent discussion, Shaya exchanged a glance with Shiling, perceiving a shared understanding in each other's eyes. While the training of Chi could infinitely enhance the Saiyan Foundation, the extent of its elevation remains uncertain. Shaya estimated that raising the average Saiyan's level to a battle power of 100,000 would be the pinnacle, beyond which individual potential would dictate further advancement. However, achieving such a level would undeniably present an extraordinary opportunity for the Saiyans. A battle power of 100,000 is exceedingly rare in the universe, let alone for an entire race. If the Saiyans as a collective could reach this threshold, they would undoubtedly be recognized as a peak race. Shaya's aspirations, of course, extend far beyond such modest battle powers. He yearns to transcend into a Super Saiyan at the earliest opportunity. This transcendence cannot be achieved solely through Chi training, as it necessitates various fortuitous encounters and trials in the original narrative. Both Son Goku and Vegeta underwent immense hardships to become Super Saiyans, excluding the likes of Son Goten and Trunks, who evidently benefited from superior genetic inheritance, lacking the arduous journey typically associated with attaining Super Saiyan status. Shaya understands the formidable challenge of evolving into a Super Saiyan, yet he is filled with unwavering confidence in himself. Moreover, since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, Shaya has set his sights on a goal that transcends merely achieving the level of Super Saiyan. He aspires to reach heights akin to that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Uncle Adley, I believe that after a period of transformation, Red Mountain Star will soon be suitable for Saiyan habitation. Should we not begin relocating the first batch of personnel? Shaya inquired earnestly. Adley nodded in agreement. Indeed, the timing for relocation is of the essence. The situation on Vegeta Star is becoming increasingly complex. I sense that King Vegeta is on the verge of instigating a rebellion, so it would be prudent for us to expedite the migration. Upon returning, I will contact them to arrange for the gradual relocation to Red Mountain Star. Subsequently, Baruch, Rebecca, Alice, and others expressed their views, advocating for the commencement of the evacuation process. Very well, I will promptly arrange for the Fidaians to construct living quarters, ensuring that the Saiyans can lead peaceful lives upon their arrival. Shaya continued. By the way, I intend for all Saiyans to eventually reside on Red Mountain Star, while the Fidaians will relocate to the nearby Maishan Star. Of course, that is not an issue. The conditions on Hongshan Star are quite favorable, making it the optimal choice. Adrian nodded in agreement. Furthermore, I must emphasize that we Saiyans are a race that venerates combat. However, I urge everyone to exercise a modicum of restraint and refrain from turning our new home into a chaotic battleground. Shaya cautioned them. Upon hearing this, both Adrian and Baruch furrowed their brows, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Given the Saiyan temperament, it would be challenging to prevent some form of upheaval. We can only strive to impose some limitations on them. They expressed their resolve. Nodding slightly, Shaya understood that mere restrictions were but a temporary solution. Unyielding suppression would not suffice. Alas, with no clear strategy at hand, they would have to proceed in this manner for now. Pondering later on possible solutions, subsequently, the group returned to Vegeta Star, while Shaya made his way to the Fidarians, arranging for them to navigate their spacecraft toward Hongshan Star. However, given the technological capabilities of the Fidarians, it would take no less than 2 years to traverse from the North Galaxy to the East Galaxy. This timeline was excessively protracted, so, in the interest of expediting preliminary construction on Hongshan Star, Shaya utilized his instantaneous movement ability to transport a contingent of Fidarian scientists and some equipment ahead of time, witnessing Shaya's ability to teleport them to the distant Hongshan Star in mere moments. The Fidarian scientists gazed at him with reverence, as if he were an omnipotent deity. Alo, please oversee the establishment of a living area capable of accommodating 3,000 inhabitants along the island continent, and ensure that a reliable food supply system is in place. Shaya instructed a diminutive Fidarian scientist, acutely aware of the Saiyans' prodigious appetites. This scientist, named Alo, was the deputy to Dokra, due to Dokra's responsibilities in managing the Fidarian populace. He had sent his assistant to Hongshan Star. Understood, Lord Shaya, Alo replied, standing tall despite his short stature, his voice resonant, and his azure skin taut with determination. Shaya was pleased with Alo's demeanor, and soon, hundreds of Fidarians maneuvered massive machinery to clear paths through mountains and build bridges over water, industriously commencing their construction efforts. In a short span, a vast and level construction site took shape, followed by the activation of larger, precision-engineered machinery. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, colossal machines swung their robust steel arms to solidify the foundation, causing the earth to tremble with each operation. The Fidarians proved to be natural engineers. Though individually small and not particularly strong, they excelled in mechanized tasks, explaining their success in establishing 2 grand space corridors on their home planet. Several hours later, as dusk approached, the initial framework of a living area capable of housing over 3,000 residents began to materialize. After a thorough inspection, Shaya found no issues and departed from Hongshan Star using his instantaneous movement, entrusting the construction to Alo, confident in his ability to complete the task. Upon returning to Vegeta's star, Shaya discovered that Adrian and the others were not at home. Only Saiyan remained in the training room, engaged in basic exercises. It seemed she had taken Shaya's words to heart and ceased her insistence on utilizing the gravity chamber for training. Dad and the others went out to contact the others, Saiyan remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow, her delicate features flushed from exertion. Handing her a damp towel, Shaya said, "You need not rush your training. It's beneficial to incorporate some relaxation as well, but I don't want to fall too far behind you." Saiyan replied with a playful squint and a smile. Shaya chuckled softly, tapping her forehead gently, and then guided Saiyan to sit on the sofa, his hands kneading the joints of her neck with a comforting touch. "You little rascal, don't be so tense. It's easy to hurt yourself. Come here, let me help you relax those muscles." The technique of loosening muscles was an excellent way to alleviate stress. Influenced by an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner in his previous life, Shaya possessed a modicum of skill in this area. Under Shaya's ministrations, Saiyan relaxed, her eyes fluttering shut as the sound of cracking joints resonated around her. Before long, she succumbed to a peaceful slumber. This little one, so fiercely competitive, Shaya mused softly as he lifted her and carried her toward the bathroom. Her supple form naturally sank into his embrace. And soon, she was down to a simple undergarment. As Shaya prepared a towel soaked in fresh water to cleanse her, he was momentarily taken aback by the graceful curves of her slender body. Little Saiyan had begun to mature. Shaya hesitated, as his habitual perception had always regarded Saiyan as a child. Even washing her did not feel out of place. However, he suddenly realized that she was now a young girl. Unsure whether to continue, he grappled with the implications of caring for a young woman's body, reflecting on how the child who had always trailed him like a shadow had grown up. An array of complex emotions surged within him. What does it matter? It's not as if I've never seen her body before. Shaya dismissed the thought, shaking his head as he resumed, gently wiping her smooth skin with the damp towel. Once finished, he carried her to the bedroom, covering her with a sheet before quietly exiting the room. Unbeknownst to Shaya, as he stepped out of the bedroom, Saiyan's eyes fluttered open, and upon seeing the door close, she let out a soft gasp, pulling the sheet over her porcelain-like face, revealing only her starry eyes, which blinked innocently. Chapter 64. The first batch of relocation as evening fell and darkness enveloped the sky. Adrian and his wife returned home, weary from their travels. just as Shaya sat in the living room, engrossed in an electronic reader, perusing the news from Vegeta Star. Adrian approached with a gentle smile, stating, "Shaya, we have successfully contacted a group of Saiyans and arranged for them to gather in the western desert 2,000 kilometers away in 2 days. How are things on your end?" In 2 days, Shaya set down the electronic reader, contemplating the Fidarians have already commenced construction of living quarters on Hongshan Star, and they should be completed by then. Then we shall initiate the first batch of evacuation in 2 days. Adrian exclaimed, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Given the increasingly uncertain situation on Vegeta Star, every passing day posed additional risks, prompting Adrian to decide on a swift relocation of some Saiyans. Shaya nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall commence the evacuation in 2 days, and I will ensure Hongshan Star is well-prepared. By the way, where is Sailing? It's been quite a while since we've returned." "Yet she has not emerged," Rebecca inquired, noting that Sailing usually burst forth with her usual exuberance. "She's been training. She's likely tired and resting inside," Shaya replied with a soft smile, as he righted several cups that had been overturned on the coffee table and filled them with water. "That girl doesn't know her limits. What if she injures herself?" Rebecca furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. As a seasoned warrior, she understood the importance of balance in training. Relentless pursuit of improvement could lead to burnout, akin to a spring that, when compressed too tightly, loses its elasticity. Rebecca was genuinely worried about her daughter's intense dedication to training, especially since Sailing was still quite young and in a crucial phase of development. Excessive training could be detrimental. Adrian, on the other hand, appreciated Sailing's tenacity, remarking, "It's commendable that Sailing possesses such drive. Her rapid progress is impressive. Few Saiyans can match her pace." "Rebecca, you needn't worry excessively," Adrian added, prompting Rebecca to shoot him a pointed look, as if questioning whether Sailing took after him. Afterward, she offered Shaya a few more words of caution, urging him to keep an eye on Sailing, to which Shaya readily agreed. However, there was something peculiar about this. It seemed strange that her parents were entrusting him with her care, almost as if they were handing her over to him. Later that night, in the kitchen, the flames of the stove blazed brightly, and the air was filled with a rich, tantalizing aroma. Rebecca had prepared a feast, knowing full well the Saiyans' enormous appetites required vast quantities of food for each meal, making this her busiest time. "Shaya, dinner is ready. Please go fetch Sailing," Rebecca called out as she emerged from the kitchen, a large basin of food in her hands, which she placed with a thud on the table. "Certainly," Shaya replied. Shaya acknowledged with a sound, setting aside his current tasks as he made his way towards Xieying's room. With a gentle knock at the door, he entered her chamber. On the small bed, Xieying lay on her side, clutching the cotton blanket with both hands. Her white panties and her delicate, creamy thighs were exposed, while one foot was tucked under the blanket, pressing down on the coverlet. She resembled someone lazily embracing a large pillow. A rather ungraceful sight. With a chuckle, Shaya approached the edge of the bed, gently patting her face to rouse her from slumber. "Aunt Rebecca asked me to wake you for dinner," he said. "Oh, just step outside." "I need to change my clothes." Xieying opened her eyes, staring at Shaya for a moment before suddenly wrapping herself in the blanket, her tone flat as she ordered him to leave. Observing this, Shaya clicked his tongue and smiled. "Where are you hiding? I want to remind you that when I bathed you earlier, I saw everything, so there's really no point in covering up now." Xieying hesitated for a moment, then shot him a disdainful glance, but she no longer clutched the blanket around herself. Instead, she tossed the entire coverlet towards Shaya and shouted, "I'm changing now. Get out." "Huh?" Shaya laughed heartily as he caught the blanket, neatly setting it aside. "All right, Xieying, you've grown up and don't cling to me as you used to. I'll step out now. Hurry up and change." With that, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. Tea dinner. Shaya and the others were voraciously devouring the food on the table, while Xieying occasionally stared at Shaya, lost in thought, before burying her head in her meal, creating quite an amusing sight. Time flew by, and 2 days later, 2,000 kilometers west of Vegeta Star lay a desolate desert. Even in spring, the scorching sun beat down, casting a fiery sensation upon anyone exposed at noon. A gathering of over 100 Saiyans had assembled in a hot oasis, with several dark figures occasionally soaring from the horizon. In no time, more than 200 Saiyans congregated in the oasis. Among them were individuals of varying ages, mostly families, with a predominance of lower-class warriors, and only a handful of mid-level fighters. These individuals had been meticulously selected from Adri's team, their battle powers generally ranging from 2,000 to 3,000, a rather ordinary class among the 1 million Saiyans on Vegeta Star, their absence causing minimal disturbance. Adri counted the numbers and, upon confirming that all agreed-upon personnel had arrived, stepped forward and clapped his hands. Instantly, the area fell silent, all eyes fixed on Adri, awaiting his command. From the shade of the trees, Shaya observed this scene, reflecting on Adri's considerable esteem among these individuals. This was not a bad thing. It at least indicated that there was someone capable of maintaining order among these obstinate Saiyans, saving the effort of subduing them. The first group has now fully assembled. I trust everyone is aware of what lies ahead. Our departure is not an act of evasion, but a means to preserve the Saiyan lineage. One day, we shall return. Adri encouraged the gathering. He then turned to Shaya. How many can you transport at once? Should we divide into multiple trips? No need. I can teleport over 100 people at once. Let us first take everyone to the initial jump star, Shaya replied confidently, his expression serious. Nodding slightly, Adri recognized Shaya's usual sense of proportion and refrained from further comment, turning instead to the assembled Saiyans. In a moment, Shaya will activate his teleportation ability. Please join hands and form a circle. We need to form a circle. The Saiyans were skeptical, but given that they had come this far, they trusted Adri and began moving under his guidance. Before long, the group of over 200 was divided into two large circles, resembling a children's game, a rather comical sight. Shaya nodded, stepping before one of the groups, and as all gazes fell upon him, a deep azure light ignited in his pupils. With a whoosh, dust swirled, and the circle of over 100 vanished from sight. My goodness! They disappeared. The observers gasped, astonished by the child's extraordinary power to transport so many people at once. A sense of disorder arose among the remaining Saiyans, who exchanged bewildered glances, murmurs of discussion filling the air. Chapter 65. Arrival in the Saiyan branch. Adri smiled as he surveyed the scene before him, his dark cheeks flushed with excitement. From this moment onward, this branch of Saiyans would embark on an uncertain journey, perhaps becoming the last remnant of their species. Minutes later, a flash of light appeared, and Shaya re-emerged before everyone. Since the first jump star was only a 12-day journey for Vegeta Star, he could make quick round trips with teleportation. That I've sent those individuals to the first jump star. Now, let us go. Having witnessed the earlier spectacle, the remaining Saiyans were filled with anticipation. With Shaya's command, they swiftly reformed into a large circle. Some astute individuals among them had begun to grasp Shaya's uniqueness. Despite his youthful appearance, his mastery of such extraordinary abilities could hardly belong to an ordinary child. The gazes directed at Shaya were filled not only with wonder, but also with a fervent desire. How wonderful it would be if they too possessed such miraculous powers. Shaya took note of their expressions, offering only a faint smile, aware that earning their genuine obedience would be a long road ahead. Haste makes waste. He lacked the innate regal dominance that compelled instant reverence. In reality, such admiration was simply unattainable. The Saiyans' rebellious nature was ingrained in their warrior lineage. Despite their seemingly fearless demeanor, they inherently revered strength. As long as one could demonstrate sufficient power, there would be no fear of disobedience. And power, indeed, was Shaya's greatest confidence. Following the same procedure, Shaya utilized teleportation to transfer the remaining Saiyans from Vegeta Star. Hours later, the first group of evacuated Saiyans successfully arrived on Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy. Continuous use of teleportation had drained Shaya's energy, and while employing the spacecraft of the Fidaians would have been more efficient, the immense distance required over 2 years of travel. Clearly, alternative methods would need to be considered for transporting people to Red Mountain Star. Shaya pondered this in silence. Upon arrival, the Saiyans had barely begun to rejoice when the 12-fold gravity of Red Mountain Star overwhelmed them, catching them completely unprepared. Fortunately, being naturally adapted to 10-fold gravity, the Saiyans were robust enough to withstand the additional pressure, quickly acclimatizing. However, Some of the weaker Saiyans struggled to breathe, indicating that they would require time to adjust as everyone entered the living area. The sight before them left them in awe. Not far ahead, an ecological dome capable of housing 3,000 inhabitants had already been completed from a distance. It appeared as a miniature city nestled among the mountains, with countless workers enthusiastically expanding its borders. Within the city, numerous semi-spherical structures stood in perfect alignment, each a standardized four-story design. The living dome encompassed areas for training, living, and leisure, aptly catering to the diverse needs of the Saiyans. Shaya couldn't help but admire the Fidaians' advanced technology. An entire city had risen in mere days. An astonishingly rapid feat. Shaya summoned Ailu with his communicator, requesting him to provide the Saiyans with an overview of their new living quarters. This red mountain star will be our new home. I hope everyone will protect it. After Ailu concluded his introduction and stepped back, Adri stood forth, firmly addressing the assembly as the only advanced warrior present. Adri held the highest combat power and commanded the greatest respect among the Saiyans. Rest assured, Mr. Adri, we will safeguard our new home, came the resounding response. Indeed, we must not allow it to meet the same fate as Vegeta Star. Adri surveyed the crowd with a serious expression. Now that you are here, I must inform you that the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star will sever ties with those of Vegeta Star, and your new leader is standing beside me. Shaya, as the crowd buzzed with spirited discussions, Adley cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Naturally, some might wonder why I chose Shaya as our leader. Was it solely due to his instantaneous teleportation ability? While that is indeed a factor, the more significant reason lies in Shaya's formidable combat prowess. I firmly believe he possesses the capability to lead us. Adley cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and then unleashed his entire aura. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the crowd, rendering the Saiyans, who boasted merely 2,000 to 3,000 combat power, pale and shaken. The intensity of this aura was comparable to that of a peak warrior like King Vegeta. It was astonishing to realize how powerful Mr. Adley had become. Having destroyed all energy detectors early on, these Saiyans could only estimate Adley's combat power through the palpable pressure that I can confidently declare that my current combat power stands at 11,600. Furthermore, every member of Adley's squad possesses a combat power exceeding 10,000. As Adley rained his aura, his words fell upon the assembly like a colossal stone cast into a placid lake, igniting a fervor among the Saiyans present. Good heavens! Does that mean the Red Mountain Star Saiyans will boast 6 warriors with combat power surpassing 10,000? Vegeta Star has only managed about 20 over the years. If Mr. Adley is so formidable, why then appoint his nephew as leader? Some Saiyans raised this query, instinctively dismissing the notion that Shaya's power could rival Adley's, for that seemed utterly implausible that Shaya's supernatural ability could be deemed a rare gift. As there were many beings in the universe who, despite being average, awakened such powers, they regarded Shaya merely as a fortunate individual rather than considering his combat strength. However, Adley's subsequent declaration struck them like a thunderbolt. I did not select Shaya as our leader because he is my nephew. To be frank, while I consider my combat strength respectable, it pales in comparison to that of my children. At this, Adley beamed with pride and declared, "How could a flickering candle dare compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? Since we Saiyans revere strength, it is only fitting that our leader be the strongest among us." And Shaya's combat power has already reached 120,000, making him the mightiest among the Saiyans. What? 120,000 combat power? Surely that cannot be correct. How could such a high level of power exist? The hearts of all present trembled, their expressions frozen in disbelief, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. If Adley's earlier remarks merely stirred the surface of the lake, this moment detonated a colossal explosive, shattering the entire lake to the ground. They had not misheard. Shaya possessed a combat power of 120,000. As he spoke, Adley shot Shaya a knowing glance, indicating his intent to bolster Shaya's standing and secure his position as the Saiyan leader. In truth, Shaya was not fond of being the center of attention, yet the simplest and most effective method to subdue these unruly Saiyans was to overwhelm them with sheer strength. Thus, Shaya nodded and stepped forward unhesitatingly. A terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. The skies seemed to freeze in this moment, as leaves scattered about were torn to shreds by the overwhelming pressure. Accompanied by a resonant hum, Shaya radiated a luminous, deep glow, his hair swaying slightly in the resulting wind. That instant, the gravitational pull of Red Mountain Star appeared to vanish. Debris and dust began to levitate, while the ground fissured with numerous cracks. Everyone's faces grew pale, their bodies trembling under the immense pressure, yet their eyes burned with fervor. Chapter 66. Dragon Ball's time sped by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. In the northern galaxy, on Earth, the weather was pristine, the sun shone brightly, and the dawn's light illuminated the land, painting a breathtaking landscape. Everything seemed so splendid. Amidst a continuous range of rugged mountains in the northern hemisphere, a figure darted through the forest, agile and elusive, at times appearing and then vanishing, only to reappear moments later on a peak 100 meters away. The Bowsy Mountain should be nearby. Shaya lifted his gaze to the towering peaks ahead, feeling a sense of tranquility within. The mountains stood tall, the environment serene, with dense ranges interspersed throughout, and only a narrow path leading into the heart of the mountains. Due to its remoteness, this area had gradually become a sanctuary for wildlife, seldom visited by humans. After 3 years, Shaya returned to Earth as the destruction of Vegeta Star loomed, driven by his own purpose. Over the past 2 months, Shaya had tirelessly traversed between Vegeta Star and Red Mountain Star, successfully relocating over 3,000 Saiyans to Red Mountain Star, thereby establishing a preliminary population for the Saiyan lineage there. However, the current Saiyan community on Red Mountain Star primarily consisted of low-level warriors, with only a handful of high-level fighters like Adeli, appearing quite meager compared to those from Vegeta Star, though this would not hinder the future development of the Red Mountain Star Saiyans. The scarcity of high-level warriors implied a thin foundation, necessitating more time to enhance the Saiyan bloodline. The most straightforward method to bolster the Saiyan bloodline was to transfer high-level warriors for Vegeta Star. Yet, the issue remained that high-level warriors on Vegeta Star were already few in number, each one a vital asset to the Saiyan race, and their mysterious disappearance could easily attract King Vegeta's attention. While Shaya could disregard King Vegeta's stance, he could not overlook the potential repercussions if Frieza were to learn of it. Caution was paramount. Contemplating this, Shaya turned his focus to the Dragon Balls on Earth. Recognizing that using them to wish for the relocation of some Saiyans to Red Mountain Star was an excellent idea, that of course, Shaya would not transfer too many Saiyans. Each candidate would be carefully considered, as maintaining internal stability among the Saiyans was of utmost importance. That a stable environment would allow the Saiyans to recuperate and regain their peak condition. However, another challenge arose. The current era was somewhat premature. As the main storyline of the Dragon Balls had yet to commence, Bulma had not yet matured, and the Dragon Radar was naturally non-existent. Thus, before gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, Shaya needed to prepare the Dragon Radar. He required at least 1 Dragon Ball to allow the Fida people to measure its wavelength. Given their technological capabilities, they should be able to produce the Dragon Radar swiftly. In the original narrative, only 2 Dragon Balls were known to be in fixed locations. One was the 4-star ball that Gohan found in a valley, and the other was the 2-star ball stored in Bulma's family warehouse. In a primitive forest near Bowsy Mountain, Shaya's figure darted swiftly, navigating through the underbrush before standing atop a bare rock, gazing around while attuning himself to the surrounding energies. That moment, rustling sounds emerged from nearby, as wolves and leopards lay concealed within the thicket, fixating their fierce gazes upon Shaya. Roar, a low, guttural growl reverberated through the woods, startling a flock of dark-feathered birds into flight. Seeking death, Shaya's eyes narrowed, and a powerful aura surged forth, rapidly expanding in all directions. With a casual gesture, a shockwave erupted, followed by a thunderous roar as the forest was flattened in swathes, causing the wolves and beasts to emit whimpering growls as they fled in fear. After dispersing the few small foes, Shaya chuckled lightly and continued his ascent toward the mountains. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the woods onto a slightly flattened slope, where a stone path wound upward along the hillside. At the foot of Baozi Mountain stood a quaint little house made of brick and stone, nestled in the shade of nearby trees, exuding an air of eastern charm. Haha, I've finally found it. The energy is not far off, and it seems to be approaching. Perhaps I shall wait here for a moment, that the smile finally graced Shaya's face as he surveyed the tranquil and elegant surroundings. Exclaiming in admiration, Gohan certainly knows how to choose. He resides in such a serene place. Baozi Mountain, being remote, boasted beautiful and clean surroundings, with the air filled with a refreshing fragrance. The grand disciple of the martial arts master, Turtle Hermit. Gohan, an exceptional martial artist himself, naturally chose a haven conducive to cultivating both body and spirit. Hey, young man, what brings you to such a secluded place, all alone? An aged voice resonated from behind, revealing an elderly man trudging down from the mountain, burdened with a load of firewood. Clad in traditional Tang attire, his complexion was rosy, and he wore a hat atop his head, while his flowing white beard lent him the appearance of an otherworldly sage. I have come in search of an object known as the Dragon Ball, an orange crystal sphere embedded with red stars. Might you have seen it, esteemed elder? A crystal ball adorned with stars. Sun Wukong touched his forehead thoughtfully and produced a crystal ball from his pocket. Is this the item you seek? The sphere was embedded with 4 gilded red stars. Indeed, it was the 4-star Dragon Ball. Precisely, this is the Dragon Ball I have been searching for. I wonder if you could lend it to me, and I assure you it shall be returned after I have made use of it. Shaya gazed at the 4-star Dragon Ball in Sun Wukong's hand, speaking earnestly. This object is called a Dragon Ball. I discovered it in a valley several years ago. If you desire it, I shall gladly bestow it upon you. As he spoke, Sun Wukong extended the 4-star ball towards him. I am immensely grateful. Xiaoya's demeanor transformed into one of fervent enthusiasm as he readily accepted the Dragon Ball. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth were crafted by celestial beings, the patent belonged to the dragon god Salama. Utilizing the principle of refraction, the red stars within could be seen from any angle. It is of no consequence, since you are in search of it. It is certain you require it. Sun Wukong replied with a beaming smile, seemingly unperturbed by the significance of the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong's demeanor evoked a sense of reverence in Shaya. This was the true spirit of a martial artist. Having acquired the 4-star ball, Shaya chose not to disturb Sun Wukong's meditation and swiftly departed from Baozi Mountain. Teleporting to the bustling metropolis of West City at this juncture, more than a decade remained before the story's commencement. Yet West City, as one of Earth's premier super cities, already thrived in grandeur. Speaking of West City, the most renowned entity undoubtedly was the recently ascendant Capsule Corporation, established by the illustrious Dr. Briefs, which had swiftly captivated the globe with its miraculous capsules. The name of Capsule Corporation and Dr. Briefs was known to all. After casually inquiring with a passerby, Shaya located Bulma's residence. Skirting past the guards of the opulent villa, he leaped into an old warehouse. Amidst his search, a gleaming orange crystal ball came into view. Upon counting, he discerned 2 stars embedded within. This was a 2-star Dragon Ball. Placing the 4-star ball alongside the 2-star ball, the 2 Dragon Balls began to hum and shimmer with a golden radiance, seemingly responding to some mysterious force. With the successful acquisition of the 2nd Dragon Ball, a joyful smile illuminated Xiaoya's face, and with a flash of instantaneous movement, he departed from Earth, aboard the spaceship of the Fidaian people. The vessel traversed the cosmos at an astonishing speed, gradually approaching the red mountain star. A cascade of vibrant hues enveloped the space, and as Shaya stepped forth from the void, he materialized on the spaceship. Having left a spatial mark aboard the vessel long ago, he was able to accurately locate himself in the cosmos, even amidst the ship's rapid navigation. Lord Shaya, in the main control hall. Dokuro was directing the technical staff in managing various parameters when he suddenly spotted Xiaoya's figure and promptly approached to extend his greetings. Chapter 67. The Quest for the Dragon Balls. Xiaya nodded at Dokuro and handed him the 2 Dragon Balls. Here are 2 Dragon Balls. Arrange for immediate research on them. I expect you to develop the Dragon Ball radar as swiftly as possible. Although the original narrative does not specify the time taken by Bulma to create the Dragon Ball radar, Shaya was confident that the exceptional intellect of the Fidaian people would render the task uncomplicated. Understood. I shall promptly assign personnel for the research. Dokra's expression grew serious as he received the Dragon Balls from Shaya, and the moment the two spheres came into contact, they began to hum and flicker. Dokra had never encountered such a wondrous object, and curiosity flickered in his eyes as he swiftly summoned the finest scientists on board to engage in the study of the Dragon Balls. Though Dokra was unaware of the true nature of the two Dragon Balls entrusted to him by Lord Shaya, he recognized the significance of the matter from Shaya's evident concern and thus approached the research with utmost seriousness, deciding to personally oversee the proceedings. After all, the Fidaian people thrived under Lord Shaya's protection, and it was imperative that they prove their worth in critical moments. Consequently, after acquiring the Dragon Balls, he immediately gathered the scientists to commence round-the-clock research, hoping to swiftly provide an answer that would satisfy Lord Shaya. The Fidaian people, renowned for their technological prowess, proposed a series of research directions concerning the various properties of the Dragon Balls within just a few days. After deliberation, they resolved to initiate their studies focusing on wavelength and optics. This research direction closely mirrored Bulma's approach in inventing the Dragon Ball radar. As the Fidaian scientists toiled day and night. 15 days gradually elapsed. During this time, Shaya visited to inspect the radar's development, observing the Fidaian scientist in a state of fervent dedication before quietly departing. Finally, on the 22nd day, the good news arrived. The Fidaian Dragon Ball radar had been successfully developed. Upon hearing the news, Shaya instantly teleported to Dokra's laboratory. However, upon encountering the sight before him, he was taken aback. A throng of Fidaian scientists appeared disheveled, emaciated, their eyes bloodshot and sunken, a clear testament to their relentless efforts. Lord Shaya, this is the Dragon Ball radar you requested, Dokra exclaimed with fervor, presenting the freshly completed radar with both hands, a deep flush of excitement coloring his cheeks. Shaya nodded, accepting the Dragon Ball radar for inspection. It was a detector the size of a bowl, its azure display screen delineating a series of light green squares, each representing a specific area. Notably, the map displayed was not flat, but rather a three-dimensional spherical projection. As his finger glided across the surface, the spherical simulation above would rotate akin to a globe. At the apex of the radar's central axis were two buttons to adjust the detection area. During our research on the Dragon Balls, we discovered that when placed together, they emit a unique coded electromagnetic wave. By capturing this electromagnetic wave, we developed this Dragon Ball radar. However, considering the potential widespread distribution of the Dragon Balls across the planet, we designed the radar display to project a planetary model. The detection results are represented on a three-dimensional spherical simulation, and with a simple flick of the finger, the simulation can change direction, a remarkably user-friendly design. Upon pressing the switch on the Dragon Ball radar, the spherical simulation immediately illuminated with a crystalline glow as the map magnified. The spherical representation became increasingly detailed, ultimately revealing two shining points at the central origin of the void, precisely the two Dragon Balls held by Shaya. Although the radar defaulted the environment to a planetary model despite being in space, this minor flaw was inconsequential. With this detection radar, the speed of collecting Dragon Balls could increase by hundreds or even thousands of times. Shaya pondered silently, thoroughly impressed by the Fidaian's performance. He lavishly praised Dokra. You have done exceptionally well. It is no surprise that you are a technologically advanced civilization. To create the Dragon Ball radar in such a short span is truly commendable. Dokra and the Fidaian people basked in Shaya's accolades, feeling as if they had savored a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Their spirits lifted as the toil of the past days felt worthwhile. Lord Shaya, you are too kind. It is our honor to serve you. Rest assured, I shall remember your contributions. With a smile, Shaya regarded the Fidaian scientists, nodding in acknowledgement before vanishing from the spaceship with a flash of instantaneous movement. On Earth, Shaya reappeared in a vast expanse of rugged terrain. Jagged rocks protruded from the ground like bamboo shoots, forming small hills, while the central boulders gradually weathered in the elements, resulting in unique hollow shapes. Upon arriving on Earth, Shaya eagerly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the button. Immediately, a series of beeping sounds emanated, revealing 7 shining points on the radar's spherical simulator. Notably, at the radar's origin, 2 bright points clustered together. There lies a Dragon Ball, located 500 kilometers to the east. Glancing at the luminous dots displayed on the radar, Shaya soared into the sky. With a swift turn, he vanished into the horizon. The landscape below was a severely eroded plateau, where harsh conditions rendered the ground nearly barren, scarcely suitable for the survival of abundant life. Yet, some resilient beings managed to endure in this desolation. Roar! With a fierce cry, Shaya witnessed a gray dinosaur pursuing a wild dog, its massive form thundering across the ground like a small mountain crashing against the earth, sending tremors rippling through the soil. Such a scene was imbued with untamed primal ferocity. A fleeting glance at the dinosaur left Shaya indifferent, as his priority lay in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Unless hunger struck him, he held no interest in the dinosaur. With a whoosh, Shaya's figure flickered, and he found himself several hundred meters ahead, quickly arriving at a thicket. "IT must be nearby," he mused, surveying his surroundings for potential hiding spots of the Dragon Balls. However, after an extensive search, he found no trace of the coveted orbs. In frustration, he unleashed a blade of wind, slicing through the dead shrubs, and delved deeper into the underbrush. After clearing nearly half the thicket, a glimmer caught his eye amidst the foliage. Eureka! Leaping into the thicket, he discovered an orange-red Dragon Ball nestled between the branches, reflecting the sun's radiance. As he pried open the branches and grasped the Dragon Ball. A closer inspection revealed it to be the one-star Dragon Ball, a successful venture indeed. This marked his third Dragon Ball. Overjoyed, Shaya stored the orb into his dimensional space and activated the Dragon Ball radar to search for the next one. Beep beep, the radar revealed signals for 4 additional Dragon Balls. The nearest orb was over 1,000 kilometers away, but with his instantaneous movement ability, Shaya arrived in the blink of an eye. A tranquil mountain village awaited him. Caw! Crows cawed from the branches, flapping past in a flurry. The small village lay ensconced among towering peaks, and due to its lower elevation, a veil of mist lingered in the shaded areas. While a gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a refreshing coolness that soon dampened his hair tips. The search for the 4th Dragon Ball proved remarkably fruitful, as Shaya discovered a 6-star ball nestled within a bird's nest. Arranging the 4 Dragon Balls together, their golden glow flickered rhythmically, reminiscent of stars twinkling in a clear night sky. A truly enchanting sight. There was a Dragon Ball with Master Roshi, slapping his forehead. Shaya suddenly realized that in the original tale, Bulma and Goku's first quest for the Dragon Balls involved trading with Master Roshi to obtain a 3-star ball. Having let this detail slip from memory over the years, he now retrieved his Dragon Ball radar, contemplating a visit to Roshi's abode to reclaim the Dragon Ball hung around his neck. That I recommend my other 2 books. The first is a completed work titled Metamorphosis, Cycle of Realms. It is an intellectually stimulating science fiction novel involving time machines and alternate timelines. Synopsis: the protagonist, Su Yuan, unexpectedly transforms into a girl overnight, struggling to adapt to her new identity. However, just as life begins to settle, an even greater upheaval arises when Su Yuan and her companions discover a special signal emanating from an emerald gem she wears. Their decoding efforts lead to the formulation of time-space theory. Just as they prepare to create a time machine, unforeseen events transpire. At a critical juncture, Su Yuan realizes she possesses the ability to briefly reverse time to save those around her. She repeatedly utilizes this power to rewind time and traverse various timelines. Yet the stubbornness of history often leads to disappointment. It isn't until she returns to her hometown that she discovers a time machine hidden in her basement. This book features a cohesive narrative, emphasizing plot details with the first few 100,000 words serving as groundwork, transitioning into the main storyline, and ultimately concluding in a seamless manner. Note: Metamorphosis, Cycle of Realms has recently been released from the editing process, with adjustments made to approximately 100 chapters, condensing the total length by 30 to 40,000 words. Thus, it is best to read it on the starting platform. The second book is an ongoing science fiction work titled Superspace Civilization. It is a hard science fiction narrative that emphasizes the objective development of physics, and I personally believe it qualifies as hard science fiction. Synopsis: Earth is not the only planet harboring life. The universe is home to numerous planets that have birthed intelligent beings in the hierarchy of civilizations. Earth is merely a newly emerged second-tier civilization. One day, graduate student Zhou Chun from the Chinese Academy of Sciences acquires a dilapidated fleet from outer space and becomes its new commander. However, he soon learns that the solar system has been exposed to the jaws of a savage, third-tier civilization, which is advancing toward Earth to ensure the continuation of civilization. Zhou Chun must lead a group away from Earth in search of hope for humanity's survival in the vast cosmos. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Within the colossal flagship, Commander Gana gazed at the virtual screen displaying a yellow dwarf star, smiling with ease. The 55878 star system is finally within reach. Commander, the 55,878 star system was still in the primitive civilization stage 1,000 years ago. Even with the technological explosion, it remains a low-level civilization. The civilizations of the 55,878 star system are destined to become our vassals. Chapter 68. Wishing upon the Dragon. Resolute in his decision, Shaya ascended into the skies once more, heading toward his next target. With the aid of an advanced Dragon Ball radar, he swiftly located the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls within a primordial forest and a desert. Respectively, the orb discovered in the desert was the 7-star ball found in the castle of the Ox King in the original tale. Upon gathering 6 Dragon Balls, Shaya promptly set his course toward the location of the final orb. According to the original narrative, Master Roshi's abode was not far from the small island city where Shaya had previously encountered Master Mateto, accessible by speedboat. Thus, with a whoosh, a fleeting shimmer enveloped him, and Shaya materialized thousands of kilometers away over the vast ocean. The azure waters roiled with magnificent waves, and as he checked his Dragon Ball radar to confirm his position, he flew toward Master Roshi's house. Soon, a black speck appeared on the horizon, revealing a small island swaying upon the ocean surface. As he drew closer, he discerned that the island spanned merely over 100 square meters, featuring nothing more than a quaint pink house and a handful of coconut trees. At last, he had located Master Roshi's abode. A smile spread across Shaya's face as he beheld the outline of the island ahead. With a whoosh, he accelerated toward Kame House. On Kame House, the sea breeze wafted gently, and seabirds chirped melodiously. The warm sunlight bathed the surroundings, creating a cozy ambience. Sunlight dappled the ground beneath the coconut trees, resembling stardust from the sun. Master Roshi, donned in sunglasses, reclined in a sun chair, basking in the warmth while blissfully dozing, a Riscom magazine clutched in his relaxed hand. What a delightful scene! Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, raising sand and obscuring visibility, while the coconut trees swayed perilously in the tempest. What is happening? Such a strong sea breeze. Master Roshi jolted awake from his nap, squinting at the sight of the island being ravaged by the wind. After a few moments of observation, he shrugged it off. Returning to his slumber, such winds were far too common on the ocean to warrant concern. Not until evening did Master Roshi notice that the crystal ball he had worn around his neck had vanished, leaving only a frayed string behind. Where could it have gone? Pondering the matter, he realized he could not recall, and thus he dismissed the thought. Yet, having worn the crystal ball for over a century, its sudden absence left him with a sense of loss. Several kilometers away from Kame House, on a desolate island, Shaya placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. As they touched, they instantly radiated golden light, each flicker accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a dragon's gentle murmur. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Dragon Balls pulsed rhythmically, their radiant glow igniting a wave of exhilaration within Shaya. Though 11 years had passed since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world, this was his first time summoning the mighty dragon. Come forth, Shinron! Shaya took a deep breath and called out to the Dragon Balls, then patiently awaited their response to in the original tale. Summoning Shinron seemed to involve such a straightforward shout, albeit somewhat juvenile, yet undeniably effective. Indeed, as Shaya uttered a call, the 7 Dragon Balls began to shimmer with an increasingly frantic cadence, their brilliance intensifying with urgency. Soon, a vast expanse of dark clouds drifted across the horizon, swiftly shrouding the entire sky and plunging the surroundings into a terrifying abyss of darkness. Thunder rumbled ominously within the gloom, while golden lightning streaked through the blackened clouds like wrathful, celestial dragons, piercing downward with ferocity. The cacophony of thunderclaps reverberated deafeningly, as though heralding the apocalypse. The golden radiance of the Dragon Balls grew ever larger and more resplendent, harmonizing with the flashes of lightning above. The divine dragon was about to emerge, containing the surge of excitement within him. Shaya fixed his gaze unwaveringly, recalling the majestic moments he had only witnessed in animations, and finding them equally awe-inspiring in reality. With a resounding roar, the dragon's voice echoed that a torrent of golden light surged forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, spiraling upward into the heavens, merging with the celestial lightning, and a tremendous dragon's roar resounded through the firmament. In the sky, the verdant dragon circled amidst the dark clouds, finally fixing its glowing red eyes upon the ground below. "Human, state your wish. I can grant you any desire," Shaya, steadying his emotions, replied. "Dragon, I possess a list of Saiyans. My wish is to transfer all the Saiyans on this list to Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy when Planet Vegeta meets its demise." As he spoke, Shaya raised a tome high above his head, eagerly anticipating the dragon's response. This list contained the names of over 10,000 Saiyans, a culmination of considerable effort from Adili and his companions. Each individual listed had been deemed worthy of evacuation to Red Mountain Star after thorough deliberation, yet they had been unable to depart for various reasons, should all these Saiyans attempt to evacuate at the last moment. Even Shaya's formidable abilities would prove insufficient for a single mass exodus. Thus, it was imperative to leverage the power of the Earth's Dragon Balls. Of course, the die-hard loyalists of King Vegeta and the admirers of Frieza were naturally excluded from this list, effectively ruling out the majority of the Saiyan populace on Planet Vegeta. What remained were merely a few thousand individuals who wavered in allegiance or possessed contentious dispositions, ultimately narrowing it down to a mere 12,000 souls. Given the significance of preserving the lineage of Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, Shaya regarded this matter with the utmost seriousness, awaiting the dragon's reply in silence. However, the dragon hovered in the air, silent for a prolonged duration, and just as Shaya began to lose hope in the realization of his wish, the dragon finally spoke. Its booming voice resonated through the sky. "Human, as your wish pertains to future events, I cannot fulfill it immediately. However, I can bestow the power of the Dragon Balls upon those Saiyans. When Planet Vegeta meets its end, this power shall activate automatically. Yet, this is limited to those who are alive. If any Saiyans listed have perished by the time of Planet Vegeta's destruction, the power of the Dragon Balls shall not be triggered." The dragon's response aligned perfectly with Shaya's intent, prompting him to exclaim, "Dragon, please grant my wish." "Exceedingly simple," the resounding voice proclaimed, and the dragon's eyes glowed with crimson light. Shaya understood that the dragon was now manifesting the power of the Dragon Balls, and the ultimate number of individuals reaching Red Mountain Star would depend on their survival until the destruction of Planet Vegeta. "Human, your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the dragon's spiraling form transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which began to rotate in the sky before preparing to disperse across the world. At that moment, Shaya, who had been well prepared, leaped high into the air, activating his spatial abilities to catch the soon-to-flee Dragon Balls. The 2-star, 4-star, 3-star, and 7-star orbs. Upon inspection, he discovered that these 4 Dragon Balls had transformed into white stones, destined to revert back to their original forms after a year. Unfazed, Shaya chuckled softly, effortlessly creating a portal in mid-air to cast the Dragon Stone fragments inside, intending to return the Dragon Balls to Goku and his companions at a later time. With the primary mission on Earth successfully accomplished, Shaya felt a surge of elation, subsequently exploring the diverse landscapes of Earth and procuring a substantial supply of food before finally departing. Chapter 69. King Vegeta on Planet Vegeta. Within the royal palace, a splendid hall illuminated by vibrant lights unfolded. The ivory-colored, pristine stone walls bore no embellishments. Under the glow of the lights, a pattern of alternating horizontal and vertical masonry emerged, exuding a bold and grand style that conveyed a sense of formidable might rather than chaos. The Saiyans, a warrior race, scorned triviality and pretentiousness, thriving in such an imposing atmosphere, in the palace hall. A crimson carpet stretched forward, extending from the grand entrance to the throne. Ascending several steps above the hall, King Vegeta sat resplendently in a dark red ornate battle suit, one hand propping his head against the armrest of the throne. Eyes closed in contemplative thought, the chest plate gleamed like white jade, faintly shimmering with flowing light, radiating an air of opulence. Suddenly, King Vegeta opened his eyes and summoned his aide nearby, inquiring, "Pudel, how is our personnel preparation progressing?" The aide, a robust, bald scion and high-ranking warrior responsible for all matters within the palace, replied, "My king, we have gathered over 200,000 Saiyans, all responding to your call, willing to confront that scoundrel Frieza in a fight to the death." Pudel's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, his voice barely containing his excitement. "Only 200,000 Saiyans. That is far too few. Have the others forgotten the pride of the Saiyan race? Frieza is not a foe to be trifled with. Look at the remnants of the peoples who once followed him." King Vegeta exclaimed, rising abruptly, his tone laced with fury and dissatisfaction, his dark brown hair standing tall, a wave of overwhelming power sweeping through the entire palace. Though ambitious, King Vegeta was deeply devoted to the Saiyan race, and he was loath to witness their decline in the past. During the fierce battle against the Zafoorans, the Saiyans had seized control of Planet Vegeta. Yet the process of rebuilding faced immense challenges. It was during this tumultuous time that Frieza's forces emerged, attempting to recruit the Saiyans. In retrospect, accepting Frieza's employment had proven to be a colossal mistake. King Vegeta had sensed for many years that Frieza's surveillance over the Saiyan race was steadily intensifying, a notion that he deemed an affront. As a warrior race, the Saiyans could accept death on the battlefield, but could not tolerate being treated like livestock. Thus, King Vegeta had long begun to amass strength, awaiting the moment to confront Frieza. However, many within the Saiyan clan failed to comprehend his intentions, and a significant number even harbored admiration for Frieza, a sentiment that King Vegeta could not abide. He might tolerate their neutrality in the rebellion, but he would not permit them to side with the enemy. Once King Vegeta's rebellion succeeded, those who had wavered would need to be dealt with. "Is there anything else?" he asked. "My king, my subordinates have recently discovered that someone is secretly plotting something." Pudel perused the documents in his hand. Despite his robust physique, his mind was astute, quickly identifying the subtle movements of Adili and his associates. "Another matter?" King Vegeta's gaze sharpened. "Pudel, investigate this thoroughly." "Yes." Pudel responded with a firm posture before turning to exit the palace. In the opulent hall, only King Vegeta remained seated upon the throne, eyes closed, lost in thought. Days later, Pudel returned to the palace, holding a substantial list of missing persons. My king, the investigation is complete. These are the Saiyans who have inexplicably vanished from Planet Vegeta over the past few months. They appear to have left the planet. Oh, they managed to disappear from Planet Vegeta without a trace. Did the Tazians not notice? King Vegeta's eyes suddenly sparkled with a knowing glint, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The Tazians controlled the transportation to and from Planet Vegeta. All vessels departing the planet left records in their possession. King Vegeta had long harbored discontent towards the Tazians. Had it not been for the need to avoid Frieza's suspicion, they would have long since met their demise on Planet Vegeta. "They do not seem to have left by spacecraft," Pudel remarked, perplexed. "If they did not use vessels, how did they manage to depart Planet Vegeta?" "What sort of individuals were among those who left?" "Primarily low-level warriors, with around 100 intermediate warriors and only 5 or 6 high-ranking warriors among them." "Only these worthless individuals?" King Vegeta perused the list, and an expression of disdainful derision immediately appeared on his face as he incinerated the documents with an energy wave. "Forget them for now. Let us erase these names from the Saiyan lineage. They are unworthy of being called Saiyans. Our primary focus should be on accumulating power. It would be unwise to stir unnecessary complications. We shall address these individuals after the confrontation with Frieza." Pudar, witnessing King Vegeta's destruction of a list, felt perplexed by the king's thoughts, hesitating to speak several times. Logically, such treasonous intentions should have been dealt with promptly. Yet, King Vegeta chose not to do so. Rather, he opted to expunge their existence from the Saiyan roster. Perhaps, in the depths of King Vegeta's mind, he sought to leave a glimmer of hope for the Saiyan race, should he succeed in rebelling against Frieza. Those Saiyans who had departed from Planet Vegeta would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, if he failed, those individuals might represent the last flicker of hope for the Saiyan people. Yet, this hope rested upon a handful of feeble low-class and mid-class warriors. An approach that seemed akin to grasping at straws. 4 months later, on a bustling street of Planet Vegeta, throngs of people moved incessantly, each Saiyan clad in simple battle attire, carrying bags filled with various provisions. The shops lining the street were run by peculiar extraterrestrials, as Saiyans were generally ill-suited for commerce beyond combat. But on this day, Shaya ventured alone into the marketplace, traversing from the eastern end of the street to the west. Purchasing only a few essential garments. Passing by a jewelry store, it struck Shaya that Saiyan seemed to lack any adornments. Perhaps he should buy her a few trinkets, after casting a few glances at the display. He stepped inside. The store showcased an array of earrings, pendants, and other accessories, including belts and brooches. Shaya wandered through, unsure of what Saiyan would prefer, eventually settling on a selection of aesthetically pleasing ribbons, pendants, and bracelets. After all, Shaya still possessed a considerable amount of task points. If he didn't use them now, they would be worthless once Planet Vegeta met its demise, as he prepared to pay for the jewelry. The enthusiastic shopkeeper, an extraterrestrial, approached him, meticulously placing each piece into exquisite little boxes, adorned with silk ribbons. I hope Saiyan will cherish these gifts. Shaya chuckled softly as he collected his purchases. Not long after exiting the store, he spotted a small figure swaying towards him, clutching what resembled a candied hawthorn stick. Chapter 70. The God of Destruction. Beerus, is that her? Upon recognizing the approaching figure, Shaya paused momentarily, his eyes narrowing slightly. The one wobbling towards him was none other than Myers, Edry's student. Observing her closely, Shaya noted that Myers' aura had remarkably surged to nearly 850 in battle power. Oh my, this is quite extraordinary. A child of such tender years possessing such formidable strength. No wonder she has always been so haughty. If memory serves, Edry's pupil was not even 5 years old yet. TSK. Such power is exceedingly rare among high-class warriors. It is said that when Planet Vegeta was destroyed, Vegeta was already capable of contending with the bioandroids that Myers' potential likely rivals that of Vegeta himself. Among her peers, only Vegeta could surpass her. Fortunately, Myers was a girl. Had she been male, she would undoubtedly not be able to maintain such a carefree demeanor. However, individuals with such potential as Myers were undoubtedly already on King Vegeta's training roster. Shaya smiled nonchalantly, as this matter was of no concern to him, and turned to leave. Yet, Myers had already spotted him through the crowd and waved enthusiastically. Shaya feigned ignorance and began to walk in the opposite direction. That guy is actually ignoring me. Myers' delicate brows furrowed slightly, her cheeks puffing up in dissatisfaction as she stomped over to block Shaya's path, her striking eyes glaring at him. You, how dare you pretend you didn't see me? Do you even know who I am? Ah, is this not Lady Myers? I am in a hurry to return. So could you kindly step aside? You, Shaya's dismissive demeanor infuriated Myers. She grasped his sleeve firmly, her small face serious. Let me tell you, if you weren't Edry's nephew, I wouldn't bother with you at all. With that, Myers raised her chin proudly, as if to imply that Shaya ought to be grateful for her attention. Indeed, I am most grateful for Lady Myers' consideration. I shall forever remember your kindness. Shaya, startled by her unexpected air of superiority, found it rather amusing. Reflexively, he reached out to pat her head, but upon seeing her puffed cheeks, he retracted his hand, chuckling softly. After all, she was merely a child under 5. Shaya had no desire to engage in a dispute with her. He indulged her small vanity with a few words before attempting to depart. However, at that moment, a purple figure emerged from the crowd. It was a slender, purple-skinned being, emaciated as if it had just risen from a grave, with prominent eye bags and clad in an attire reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh. Given the diverse array of extraterrestrials on Planet Vegeta, the peculiar garb of this purple entity did not raise much alarm among the onlookers. Yet upon catching sight of this being, Shaya felt an icy chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. The God of Destruction, Beerus. How could he be on Planet Vegeta? Shaya gasped. utterly astonished to encounter the presence of Beerus here. He was a deity known for his capricious temper. In the Dragon Ball universe, there were countless hidden deities, but none stood atop the cosmic hierarchy quite like Beerus, truly a force to be reckoned with. Should he be provoked, a mere flick of his finger could obliterate Planet Vegeta from existence. Beerus level. Destruction and creation were but a fleeting thought. The so-called indifference of heaven and earth towards all beings rendered the concepts of good and evil trivial. Their duty was merely to maintain the balance of the universe without favoritism. Destruction, when necessary, would be executed without mercy. The realm of destruction surpassed mortal comprehension. The moral judgments of humanity bore no significance to him. They operated under the cosmic laws, and the distinctions of good and evil were mere trivialities in their eyes, left to the realm of the underworld to adjudicate. However, Shaya felt a slight alleviation, as thus far it seemed no Saiyans had incurred Beerus' displeasure. As if sensing Shaya's gaze, Beerus' golden eyes turned towards him, and upon noticing Shaya and Myers, a hint of curiosity flickered across his lips. The power levels of life forms in the universe were generally low, and beings of Shaya's caliber were quite rare. Though he had concealed his power, in the eyes of a being like Beerus, such restraint was meaningless. How intriguing! I did not expect to find someone who has cultivated to this level among these wild monkeys. With that, Beerus approached Shaya and Myers. The god of destruction was coming closer. Shaya felt a wave of despair wash over him. What sin had he committed to warrant this encounter with such a formidable deity? Having merely ventured out to procure a few items, he now found himself face to face with a being of such immense power. Under Beerus' imposing presence, Shaya found himself unable to muster any means of defense. As if the very space around him had solidified, Beerus stood before him, propping his chin on his hand, circling around him as if examining a fine piece of art. "Young man, your skills are quite remarkable. You even know how to conceal your energy, unlike those brutish monkeys who only know how to squander their power without a hint of restraint." In the eyes of the god of destruction, the Saiyans' blatant display of energy was akin to shining a spotlight in the night. Visible from far away, a clear mark of their lack of refinement. "Thank you, Lord Beerus, for your kind words," Shaya blurted out, immediately regretting his choice of words. How could he have spoken Beerus' name so casually? Beerus' eyes lit up with interest. "You know my name?" "Indeed, I came across your likeness in an ancient temple on a distant planet during a mission." Shaya hastily fabricated a tale, attributing Beerus' existence to a fictional temple that, quite impressive. Beerus nodded, his mood remarkably buoyant. Although a deity of his stature seldom made public appearances, it was conceivable that his name was known and his likeness revered. "Hey Shaya, what on earth is that strange creature? You seem quite frightened of it." A youthful voice rang out, shattering the atmosphere with its innocence. Shaya's heart skipped a beat, his pulse quickening as trepidation gripped him. Chapter 71. A chill of dread. Peculiar being, do you wish for your planet to vanish from the cosmos? Beerus's expression darkened, shrouding his countenance in clouds of discontent. His voice, frigid and devoid of emotion, sent shivers down Shaya's spine. "Oh dear, my lady, must you complicate matters further?" Shaya felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his hairs standing on end, as he contemplated the terrifying power of the god of destruction. If he desired to obliterate a planet, it would be as simple as a snap of his fingers. In that moment, Shaya would scarcely have time to rescue Shieling and the others with his instant transmission. He swiftly covered Myers' mouth, refusing to relent despite her struggles, repeatedly apologizing to Beerus. "Lord Beerus, please disregard the words of a child." Beerus's demeanor remained stern, his golden eyes glaring with an intensity that caused the temperature around them to plummet. "Young one, since you are aware of my name, you should also comprehend the ways of a god of destruction. Insult a deity is an unforgivable offense. It is best for both you and this planet to disappear from the universe." As he spoke, a flicker of light glimmered at his fingertip, and a small purple energy sphere materialized, encircled by shimmering rings of light that twirled around it. This was a super energy sphere capable of annihilating the entirety of Planet Vegeta. Upon witnessing the diminutive purple orb, Shaya's pupils constricted in alarm. The god of destruction was genuinely prepared to obliterate Planet Vegeta. His mind raced, frantically devising strategies to dissuade Beerus from his destructive intent. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. If he could appeal to Beerus's well-known love for gourmet food, perhaps he could placate the deity and spare the planet. Without hesitation, Shaya opened a dimensional space and retrieved steaming platters of delectable dishes he had brought from Earth. "Lord Beerus, these are some culinary delights from my collection. I hope you find them to your liking." Is that supernatural ability? Beerus recognized Shaya's tactic, yet having lived for countless years, he had encountered many who wielded such powers. And Shaya's abilities hardly piqued his interest. However, the enticing aroma wafting from the dishes did begin to warm his countenance. They appeared remarkably appetizing. Dismissing the energy sphere, Beerus curiously pointed at the food. The delightful fragrance igniting his appetite that he quickly devoured a plate, the exquisite flavors tantalizing his taste buds. "Ha! This is divine! We shall not enjoy such exquisite cuisine." In a matter of moments, he had consumed several dishes, patting his stomach in satisfaction as he cast a glance of approval at Shaya. "Young man, what is your name?" "Lord Beerus. I am called Shaya." Beerus nodded, remarking, "On account of you and these delightful dishes, I shall spare this planet for now. You should be grateful, for the mercy of a god of destruction is a rare occurrence." "Thank you, Lord Beerus," Shaya exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he respectfully bid farewell to the deity. It was only after Beerus had vanished from sight that Shaya exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing with dismay that his back had become drenched in sweat. This was his first encounter with a being of such divine caliber, and the pressure had been overwhelming. He had genuinely feared for his life. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the passers-by exhibited no signs of disturbance, as if they had not witnessed the preceding events at all. Had the god of destruction cloaked their senses? A chill ran down Shaya's spine as he gained a deeper understanding of Beerus's formidable power. "Who was that just now? You seemed quite terrified." Myers's inquiry jolted him from his reverie. Glancing at the instigator of the near catastrophe, Shaya felt an eruption of anger as he seized Myers by the collar and dragged her into a narrow alleyway. "What do you intend to do? Are you seeking your own demise?" Myers shouted indignantly, her candy skewers falling to the ground due to Shaya's grip. "What do you think you're doing? Do you realize that your reckless words nearly cost Planet Vegeta its existence?" Shaya was unconcerned with the fate of the planet itself. His primary concern was the peril it posed to Shilling and the others, which filled him with dread. Children lacking manners deserve a lesson. Without further ado, he hoisted Myers over his knee, grasped her tail, and began to deliver a series of spanks. The sound echoed sharply as Myers, taken aback, realized she had never before faced such discipline. She struggled in vain against Shaya, her meager combat prowess rendered useless. After administering several swats, he finally set her down. You actually struck me," Myers exclaimed, clutching her sore bottom, her eyes brimming with tears as she began to wail. As a prodigious warrior, the humiliation of being spanked was unbearable, and her frustration only deepened her sorrow. "Who exactly is this Shaya? He is merely an intermediate warrior, 7 years my senior, yet I am utterly powerless against him." As Myers wept, clarity began to dawn upon her. Shaya was no ordinary Saiyan. His strength far surpassed that of typical intermediate warriors, and her combat power was nearing 850, observing the torrent of tears streaming down Myers's face. Shaya pondered whether he had been too harsh, acknowledging that she was, after all, just a child of less than 5 years. However, recalling the near catastrophe she had almost caused, his resolve hardened. Myers had been exceedingly arrogant, and a lesson was indeed warranted. After what felt like an eternity, Myers's sobs began to subside. "All right, Myers, cease your crying. You must understand that the being you provoked was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction, the most fearsome deity in the universe. With a mere flick of his finger, he could erase Planet Vegeta from existence. You may very well be the first to anger a god of destruction and still live to tell the tale." Beerus, the god of destruction? Myers's eyes widened, her head tilting in confusion. It was clear that he was an entity far beyond the reach of any Saiyan. Shaya, now more serious, reflected upon the unexpected appearance of Beerus on Planet Vegeta. Chapter 72. Immediate relocation. At that moment, Shaya began to recollect certain details he had previously overlooked. The original narrative mentioned that shortly before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, Beerus had indeed descended upon the planet, coercing King Vegeta into lowering his proud head, a scene that had left an indelible mark on young Vegeta's psyche. However, Shaya had not anticipated that such a fortuitous event would transpire today, owing to Myers's reckless words almost resulting in the premature obliteration of Planet Vegeta. Contemplating the gravity of the situation, Shaya's eyes narrowed. No, as long as the god of destruction remains on Planet Vegeta, it is not safe here. I must take Shieling and the others away at once. Originally, they had planned to depart on the eve of the planet's destruction to avoid drawing attention, but now, for the sake of their lives, he could no longer afford such caution. Myers, he called her name, producing a string of candy from his pocket and placing it into her hands. Accept this as a token of my apology. Now, hurry home. Without waiting for her response, he hurried out of the alley and into the crowd, quickly disappearing from view. Myers stood bewildered in the alley, watching as Shaya vanished among the throngs. It was only after he was gone that she finally comprehended the situation. Ah, the fellow audaciously touched his sore backside, the stinging sensation still lingering. Mel's bit her thumb, feeling increasingly aggrieved as she angrily stamped her feet. Then she glanced at the candy in her hand, teasingly licking it twice. Its sweetness suddenly brightened her eyes, and she began to savor it with delight. Delicious. The sugary flavor tantalized her taste buds, and Mel's focused on eating. Her mood instantly lifted. However, she would not forget the insufferable Shaya. With her vengeful disposition, she was determined to settle the score in the residential area. Shaya hurriedly returned home, and, upon seeing Edri and Rebecca, urgently inquired, "Uncle Edri, is Sailing at home? That girl is resting inside." "What is the matter?" Edri, surprised by Shaya's urgency, asked. "There's no time to explain. Uncle Edri, you must immediately notify Uncle Baruch and the others. We need to leave Planet Vegeta at once." "Understood. I will contact them right away." Edri realized that something significant must have occurred. Otherwise, Shaya wouldn't be so frantic even in the face of Frieza. His expression turned serious. Shaya nodded and headed straight for Sailing's room, pushing the door open without knocking. Inside, Sailing lay languidly in bed, covered only by a thin sheet. Without hesitation, Shaya scooped her up along with the bedding. "Hey, what are you doing?" Sailing exclaimed, startled awake. "Don't make a fuss. We'll talk once we leave." Shaya's stern demeanor silenced her, and she followed him into the living room. Filled with confusion, I could see that moment. Edri set down the communicator, glancing at his daughter, still wrapped in a blanket, and remarked, "I've already informed Baruch that they should wait at home." "All right, let us go," Shaya affirmed, nodding before preparing to teleport. In the next instant, their surroundings shifted, and the four appeared on the desolate planet on the barren world. The sky was a dim yellow, and the air was chillingly cold. 7 towering spires stood resolutely like unyielding sentinels against the elements, their surfaces weathered and worn. "Uncle Edri, you all stay in the gravity training room while I go fetch the others," Shaya instructed before promptly teleporting away. Watching Shaya's urgent demeanor, Sailing queried, "What on earth has happened? Why is Shaya in such a hurry? Did Frieza attack Planet Vegeta?" After years together, she had never seen Shaya in such disarray. In her mind, he was always calm and collected, a figure of invincibility. What could possibly rattle him so? The only plausible explanation was that Frieza was indeed launching an assault on Planet Vegeta. Edri shook his head, clenching his fist with a grave expression as he stared in the direction of Planet Vegeta. Could it truly be Frieza's doing? "Sailing, you should change your clothes in the gravity training room." Rebecca interjected, unable to overlook her daughter wrapped in a blanket. Although Saiyans were generally carefree about appearances, Sailing was no longer a child. Fortunately, when the Fida people constructed the gravity training room, they made it exceptionally luxurious. Beyond the training area, there were dining, washing, and living quarters, all stocked with daily necessities. Sailing glanced at herself and, with a small "oh," hurried into the gravity room to change. Shortly thereafter, Baruch, Parati, Lisa, Alice, and others were teleported in, followed by members of Shaya's team like Shakta, Atasia, and Jelen. When Shaya had initially planned to relocate to Red Mountain Star, he had informed his team of the truth, and they had looked at him with admiration. As if invigorated, "Captain, what is going on? Is Frieza really about to make a move?" Shakta asked, his handsome features stiffening with concern. "Yes, why the rush to bring us here? What has happened?" Baruch and the other Saiyans inquired. Shaya shook his head, gathering his thoughts before speaking. "It's not that Frieza is attacking Planet Vegeta. It's just that staying there has become more perilous." "What do you mean?" Edri's brow furrowed. If Frieza was assaulting Planet Vegeta, then logically, they should be able to handle whatever was happening with their current strength. Why would Shaya say it was more dangerous to remain there? Was there another unforeseen event? Taking a deep breath, Shaya exhaled a cloud of frustration. "If it were merely Frieza, I could still evacuate you all even if the planet were to be destroyed. But do you know whom I saw on Planet Vegeta just now? The god of destruction, Beerus. That deity appeared on Planet Vegeta." Recalling the moment he nearly brushed shoulders with death, Shaya felt a pang of nostalgia. He realized he was fortunate that Beerus had an almost obsessive fondness for food. Otherwise, he would not have survived in the presence of the god of destruction. His powers felt as if they had been frozen, unable to manifest. Beerus, the god of destruction? Edri pondered, furrowing his brow. Despite his vast experience, he had never heard of such a name. He turned to Baruch and the others, who similarly shook their heads in confusion. At this point, the younger members like Shakta and Atasia remained silent. Seeing that they were unaware of the title of the god of destruction, Shaya understood their inability to grasp his concerns. Beerus had been in slumber for so long that few in the universe knew of his name. Sighing, he explained, "The god of destruction, Beerus, is an ancient deity, perhaps the most powerful being in the universe. Frieza's strength pales in comparison to that of a god of destruction, like a firefly competing with the moon. There is simply no comparison. Even if Frieza were 1,000 times stronger, Beerus could eliminate him with just a flick of his finger." "So powerful?" Silent gasped, her mouth agape. "Yes, a mere sneeze from him could obliterate Planet Vegeta," Shaya lamented. Even if Frieza's power were 1,000-fold, he would only reach the level of Majin Buu, while Beerus could effortlessly dispatch him with a single finger. One sneeze could destroy Planet Vegeta. Even if Frieza were to grow 1,000 times stronger, he'd still be easily killed by him. As Shaya's words sunk in, Edri and the others gasped in shock, their expressions turning pale in their eyes. Frieza's power was already insurmountable, and now a god of destruction had emerged, one capable of effortlessly dispatching Frieza even at his peak. My goodness, have I truly fallen behind? Or has the world changed too rapidly? In the past, a battle power of several thousand could dominate. Now, it seems as feeble as an ant. Isn't the god of destruction a deity? Why should you worry about him destroying Planet Vegeta? Atasia inquired, articulating the question on everyone's mind. Shaya shook his head. While Beerus is indeed a deity, he is the embodiment of destruction and annihilation. His duty is to obliterate, should anything displease him. He can unceremoniously destroy an entire planet. That's how capricious a god of destruction can be. Upon hearing Shaya's explanation, everyone fell silent. According to his account, remaining on Planet Vegeta was indeed perilously reckless. If Beerus were to take offense, they would all be doomed. They also realized how trivial their powers seemed in the eyes of true masters. What was there to be proud of? Look at how effortlessly they could destroy planets and galaxies. While they were still bickering over a mere planet, the comparison starkly highlighted their shortcomings. Despite Edri and the others possessing combat powers exceeding 10,000, they could still thrive in the universe. As beings like Frieza were exceedingly rare, and those like Beerus were beyond measure. Even young ones like Shakta could live well if they were cautious. After all, didn't Raditz, with just over 1,000 in battle power, swagger in when he first appeared? He had traversed the universe and surely encountered other life forms. Observing his brazen demeanor, it becomes evident that the overall strength of other life forms in the universe is indeed quite feeble. You shall reside on this desolate planet for the time being. Should Planet Vegeta remain intact after a few days, you may return then, by which time Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, should have departed. Alas, there is little else to be done. Adeli, with a resigned nod, acknowledged the circumstances. One must yield to the situation at hand that on Planet Vegeta, Lord Beerus strolled leisurely down the bustling streets, for aside from his destructive duties, his two greatest pleasures were slumber and the pursuit of delectable cuisine. Awakening from his slumber, Beerus discreetly ventured to the lower realms, carelessly wreaking havoc across the galaxy, obliterating any displeasing planets along the way, and finally arriving at Planet Vegeta. Here, he encountered a dish that tantalized his palate, for without it, he might have been compelled to annihilate the planet once more. Just moments ago, he had the fortune of meeting an intriguing Saiyan, from whom he procured a morsel of exquisite food. Beerus swore he had not savored such delight in 100 million years, perhaps even 300 million. What a marvelous flavor! Licking his lips. The lingering aroma of the delicacy left him yearning for more. In light of that young lad's kindness, perhaps today, Lord Beerus would show a modicum of mercy. With his hands clasped behind his back, Beerus ambled through the streets when suddenly a thought struck him. If that small Saiyan possessed such delightful fare, the ruler of this planet must surely be of considerable caliber. With this newfound target in mind, his previously languid spirit was invigorated. First, he must locate the royal palace. It is there that greater culinary treasures await. With that, Beerus ascended into the air, the golden gleam in his eyes shining brightly as he soared toward the palace. In a different dimension, at the end of a lengthy serpentine path, lay a vast expanse of tranquil space, suffused with a sacred and serene aura, beneath a sky adorned with pale yellow clouds. Below, a diminutive planet housed the North Kai, who governed the entirety of the North Galaxy. On the Kai's planet, the North Kai lay prostrate on a patch of grass, his demeanor akin to that of an ant on a hot stove. His lips pale and quivering. Oh dear, Lord Beerus has appeared on Planet Vegeta. If those Saiyans provoke his wrath, my North Galaxy shall surely suffer. The North Kai exclaimed in a fit of panic, recalling the time when his once mighty planet was shattered by the god of destruction due to a mere incident below. He fervently prayed, clasping his hands together, hoping not to witness his already diminished realm face obliteration once more. Should that occur, his once great reputation would be irreparably tarnished, leaving him unable to face the other Kais. The North Kai, with his rotund figure still pressed to the ground, cautiously observed the happenings on Planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a piercing glint of cold light emanated from the direction of the planet, locking onto his gaze, as if that chilling brilliance had penetrated his very soul. With a cry of alarm, the North Kai sprang upright, his face etched with terror. What a calamity, discovered by Lord Beerus. May he spare me from coming to my realm. The North Kai's complexion was ghostly pallid, his body trembling uncontrollably. In a frenzy, he scurried into the lowly abode on his planet. Lamenting, I vow to never observe the mortal realm again until Lord Beerus departs from the North Galaxy. Chapter 74. I do not wish to witness Planet Vegeta within a training chamber of the royal palace on Planet Vegeta. Shrouded in darkness, 2 or 3 bio-warriors surrounded a diminutive figure at the center, hesitating to strike. These bio-warriors were crafted using the highest technology, each boasting combat power exceeding 1,000. Yet the figure at the center appeared to be a mere child, a scion of no more than 5 years. Yet even so, an instinctual fear gripped the bio-warriors. Humph, the small scion scoffed, adjusting his stance in preparation for an attack. In an instant he accelerated, leaving behind phantoms in his wake, and a brilliant flash erupted, filling the training chamber with a radiant energy that seemed boundless. Following a resounding boom, smoke enveloped the area as the haze gradually dissipated. Only the proud little scion remained standing, pathetic, casting a disdainful glance at the charred bio-warriors sprawled in the crater. The young scion's voice was cold and indifferent. He donned his cloak and exited the training chamber. Once he departed, a fellow scion tasked with clearing the debris remarked on the uneven ground, reflecting, Prince Vegeta is truly remarkable. Even at such a tender age, he can vanquish bio-warriors. He is destined to be an exceptional ruler. Indeed, under the leadership of King Vegeta and Prince Vegeta, our Saiyan race shall grow ever more formidable. Another middle-aged Saiyan gazed longingly in the direction Vegeta had vanished, replying with admiration that on Planet Vegeta, the distinction between the strong and the weak was stark. Those of middling talent, like themselves, could only engage in menial tasks. The advancement of the Saiyan race required prodigies akin to Prince Vegeta. In the palace corridor, Vegeta strode forward with a composed expression. Although his combat power had surpassed 1,000 points, he felt no sense of fulfillment until that moment. Several guards rushed past, laden with large platters of food. Curiosity piqued, Vegeta halted one of the guards. "What is the urgency? Whom are these provisions for?" he inquired, perplexed. The guard, drenched in sweat, replied, "A peculiar guest has just arrived at the palace. These delicacies are to be delivered on the king's orders. Your Highness, please allow me to pass. The guest is growing impatient." Releasing his grip, Vegeta watched the guard hasten away, a sense of confusion clouding his thoughts. Just who is this guest, and why has my father arranged such an abundance of provisions? As he contemplated, Vegeta made his way toward the inner sanctum of the palace. Upon reaching the hall, a voice of vitriol echoed from within, distinctly unfamiliar to him. "You dare present this garbage to me? King Vegeta, be advised that the price for trifling with the god of destruction is one you cannot afford." Lord Beerus's tone was both commanding and frigid. "I would never dare deceive you. My lord, this is indeed the most exquisite fare available on Planet Vegeta." King Vegeta's voice trembled, his hands pressed to the ground as he prostrated himself, his expression a mask of distress at a man of great pride. King Vegeta was akin to his son in that regard. Yet before Beerus, he could only bow his head in submission, seeking to appease the deity. For should Beerus's temper flare, the entire planet Vegeta might vanish from existence. Beerus planted a foot upon King Vegeta's head, idly digging at his ear before blowing on his fingers, displaying his impatience. Frankly, the offerings prepared by King Vegeta left much to be desired, utterly inferior to the delicacies he had previously tasted. "Is this what you deem delicious?" Beerus glared with his golden eyes, hurling the food upon King Vegeta's head, who could only endure the humiliation in silence. "What in the world is happening? Who is that individual? And why must my father endure such indignity?" Vegeta, concealed behind a stone pillar, could scarcely believe his eyes. How could the proud Saiyan King stoop so low? Clenching his fists, Vegeta felt a surge of resentment. Beerus noticed someone hiding behind the pillar, casting a sharp glare. His overwhelming presence pierced through the stone, striking Vegeta with an intensity that rendered him paralyzed, his body rigid as he fell to the ground. With a swift motion, Beerus seized Vegeta by the head, lifting him aloft. "Lord Beerus, I implore you, spare this humble child." King Vegeta's face contorted in horror, gritting his teeth in desperation. "That I will arrange for more delicacies at once." "No need." Beerus's expression darkened, casually discarding Vegeta. With a resounding crash, the wall splintered as Vegeta was thrust into it, bones fracturing under the immense impact. Beerus snapped his fingers, expressing disinterest. "This is utterly dull. I had anticipated savoring delightful cuisine. Yet Planet Vegeta is truly devoid of merit." After speaking, Beerus's figure suddenly vanished from the palace. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the god of destruction, it took a considerable amount of time for King Vegeta to ascertain that the deity had indeed left. Prompting him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, he had never anticipated that the legendary god of destruction, Beerus, would stand before him. Had it not been for the lingering tales of the god of destruction within the Saiyan royal lineage, the consequences would have been dire. The true god of destruction was far more terrifying than the legend suggested. Contemplating the unfathomable depths of that immense power, King Vegeta felt a wave of dread wash over him, and it was only then that he realized his garments were drenched in cold perspiration. Hastening to Vegeta's side, King Vegeta conducted a thorough examination and discovered that Vegeta had merely sustained a few broken bones, which alleviated his worries. He promptly summoned the guards to transport Vegeta to the healing chamber. Vegeta was his most cherished son, the most exceptional warrior of the Saiyan race, and he could not afford any harm to come to him. Alone in the Grand Hall, King Vegeta's expression shifted as he pondered the thoughts swirling within his mind. In the vast cosmos, the god of destruction, Beerus, floated aimlessly, consumed by boredom. That moment, a radiant streak of colorful light surged through the universe, rapidly appearing before Beerus. "Lord Beerus, you've sneaked out again." A delicate voice chimed in his ear as a silver-haired, elegantly dressed figure in red and black robes approached, leaning on a divine staff, a blue collar magically hovering around their neck. "Oh, Whis, you've arrived." Beerus reclined in the cosmos, cradling his head in his arms, allowing his body to drift. "Ah, Lord Beerus, you have destroyed 134 planets during this outing. If this continues, the Kais will find themselves in quite a predicament." Whis remarked, his hand resting on his forehead, yet his expression bore no hint of concern. "Taish," Beerus clicked his tongue dismissively. "It's merely a few destroyed planets. Let those Kais create a few more. The process of planet formation takes an extensive amount of time, especially for life-bearing planets. Should the Kais fail to keep pace with Lord Beerus's destructive tendencies, it could lead to significant issues." With a look of disdain, Beerus shifted the topic. "Say, Whis, while you were away, I indulged in a rare delicacy that lingers in my memory even now." "Is that so, Lord Beerus? I wonder if you saved a portion for me?" Whis inquired, his interest piqued at the mention of fine cuisine. "Those delicacies were so scarce. How could I possibly save any for you?" Beerus replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Such a disappointment. Did you enjoy them on that planet?" Whis gestured toward the distant, dark red planet of Vegeta. "Indeed, but alas, those delicacies are no more." Beerus felt a surge of irritation at the mention of Vegeta, wishing he could obliterate the planet in a single energy ball. However, he had already promised Shaya to spare Vegeta, and to renege on that would tarnish the god of destruction's reputation. "That be by the way, Whis, who rules this territory?" Beerus inquired, turning his attention to Whis. Whis consulted his staff, revealing Frieza's likeness within the blue crystal orb. "Lord Beerus, the ruler of the nearby star systems, is a fellow named Frieza, a member of the Frost demon race." Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating, "Convey to Frieza that I wish to no longer see Vegeta. Let him destroy it for me." "Understood, Lord Beerus," Whis acknowledged. Merely destroying a planet was as effortless for them as quenching thirst. It had become a routine affair. Moreover, delegating the destruction of Vegeta allowed Beerus to maintain his dignity while fulfilling his divine promise. Chapter 75. Consciousness Training Uncharted Star. Unbeknownst to them, a month had elapsed, and Vegeta remained unscathed. The anxieties of Edri and the others finally subsided. Yet to be cautious, Shaya refrained from returning them to Vegeta, and instead chose to remain in the gravity training chamber for some basic exercises. Following the recent events, Edri and the others came to a profound realization regarding the vast chasm between their strength and that of genuine powerhouses, leading them to devote themselves wholeheartedly to their training. However, as seasoned Saiyan warriors, they understood that training required a balance of tension and relaxation, progressing in a steady manner. Overexerting oneself could yield counterproductive results, and some leisure was indeed necessary. Unlike the youthful Shakta, who was in the throes of adolescence with rapidly proliferating cells and at a peak growth phase, they had to be mindful of their limits and not deplete their bodies excessively. Within the third gravity chamber, Edri's team members sat gathered on the floor, enjoying their meal while engaging in conversation, with several dishes of appetizers laid out beside them. "Edri, ever since you acquired the gravity chamber, your progress has been astounding," the rugged middle-aged man, Parati, said, seated cross-legged on the ground, devouring the delicacies. The captain had always been the strongest among them, and after obtaining the gravity chamber, his power had surged significantly. Parati could not help but feel envious of Edri's training pace. "Huh, that's because I work harder than you all. If you were as diligent as I am, your strength would surely skyrocket." Edri laughed heartily, stuffing a lentil into his mouth, feeling quite pleased with himself. His combat power had reached 15,200, and there was scarcely any on Vegeta who surpassed him in strength, something he would have never dared to imagine in the past. Now, not only had it become a reality, but he was confident that he would continue to grow even stronger. However, he noticed a distinct slowing in his recent progress, which brought him back from his excitement. "Come on, it's not like I don't know. It's because Shaya is there to guide you. That if I could spar with Shaya all day, I would have surpassed you long ago." Parati scoffed, though secretly envious of the captain having Shaya as a mentor. Just look at how his power had increased, surpassing them by several thousand so far, aside from Edri and Rebecca. The combat power of the other members of Edri's team hovered around 12,000 of the strongest. Baluk had nearly reached 13,000, Yet there remained a considerable gap between him and the captain, a gap that continued to widen. Although Edry's recent growth had slowed, it was still enviable compared to theirs. Edry chuckled, recognizing that his rapid improvement was not solely due to the gravity chamber. His sparring sessions with Shaya had played a significant role as well. After their laughter subsided, Edry's expression turned serious as he addressed them. Currently, the Saiyan population on Red Mountain Star has approached 3,000. Shaya mentioned that when Vegeta is destroyed, an additional 15,000 will relocate there, excluding those who might perish during the destruction of Vegeta. It was conservatively estimated that the Red Mountain lineage would boast over 12,000 Saiyans by then. Over 12,000 is no small number. Indeed, it's quite substantial, the group murmured in quiet astonishment, before falling into silence. Surviving with over 10,000 Saiyans was a considerable feat, yet compared to the peak population of 1 million, this number felt rather meager. At that point, the Saiyans would truly become a rare breed. They all harbored a conviction that the Saiyan race could not simply fade away. By the way, I suspect King Vegeta may have already caught wind of our activities, Edry suddenly remarked, shifting the topic. Surely not. If King Vegeta was aware of our clandestine population transfer, he would have reacted by now, Parati said, a look of disbelief on his face. The reason King Vegeta hasn't reacted, I believe, is that he is feigning ignorance. The look interjected with a cold smile. What advantage does that provide him? It's possible that his preparations have reached a critical juncture, leaving no room for error. A civil strife at this moment would serve him no purpose. With the 6 of us possessing combat powers exceeding 10,000, if a civil war were to erupt over a mere 3,000 low-level warriors, the Saiyan race would suffer greatly, something King Vegeta would not wish to witness. Is he planning to settle scores after the fact? Alice furrowed her brow, the youngest and most vivacious among them. Perhaps he is considering that, but that would only come after defeating Frieza, if they fail. All would be for naught. I believe King Vegeta might also be looking to provide the Saiyans with an escape route, Edry suggested. His words left everyone in silence. As adults, they considered matters from a broader perspective. King Vegeta's tolerance of their recruitment efforts likely stemmed from a deeper strategy. One could not place all their eggs in one basket, a truth well understood by anyone, including King Vegeta, who may have already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Is it possible that King Vegeta might abandon the idea of severing ties with Frieza? After contemplating this issue, I have decided to abandon it. For the pride of the Saiyans dictates that they would rather be shattered like jade than remain whole like tiles. How could they possibly fear battle, whether one calls it mere bravado or not? King Vegeta cannot tolerate the thought of the Saiyans bowing submissively like servants at the feet of Frieza. Of course, a more significant reason is that King Vegeta has yet to fully grasp the terror that is Frieza. Had he comprehended the extent of Frieza's horror, his thoughts would likely have been considerably diminished. It is akin to how he can relinquish his royal demeanor in the presence of the god of destruction. When the disparity in strength reaches a certain threshold, yielding to the stronger does not equate to the loss of dignity. At least it would provide some solace within. However, it is too late to voice such sentiments now. Even if King Vegeta refrains from rebellion, Frieza would not spare the Saiyans, a hoarse voice interjected. Events unfold beyond their control, and all they can do now is lead a portion of the Saiyans from Red Mountain Star. The group fell silent for a moment before resuming their light-hearted chatter about other matters. Meanwhile, the younger generation, like Shakta, is in a phase of rapid power enhancement, diligently training within the gravity chamber. Experienced individuals like Adeli occasionally offer guidance. Inside the gravity chamber, the spacious training area appeared unremarkable, with the gravity devices and other equipment yet to be activated. In the central position, Shaya and Shilling sat cross-legged, gazing intently at one another, resembling ancient monks in deep meditation. Upon closer inspection, one would notice their furrowed brows and slight tremors, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Both were engaged in mental training. In the ethereal realm of consciousness, the expanse of heaven and earth cannot be measured by reality, where the two engage in fierce combat, their forms intertwined, battling from ground to sky and back again. The air filled with the sounds of their fierce skirmish, thunderous roars and explosive blasts resonated throughout. Suddenly, countless illusory figures emerged, all resembling Shilling, who, with a glint of determination in her eyes, raised her delicate hand, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Shaya. With precision, Shaya intercepted Shilling's punches. Then, like an arrow, he swiftly maneuvered through the fray. Each seemingly effortless strike concealed explosive power, shattering the illusory figures one by one. The consciousness space erupted in chaos as Shaya and Shilling trembled, gasping for breath. After a brief period of adjustment, their breathing gradually returned to a steady rhythm. Mental training is a profound method of cultivation, transcending the physical realm of energy refinement. Unlike the physical enhancement derived from energy cultivation, mental training maximizes the development of spirit and consciousness, serving as a means to bolster combat instincts that in the original narrative. Gohan and Krillin had embarked on similar training during their journey to Namek. Mental training is not merely an exercise in energy, it somewhat resembles the Taoist philosophies of Shaya's previous life, representing a form of spiritual enlightenment that offers advantages in developing ultimate techniques and transcending the confines of the physical body. Shaya and Shilling utilized mental training to enhance their combat experience, yielding remarkable results. After this period of training, they found their control over energy significantly refined. Chapter 76. Bardock and Giant Shaya calmed himself, sensing a vast reservoir of energy surging within him. However, with the slightest shift in his will, this energy would obediently subside. His mastery over energy had reached a level of effortless control, granting him enhanced abilities. Although he had not engaged in deliberate training, his power continued to rise steadily, all thanks to the benefits of mental training. Clenching his fist, a faint smile graced Shaya's face. Shaya, my battle power is nearing 120,000. After a brief pause, Shilling raised her chin, her snow-white face slightly flushed with excitement. During this time, she had relentlessly pursued her training, finally elevating her battle power to 118,000, nearly catching up to Shaya from a year prior, a testament to her rapid growth, though the gap between them remained unchanged. My battle power has just reached 145,000. Shaya chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Shilling felt somewhat deflated. Oh, I have worked so hard. Why can't I catch up to you? Placing his hand on her head. Feeling the softness of her hair, Shaya replied, do not dwell on such matters. It could be exhausting and ultimately meaningless. Remember, haste makes waste. Sometimes, being overly preoccupied can lead to confusion. Why not think of something else? Like what? Perhaps food? Shaya. Shilling pouted, swatting away his hand resting on her head while caressing her smooth belly. I'm not happy. I want to feast. Shaya looked at her with amusement. This girl always transformed her frustrations into cravings at times like this. Fortunately, being a Saiyan, she possessed a formidable appetite. All right, Shaya acquiesced, opening a dimensional space to retrieve an abundance of food, watching with interest as the girl devoured it voraciously. Though her manner was far from graceful, there was something entertaining about witnessing Shilling enjoy her meal so heartily. Near the spaceport of Planet Vegeta, in a vast, desolate plain devoid of any signs of life, dozens of makeshift shelters had been erected behind the protruding rocks along the eastern and western slopes. At this time, it was midday, and the scorching sun hung directly overhead, causing the rising heat to blur the vision. Within the shelters, several hundred Saiyans had gathered, some engaged in animated conversations while others rested quietly, awaiting the arrival of more personnel. Soon, more Saiyans converged from all directions, and before long, nearly 1,000 Saiyans had assembled at the gathering point. Among them were low-ranking warriors and elite fighters, all displaying expressions of excitement, eager to participate in the grand battle mission that occurred only once a year on Planet Vegeta. When the time came, this 1,000-strong force would form a coalition, embarking together to revel in the thrill of combat. This large-scale operation was classified as a special mission by the Task Management Bureau, requiring the deployment of elite fighters with battle power nearing 10,000 this time. They were tasked with conquering the mysterious planet Kanasha. Bardock, be sure to stay safe on planet Kanasha. Do not take unnecessary risks. A petite yet striking female Saiyan adjusted her husband's hair, readying his headscarf. Bardock laughed heartily, his broad hand patting the shoulder of the female Saiyan, a gentle smile appearing on his scarred face. Jine, Do you still doubt my strength? A mere planet Kanasha poses no challenge for me. Rest assured, still, exercise caution. Jine shot her husband a disapproving look. Akati turned out that these two were the biological parents of Son Goku. Bardock and his wife Jine. 12 years had passed since Shaya first encountered Bardock. He had now matured into a robust warrior and had wed Jine, who worked in logistics. Jine, a petite Saiyan akin to Alice, appeared childlike among the rugged Saiyans. Yet this diminutive female Saiyan had already borne 2 children. Bardock was about to embark on the mission to conquer planet Kanasha, while Jine would remain on planet Vegeta, overseeing the processing of meat supplies. By the way, how is Raditz doing? Bardock inquired as he adjusted his gear. Mentioning their eldest son brought a joyful smile to Jine's face. Raditz is on a mission with Prince Vegeta. He should have already arrived at the mission planet. Bardock nodded. Like his father, their eldest son Raditz was also a low-ranking warrior, yet he had been assigned to work alongside Prince Vegeta on a mission, leaving Bardock curious about how the Task Management Bureau organized such assignments. Perhaps it was merely to add a burden to Prince Vegeta. Bardock exhibits a hint of self-deprecation. However, he does not feel ashamed of being a lowly warrior, for he understands that even those born as such can rise to match the prowess of higher-ranked fighters through relentless combat and rigorous training. He himself is a testament to this truth. His strength has far surpassed that of the average high-ranking warrior, and as the commander of the current mission, Bardock battle power has approached an impressive 10,000, placing him among the select few lowly warriors to achieve such a feat. At a location over 2 months' journey from planet Vegeta lies Frieza's headquarters, an opulent palace. Within its luxurious confines, Frieza floats beside a porthole in a small egg-shaped spacecraft, his long tail swaying in the air. Lord Frieza, here are all the data regarding the Saiyan ships launched in recent years. A diminutive Taji, star being reports, waving its arms animatedly, that Frieza's craft shifts direction, his crimson eyes gleaming with malevolence. As he coldly addresses Dodoria, who stands nearby, Mr. Dodoria, issue a command to the Frieza force to annihilate all the Saiyan children sent on missions according to the list. Remember, I want not a single one left. Let us keep this matter confidential. The Saiyans on planet Vegeta must remain unaware? Yes, my lord. Dodoria replies with a stern expression, then hesitates, saying, I have heard that King Vegeta's son is also participating in the mission. Should we? Frieza dismisses the thought with a wave of his hand, stating, leave Vegeta be. He is quite the delightful toy. Let us keep him around for a while longer. By the way, Mr. Dodoria, would you care to join me for a fireworks display? Dodoria's face lights up with excitement as he responds, is the Lord planning to obliterate planet Vegeta? At last, I shall witness that magnificent spectacle once more. Ever since the last time he beheld the grandeur of a planet's destruction, Dodoria has longed for another chance to witness it. Indeed, this is a task ordered by Lord Beerus. Initially, I intended to allow those Saiyans to linger a bit longer, but it seems that will not be possible. Frieza speaks with a tone of discontent. His father had once warned him that in the universe, there were 2 figures that even the Frost demon race dared not provoke: the ancient demon Majin Buu and the legendary god of destruction. Beerus, Frieza had originally dismissed these tales, yet upon encountering Beerus in person, he understood the truth of their gravity. He had hoped to prolong the Saiyans' existence, but given Lord Beerus's command, he cannot defy it. Lord Beerus? Dodoria blinks, uncertain of the name. However, seeing even Lord Frieza refer to this figure with such reverence suggests he must be an extraordinary individual. These Saiyans truly know how to stir trouble, attracting yet another formidable entity intent on their annihilation. Alas, if only Shampa were still around. He too would have relished the beautiful fireworks. Frieza lets out a wistful sigh, lamenting that the stunning sight will be missing one admirer. Speaking of Shampa, Dodoria's expression darkens. His longtime partner met an untimely and mysterious demise on planet Fidaia, and to this day, the identity of the murderer remains unknown. When the Ginyu Force arrived at Fidaia years prior, they found the place abandoned, a desolate world strewn with molten rock. Chapter 77. The Curse of Planet Kanasha, a beautiful yet enigmatic world, shrouded in mystery, its affairs known to few. Now, this exquisite planet faces utter devastation. A horde of Saiyans from distant star systems descends upon it, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. The verdant landscape is marred by shattered mountains, littered with rubble and craters of varying sizes. Boom! A colossal shockwave, brimming with immense energy, collides with the mountainside, causing the ground to tremble violently as the terrain crumbles. Boulders cascade like cannon fire, crashing to the earth and kicking up clouds of dry dust. Over 1,000 Saiyans cackle madly, reveling in the thrill of battle as they leap from one peak to another, like bandits ravaging a village, leaving destruction in their wake, with vibrant lives extinguished in the explosions. Within the forests, creatures of various forms scurry and roar, only to be obliterated in an instant by a surge of energy descending from the sky. Mr. Bardock, all lower life forms on planet Kanasha have been eradicated. Only the native Kanashans remained. A bespectacled, diminutive Saiyan reports, shielding his communicator. Let everyone proceed with caution. I have heard that the Kanashans wield some mysterious magic, some of which could pose a threat to high-ranking warriors. Bardock nods in acknowledgement. On the star map, Kanasha lies along the northern route from Planet Vegeta, having coexisted peacefully for many years. Surely, it possesses its own formidable defenses. Understood, Mr. Bardock. The Saiyan acknowledges the command and relays the order onward. Bardock gazes quietly at the smoke-filled landscape, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, and wonders why.